What's up, everybody? Another day of Elite League round robin here with myself, Permasneeze, and Winter. We have a whole host of crazy matchups. I think this group has been so contested. 1-1s across the board. Everyone's just taking games off each other. It's gonna be lit. First and foremost, of course, we have a matchup I'm sure everyone's dying to see. It's Tundra up against Aurora. Both of them are tied along with Liquid for top in the group right now. So this match is gonna be pretty definitive.
Yeah, both teams have a bunch of 1-1s. So somebody is going to be happy with a 2-0 today.
Hopefully. I think so far with
how many points do you need? Is 7 enough?
I think so. I think if you win here, you're pretty safe, I would say, because the rest of the group doesn't look too hot. There are a couple of losses that people are already taking. So I think, you know, specifically for Aurora, if we take a look at the groups, how they're standing right now, alongside Tundra and Liquid, they are tied for first. Of course, Team Liquid have a couple more wins, specifically one more win than Tundra and Aurora, so the score's lopsided in that manner. But, you know, still quite a bit of time to decide. For now, BetBoom, Blacklist, and Boom, they need to buck up if they try to survive here. And Gaimin, Gladiators, and Xtreme still middling. It's funny because Xtreme Gaming kind of feel like they are trying to tie almost every single game. They're coming through with very unique picks. And on the flip side, on Group A, we have G2IG and Team Falcons leading the pack. I think Falcons, no surprises there, but with G2IG racing right beside them, I think that definitely has fans excited. The surprising bit is that Team Spirit don't seem to be doing too hot. 1-7. I think if they don't turn things around quick, they're going to be out faster by the end of today, perhaps.
Yeah, G2IG definitely a surprise for me as well. Didn't expect them to be doing so well. Unfortunate for us, we won't be getting any of their games here.
We got a good chance to watch them previously. I mean, in some of these other qualifiers, I think they've definitely performed. But let's take a look at today's schedule. So we are deep into the round robin stage at this point. We are essentially on the, I'd say, third? Are we on the fourth day already? Yeah, we're on the fourth day. Okay, so still quite a few games to go through. Tundra and Aurora starting us off. BetBoom versus Blacklist Rivalry. That one will be quite important because I think if there's a 2-0 either way, that might cement either team to be eliminated. And of course, Tundra going to be facing off against Liquid. That's going to be another fun one. Gaimin versus Boom and Team Liquid versus Xtreme Gaming to round off our day. All the times here are in CEST, so you know you can just pop that into a time converter if you're not too clear. And if none of the teams that you're looking forward to, maybe you want to watch some OG, maybe you want to watch some Heroic, that's over on the A stream because we're covering all the Group B games here. This is the B stream. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you should find it in the pin message or the description. Just find that first channel, pop on over there. I believe it's Epi and Dan. I'll bring you through that action. So yeah, I mean, first match already, I think Tundra have proven that they've come to the board with a lot of cool strategies, but on the flip side, Aurora also managing to stabilize and do a lot better than I think a lot of people expected.
23 is back.
He's back. He's back, baby.
He's back after a short trip home to recharge, get some pakapao. Yeah, can't get that in Europe.
Yeah, he's gotta load up on that pad thai. They tried to stuff as much pad thai into himself as much as possible. From what we heard from a previous interview, it was actually a situation where he went for some sort of personal situation and he was basically in the air for 2 days. So he's gone for 4 days, in the air for 2, and he only landed in Thailand just like very, very shortly. So hopefully everything's okay. It seems like everything's stabilized at least for that lineup. But now we're looking at Tundra. Of course, this roster has really impressed lately. I think the big story of them is always the shake-up post-mind control, right? How they were going to do there. But they've seemed to be able to work him into their team strategy. And it looked really solid. And Aurora, like we mentioned, with the addition of Lorinov and with King or Satanic standing in, they still were able to set themselves up for a pretty nice round-robin stage at this point.
Let's look at 23 Savage. Doesn't look tired. He's looking ready.
I don't know. How can you tell? He's looking down. Okay, yeah. He got that conviction in his eyes. I see what you mean. Looks ready to put on the hurt onto Tundra. Both these teams should be pretty evenly matched, and we should have ourselves a pretty fun series here. I think very interesting drafting perspectives from both sides. On one hand, you have a team that first picks their off-laner's hero as much as humanly possible. Toby's hero pool isn't the widest, so they're always trying to snatch up his hero first. And then on the flip side, you have Jabs, the captain who loves last picking his hero. I feel like Aurora made a few changes in terms of their focus recently that's helped them succeed, but I think drafting-wise, they're still very much trying to get Jabs at last pick as much as they can.
I guess it really depends on what's in the pool. If he has like a really good hero that he can open up with, I think he would be still keen on playing like a very polarizing or greedy offlaner. But I feel like they are kind of open to giving him the more team-based hero right now. I think before they were always trying. I think 9 out of 10 games, they're gonna put him on the greedy core. Just let him try to farm and scale. But I think right now they have already understood that they have to be more open about it. They have to be ready that, okay, the pool is very limited right now and we have to give Jabs he has to pick himself the team-based offlaner instead of just trying to be too greedy and trying to be the core himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Already 2 major bans from the offlane.
That is actually a very smart ban, I think, on Aurora's side, because Tundra's whole playstyle gets balanced by the team-based offlaner that Toby plays with all this Brewmaster, Centaur. I feel like if he doesn't get this type of heroes, it will be probably hard to balance out the other 2 cores, which are kind of so greedy, right? Thompson and Pure. So without those heroes, it will be very interesting to see what is the replacement. Are they going to go for like some Stardust, Sanking type of hero?
Yeah, this might be the trap that Tundra have been setting, because if you look at their drafts throughout the entire round robin stage so far, they've prioritized their own heroes, their own specialties. They haven't really picked up a lot of these quote-unquote meta offlaners or meta mids. In fact, Thompson largely avoids the Lash even when it's available. So Tundra, they're clearly gunning for their own specialties, but maybe that's a trap that they've set throughout this group stage, right? You force these target bans on the specialty heroes, and then suddenly you start picking up these typical meta heroes. Like you see the Doom still open, we see the DK still open. I believe Tundra played the DK yesterday on Thompson, but they're going to start things out with Whitemon's Disruptor.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good overall pick. Keeps things very open for your draft. I kind of like to open the draft with a support nowadays.
Yeah.
I think I don't see any other core other than like usually the cores that you want to open right away. Not the centaur, the timber, the lash are usually always banned.
Yeah.
And centaur is like I guess team based too. Some teams are okay opening up with it, but I prefer like going for just a support right away. And so they're gonna go for the tusk. I guess the logic here is they want a position 4 they can bully the disruptor. We've seen so many games where disruptor got unscathed from the laning phase, and he just becomes a totally different monster in the mid game. Tusk is good against disruptor in the lane. You trap him, you have the tag team. Disruptor generally can't really do much to fight you off.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we did see Tundra make a little bit of a slip up, though. They last picked that pure Drow Ranger, and that lane did not
come
go
on.
well.
I mean, that's
Xtreme
not
Gaming.
exactly like. I mean, sure, the lane wasn't good. I guess they just wanted the hero because he was good again. It was good with the draft. They just didn't anticipate the Zeus going for a magic build, and it just kind of changed the whole game. It was more that the enemy did something really, really good. You know, like Xtreme Gaming, they were really smart about it.
True, yeah. I mean, that Centaur not going to be a factor. Now, Shadow Demon still in the pool. In terms of high priority supports, we've seen Tundra go back again and again for that 9-class Bat Rider. It's still available, the techies as well. You know, it's open for him. You know, he can pick whatever he wants now. The Tusk also presents a pretty decent snowball save potential if you can get to the edge of the Static Storm. If, you know, if Whitemon's not layering this correctly and you don't reach the silence over the Tusk, there's a chance that Q can actually pull the target out of there.
Usually it'll be hard to do that unless you have a
maybe you gotta rush the BKB then.
Yeah, to get BKB after your dagger probably. It's gonna be unreliable to wait for to count on the task to save you in the Static Storm.
True. So you think this pick is largely just to bully him out in the lane? And
yeah, you have to bully Disruptor in the lane. I don't think you can let a team pick Disruptor and just let him get away with it from the lane. I think that's not going to work for you. Like Disruptor mid game is just... I don't think there's any other support that is as strong as Disruptor in the mid game right now. Maybe you can make a case for Shadow Shaman if you pick Shadow Shaman.
If you pick that hero, yeah.
I mean, that hero is pretty decent, I think. He's actually a useful hero. But you just have to find the right type of draft to pick him. It's just Disruptor is just like a very strong hero right now, and Shaman kind of sucks playing into Disruptor because you can't really stand there and channel your Shackle when there's a glimpse and the Static Storm in the game.
Yeah, agreed. They pick up the Shadow Demon though, and that's gonna present them with multiple
double save.
Yeah, it's pretty useful. This is a save that doesn't really care about Static Storm because as long as, I believe, Q can... Either Q or Ollie, I'm not sure who's going to play out. I think it's Ollie. As long as Ollie can position himself properly, that disruption is always going to come out. They snap up the pure Morphling. So already forced into a bit of a different tempo. I guess you see the opponent supports and you're not really scared of them. They snatch the Doom as well. So that was left in the pool. Toby's going to show us a bit of a new one.
It should be like a flex between Toby and 9-class, I think, judging by the way they are picking this hero, because I think Doom as a position for is actually pretty effective as a replacement for the melee position force. You know, if you don't want to pick Tiny or Tusk, I think Doom can be good. And at the same time, you can always still swap him back to the core role if you feel like the enemy doesn't pick a good response to deal with him in the lane.
Is this good enough though? Naga Siren from
good.
23?
I mean, Naga's always pretty good against Doom because Doom is single target. I mean, the lane, I feel like is fine for Doom because you have Scorch also deal with the illusions, but just in the game, it's gonna be pretty hard, right? Because you Doom a target, you want to finish him off, but then there's always gonna be the song to reset, and it's very difficult for Doom to find the real Naga in the team fights if the Naga is really good with his positioning.
Yeah, Aurora are gearing themselves up to have a whole lineup that says, hey, wait a minute, we're not done here. Just
nobody
give us
can
a
die,
second.
right?
Literally,
Snowball,
yeah, they have 3
disrupt,
saves
song.
essentially. Any type of aggressive move Tundra try to make is gonna get nullified some way or another. And now with this Death Prophet, you have an excellent frontliner to take away a lot of that attention. This could be the Lorinov hero, this could be the Jabs hero, and they've left themselves that last pick overall.
This is a very good setup for Aurora. They're really comfortable in this type of setup where you have one flex hero, a carry hero that has a good lane against the enemy off laner.
Yeah.
and everything gets decided in the overall last pick where the DP is gonna go. And they're okay. They're gonna pick this is also a Toby special, the Darkseer against
It
the
is.
Naga.
We
Doom
haven't
position
seen it in a
4.
while. He's been largely relegated to
The
these.
hero actually feels decent now. I've seen a couple of teams pick this hero. It was I think it was Heroic. Who else? Pretty sure there's a couple of teams that play the hero. I think everyone just rushes. Entity pick the Darkseer as well. They won with Darkseer.
Yeah, it's definitely a Devi Llama special, but
Because
Toby,
all
it's
the
been a while
offlane
since we've seen it.
items got nerfed, right? So then you are trying to find like what else can you do other than Blade Mail. So you get the mech. All these items are very similar in terms of cost. The price in the game, how fast can you get it? And I think that the mech sometimes can do a lot more compared to the Blade Mail rush on some of the heroes.
10 seconds
I think the Greaves is gonna do quite a bit of work this game.
And
Just
you
to
have a
try and-
combo Darkseer plus Disruptor.
Yeah,
So it's going to be there
classic.
in the game.
This is something that 9 class hasn't shown us just yet, but I think that's the thing with Tundra, right? It feels like they're hiding so many tricks up their sleeve, and this whole sniper Kanda focus setup is just something that they've started off with, right? They're throwing everyone a red herring. By the time you start responding to it with targeted bans, then they have their B strategy, their C strategy, all these little things. The Darkseer feels like a short walk out of what Toby has shown currently, but he's played this in the past to great success when he was back on Entity and other
this
teams
is
as well.
one of his best heroes when he was on Entity.
Yeah.
Like I feel like right now, when a team has a lot of drafts, different drafts, sometimes you get worried because you have to practice so many different types of strategy, and sometimes they don't really feel similar. If they are kind of similar, then maybe it helps your players adapt to it a little bit more. But if they are totally different types of strategies with different win conditions, then every game you feel like you're kind of playing a different game, and your moves in the game are always changing from time to time. Then it can be very hard to stay consistent as a team. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it will definitely complicate things.
Oh, for sure. And so far, how we've seen Tundra succeed is them playing around Pugna. Not Pugna, Thompson with his Pugna, but they've been playing around Pure and Thompson and empowering them for success. This time round with a slightly later pick priority for Toby. A lot of weight is going to be on his shoulders to set up some of these team fights. There's not a lot of control coming out from the Morphling and the Pugna. They just pump in damage. So all this putting the pieces together, that's going to be Whitemon and Toby. And now this last pick, it's an interesting mid laner because it kind of leaves things awkward for Aurora now. What do you even pick into a mid Pugna?
Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Earth Spirit mid, I think, owns mid Pugna. Because you look at their last two bans, right? I mean, especially the Kanka. I think Kanka is very good against Pugna in the game and in the lane. I think something like Earth Spirit, you can find the Pugna. The silence is very useful.
Yeah, true. They banned the Pug out though, so they're not gonna have that available.
I'm super onto.
You're itching for the Earth Spirit now. You're like, oh, please pick the Earth Spirit.
Sure, I don't know if he actually plays the hero.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the other heroes that can be viable here are probably something, maybe some Storm. They need some Initiator, Storm type of hero, Primal Beast type of hero.
Yeah, Primal Beast still available. Something that Jabs likes to play. Not sure about Lorinov though. So far. The Pango, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, did Pango get banned yet? No. Okay, there we have it. It's going to be Lorinov on that mid lane Pangolier. We'll see how he does up against Thompson's Pugna, and Jabs will be taking his role on the Death
this
Prophet.
should be a pretty good matchup for Pango, I think. Even though he's melee, because you can always last hit with your spell, so you're not so annoyed by the crap denying creeps.
True. Yeah, the shield crash should help him out a lot.
And if you look at their 3 against 3. This Pugna with Disruptor Doom doesn't feel as scary because they are not really. They don't have a easy way of like catching you with stuns right, until the Doom eats like a Centaur, which is probably not going to be there in the 6-8 minute mark. And you have Tusk Shadow Demon, which can easily initiate with either the Snowball he disrupts, and then they block you with a shot, then the Pango comes in with the roll. I feel like they are going to dominate all this rune fights, all the small little battles between the runes. Because there's nothing, when you have road, there's nothing the Pugna, Doom, and Disruptor can do until they have their level 6. So you need level 6 on Doom and Disruptor to deal with the Pango.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it kind of feels like Thompson needs to come out of the lane swinging. He needs to get some sort of advantage because we've seen it before. Even if you get a lane advantage against the Pango, if you're not killing him, putting 2 kills on his face, he is just gonna get that level 6 either way and dominate you in the rune fights and take control of the game through
Yeah.
rotations. And Thompson, a lot of work, needs to start pressuring down these towers, needs to run with the supports. It kind of feels like he is the one who has to drive the action early on because Toby's gonna want to farm.
Toby's going to need to help with the mech. I think even once he gets his early mech, he has to be actively helping the team, or the team has to play around him. Because you imagine the game going like, let's say the game goes 50-50, right? That'll be like a DP ulti with a Pango running to the DP ulti, pressuring the tower. So the Darkseer, I assume he has to be very active. He can't play like an AFK, try to get his item timing start. I think he needs to be very, very active in helping his team. Otherwise, his team, they're gonna just lose towers to this DP.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, this is something that you already mentioned. It's a game plan that Aurora is very comfortable on. This is how they've played, this is how they've succeeded in the past. Whereas for the side of Tundra, this setup might be a bit different for them, right? Like trying to focus around just running Thompson down and getting Toby involved so early on, maybe on a greedier offlane than he's used to, sure. I think Darkseer is still considered team-based, but definitely needs a lot more resources than your Brew or your Centaur, who are ready to fight as long as their spells are off cooldown.
I mean, he needs a lot of resource, but at the same time, you have to think about what type of resource is he taking. I feel like he's taking the kind of farm where usually nobody can get, like shuffling the dangerous waves with the Iron Shell. So I feel like it could just very well not affect the other 2 cores as much as you think it would. We'll see. They're
Okay.
trying to get a first blood on Aurora, smoking in.
Very
Trying
aggressive
to-
position now.
Trying to get Lorenov into like an easy start.
30 seconds to battle.
Just setting
I
up
mean-
around the cliff, a lot of potential burst coming out
I mean,
here.
I imagine if the Pango doesn't get pressure, I feel like he's just going to do so much this game.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, this last pick Pango, we've seen it in response to some more difficult mid laners like the Lash, and even laners that are supposed to quote-unquote bully him. But turns out 2024 still a very real hero, still something people are picking, and definitely one of Lorenov's comfort picks here. Should just be a 2-for-2 rune trade-off. No shenanigans early on. Yeah, I feel like with a Tusk you always thrive in the level 1 engagements, but not able to find any connection. And Tundra should be off
He
to
started with Venom. This is not very common nowadays. Like it is very specific to deal with Disruptor. Like what he's doing right now, like giving them Disruptor opening and picking the Tusk into it, buying the All Venom. They just want to kill him repeatedly with this Tusk DP strong. One of the strongest dual lanes here. You can muster up in from the off lane.
Yeah, I think it's not directly obvious that it's so powerful because every time you think about the Tusk, you think about somebody who can take advantage of the tag team. But this is a matchup that, with the Ice Shards and the Snowball, you keep one target in place, the DP just gets full duration drain and maybe 1 or 2 Crypt Swarms.
Yeah.
It's a lot of magic damage.
It's more about enabling your DP here with
Yeah.
the spells, not so much for the tag team. I'm sure he will still get like a point in tag team, like the level 3 1-1-1. But
Yeah, because it's so useful for when you rotate over to the Pango, right? I mean, the swash with the tag team, whew, is going to make someone hurt for it. Just being
this
annoying
lane
early
is
on.
this lane is just gonna get better and better once the DP gets level 3. Like Whitemon, like putting a little bit of pressure here on Jabs.
He is suffering a little bit, but there is a salve available for this task. Seems a bit busy just, messing with the creep equilibrium a little bit here, trying to deny any sort of pull. But
Yeah,
Jabs, he needs to watch his HP.
He needs to be in the lane, the Tusk. If he's not in the lane, the Disruptor is gonna pressure the DP a lot. Like DP needs he needs to get to his level 3.
Yo, Pure almost just dies to the Ice Shards Crypt Swarm. He is playing the absolute limits here on this Morphling, and if there's anyone who knows his limits, it's gonna be this guy. I mean, we got 2 of the most prolific Morphling players here in this game, right? 23 and Pure, so both teams should be very familiar with how to deal with this hero. The problem is, do they really have the tools to kill off the Morphling? Sure, they get mana burn with the Diffusal later on, but I kind of feel like this is a pretty decent Morphling game until like the Naga gets really, really later into the game.
Yeah, I mean, Morphing, I feel like it's very rare that you see this is a totally unplayable game for Morphing. Morphing is always gonna be useful no matter what. Like this hero just does a lot when you get to your items, and if you have a person that plays a ton of games of Morphing, he's gonna know all the small little things to deal with each and every specific matchup. You know, some counters may not even be a true counter if your Morphing player knows how to deal with that specific matchup. 3 minutes.
Lornoff probably begging for someone to die right now because he is tucked away in this mid tree line, taking so much damage. Basically at 60 HP, bottle is completely dry. Thompson is putting the works on him right now. The Pango's been able to.
Whoa.
Hey, yo, what you doing sticking around? I mean, he's waiting for a salve, but that was a bit too close for comfort there. He is absolutely treading a thin line.
Okay,
Doesn't have any move speed.
It is going really well for Thompson. Okay, I didn't expect the partner to be able to body the Pango so much with the decrep plus Nether Blast spam.
Yeah, again, Lornoff, he's trying to get what he can out of this lane, but nice aggressive glyph, and now Thompson gonna force things forward here. Meanwhile, bot lane stopping the aggressive attempt on Toby, but still, with the Ion Shell, they run down 23 with the big body of that Doom. Not much Ollie can do about it.
Yeah, this is the lane counter that we were speaking of during the draft, right? It's very hard for Naga to deal with Ducks in the lane, you're forced into the jungle, but he can always put the Iron Shell on the support, and the support's just running at you. Now, 4-minute rune, Thompson gets someone at top.
Yeah, good
Laura
plays from
needs to
Q.
get the bottom one.
He has to.
If he doesn't
Plays,
get the bottom one, he'll be so sad.
Gets the help of Ollie, secures that one, but it doesn't really make this situation any better. He's still keeping up in the CS, and I guess that's what's important, right? You just need to get that EXP and make sure you hit that level.
Yeah, but he's buying a lot of regen, right? Raindrop, stealth, so he's using a lot of gold on consumables.
There we go, trying to get the kill off onto Whitemon. They will accept the glimpse back. Seeing that TP from the Doom. He gets it cancelled. Was that a disruption? No, it didn't even need to use it. I guess 9 class just decided, yeah, this ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good, you know, for the Morphing. He kind of didn't really get pressured a lot by this Tusk DP. The DP is on even footing with the Morphing in terms of last hits and deny. So I think the laning phase is pretty successful for this Disruptor plus Morphing.
Yeah, I'd say the laning stage is pretty successful overall for Tundra. I think they're getting everything they want. Some of the ideas behind what Aurora have right now between the Tusk and the DP hasn't really worked out because Pure is still farming very comfortably. Whitemon has yet to die.
Yeah, when you get Orb of Venom and you don't get kills in the lane, you don't pressure, then you feel like you're wasting that item, right? It's 250 gold. You could have gotten a lot of regen or stick or anything else, you know, to help you trade.
Yeah,
and now 9
class
class is here to punish the DP.
Level 2 on the Thunderstrike, slowing her down just a little bit. Blood Grenade comes out as well, and they even have a glimpse if need be. No way Jabs gets out of this one. Q is gonna try and help with some tag team
Might
action.
die too.
Yeah, that adaptive strike pushing him away, but the glimpse pulls him right back. It looks like Q is gonna go down. Whitemon with a double kill. Clean stuff from Tundra.
Mid lane.
Meanwhile, mid lane, the setup onto Thompson, but he's looking fine with that level 6. Whitemon even TPs in just for additional insurance. And unfortunately, they will guess wrong on the direction of that rune. It's bot side. Lornoff able to get that illusion, but still a huge set of kills for Tundra to grab early on.
Yeah, unlucky for Thompson. He can't really continue the pressure without the rune. Lornoff is going to be tanking his lucky stars.
Yeah. The illusion's also not too bad because if you get decrep, you
23?
can just shrug that off. 23 being
trouble.
run down here. Q with the TP down. Just the Ion Shell, it's way too much damage. Gets surrounded. They turn around and kill off the Doom though. Now Toby can't find the Naga anymore. She's just swum away and... Okay,
It's still
a bit
not
of
that
a...
bad. They forced too much rotations over, and only the support died, you know, not the core. So I don't think it's actually that bad for 9 class to go down there.
Yeah, true. I mean, he gets a full reset.
Yeah, Ollie is coming over to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Uh-oh.
Right. Maybe not against the Disruptor.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard. Gets the scan out. Knows that there's someone there, so... Overall, early start really in Tundra's favor. I think they're getting everything they want out of this. 9 class will rotate up to the top side. Bullying out this DP again. You talked about how this Tusk and DP combination is good, but... I mean, even if they can't kill him, they're just forcing him back. Now, Ollie walking forward. Not a lot of mana to work with though, but meanwhile, mid lane, square up between Q and Lorinov. They get the kill onto Thompson. 9 class and Pure just have to run away with the appearance of the Shadow Demon.
This is what I was looking forward when I saw the Pango pick into the Pugna. Sure, the lane might not be so smooth for the Pango, but once you get the Rolling Thunder, Pugna is always like an easy kill in the lane with any of your support +1.
Hits that level 6, calls for help, and gets it done.
Yeah,
Important kill for Aurora to get.
Should not be afraid to call for help, you know.
True.
Yeah. Have you like played with some mid laners where they just refuse, you know, they just refuse to ask for help because when they ask,
you know what's crazy? It's those mid laners who all chat and get mad when their opponents ask for help as well. They're like, oh, don't dare to 1v1, haha, ask support for... Like, shut up, that's how the game works, brother. You know what I mean? It's always these guys. They think, you know, mid is still a whole 1v1 affair.
you should always
Newsflash.
just respond. Dota is a 5v5 game, you know. That should shut them up.
Yeah, that's a tool tip, I think. You can pause and like scroll until you find it. Dota is a team game. There's Thompson getting converged upon by the whole team of Aurora. Nice snowball, pulling them out of that glimpse. Looks like he's gonna get run down. Disruption just to stop that life drain. Now, Toby is trying to connect, but there's no way he gets here in time, so... Nice kill.
Yeah, he knows he needs to help his team. Like I mentioned, like this Darkseer can't really be too greedy. You know, he needs to be able to help his partner out. Every time the Pango's threatening to roll, he has to try to help.
There's only one way the partner gets out of that sticky situation, and that is a search, right? Or maybe a mech heal, just buy him some sort of time.
He's close to the mech.
Yeah, he is farming very, very well on this Darkseer. Almost top of the net worth, neck in net with Lorinov, who's had a pretty decent game despite the early beating that he got from Thompson.
Yeah, that's just the kills, the 2 kills that he had.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean,
under
Thompson
attack
is going to have
area.
to try to... I think he has to try to avoid the Pango. The Pango is way too strong. You know, it's too hard to play Pugna into Pango right now.
Yeah. This is... I mean,
you don't have any counterplay to the role until your supports have level 6.
Is under attack.
True. And that's why we probably see Aurora just sticking in this tight unit, looking to get more action happening with that smoke on Q. It's all about whether they can liberate 23 from this rough situation. I mean, he's just been run down by Toby and 9 class over and over down here. It's about time somebody responded, it feels like. He's probably saying like, guys, there's
I mean,
two heroes
he's a
looking at me."
Naga, right? He doesn't care. I don't think he cares about it that much. He can always jungle, and I feel like you rather the supports play around the DP, right? So the DP can take towers or take attention away from your opponent's hero so that the Naga can indirectly farm as well, instead of
That's
moving
true.
down to the Naga.
Yeah. Drag them away from your side of the map. Now Q is going to run up into a full legion of Tundra
He has
heroes.
backup.
Yeah, here comes the roll, down onto the low ground, trying to find the target, the Darkseer, but the rest of the team can't connect for now. It's just a rolling thunder into 3, who just kind of stare at that ping pong ball and they're like, cool. And now scram with you. They're still running forward with Whitemon with that level 6. The Static Storm is a real threat. Aurora, they can't fight in this area anymore.
Yeah, and because they didn't really move to the DP can't really do much to the Morphling. You see the Morphling just sitting in front of DP, and Jebs can't really contest his farm. He has a Null Talisman, and they gave him some mana regen, but that's pretty much it. I've been seeing this Null more and more often. Yesterday I saw it on a safe lane TA. I don't think we got that
I
up.
think it was Mickey.
And then I was like watching the game, was like looking at his mana. It feels like if your hero needs a little bit of mana regen, no talisman could actually be a new thing in the early game for you.
Yeah, and that's gonna help Jeb spam out that level 4 Crypt Swarm that he's opted to max out. He's only now at level 8 getting the EXO. And I think it's because he realizes nobody wants to play with him. He just needs to clear the creep wave over and over, try and min-max his farm up here, farm some of these jungle camps. I'm not too sure though. Aurora, they seem okay with this current game state, but you're playing up against Darkseer, Pugna, Morphling. Don't these guys just get bigger than you? Like, they have a crazy level, like minute 25, 30 minute timing, no?
Yeah, and they counter your Naga. They remove his illusions. So yeah, I kind of agree. I think sitting tight and just hoping that your Naga will carry you, probably not a good idea.
We're gonna try and make some moves now though. Level 8 on Jabs, the silence out onto Thompson. Whitemon is there, beautiful Static Storm holding them at bay. And here comes the TPs. He'll try and disrupt to save the Pango, but now he's in big trouble. 9 class with the Doom available, can't find the target, finds a punch in the jaw instead. And he'll get worked down, they can't fight into the EXO it seems. Thompson able to sneak away with a regen rune. Do they have any more ways of slowing him down? Here comes Lorinov, there's a wall. just kind of splitting up the fight. But again, it's such an early game wall that it doesn't do any damage. Thompson is going to get worked down. They'll run up Toby as well. And you just cha-ching, cash out on 3 free kills on Tundra. Excellent move from Aurora. They needed that.
That was such a beautiful sequence of events there from both teams, you know. Trying to gank the Pokemon and Disruptor just standing by, getting the silence and the kinetic field to stop the Pango from rolling in. And then the Doom TPing down, but he couldn't get the Doom onto Pango. And he got punched in the air as he was about to do.
Yeah.
All the small little plays there.
Aurora, like we mentioned, as much as it was a bit of a hairy early game, it's not like Aurora are known for their amazing early game. They're known for being able to turn the tides when it matters and get their late game calls some much needed farm. And that's exactly what this move gets them. A bit of space, a bit of breathing room, and more, like you mentioned, indirect room for the Naga to work, right? And we'll see a replay of that. Look at 9 class. He just momentarily just halts because Lorinov has just swashbuckled away. The target he was looking for is gone, and suddenly this fight is terrifying. Thompson gets a regen, just gets slowed down. All these timings coming together. The level 8, the EXO for Jabs, the nice Diffusal Blade pickup from Lorinov, and both supports hitting their level 6 in a very timely fashion. They just punish Tundra.
I think the Darkseid cannot be like coming to the fight last. If they are committed to defend the tower, or they are gonna at least try to take a fight, the Darkseid has to be there at the start. He needs to be able to...
Look at this cool item. Toby has a... I mean, he's just gonna get Athos. He has a mech, but Jabs, with that early item pickup, just works him down. This is a very unique item build coming out from this DP, and it's exactly what they need at this point in the game.
Yeah, they needed some catch. They are not really heavy on the catch of the Athos. And the Athos is like a really good item. If you look at the stats, what it gives the DP, it gives you mana and HP, right? This hero needs both HP and mana.
Perfect build up. It's Tundra trying to put back the aggression in the top side, at least take this tier 1. The glyph comes out, that should signify some sort of a defense.
Oh, here comes
9
the
class
roll.
has the Doom. The roll looking for Thompson now. They're only gonna find the Doom.
Oh, he got
turns it
silenced.
around. Oh no, stopped! Oh, Jabs reads him like a book. Waveform forward now to Pure, but now he gets disrupted. Things are hairy now for Tundra. They need to escape. They will be successful in doing so. The snowball reflected. That's not really what you wanted. Pure buying himself some time. Silence up still as the Manta and the Waveform away. There's 23. Nice static storms to stop the chase for now. Aurora, they're still inching forward with 23 and will be able to cut down Whitemon. Killing off his former support there. No mercy. But yeah, again, another situation where Tundra, they try and set up an aggressive move, they throw out ultimates, the Doom can't get his ult off, and Aurora just overpower them.
They probably have to wait for 9 class to farm his dagger. I think his dagger is going to be very, very crucial this game. Because they don't really have a lot of initiation, right, with the mid Pugna. And you can't really be relying on the Disruptor glimpse all the time against a Pango. So this dagger on 9 class is going to be so... I don't think he can actually afford to go drums this game. Like he's queuing up the drums, but I think he has to get dagger first.
Yeah. They need a body and they need it fast, that's for sure. I think on the flip side, you got 23, you got Lorinov and Jabs, all happy to just be on the front lines. Very clutch silence as well. I think that's been the MVP for both fights that Aurora have taken so far. Just that long-range AoE silence, stopping Thompson shenanigans, stopping the Doom.
Q.
Set up.
I have my
Do
dagger
something
9
to be
class. I don't need to farm. Oh, okay, now I cannot farm anything.
Hey, you know this item exists. It allows you to close the distance on the target instantaneously. It would be pretty handy for you to land a Doom or something if that's what you want to do. Just show it. You know, he's a salesman. He's gets commission on every Blink Dagger purchase. I think Aurora. That's the spiel. I mean, they don't even convert it into any kill. It's almost like they're just trying to force Tundra to feel more uncomfortable, get their butt clenched a little bit. You know, like oh shit, Aurora are looking for us on the map.
But on the other hand, I feel like if you just let the game go passively, everyone's training from it. It ain't that bad for Tundra. You have a Morphling, you have a Doom with support, and you have a Darkseid.
Yeah, but the problem is whether you can dodge these aggressive moves. Q walking in, jumping up onto Thompson. There's Jabs with a silence. He has to decrep off in time, but again, no help. And Lorinov swipes him down.
I mean, it's such a difficult partner game against this Tusk and Shadow Demon because they both kind of counter you so much. The Purge, so you can't decrep and save yourself. The Disrupt.
Yeah, there's never going to be a point in this game, even with that Phylactery complete on Topson, that he can stand his ground and just life drain. I feel like the ideal partner game
Dude,
plan.
the fact that he actually went Phylactery instead of rushing forced off against counters shows you how much confidence he has on his own play, you know? He's like, he's able to deal with it, and then after dying a couple of times, like, okay, I can't, you know, I have to buy forced stuff.
Yeah, 0-4 and 1 on Topson, not really the performance you've come to expect from this mid laner, but I think Aurora have put a lot of special care into countering him out. So it's like you mentioned, a very tough partner draft to play. If there's anyone who can do it, it is Topson. We'll see whether he's able to make anything happen. For now,
9 class,
even though
so close to his dagger, he can't die here.
gotta smoke up. And meanwhile, Toby getting aggressed upon. Again, the Greaves puts a stop to it for now, but he just gets shredded by 23. Easy pick off here. Pure gonna morph into that nice snowball. Okay, snowball to try and save him from now. He'll snowball himself. Pure in a whole world of hurt, but 23 there with a song. Gets out of the static storm just in time. And easy TP out. Again, Tundra, they're trying to put together some sort of a response, but the focus goes both ways. It's split. They're not on the same target, and they lose out on all the kills on Aurora.
And more importantly, they didn't have the dagger on 9 class. It's still in the career. If he had dagger, he would have gotten the catch there. Topson.
Here comes Jabs. Trying to use the tail end of that exorcism. Topson setting up with the Q in the mid lane though. Whitemon able to get out unscathed. The Q might not be quite as lucky. 9 class,
Ollie's
9
here.
class with the move speed. Ollie with the save, the wall, the last auto attack from the Tuscaloosa. Are you kidding me? No! It's not enough. Shadow Poison. Gets rid of it. Nicely done from Ollie, pulling out all the stops. Toby, that was an ambitious wall to say the least. These level 1 illusions don't really do too much.
Bro. That was a good try. You have to give him points for effort.
Yeah, he landed it too. That's crazy. 23, no song now. They have this vision. The Blink on 9 class, like you mentioned, could be looking for a Doom, could be looking for a dead fish
Dire's
to fry.
bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he
Got
got
out.
him.
Double stun up and the Doom. Ollie's there though. Will hold the Doom under disruption, and the snowball save, it's not enough. The Naga goes down, but this fight looking hairy now. Tundra, they need to try and escape, but beautiful ice shots and Lauren off with the chase. Thompson, you're going nowhere. No stuns, but Athos available. Where are you going, buddy? You get the Naga kill, but it comes at such a cost. Tundra, again, losing so many heroes just for 1 or 2 pickups. It's 13-5 right now, and they have a 6k gold lead on Aurora. They are feeling comfortable.
They got destroyed by the Aghanim's on the Pango there. He did so much work with his Swashbuckler and Shield Crash. You're gonna see, like, here. Like, they jump in with the Doom. That's the real hero, Disrupt. And they're focusing down Snowball, kind of delays a little bit, but Lorna comes in. Like, see, just 2 spells, like, destroys everything.
Yeah, slice, slice, slice. All the little sword play comes in. He does close to 3k damage that fight, just on all these 3 heroes. And again, another situation where Whitemon, a bit disconnected from the fight. A Static Storm would have really changed that. But you can imagine Tundra probably thought they were just getting a freebie and getting out of there, right? They have the 9 class Blink Doom. They were just going to put a Doom out, get some Topson damage, and that was it. They didn't expect to run into a whole team of Aurora responding.
Yeah, they need the Disruptor to get a dagger so that he can follow up with the Doom. Because the Doom is like, he's going to be far ahead no matter what. And without the dagger, it's going to be hard for Whitemon to follow up.
Yeah. I guess the upside is that Pure has had quite an
Another
uninterrupted
catch.
time to farm, but yeah, 9 class. He is interrupted. He's the definition of being bothered right now and killed off. Lorenov unstoppable. And you gotta imagine with the XO up, they can just waltz into Roche and grab that Aegis for themselves. I'm not really sure how Tundra can even hope to contest this.
Pretty sure they can't. I mean, right now they have to just try to accept the fact that your enemy is already far superior than you, and you have to play for your later timings on the high ground. They do have very, very good high ground. Vacuum, Disruptor ulti, the kinetic field, and you have a position power doom that's continuously scaling like the longer the game goes. And high ground with partner is obviously gonna make him a lot harder to be targeted down. Like all the fights that they are taking in the middle of the map where there's no like a fog to hide for Topson, it's always going to be easy for the Pango to just find him with the roll and kill him. And that's what I've been seeing the last couple of fights. Topson has been just having 0 impacts in the fight because of the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and I don't know whether this is harsh, but I also don't know if the 4 staff is going to be enough, right? Your supports are busy rushing their own items
Yeah,
for their
it'll
own
be hard.
positioning. You don't have glimmers, you don't have additional forces, just trying to force away that small measly distance that it covers for you. It feels like Lorinov can close that in just a snap.
They need to get the right jump. I think with the right initiation, then the partner can kind of do his thing. If they get the Doom on, I think Pango is the key target. If they get the Doom on him, I mean, he has the Aegis right now. They know he's a key target.
Here they come. Put a ward in the lane, Pure up to the high ground, trying to bait some sort of response to silence up. He can't get them off, but managing to get that Manta, and now Pure's in some trouble. Topson trying to play far away, but the snowball onto him, it runs into a static storm. Topson still able to survive for now. Now Lorinov trapped in a little bit of a cage. The Pango, like you mentioned, still has that second life, but he loses it. The first time, 23 needs to song and try and reset this, or at least buy some time for Jabs and Lorinov to operate. Do they still want to take the fight? This is looking a bit scary now for Aurora. Jabs gets melted down, and suddenly, this is the chance that Tundra were waiting for. Topson's still unscathed, they're killing off onto the Naga, and everyone else just has to TP out. Aurora getting a bit too comfortable, they're not respecting Pure. He has that Manta and gets himself out of there, throws them a bait, and they fall for the trap.
Yeah, that was actually a really, really wrong judgment call there by Aurora. After the song was popped, they still felt like they could fight after the DP got like really, really low. It was like 200-300 HP, and they still decided maybe they can take the fight there, not peeping away from the song.
It's a good attempt because you see on the bot side of the fight that they're trying to focus down Topson, but Lorinov just gets caged by his own tusked shard.
The disruptor stopping that engagement, and then the unfortunate shot there, I felt like after he boinked and he pushed the partner out, I think that fight was kind of over.
Yeah. And I think good recognition from 9 class. He gets the Doom out onto Jabs, basically limiting his availability in the fight. We see by the time the Doom runs out, Jabs is already so low, and he's out of Spirit Siphons. He wasn't healing up that entire time.
Yeah.
So Aurora, they kind of dropped the ball a bit, and even though they are still at a gold advantage, it feels like some of this control is now relinquished to Tundra. I'm sure they're feeling a lot more comfortable now.
I mean, this is precisely what I was saying. They just need the right initiation on the Doom. If they can get the right Doom, the right Hoopstorm, Disruptor ulti, they're gonna be able to do a lot in the team fights. Because the Pogna, as long as he's uninterrupted, he's casting his spells from the backline, he's gonna do a lot of damage in the team fights. Now Aurora, they have to kind of reassess how they are taking the team fights. How strong they are. I mean, sure, they have like a pretty good start to the game, but now they're starting to have to deal with this Doom with the dagger initiating on their heroes.
And I think Whitemon, you gotta give a special shout out to this guy because he has just rushed the shard. He doesn't even have the blink yet, but I feel like the static storms have been the things that are keeping Tundra in this game. Every single time Aurora try for an initiation, there's just a beautiful one covering such a blanket area that it makes it hard for them to maneuver the fight, allows Tundra to find these opportunities, and I can only imagine it's gonna get more difficult when he finishes the blink, right? He is, what, 600, 700 gold away from it, slowly farming it up with the Thunderstrike shard. And yeah, I mean, Tundra, they are shaping up Toby with the Lotus Orb himself, so that's going to deny some of these disruptions, some of these little silencers and Atoses that come out. Just a nice little dispel for Pure and company.
And the same can be said for Aurora. All they need is just the right jump. Like, how are they going to take the fight? Who's supposed to be standing in front? You want your DP to be in front, and ideally, your Pango just like comes in the middle of the fight. I don't think you want the Pango to be starting like the last fight where he just started and he got into a really bad spot and they just lost the fight. I think he needs to really wait and bide his time until he is for sure gonna catch the partner.
Yeah.
Then only he can show himself.
I think that was just a bit miscalculation because we saw that was actually the Force Staff paying off for Topson, right? He manages to just inch himself over that ice shard, and that ruins the entire engagement for Aurora. Now, they seem a lot more hesitant to try and make any sort of go again, especially since there isn't really an objective to fight for. Everyone's just fine farming. They don't really feel comfortable enough to start threatening these tier 2s just yet. The Death Prophet isn't strong enough, so they'll just farm up some defensive items, right? Load up on the Lincolns. BKB already complete for Jabs. He's looking at the Lincolns next. And okay, so 23 is not going for any sort of BKB Lincolns yet. He's trying to finish off the Bloodthorn, so just amplifying his own damage.
I think the Bloodthorn is just going to be very useful for him if he actually gets to catch out the Morphling.
Yeah.
Okay, Morphling has BKB too, so he has 2 ways of dispelling.
Yeah, everyone is BKB now. Even Pugna is BKB. So the fights are going to look very different, especially for the task he has to watch himself. He's trying to work towards his own. But that... Oh, Jabs just forced to pop the BKB.
Oh, BKB running in. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get the kill, but it's a 9-second BKB, and Jabs uses the EXO.
I'm not sure if that was... I mean, it's still a nice kill. 600 gold.
Yeah, 9 class is a lot richer than I expected, or at least gives a lot more gold than I expected. But Jabs, I don't think he'll be too pleased that he had to pop the EXO there. This is a potential timing for Tundra once 9 class comes up again.
Yeah.
It's just so odd because I maybe he expected that Tundra were looking for a fight, but you can see
Yeah, I think
enemy
he was
heroes on the map.
scared of dying there. I felt like he thought there were more heroes. And then in the end, he was alone, you know, then he is like, okay, why did I do
dude,
that?
you see as soon as Jabs pops the EXO, 9 class just starts dancing in circles because he's like, ha ha, tricked ya.
Yep, smoke. They're gonna try to abuse it.
There they go, grouping up in the mid lane, looking for a swipe down to the bot, making a beeline straight for where they last saw the Death Prophet. Oh, if 23 was paying attention, he'd see that Naga illusion just died. But I'm not sure if he knows. Oh, he just narrowly misses them, my goodness. On the hunt now, Tundra. Looking for a target. Again, they are just casually walking by so many of these Aurora heroes.
Yeah,
the opportunity's right in front of them, but...
They don't have wards. They don't see them.
White Mom doesn't have ops to place either. So they're just operating completely blind. Aurora able to just TP and extract themselves out of that situation. That was so weird because at any moment, if they just walked into the lane, they would have found one kill.
Unlucky. That's what you like to say.
Truly. Unluck. And suddenly this timing that you talked about, it is waning because EXO will be coming back up in 44. Your smokes are, you know, you still have one available, but you gotta be a bit more careful with how you use it. It's back to farming, it seems.
I think Aurora have to try to poke and prod in the team fights. They kind of need to use the song to try to waste that BKB, those BKB timers on the Morphling, on the partner.
Yeah, agreed. I think Aurora, they've drafted themselves so many pseudo saves, like you mentioned. I think if you're fighting on 5v5 into Tundra and you're allowing them to get all their symphony of spells together, you're just gonna get screwed over. The Doom, the Vacuum, the Dartseer ult, it's just way too much. And the Static Storm as well. The whole time, Pierre's gonna be pumping in damage with the Vindicator's Axe now. So much little annoying slows and stuff like that he's gonna be able to power through now. All things considered, I don't think Aurora are too upset about this game state. They're still getting a lot of gold, EXP, and space on the map to operate. It's just, I feel like as the game goes later and later, I'm not sure whether they have the late game timing. This Dartseer is getting his Aghanim's, your Doom is only going to get stronger, so is the Disruptor.
Yeah, and the Lotus on the Dark kind of counteracts the Blood Taunt on the Naga. I think that was just like a really, really good choice from Toby, just having that item pretty early.
Yeah. I mean, it's the only way you can purge one of your allies, right? Other than maybe a Wind Waker. I don't think there's any other item that can help you do that. So he gets the purge for himself. He gets the purge for an ally.
Top tower is under attack.
He's Mr. Purge right now. Just looking
No,
at
you can only call
him
him Mr. Purge if he gets the Wind Waker as well.
Oh, that's true, that's true. Are there any other purges? And maybe he gets a Helm Dom and then gets the Satyr Banisher as well. And he's truly Professor Purge. Thompson showing himself in the mid lane. Scary stuff. Initiation out. Thompson pops that BKB, gets out of trouble, but not enough. The Static Storm couldn't save him, and Toby wasn't close by to get him out of that situation. Now Pion's in trouble as well. 9 class looking for Doom, but can't find the target. Finally tries to throw it out, but there's the reset that you mentioned. They'll Doom out on the Naga Siren, trying to make the full use of these BKB durations, but there's Ollie with the save, the disruption, the reset, it's there, and Pure can't do enough damage. Naga Siren is gonna slither out of the trouble, forcing the waveform away, and now Jazz, he has the Ghost running. Tundra, this is no longer your fight. Toby's gonna get run down, and beautiful execution from Aurora. That is exactly what they needed. The reset from the song, we spoke about it, and it comes out perfectly. 9 class can't find the real hero, and they suffer for it.
Yeah, it seems like without partner, they don't really have enough damage between the other heroes to take down the Naga with the Eternal Shroud. Like, she's just so tanky with that item, and just surviving by the skin of her teeth.
Yeah, and you can't say the same about Thompson. You can imagine that Tundra were trying to use him as bait. They're thinking, okay, he has the BKB, he's gonna be able to bail himself out of any situation, because there's no BKB piercing disable, right? It's not like the Naga's gonna walk out, but that was absolutely not the case. They just blow straight through Thompson like a ragdoll, and now they're positioned around Roche. You don't have the EXO and you don't have the Song. A couple of key ultimates not available, only the Rolling Thunder. And maybe Tundra will try and contest. This could be huge if they come in time. The scan comes through. Oh, this is scary. 9 class, no Doom, but still has the Hoof Stomp. In comes Pure from a very different angle. They might not expect this Morphling. In he comes with the waveform, but quick blink out. Disaster now. Tundra, where's the rest of the squad? They need to try and set up around the pit. But the Rolling Thunder forward onto the Morphling. They gotta try and chase him out. There's Toby looking for the setup, but silence out. He needs to purge himself. Gets the green bumped around. Toby, he just can't find the vacuum that he's looking for. Now 23 on the high ground, looking to rip right into Whitemon. There's a Static Storm to try and help himself out. They pull him back in, but again, another killer disruption. Ollie has been so on point. Meanwhile, Toby's being controlled on the front lines. He gets killed off. The Naga is still fine, and now Thompson forced to pop the BKB, but nowhere to run. All he can do is try and drain, but he's left high and dry. Tundra, again and again they try, and again they fail into the lineup of Aurora. They are so ready, and Tundra, a bit too disconnected in the move. They'll lose Roche and 3 heroes for this now.
They got a little too antsy there. I mean, I get it. They were kind of worried about the Roche going down there, but yeah. I mean, they gotta know the DP ulti was on cooldown, right? Because he just used it, so they had to just do Roche the old conventional way, just right-clicking with the Naga illusion. So they actually had a lot more time than they think they had. So the Doom had 8 seconds CD on his BKB, but he just decided to, like he was just rushing it, right? Because he doesn't see the HP of the Roche, then he knows they're doing it, and he just brings in. But if he dies, they no longer can take the team fight. Exactly. I'd much rather you let Aurora finish your team fight as long as your BKB comes off cooldown, and then you might still be able to take the fight if you get the Doom on the right hero. But if you die for the information, it means that your team has to just back off, you know. If you blink in, oh, they're still doing Roche, Roche is still half HP, then you die, whatever.
Then that's
it.
Then
that's it already. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I think the game plan was, you can tell what Tundra were trying to do. They wanted to send the Doom in for the info and allow Pure, right? The idea is that, okay, you see the Doom blink in, shit, everyone on Aurora reacts. The Morphling was very clearly gunning for Ollie, but Ollie with the quick blink out, and even though Mr. Perch came in with all his Greaves, all his Lotuses and stuff like that, he's Mr. Perch, he's not Mr. Immune to stuns. They just get bumped around, silenced, controlled, and Toby can't get the teamfight execution that he's looking for. Whitemon forced the Static Storm a solo Naga that amounts to nothing because the team's attention is split. And I think that's a good summary of everything that's happened for Tundra so far. It feels like their attention is not singular, it's not focused, and as a result, they're falling prey to Aurora and their repeated setups and their repeated resets. All these disruptions and snowballs, it's just messing them up.
Now he realized he needs a dagger on the dark side. I think he needed that over the Aghanims for sure. Like in the team fights, he can't really get the. He was struggling to find the right vacuum, right? I think he only vacuumed one hero the last fight. TP.
Yeah. He only got jabs, so that was not really the move that he wanted.
It's difficult to combine your spell with the disruptor kinetic field select storm if you don't have a dagger.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one saving grace is that Pure has done a monstrous job farming. If you look at the net worth, he is still keeping neck and neck with the Naga, right? Even higher than the Pango at this point. While the other few cores on the side of Tundra have just trailed very far behind. You're looking at the Pugna, 15k. Darkseer, also 15k. But the Pango is just eclipsing them completely. Lorinov has had a monstrous game finishing up that Orchid and even backpacking the Lincolns because with the Aegis it feels so comfortable.
Yeah, you see the type of adjustment that Aurora is making after not having not having like a couple of series wins. You know, they lost a couple of games and they realized, oh, we can't really be playing greedy around Japs anymore. We need to prioritize our mid laner. And it's been working so far, you know. I mean, they haven't won yet this game, but they're still in a pretty good position.
Yeah. Even though the high ground defense isn't crazy, they have a combo, sure. But their late game, like we mentioned, it's still formidable. Sure, the Pugna might hit a plateau, but with the way that Thompson plays it, you never know what he's going to bring out. And I think Pure is still a huge force to be reckoned with. They haven't really been able to address him in the fights.
It's difficult for Pugna to be useful in the team fights. I think even if you BKB, you try to drain, decrep and drain, there's always a Warrior's Punch to cancel you. Then there's a Disrupt to save.
Oh, Pure. They're looking for the target. They miss out though. Manta's going to scout it out. They see the real Morphling though. This doesn't really feel like a viable target. He's just got to turn around, pop the BKB, yeah. I guess that's on cooldown now, but you've traded the Rolling Thunder for it. Should come out in tandem. Just going to play it safe on Aurora. Not overcommit there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good trade overall. Like forcing the BKB charge. I think that's they have like 65 seconds right now, like 70 seconds to take this tower. And now Tundra can't really do much without the BKB on Morph.
Yeah, it allows them to take it without having to use the EXO as well, so Jab still has that available for the potential high ground. Even at the sort of lowest duration now, the BKB cooldown is still quite a significant amount. You can't just throw that out willy-nilly. Especially against these top teams, they'll punish you for it. But at this point, even with the Aegis, it seems like Aurora aren't entirely comfortable. They'd love to get a pick off or two before going high ground. They're going to try and respond to this push. Whitemon and Pure, on a bit of an island now, they will just TP out. See Lornoff in the area and they smell some action is on the way.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like they have to try to help Disruptor farm his X right now. I think it's gonna give them an avenue of winning a team fight. I like that he actually has a gem, because when you're behind, I think you have to try to eliminate all the vision that your enemy has. Because when you're behind, they already invade your jungle, and more or less they're gonna have a lot of vision there. And to be able to come back into the game, you have to limit those type of visions that your enemy has on you.
Yeah, speaking of the Aghanims on the Disruptor, Aghanims on the Tusk, a whole other world of pick-off. You've got Glimpse, I will literally just kick you back to my team.
and he has Telescope. Anything that can increase his cast range is gonna be so scary.
That is terrifying. He can kick in a way larger radius than you might expect. And that could catch some of these Tundra members by surprise. We've already seen them have some trouble with finding the right positioning in the fight. Like Toby just can't get in the mix. The Doom is desperately trying to find his target. You just boot them straight away. They can't really reconnect in time. Their cores are just gonna die. 20-7 now at the 38-minute mark. Aurora, again, it feels like they've been able to tide through some of the early aggression that Tundra were throwing at them and really stabilize on the back of some nice moves from Lornoff. It was a bit of a slower start, but as soon as Jabs connected with the team, they were playing as a unit. And suddenly this Disruptor, when you're not getting the right jumps and when you're not getting vision priority, it's so hard to play the fight.
Well, they have to be patient. Kick. They got them off. Can get BKB.
Here comes Toby trying to help him out. It's a huge vacuum, but all the BKBs pop on the side of Aurora. This presents an opportunity now. Still looking for the Doom. Hasn't used it yet. They'll just be happy letting Pure get away. So trading out essentially 4 BKBs, a couple of ultimates. Aurora, their reaction is so quick. They don't let Toby get any initiation, but a lot of cooldowns expended. And they don't find a thing. Pure able to escape.
I think Aurora can still look for a move. Actually, no, they use PLT. I mean, I guess when the roll is up there, they might still be able to try and make some plays with it.
Yeah, I think good discipline from the team. I'm not sure who's shot calling, but you can see 9 class, he could have gotten a Doom out on any of those targets, but now they're gearing up. They're saving it for this reinitiation instead. I understand that Aurora have used quite a bit of resources, and now they're going to try and punish for it. But Aurora, yeah, top team for a reason. They know exactly what's going on now. If 23 breaks this smoke, it could be disastrous. They're looking for the blink. They can't find him. He's just on the cusp of their vision.
Know.
He has no clue though. He needs to get this song off, but he's pulled in, doomed up, and this fish is fried. Aurora lose a big kill on the map to Tundra. So much for knowing better.
And he doesn't have buyback, but Roche may spawn in 30 seconds. If it's a quick one, Tundra's gonna be really, really happy.
You gotta just try and push out these waves and pray to your lucky stars. Hope for the best. You get an Aegis on this morph, or even if the partner gets one, it's gonna be a whole world of hurt. We already saw so many spells come out to try and kill off Pure earlier on, and he was still fine. The second life is gonna make things a lot more hectic and troublesome. That was just a clean pick off. Nice catch from Tundra. They knew exactly where 23 would be, and nighttime, you know what can you do? The vision area is cut short. You don't really know this is coming. They didn't have scans available as well. The Q now in this invis will spot out the cores on Tundra. Tundra hungry for a fight though, still sticking around the area. They're all grouped up, so this task he can't really initiate even if he wanted to.
Radiant's top tower is under
They are
attack.
preparing to fight. Naga's about to
Radiant
respawn.
structures are fortified.
We'll keep our eyes out
I mean,
on
the
this
Pango is gonna be very, very strong in this fight with the Lincolns and Arcane Blink.
Oh,
as long as he's not doomed, he's gonna do so much.
Yeah, what is this? Whoa, very ballsy TP in from 23. And Pure just morphs into him, so illusions on both sides now. Again, you have the Thunder Strike. Shard available. They get the kick back. Again, trying to control out onto Pure. They got him. Where's the save? No one's around! Tundra just lose their carry for free, and now this is troublesome. Now you have to run. 9 Class has got to try and TP out. Disruption says no. He just has to BKB, but he's gonna get worked down regardless. Punched up into the sky, brought down to earth, and planted in the ground. A very over-aggressive positioning. Maybe he didn't expect it, but the Hex coming in clutch for 23.
I
And
mean, the Hex is not new, right? I feel like he definitely knows about the Hex. I mean, Naga had a Hex quite some time ago.
maybe he just finishes it now, which would make a lot of sense, but catching Pure completely off guard. Maybe he just thought his team was close enough by to respond, but clearly not the case. The rest of Tundra positioned way too far back, and now, would you look at that, Aurora really just try and threaten the high ground, maybe force some sort of buyback before walking into Roche. True enough, there's only 10 seconds left on that bad boy. Just poke and prod now.
Means Lorena Pango is just so huge right now. 10-0 and 7. It's a basher on top of his Diffusal, Arcane Blink, Aghanims Lincoln's Octarine.
He's played an insane game. I think, you know, the crazy thing is you're reading out his items. It sounds like you're reading out the ideal Pango skill, like item build, and he just has all of it. He's so farmed.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Even as Forgone the Boots, Mindbreaker as a tier 4 neutral item, that's just perfect.
Yeah, they're gonna have a refresher shot on the DP. Yeah, DP should probably be the one that fixes up.
Yeah, I like this itemization from Jabs because he was actually queuing up the refresher, but decides to finish off the Shivas instead. I think it just gives his team so much vision, and the healing reduction especially useful against this Pugna and the Morphling.
I mean, the damage
Cutting-
M too, the spell M.
Yeah, cutting everything short. Aurora, this is, we talked about it as early as the draft. This is essentially as peak comfort for them as you can get. They're very practiced with this kind of strategy. They're very practiced running this type of game plan. And they are doing it perfectly. Tundra don't seem to be able to poke any sort of hole or dent the armor. Just going from objective to objective. Shard now for Q's shards. So that's going to extend that just distance, I guess. The length. Is that length, height, width? I don't know. We're in 3D. Yeah, very
I mean,
comfortable position.
It's not the most useful one. I mean, the damage is nice, but
Yeah, it's like whatever, right?
yeah.
But I mean, Shadow Demon already has his, so you're not too fast. And the DP, the fear coming out from the Spirit Siphon is just so powerful as well. So he has already picked that up. Yeah, everyone already has shot, so I guess it was just Q who didn't have it.
I kind of like the old one more, where you have the
Frozen Sigil.
Yeah, the sigil.
Oh,
I think that's
don't
more-
remind me. It was such a
that's
sick
more
ability. You
useful.
got the scout and shit, like, and it slowed. It was so cool. Hashtag bring back Frozen Sigil. I think it's lit. Okay.
And Tundra is smoking. He don't care about
They don't.
the Aegis.
It's
They wanna
what
fight.
you always say. They just need one clean initiation. They need to burst before the response comes out. Lornoff showing himself in the mid lane. Immediately blinking away. Ori just breaks the smoke. He's in the middle of the tree. He's gonna find Pure. That's not the target that he wants. The Shadow Demon's gonna go down, but has the buyback available. Might just have to pop it if Aurora want to win the fight. The punch up into the skies.
Gotta do
23
one
able
Naga.
to create the distance. And TP out. He's fine. So much use for Tundra to find nothing for now. They're trying to focus down on the jab star, but he pops his own BKB. Snowball save. Back onto Pure now. Things are troublesome. Punch up into the sky. Lornoff still swashing in. Has that second life available. Will lose the first. There's another kickback. The controller onto Pure. He's still doing quite a bit of damage, so the Static Storm onto
Caught
the
the
Pango.
Pango.
No one to focus him though, as Jabs is ripping up Toby. The Darkseer just has to run. Yeah, they have the Pango, but who's doing the damage? Now with the song. And the
can roll
control
soon.
out. Oh, troublesome. Silence up. Pure still has the Manta, popping the second BKB on Jabs. Tusk in some trouble now, but Pure left alone. The rest of the squad, Toby can't help out. With the heals, they should be able to fish him out of trouble. Still trying to chase down Waveform on the high ground. Pure desperately trying to escape. They'll lose sight of him. See this little water boy trying to juke around. Where's the rest of the control? There's Ollie with the silence. Again with the punch surrounded on all sides. Here comes Toby. Huge vacuum. It's not gonna be enough. Even with the D-crap. Looks like the Morphling's just going down. Can't TP out of this one. And Tundra lose their carry again. They might just lose Thompson. Trying to TP out. Nowhere to run though. Just kicked back into the fray. And the control, it's just way too much from Aurora. Tundra, they're out of options. No more buybacks on these two calls. And you gotta imagine it's gotta be, like, what? 2 lanes of racks minimum?
bottom tower is under attack.
Might actually be the game, you know. They might actually try to force by going for the throne.
Bottom tower
And there's a tier 2 mid, so they might just go for the throne after this.
Yeah, Aurora have looked so dominant in their game so far. When you give them a strategy as comfortable as this for them,
Dire's bottom
ain't gonna let you
barracks
forget
is
it.
under attack.
Try for some cute last picks with the partner,
Dire's bottom barracks
but
has fallen.
it's just not doing enough in these late game team fights. You see again and again, Aurora layering these disables so cleanly. It's a punch into a kick, into a disrupt, into a silence. Nowhere for you to run. Lornoff beast moding it this game on this Pango. But a punch come
Kill?
out.
Oh, he tried to kick. I think he got the illusion.
I think he kicked the illusion instead, but Lornoff still in with Rolling Thunder. Just poking and prodding at the Darkseer. They know they don't want to force more, just trying to get some sort of reaction, maybe bait out a buyback, but Tundra, they don't have that available.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, you kind of just have to wait for the morphling. Just silently watching as the enemy takes your buildings.
Yeah. I can't believe that 23 was able to just TP out of that fight while he was doomed. I think that was illegal stuff. Tundra, they haven't been able to synchronize their moves in the same way Aurora has. And it's clear that they're being punished for it, right? The team play, the spell casting, it's just on another level for Aurora right now.
The team fights are just so much easier for them to start with the Tusk being able to kick someone out of position. I mean, on Tundra's side, you can kind of only wait for the 9-class Doom to get the right Doom. He has to Doom the Naga, right? If you don't Doom the Naga, he's just gonna Song every time you Doom.
Exactly.
Say you Doom the Pango, you Doom the DP, they just Song and reset.
Yeah, and your BKB durations aren't long enough to kill off the Naga. She's so strong. And the whole time, yeah, your teammates are under the song, but Ollie can still save, you can still snowball. There are so many tools for them to use into these BKB targets. It is looking like a tough affair for Tundra. Not enough options for them. Just one singular linear way of potentially winning the team fight. They need to rely on 9-class on this Doom. He's coming clutch for them on Bat Rider. Getting clutch lassos and Whitemon as well, but it feels like these two supports, their effectiveness has just been hampered by this draft. It's such a hard situation to play Disruptor into when your Static Storm doesn't mean someone is dead.
I mean, it's still an Aghalim's Disruptor, RP. I think if they
just got it.
get the vacuum into the Static Storm, he's gonna have level 18 soon. I think this is actually, it might be good enough for them to win the team fight.
Perhaps, yeah. He has the Static Storm duration talent as well that covers an extremely large area. That's going to last for quite a bit. So far, Aurora have shown that they are very on top of popping those BKBs at the sight of a vacuum.
Under attack.
So they're going to have to be quick. Because if they all get zapped in there, it's, I mean, all this advantage that you have could melt in an instant. Still ways to go though for the next Roche, and it doesn't seem like Aurora are too pressed about, you know, forcing the issue. They know that Tundra are at full power right now. They know that there's a chance that they kind of throw it all away on the high ground, so they'll wait. They'll be patient. This is their specialty after all, just continuing to farm, stretch the map out, and make Tundra work for every inch they want to grab.
I mean, looking at the buybacks, there's only 5 heroes that has buyback. Tundra has Morphling, Darkseer plus Pugna buyback. And actually Doom. Aurora only has 1 buyback on DP.
It's just kind of scary because it's in moments like these where you're hoping your clutch players like Thompson or Pure can try and make some crazy plays to come back in the game. But it feels like with a pick like Pugna, there's only so much you can do, right? Like, especially in this situation where you're fighting front to back and there's a task, we already mentioned, such a hard draft for Tundra to play. No matter how skilled your players are, no matter how good you guys have been so far, there are just limitations. The team fight, it's so hard to take.
I think the vacuum Darkseer, the Darkseer vacuum into the Disruptor Static Storm, that's the only way for them to play the team fights right now. I don't think the other ways that they started before, they tried to start with the Doom to try and do. I think the Doom can only wait on the sidelines, like honestly. Just has to wait for the Darkseer to land the combo with Disruptor, and then he waits for the Naga to show, and then he gets the Doom on Naga. Like, if he's going in first, how is he supposed to get the Naga? I just don't see how.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like they have enough burst damage to kill off somebody in the Doom as well before any of these defensive maneuvers come out. Again, the toolbox very well loaded for Aurora. Just playing it safe and careful, waiting around a lot, but not in a rush. A smoke out from Tundra as they try and breach their own triangle. Whitemon will break it. Q looking for a punch. Doesn't get the stomp off though and just kicks the Doom back in. Troublesome now is Pure, caught in a very awkward position. 9Class just dies. Again, they have Pure on the high ground and they'll join him up there for a cage match. Punch up into the sky. Thompson trying to do all he can to save his ally. They'll fish him out of there for now. The buyback on the Doom. And the Static Storm holding jabs in place, but there is the song reset. 23, they're holding 9Class in place on the north side of the fight. Again, this Doom just can't get anything done. And 23, meanwhile, has just held them down entirely. They can't kill this Naga off in time because there's Ollie with the save again. 23 able to BKB now. The second song though, this is looking scary. The BKB from Pure committed but kept under wraps again. Now there's Aurora, the rest of them ready to put an end to this fight and end to this game. They'll kill off Thompson, they'll kill off Toby next. And Pure, it's just him remaining, but what can he
Got
do?
the Pango.
He's still trying, still pumping in some damage. They'll buy back immediately on the Pango. Surrounded by 4 here. Trying to TP out, but nowhere to run. And Tundra, all these buybacks used, all these spells casted. But just not enough in the tank.
Yeah, 23 just a little bit too tanky there. Just I think he dodged some of the damage with the well-timed mirror image as well. It must be the waveform.
Yeah.
With the right click. And just allowed him to survive there. And now Pure has to buy back too. I'm not sure it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, I think Aurora, they're probably going to play this safe though. They don't want to risk running up into the Morphling. We still see that Pure, like we keep saying, is a huge force to be reckoned with. He's able to chuck out so many adaptive strikes and do such a significant amount of damage in the fight that Aurora has to reset multiple times to even feel comfortable. But now, with this buyback, you can just stroll back into Roche. You still don't have your setup available on Tundra. You're hoping for a faster spawn, but of course, as we can see here, it's 50 more seconds until that. So there still is an opportunity here for Tundra. They just need to figure out how they want to take this fight. It can't be the Doom blinking in. It can't be Morphling getting hexed and kicked away from the squad. They need to try and put a plan together, whether it's a smoke wraparound play, whether it's finding a particular hero first. It just hasn't worked out for them so far, so they need to switch things up.
I mean, Toby has to start the fight, I think. Either he goes in with the vacuum into disruptor spells, or he just tries to punch someone and try to create a distraction so that the Doom can find the Naga.
There they go.
I mean, he has a
Seen this move time
Shivas
and
to
time
open
again.
up the vision.
Can try.
That's
Two on the
triple
front
wards.
lines from where they're approaching
Disruptor
though.
has wards.
Yeah. And Vision, they
They
just
have
need
to
to put
place
it up
them
onto
down.
the high ground. They put the Nether Ward in, there's the Doom. They get the Doom onto the Tusk. Okay, that's a unique target. Lornoff rolling in though, huge Static Storm. Gets the touch on the jabs, and I mean, Q can't contribute in the fight, but they've already lost Whitemon.
The damage.
There's a lot of damage from Pure though. He's just ripping Jabs apart. Jabs has to buy back in this fight, but 23 holding them down with the song again. They can just reset and get back into this fight. Toby on the front lines, he's just getting worked down. Silence up, has to try and run away with the Surge. He'll get out of trouble. But now there's 23 trying to cut him off on the retreat, but they don't have enough of a singular focus. Pure now punching into Lornoff. This is scary. The Pango did buy back in the previous fight, and Pure, he's still unscathed. These buybacks, they're being put to work by Tundra, but Thompson now left high and dry on the front lines. Doesn't have a buyback. It's a 5v3 situation at best, and Pure trying everything he can to hold this high ground, but it's not to be. 23 will swipe him down, and at the end of the day, taking this fight around the outposts of the Radiant just ends up being your demise. 116 seconds without your Morphling and 100 without your partner. This has got to be the end.
Yeah, well played 23 Savage there, just dragging the price, wasting the BKBs, waiting for the Hex and the Bloodthorn to come off cooldown. This Morphling couldn't fight, you know, once he has no BKB, he has no way of protecting himself. He's just gonna get caught by the Hex and die. Sure, he has Refresher for a second BKB, but Naga he did a really, really good job just fighting in and out, just delaying, finding
GG.
openings with the Hex.
Yeah,
well
there
played,
you go.
know?
Very well played from Aurora, and I gotta admit though, I think that final attempt, 9Class dooming out onto Tusk, I think that was the start of a potentially good fight, right? Q has been doing
It was
much work.
actually a good choice.
Yeah, it was
Because
great.
Q was getting so much done in the team fights by kicking out the Morphling into a really bad position, and it kind of forced Tundra to move into. They have to move in to help him, and it puts them at risk of running into a big rolling Thunder or a DP shredding them with the EXO. So it was a good choice, I think, to doom the Tusk, but he had buyback. So I think it was close. The Morphling kind of like they caught after they've doomed the Tusk. The Disruptor caught two heroes. It was the DP and Anala in the Static Storm, and Morphling
Yeah.
his wave in with the Talon with the right click.
He just
and
ripped him up.
He
Yeah, it
actually
was so
almost
much
killed
damage.
them. He actually almost killed them, but it was just like a little bit unlucky that they didn't have that one more spell to kill them.
Yeah, you gotta imagine Thompson, trying to find his footing in the fight. There's just so much focus on him. Every time he shows his slimy little green face, they just turn on him and kill him off. It's very hard to navigate. I think Tundra, they put up a good final attempt there at a team fight. Unfortunately, it's not to be. Aurora kind of outmaneuver them, and with that, they're gonna take away game number 1. Now, whether they can stop this tying fiesta and really edge themselves out an advantage in this group stage, we'll find out after a short break. Game number 2 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere.
I thought we were supposed to talk through the replay. I mean the highlight.
Oh, my bad. I forgot, I forgot about that. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
It's okay.
Oops. I saw us going to lobby. I thought, wow, shit, game starting already. I fucking. Sorry, Shah. I don't know if you can hear me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, turns out we're not. Yeah, I mean, turns out we're not off just yet. Thank goodness for that. Almost messed up. Sent us to a break when we have a full replay to watch. At least you could enjoy it in silence without having to hear us like yap on. But yeah, I think just a recap of that game. I don't think there was any chance, right? As long as Aurora kept stringing together these moves, stayed disciplined, they were completely fine. I think as soon as that mid move started, that early game, it just turned everything around. And as good of a start as Thompson had, it wasn't gonna be enough. I think, maybe Winter's already knocked off here, but got for a little bit of short break. But yeah, just a bit of miscommunication here. But yeah, we have a full set of... we still have best of 2. So I think Tundra, they've been bringing out interesting strategies so far. Just this one didn't really work. We already mentioned it in the draft that, most of the time when they try and put the priority onto Toby's pick later on in the draft, doesn't really seem to be a game plan that works out for them. That's the same thing that happened up against BetBoom yesterday, where they played that Slada, had it in last pick, but just couldn't go the distance, right? And I think BetBoom were able to win there. So you can see in this final fight, there was actually so much damage being dealt by Pure. He's a real force to be reckoned with. But again, 23, every single time he's able to get that song off. So much healing, because he already has the Axe and the Axe Shard finished up. So he's just healing up so much of his HP throughout that. It's basically a full reset. And I think Aurora, they've done a really good job in terms of keeping things together. And that's going to net them game number 1 though. 27k gold lead. And yeah, really, really clean stuff overall. So yeah, I mean, I think as long as Aurora continue getting these key components, I mean, putting the Tusk on Q, he was doing so much work in the fights. And yeah, I think at this point, despite your buybacks, you're always going to have that advantage on the Radiant side. So it is what it is, right? You're trying your best. A team fight, it was just not to be. Tundra, you try and come back and get another one. But yeah, I mean, so far they've been pretty sufficient in adapting and adjusting midway. So hopefully they can try and bring it out. We'll see that early fight again. But yeah, this is where it all started going wrong, I think. Yeah, so of course, that's the end, and we will be back for Game 2 for real this time. For real, we're not sending you to a break where there's highlights, we're sending you to a real break. Game 2 on the horizon. See you guys in a bit. Game 2 of Tundra versus Aurora, and I will never forget highlights again. Purposely's and Winter here bringing you the action. And that game number 1, I think Tundra, they put together their classic little special sauce, right? They always like to have a bit of flair in the drafts. This time they put the priority on Toby, giving him his Darkseer that he's been impressive in the past, but it didn't really work out for them. That last pick, Topson partner, couldn't really do much in the team fights. Too much control, too much reset. Aurora, clean game plan, clean execution. This is what they've been doing. So let's see what Tundra can respond with.
Yeah, unfortunately, the partner just kind of got countered really hard in the game. I mean, he probably felt like the lane matchup was going to be very advantageous for him against a melee hero. And he felt like if he had a good enough start that he can actually bypass all the counters. But it was clearly not the case.
Yeah.
I mean, without the 4 stuff, I felt like he was also gonna have to. I mean, it's not ideal for him to buy 4 stuff on partner call, but he had to buy. But even with the 4 stuff, I felt like he's still dying. Then he needed to buy BKB, so he had to invest so much money into buying defensive items, which is not ideal, for a partner.
Yeah, and then even after he bought all those items, he was still dying, right? There was no point in the game where it was difficult for Aurora to kill him off. It felt like every single time he presented himself, it was just an easy burst through and they killed him off. And I think that's the primary weakness of the partner. So far, whenever we've seen it succeed, it's Topson driving the tempo, running with the team, just kind of out-leveling you, getting these items ahead of the time. But in an even game state where Aurora's also farming, they're getting their magic resist up and their own disables, it becomes a very tough affair. Now, we'll see what type of adaptation they make though.
He's thinking about which hero can abuse Phylactery. Every time when it comes to, the team wants to pick his hero, then he's like thinking his brain is
buy
moving.
Phylactery though?
Which Phylactery hero is good here? Which
true.
one?
I mean, so far, most of the heroes he's built abuse Phylactery. He has picked Zeus, Sniper, Pugna, and Omni Knight, who all love Phylactery. The only 2 heroes he's played that don't really abuse Phylactery is Kanka, DK, and maybe the Puck, sort of, but Puck's a whole different beast in itself.
Round 2, same draft.
Round 2, yeah. I mean, we've seen this before. The teams that sort of... this is the same thing with Tundra, right? They don't make huge sweeping adjustments. They just like to fine-tune the pieces. They just need to identify what went wrong. And I think in that game, maybe the partner wasn't really the pick. I think as we get deeper and deeper into this round robin, it's clear that teams are getting better at dealing with the sniper, dealing with the partner. So maybe it's time to switch gears, bring out your B strat.
Yeah, but at the same time, I felt like the Doom, the Darkseer kind of didn't really work out for them too. You know, it's not just the partner being
Agree.
like a
10
problem in the
seconds
game. I
remaining.
think the other heroes could have definitely done more. And
5 seconds
let's see if
remaining.
they try to rectify that, or they feel like everything is fine. We just needed to pick something else other than partner.
Radiant
I'm not really
team
convinced
back.
about that Doom because I understand it's one of the strongest heroes of the patch, but it didn't feel particularly good in that game. I understand that it denies the DP of the healing, but if you're
I feel like he kind of messed up a couple of initiations, and
Yeah.
I think that was pretty much it. After
10
he
seconds
he
remaining.
didn't get Doom on a couple of really key fights. I think the
5
game was like
seconds remaining.
and the Roshan when he was like rushing, like just blinking in when his BKB was still on cooldown for 8 seconds.
Yeah. It was weird. I mean, that entire
Radiant
setup,
team picked.
again, I think we've already rationalized it that we're thinking, you know, we understand there's a bit of tension and there's a bit of antsiness there. They want to get in and they don't want to miss out and give the Roche away for free. But that a few of these micro decisions really ended up screwing over 9 class. I think he's a player that Tundra have relied
10
upon
seconds
heavily
remaining.
to fill the gap in terms of initiation. So far, it's always him on the bat,
5
always him with the
seconds
techies
remaining.
blast off, the tusks, even his Monkey King that's banned out here. So, you know, I think tough game for him. You know, maybe he can try and pick things back up. The bat was completely ignored in the previous game. I'm a bit surprised because we've seen it as a very decent pairing against Disruptor, but I guess it's just kind of tough to play into Tusk.
Not really. I feel like bat is pretty decent. I think it's something to do with the lane. Maybe they wanted to pick Darkseer from, like, they were planning to pick Darkseer, so they wanted a melee hero, and they also kind of want to use the Doom as a disguise. You know, they are trying to mask what they're trying to do. They're trying to mislead Aurora,
10
True,
seconds
true.
remaining.
and they go for the Io toss.
seconds
Very I
remaining.
would say European
Terrifying.
draft. No, it's like a OG type of, like a European type of opening. Thus, I
Yeah.
don't really see a lot of SEA teams doing this, but it's always good to adapt something that's working really well from the other teams and try to make it your own.
Yeah, fair.
IOTAS gives you a lot of I think it's not the same with the Shadow Demon, but it gives you a lot of like map presence. The task becomes a lot stronger with the IO in the game because you can pick off heroes with relocate coming in.
So far, a quick look through Toby's heroes. Apart from Centaur and Brewmaster, Tundra have only won games where he's picked either DK, Kanka, or Death Prophet. So those might be options that they're looking at as just kind of backup strat. I think still the Aurora strategy of banning out these first 4 set of heroes is a very solid one. They're not entirely scared of Thompson's hero pool. They're more so taking out Pure's strongest hero and what he's like to pick up recently in that Drow Ranger, and just
Esports,
banning out
turn
what
to pick.
I think Tundra have been very comfortable putting Toby on. But there is that Marcy.
And one of 9 class specialty hero. I think he's really good at all those I think melee initiating hero. Doom might not be his best one, but Marcy is one of his
10
better one. I've
seconds
seen him
remaining.
play really well on this. Marcy, I think Marcy and Bat, right? Those are his 2
5
best heroes.
seconds remaining.
Maybe you
I
could
put
make
the
an
techies in
argument
there as
for
well.
you could make an argument for the techies or the monkey too. But I think he's a very unique position for a player. I think he pioneered a lot of like different play styles when you go to the lane, and depending on your opponent's heroes, their range or melee, and he changes his play style depending on what heroes are they, the range of the melee heroes. I think it's very interesting. I learned a lot on how to play the lane as a support by watching him play when he's dealing with different
Radiant
types of
team
heroes.
picked.
Yeah, and they're still gonna come out with the Bat Rider, so things are looking suspicious
Off
now.
lane, Marcy off lane.
I mean, so far, the Marcies that we've seen picked, if they're not in position 4, they've been played in position 1. A few teams have already picked this up. Usually, you
10
pair it with some
seconds
sort of steroid, like the IO, some sort of Solar Crest builder. This game, the
5
Bat can
seconds
do it, I
remaining.
guess. But it doesn't really seem convincing to me at the moment. It feels like it needs a bit too much support. But Tundra, I mean, they are well known for their rather clunky strategies and making them work, so very interested to see how this pans out. Just a quick look here, let's see.
I mean, could the Bat Rider be a core? What's happening? I think maybe
the
Bat
only
Rider.
person who plays Bat Rider core is Whisper or Malrine, from what I'm aware of.
Yeah,
The last
let's
time this team played The last time this team even played Marcy was this Birmingham qualifiers? That's like 2 months ago. I don't know about this. This is feeling a bit weird to me. But who knows? Tundra probably have a couple of strats cooked up here, like we mentioned, and there's the Troll Warlord. So
I mean,
this is
used
something
to-
that 23 has practiced quite a bit.
You used to never see Troll into Bat Rider. I tell you,
Yeah.
like Bat Rider is one of the most annoying. But with the Aghanim's right now, Troll can play into Bat Rider. Dispel
10
herself.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. And also Bat Rider has changed quite a bit, right? I feel like in the past he was very
5
much about the
seconds
sticky
remaining.
napalm and kiting you forever. Right now it feels like he's more like a setup support. He's not really a core that can threaten that much damage
Yeah,
anymore.
that is true. I mean, he gets annoying when he gets to very, very late game when he has a lot of items. But right now, he's not that big of a
Tundra
threat to Troll.
Esports
I mean, he's still
turns
annoying, you know, if you can drag him out of position if the IO is not there to bail him out.
Pieces are starting to come together now. It can only either be a Toby Marcy.
Everyone is backline. Like all this backline heroes, Bat Rider, Puck, Disruptor. This Marcy has to do a lot, you know. He has to
10
play like a
seconds
Centaur run in, be the beefcake, be the tank, be the initiator.
5 seconds
Yeah, there's
remaining.
also the chance that this
Radiant's
Bat Rider
team
is
back.
some crazy call, right? I think Tundra, they're throwing Aurora for
I-
a bit of a loop here.
I feel like it could very well be a position for Marcy and a core Bat Rider. You just
Is it
don't
a
know
Toby
what's
hero
coming.
though? I feel like, does he even play that?
I don't know.
I have not seen him play this often.
But I think
Bat Rider.
Bat Rider core is
10
very
seconds
it's very situational.
That's fair.
Yeah, it has to be in a very good lane matchup for you
5
to abuse it.
seconds remaining.
Because
I
the
guess the
hero on a
troll-
core, the hero on a core has a very weird power spike, right? Because you're really strong after you get your dagger, but after that you fall off a cliff. You need to
Yeah.
farm until you get to late game, and then
Like
you become strong
BKB,
again.
Blink, Octarine,
Yeah,
all
you
that
have like
shit.
the weirdest power spike where early game it goes up it goes up, and then middle game between 15 to I would say up to minute 30 you're like kind of
Yeah.
useless, and then after that when people start to have lower charges of BKB, and then you get Octarine core, you get a lot of CDR cooldown reductions and stuff,
Yeah.
and then your hero becomes useful again.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Bat Rider's power spike, if it was a roller coaster, it would be the most exciting roller coaster you've taken in your life. You just right as the 10-minute mark takes over and your Blink Dagger power spike ends, you just hit this insane downfall, and you're so easy to kill. Any silence, any disable, you just get wrecked. And we'll see what Tundra decide to do with this pick though. They snap up the Thompson Park. He's the only one who's played it recently, and I think, you know, he has shown really strong
10
performances
seconds
on it
remaining.
so far. Very limited control between the silence and the tusk punches.
5
So he
seconds
might have a game
remaining.
where he's able to just dance around his opponents again.
Tundra Esports
They don't
turn
really
to
have good
ban.
counters to him. The last time he got countered hard on the puck now. So I mean, Tusk and I are not the best heroes to catch a puck.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I feel like they might get overwhelmed by this 5-man ball, because it's a troll with Io backing him up, the DP hitting your tower with EXO. I mean, you have
10
kind of like
seconds
very little
remaining.
team fight with your heroes. I mean, you have some with the disruptor, but you're more about trying to pick people
5
off on the map
seconds
and trying to
remaining.
split the map and play the long game.
yeah.
But you might run into a situation where if the DP somehow gets too good of a start or slightly a better start, they get runes, they get kills, they could just snowball and take the whole map away from you. And when you have no map, what's the point of like trying to play this type of like split push strat, right? If you can't really do much about it. But right now, there's still one more hero to come out from Aurora. They need to have one pick to address all this like split pushing red heroes. I presume it should be like some Primal Beast type of hero to help them
Yeah.
deal with it. But Tundra has to pick the last hero first. They have to reveal their carry. They know they're up against a troll and a potential offlane DP.
There's still a Pango available, again, if Lornoff wants to go back for it, although it's a
Tundra
slightly tricky game now
Esports
with the
turn
lasso.
to pick.
And yeah, they decide to respect ban it out. They don't want to give Lornoff that
Radiant
option.
team pick.
Sniper.
Oh, wait, what?
Okay. Okay, we have something cooking here, and this time it might just be
Carry?
a pure sniper.
Carry sniper?
I think so.
Everybody's trying to play from range. They have no like frontal
They
threat,
have no,
you know?
yeah, no.
Everyone
not,
is
not
like
at all.
trying to hide. Like Marcy is not
Yeah.
the.
They're
she's
just gonna
not
rely
the-
on outranging the death ball, which I guess is a pretty decent strat. We've seen it happen to, funnily enough, Tundra. When they play long range artillery, they get outranged by global strats. Now they're like, okay, you want a death ball? We're gonna be so far away from that death ball that you can't even touch us. It's actually pretty
Yeah, but
interesting.
I feel like they can just solve the problem with some primal or something to catch some storm to catch them. I
Yeah.
don't think it's like oh, the sniper has no answers type of game, you know.
That's true. That's true.
And you have Io to, if it's a storm, Io can be a mana battery.
Fair. Go for the Beastmaster instead.
Now select
So that's
your
what
hero.
Japs wants to pick
It's a
up.
little more 5-man, but it kind of helps with the catch.
Yeah.
You can kind of sort of catch the Puck and Sniper. It's not like
Sort
I
of.
think Puck is harder, but Sniper is a lot easier for Beastmaster because you can always use your vision with your Hawk to try to scout him out if he's hiding somewhere.
Yeah.
And you run in. Once you find him, you have the roots and your ball to kill him.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. Maybe we'll see a different build come out from Japs. I'm not sure whether this is the type of game you go for X. I just imagine he's going to go for
Nah,
the standard
probably
Helm Dawn build up,
Helm.
Vlad.
Yeah, Helm Vlad's build.
Yeah, BKB. Aurora, they are completely playing off of their own timing here. They're not too concerned about what Tundra have. They just made that last pick decision to further invest in their
10
own strategy.
seconds remaining.
Do you think Tundra Esports have enough to resist that push though?
It's
5
gonna be
seconds
really
remaining.
dependent on their execution. I think all this type of draft with not really very direct way of team fighting the opponents is always gonna be like how well you're pushing the wave, getting out, getting pickoffs with the glimpse, getting pickoff with the puck coil, and how
Yeah.
well Toby is doing. I think Toby is going to be
Again,
again a very very important piece in this puzzle, right? If he does not get a good start, because he's the anchor in this draft, he's holding a portion of the map, he's defending, he's holding, and if you don't have an anchor holding the map for you, what are you gonna make plays with on the bat and the puck, right? It's gonna be very difficult. And Sniper is definitely not a lane or a holder or anchor. He wants to just hide and wait for something to happen and connect to that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tundra Esports, it's interesting because it feels like once again they've put themselves in a position where Toby has to do so much. In the past, on his Centaur, on his Brew, he's done the job just fine. He's brought the team to success, but really this series has been a real test for him. And hopefully he can rise above, because what Aurora have is a death ball that's going to run at you if the lanes go even okay for them. Similar situation to last game where they have a solid plan, they're going to run it down, and I'm not really sure what the Tundra strat is. I guess the idea is that at least their high ground isn't bad this time, right? You have the lasso, you have the kinetic field, static storm, and you have a sniper plinking away. So pushing up to these tier 3s and actually ending the game is going to be a very tricky affair, especially the puck split pushing waves and splitting the map and all that. Could be an option. We've seen what happens when Thompson is unleashed on this puck before. This time it'll be pure playing the sniper. I think that's what really stands out about this Tundra lineup. Their ability to flex so many annoying, seemingly niche heroes across their different players.
They're all about to get the Kanda, you know. Getting a carry that buys Kanda, Luna, Morphling, Sniper.
It's like they're keeping track, you know. Everybody at the end of this entire tournament, whoever got to buy Kanda the most wins a small prize or something like that. Like everybody just wants a Kanda hero so bad. You gotta imagine that Aurora, their lanes are gonna be just fine, right? You have the Tusk DP again, very, very strong, and the IO Troll. So
30
Troll,
seconds
his lane
left.
domination is going to just get further empowered. I can't imagine that the Bat and Marcy can do much, and even the Marcy, later down the line, when you build some damage or maybe some attack speed or just raw power, get hit by one whirling axe and half of your attacks aren't even landing.
I mean, we'll see how well the Troll does this game. They're gonna try to contest the rune here. I mean, Jabs is not even gonna try. His Ancient is blocked by a sentry. Yep, Landcast's gonna snag one away.
Okay. Tundra getting a slight rune advantage here, but looks like Toby getting caught. Forced to level that rebound just to hop out of there.
Yeah, that's not very ideal for the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, level 2 you want to have actually one dispose and one sidekick. But
Yeah, that's fair.
you gotta do what you gotta do to survive there. So he has to just try to play the lane a little bit more passively. Try to farm, get your level 3.
Yeah, I haven't seen the offlane Marcy too much. How you feel about this pick? Because I'll be honest, not convinced. I'm not really sure what this pick does for them this game. I understand that sidekick is really strong for Pure, but apart from that, I don't really see the effectiveness of this hero.
He's a very unique hero. He's a buff. He's a hero that can buff your carry and go for solo pickoffs on the map. Very, very strong. He has his own timings. And meanwhile, Q this time gets the job done against the Disruptor. Again with the Orb of Venom build.
I misspoke, by the way. I thought I don't know why I just categorized it being Death Prophet Tusk lane. It's a Death Prophet Beastmaster lane, which is still terrifying because now you have the ball to slow as well.
Another catch on the Pure.
Oh, Pure. Uh-oh. I mean, they
that
can just
actually somehow did not fully block him.
He's
I have no idea why.
he's a very thin boy, you know. He can squeeze his way through that little nook. Very athletic on the Dwarven Sniper. But yeah, things should be pretty quiet. I guess the most exciting lane would be top to see whether Japs and Q can continue racking up these kills. Sniper, not necessarily the best laner. He should be able to get some decent degree of CS though.
This
But
time they got
again,
him.
Yeah, every single time they do that, it's just so much pain. Gonna put the tag team out. Bird's gonna dive in as well.
He's gonna die.
Pure
I
is
think.
looking dead. Oh, just need one last auto
got-
attack.
he
He
got
manages to
blocked.
just weave his way past the tree line.
Yeah, that was
Fortunately,
good play
Japs
by
and Q
Whitemon.
can't finish the job.
Blocking him so he can't get the last right click off. And now, I mean, the Sniper is always going to be constantly playing on his toes. I mean, as long as he's not above like 80% HP, I think he's always going to die from full to 0 if he gets caught.
Yeah, it's just about whether Q can land these shots or whether he has the mana for it. For now,
This is like the Disruptor Drow lane yesterday.
yeah, right? I think Tundra are probably getting a bit of war flashbacks. It's not a fun sight at all. Japs doing okay in terms of CS, going even. Not as high up as I thought he would be because Pure just being very annoying with the long range denies. Two range, what can you do, right? So just try and nab up as much as you can. How's this troll doing? 11 to 3 right now. Into
It's okay, he's doing
10 to
okay.
3. Yeah.
He will start to get more CS. I mean, he's gonna out-trade with the mana and with the IO behind him. At 3 minutes, if they get the Lotus, the lane is gonna be pretty much won for the troll.
Yeah, there you go. Just easy grab. Toby and 9 class, they can't really do much into this situation. Sure, you
Yeah.
can throw a flame break out, you can rebound, but Ollie's always gonna out-heal you.
You cannot contest this lane once they get their levels up on the troll because you don't do enough damage, right? It's a kill lane, Bat Rider plus Marcy, but when
You're in
you
some trouble, the snowball forward, they'll get the touch this time round. Whitemon, dive bomb by the Hawk, nowhere to run. Despite the shrapnel levels, they can't slow down Japs and Q enough. A double in the top side for Aurora.
this lane is just going from bad to worse right now for this Sniper.
Oh, it's
Now
already
the
worse.
Beastmaster makes a lot of sense. I guess they put a lot of thought on how the lanes are going to play out. And now that I see them executing it, I understand why they wanted the Beastmaster. This lane is actually crushing the Sniper's soul right now.
Yeah, I think really you can tell that they put a lot of thought into it because they even level up the early level in the Inner Beast. I feel like some of these days we see more priority on the Wild Axis just for that range poke, but they understand they have the rundown potential and they just need to do as much damage within the tag team as possible. Q will deny the Water Rune from the park, but that means Lornov doesn't grab it, and yeah, I mean Lornov in a bit of a hairy position. He's okay, you know, he's doing well in terms of the CS, but again, another situation where Thompson has really harassed him down.
I mean, Oli is here to give him some regen. He has a Lotus, he has a South.
Uh-oh, top side. Pure actually committed the double shrapnel to try and scare Japs off, but they're gonna wait for that to be done. Glimpse away, but it's not gonna stop the onslaught of the beast. Aurora, they are running away with this lane. This last pick Sniper, it can't... I guess it's good for the high ground defense. In like 20 minutes at the rate that this lane is going, now 23,
talking about
chopping
high
up
ground
onto Toby.
defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
Minute
how they're gonna
4.
come back. How are they gonna farm? All these lanes are going pretty rough for Tundra at this early stage.
Yeah, all their lanes are not looking good except for the Puck. Puck is the only one doing kind of okay right now.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have to do a lot of work to help the side lanes recover. They need to secure runes for him. He needs to get every single rune. He needs bottle refills. He needs the king's treatment, you know.
Absolutely. No one else to give that to other than Thompson. Might be able to liberate them from this really rough start. 5 to 0 on the board already. Still keeping up in terms of CS. It's still early doors, of course. You haven't really done any game-ending damage just yet. But you gotta imagine the Sniper, he doesn't really power farm up that quickly. Sure, you can stack for the shrapnel, but he's not someone who comes out with his first and second item timing and suddenly he starts winning the game for you. No, it's a much more calculated affair. So I have to see how they try and get Pure back into a stable game state.
Q is trying to look for a shot block.
TBM on 9 class, they blocked off Pure, but now the Bad Riders here. Ollie's joined the fray. It's a 3v3 in the top side. A lot of damage out onto this Tusk. The snowball save for now, rolling out onto the Bat Rider, but the shrapnels, they're just a bit too strong to fight into. Q will get mopped up. And I guess this is the solution. Bring in the 3v3, and with the Bat, it's way too much damage.
Lorna is on the hunt. He has a haste rune with Exo.
Oh, here he comes. Ghosts looking to make tombstones out of these Tundra heroes. Crypt Swarm up to the high ground. He might be looking for more here. Spots out Pure under the tower. But there's a glimpse available. There's still that... Okay, nice TP from Pure. He gets out of trouble.
Yeah, that's how you upset the balance. When it's 3 versus 3, the sniper becomes really, really strong because of the shrapnel.
Yeah.
2v2, they lose to the Beastmaster toss straight up. That was a really good play by Tundra.
Yeah. Well
That
done
kind
there.
of salvaged the game a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. And I think good recognition from Pure, right? He goes for 3 levels in the shrapnel because he realizes that's the only thing that gives him a fighting chance. He can't really afford to stand there and just peep away with the take aim, so... Having to take that hit in terms of his own progression for now. Wisdom rune spawning in 5 seconds. Looks like the Tundra supports will be in position to grab that. And with a scan, Aurora secure the knowledge that no one's there to commit some theft. So they can go back for it very shortly. What are they trying to do here? Because the lanes are breaking down a little bit. Q is starting to roam around the map, maybe trying to get a kill onto this offlane Marcy. And Jabs is fine up here by himself, so maybe that's why they left him up here.
He's level 6 now. He can kill the sniper with a rotation.
All he needs is a bit of help, and maybe White Mon to be a bit occupied somewhere else. But still, a situation where the Topson Puck is doing just fine, right? Just farming away, working his way towards the Blink Dagger. No rotations for him just yet. And despite that rough start with 2 kills that Pure got, he's also up there in terms of the net worth. So Tundra, with that one sort of 3-man rotation alone, they've managed to really recover the Sniper's game by just a bit.
Yeah, it kind of neutralized all the early game pressure from Aurora. And now they're going to have to play for the runes and counting their lucky stars. This time Topson. Okay, not this time Topson. Lorna gets the regen.
Yeah, what can you do? The Death Prophet going for the Yule's build up first. Probably for that additional survivability into the coil and stopping the Marcy in place. Mess up the bat with the lasso. Just all around a very handy item to have this game.
Yeah, stats are just really good for DP. Move speed, mana regen, some catch. Not the best catch, for DP. But
you can set up the silence if you're fast enough.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yield into silence, not the best.
I mean, look, that's all they got right now. Okay, I'm trying to be optimistic. Again, they need to pull out all the stops to try and stop this Topson Puck. It's had a great start. Now Pure being aggressed upon, they pop the Exo, and here they come. Pure in big trouble.
Oh, good
Even
play
with
by
the glimpse
Snowball.
back, the snowball save, nicely done. There's 23 from out through the twin gates, and this sniper, unfortunately, doesn't have enough allies to bodyguard him. 9 class, he's still doing a lot of damage with this Firefly. And Aurora need to show some respect. They can't keep chasing on. We'll just settle for this tier 1 tower, though.
I mean, they brought 5 heroes here to kill that pesky Dwarven sniper.
True.
They're gonna get the tower. Nice little use of the regen as well, keeping himself alive. Okay,
This is
Exo
cool.
down, Raw down. So this is time for Tundra to get a counter kill on the other side of the map. They're looking
they're
for
trying.
one right now.
Yeah, look at Whitemon, how aggressively he's positioning. Just looking in the back of the tower, trying to find a stray defender. I mean, Aurora, they're coming through the twin gates now.
Wow.
They find Whitemon into a 2-man static
Surprise!
storm. Here comes Toby, though, starting with the punches out. Pulling back the troll into the task, but it's too many heroes from Aurora. They overpower Tundra. They're not here ready in time, and now Topson on the high ground. He has to try and escape. He's just gonna get held down, throws the call out onto 3, but again, they don't have enough damage to finish him off, and Topson's gonna go down. Rooted by the Hawk. Wait, I mean, you're trying to fly in the sky, you're trying to come through the twin gates and impact the fight. Run straight into the full force of Aurora, and now 9 class might just get run down as well. There's great plays all around, great map movement.
Raw is coming off cooldown. They're gonna chase
they
and
kill off
get the
Whitemon.
last kill here.
Yeah, Jabs just gotta get the hunt down. TP coming back in for Toby, but the body blocks and the tether slow. It's a bit too much. 9 class will get run down. Jabs is dominating now. Helm of the Dominator completed, bringing the creeps and the gang over. Whoever's directing these early game moves for Aurora, they have been on point so far. They've answered Tundra perfectly. I mean, one nice move from Tundra on the top side, but I think Topson getting a bit too frisky in that fight there.
Like they thought they were strong, you know, Tundra, without the EXO, and they wanted to look for a fight. Whitemon positioning himself really aggressively, got a 2-man kinetic field static storm in the twin gates, but just not enough, you know. They don't have enough damage if they don't initiate together as a team and just throw all their spells, you know.
Yeah, I kind of felt like the Tundra heroes were filtering in one
I
by
think
one,
Toby,
right?
he went in and then he used his ulti, but he just couldn't kill anybody.
Yeah. The IO, that should be the focus there, but they're busy trying to punch into 23. Ollie's just healing him with the wand from the low ground. Nobody's got the touch. Thompson tries to find him, but like you mentioned, the Root, the Hawk, just waiting around, bam, straight onto Thompson, nowhere to run. And the whole time, Ollie's just running circles around them. This Wisp is on a victory lap, and they can't finish him off. I think, Tundra, you need to try and divert one person's attention to just hunting down Ollie because he's doing way too much work in the fight.
It's probably gonna be Toby, right? Like, who else has to do it? Like, I feel like if you're looking to do it, it has to be Toby or the Thompson Puck. And then going in.
Initiation now onto 23.
Rebound.
Lasso not available though. They're doing a lot of damage and 23 just pops the ultimate. Holding down onto Pure now. Looks like the troll will be dead. 4 members arrive before Aurora can respond, and now Lorinov, even with a shield rune, he just gets minced up as well. This time it's Aurora who respond in a very bled out manner, one by one into the meat grinder of Tundra, and they pay the price for it.
Yeah, I'm not expecting Tundra to have 5 heroes there. I guess they tried to use the throw as bait with the ulti, but just couldn't, you know, just couldn't TP down one by one. And DP just died right away as soon as she got down. And now Ollie's in trouble. He's gonna get lassoed up. No way out.
Oh, yikes. One by one they fall here. Great set of moves from Tundra to pick these up, and this is what you want to see when you're playing a disrupted draft. You want to run around the map, control the early game, control all these common areas, and punish anyone who dares show their face. Aurora probably lulled into a false sense of security because that mech just gets completed by the IO, so they're thinking, you know, he's in the area, he can heal me up, but like you mentioned, not expecting this aggression from Tundra. They're evening out the score here, even though it's 11-5. The goal
I mean, you gotta be looking at the big
non-existent.
picture if you're Aurora. Like, Tundra is going to be looking for all these very split fights to utilize the bat and the disruptor glimpse to catch you out, and even the park coil. So if you're ever not together and you're TPing one by one, you're not gonna win that fight. You're not winning that fight, you know. It doesn't matter how well your early game has gone. You have like 2-3k lead, one by one TPing in against disruptor, Bat Rider, no way it's working.
Yeah, and also it goes back to the overall game plan for Aurora, right? Their whole idea is trying to ball up. Any situation where you're not already together, Tundra's just gonna pick you apart like a pack of dogs, right? They're just gonna rip at you, get one kill here, snatch another hero to the offside with a glimpse, grab you with like the coil. It's so many tools for them. 23 going for the Battle Fury. It's a bit of a greedy build-up. I mean, that's gonna slow down his timing by a little bit. I wonder whether the Maelstrom would have been better. Maybe something even like a Gleipnir this game would have been pretty insane. But I guess you need to scale
He
for the
just
physical
wants to
damage.
scale since you have DP and Beastmaster to do a lot of fighting for you. They're gonna be really good at like creating space, so you want to take advantage of that. Just make sure when you get to the late game, you're gonna have the troll to try to like outscale the sniper, get a dagger, blink up his face, and just destroy him.
That's true. For now though, 9 class chasing down onto Ollie. They find themselves the Wisp up onto the high ground in his little purgatory. We'll be able to burst him down before he TPs out. Good try from Ollie. Whitemon looking for more here with a glimpse, but everyone has already evacuated the area. And by everyone, I just mean 23 Savage. Rest of the Aurora heroes are spread out across the map, sorry.
And Q is trying to set up something. He's used the twin gate. He's behind enemy lines right now.
Whoa. This is aggressive stuff. Maybe he's just waiting for somebody to walk by, but 23 starting to poke his head out. They know that the Tundra heroes have walked away now. Whitemon is there. They have the high ground vision. Whitemon knows that he's being wrapped around upon. Starting with the TP out, they need the vision, and there's the blink punch. Q with the reveal, gets the catch out onto the poor disruptor.
And they're gonna get the D-Ward as well. Yeah, it's a really nice play there. My Q just waiting and waiting and waiting. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to be so patient and
Jump into the
Lorinov-
mid lane though. Lorinov, easy pick off. Even with the Yules, it'll buy him a few seconds, and that's all he'll get. Toby with the punch down. He talked about the power of this offlane Marcy, able to get pick-offs on the help of Thompson. That death prophet is an easy death. They'll get this tier 1 tower to boot.
Yeah, now with more points in the Psychic and some small little items, the Ogre Axe, the Blade, the hero is just starting to pack a punch. I think Loranov has to be very, very careful. And two deaths kind of stifled his game. You know, he had a pretty good start, but now he's kind of like fallen behind compared to the puck.
Yeah, and all
He's
this
going.
time that we
He's
see...
going for a very greedy build too. You know, going for travels next.
Oh, whoa. Yeah, I mean, that
That's,
doesn't really help him out in the tankiness department. I'm not really
Nope,
sure what
it
that's
does
about.
not. It helps with
And-
the scaling, not the tankiness.
Yeah, I guess. Aurora, again, one thing about them, they'll play for the late game, regardless of whether they have an advantage or not. And right now, Tundra, firmly in the lead now with a 2k gold disparity between themselves and their opponents. Thompson and Pure have really been able to farm up to their key items and get so much space on the map. Especially this sniper who's made a great recovery since the start that he had.
Yeah, this Beastmaster with relocate hasn't really been working out for them the last couple of minutes because they've been bleeding out kills left and right. Like Aurora, they have to try to gather themselves together and try to play around the Beast. I think the Beast is still really strong. He has the Helm of Overlord now.
Yeah.
Can
Seems
go.
like, is that the timing that they're waiting for? We'll see a quick replay of that Death Prophet kill, although really there wasn't really much to discuss, right? It's just Loranov standing in the mid lane and getting set up.
It's like you put tofu in front of a sharp, freshly sharpened knife, and that's what you see.
Yeah, literally.
That's what you get.
It's get sliced up. And the tofu is not looking to firm itself up either. It's remaining soft with that Boots of Travel purchase. So I'm not too sure. Maybe Loranov will change his mind. Maybe he's relying on the IO to try and bail him out of tough situations. We'll have to see. But yeah, Tundra in a good spot now. Aurora, you gotta imagine that with this Helm of the Overlord, Jabs might start to try and make some moves. He's got his Ancients. Thunder
I
High
think they
pushing the
have
top side.
to try to play around him. I think it's not just about the Beastmaster making moves. You have to make it easy for him because Beastmaster doesn't like moving around. He wants to secure the area with his creeps and just because if you drag him around the map, he might not be able to drag his Ancient over. So you have
That's
to try
true,
to play
yeah.
around with him.
Yeah. Ancients, unfortunately, cannot teleport. Very, very sad. Here comes Thompson.
Imagine that
Looking
with
for an
if
angle.
that.
They see him in the lane, but... Yeah, the Boots of
If,
Travel's
imagine
in.
if the Ancients can teleport, man. It's GG.
That'd be terrifying. Look at the setup here. Q.
Well, he's going in.
A bit of an awkward rebound back. That's the coil from Thompson. The control up. Breaks out onto the Tusk. With that lasso. Nice relocate though. Ollie's still trying, but the silence up. They've killed off Q to start. Now Pure on the high ground. This is perfect for the sniper. They kill off
Two
both
supports down.
supports. Aurora in a world of hurt and they need to back up. Jabs is just gonna get killed off as well. And despite that setup, the initiation flubs. And Tundra, they're able to punish big time. I'm not really sure what that Marcy was planning on doing, but it works out.
I don't even think Aurora knew what was happening. They just saw like a Marcy jumping and guys, he messed up. You know, they decided to blink him with the Tusk, and he got caught by the puck, and that was it. You know, because they were also running up a high ground, even though the Marcy messed up. But you are chasing him and you're running up a high ground, which you have no vision at all, so you don't know how
Exactly.
many heroes are behind there.
Yeah, you mentioned that Toby, in a way, needs to be that anchor. He's the only frontliner for the team. So him being in the front, him just kind of doing that little jump around over there, it doesn't matter. He acts as the bait and brings in the rest of Aurora. Now they get a free Aegis of the Mortal for Pure. We'll see that again. I think Toby maybe was just trying to farm the creep wave. Immediately just tries to jump back, but take a look
Yeah, I
at the
think-
setup on the high ground. The rest of Tundra, they're so ready for this
I
move.
think they were just lucky with that. Not sure if it was intentional. He just wanted to clear the creeps or something, and then turned out to be so advantageous for them. They get a glimpse, they get another kill, and the fight was over. Once the IO is dead, he used his mech. That's it, you know. Felt like
Yeah.
if they wanted to take that fight, he had to relocate and bring the Tusk back. If that didn't happen, they can't ever take that fight.
Radiant's top tower.
He tried. He just got silenced out by a really nice static storm and the puck as well. So way too much thrown into the mix by Tundra. Starting to become a bit of a problem. Aurora feels like they need their BKBs to try and fight now. This timing is very much in Tundra's favor. And you talk about this IO relocate strat with the Beastmaster carving out space on the map.
It
Well,
has
that's
not even happened once, right? I don't think there's a
Yeah.
raw into relocate and a kill.
There hasn't been a single aggressive relocate. They've made some nice moves with Q on the Tusk, but again, very quiet game from Loranov as well as Ollie. Haven't really gotten much done. It's kind of one of the dangers of their lineup though, in playing this kind of death ball. If you miss out on some momentum, you're just going to get the ball rolled back the other way. And now
Trying to
Tundra are the
think-
ones on top.
From their perspective, it seems like they're not in a rush, right? They
Yeah.
feel like late game, as long as they scale, you have a troll against a sniper, and as long as your troll gets a dagger, you should have no problem, you know, fighting into the sniper.
Yeah, it's also late game task, which we've already seen Q perform magnificently on. But at the same time, again,
Radiant's
Tundra
bottom
late
tower
game,
is under
nothing
attack.
to sneeze at either, right? You got late game sniper, late game Puck, which is a major problem. You don't have a lot of lockdown for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Plus, found Q. Buy some time with the snowball, but probably will just give this Tusk up. Jump forward, Toby pops the ult, unleashing all the blows onto that poor little support. 23. Just able to TP out of trouble. Ollie probably not going to be quite as lucky though. Whitemon gets the vision, just an easy glimpse back. But they get the static storm out onto Jabs instead. That's the target that they want. And they'll just pick him up for free. Okay, I mean, Lorinov better just be grateful that he didn't get glimpse back there, because that could have been way worse. Still has that at level 3 or Whitemon,
I mean,
so not at max range.
They are playing for the scaling game with the Battle Fury on Troll, Boots of Travel on TP, but Tundra is just not giving them any space to scale right now. They're just bringing the aggression towards their side of the map. Just taking away your jungle, taking away your ancients, taking away your tower. Once all those are taken away, sure, you might have scaling items, but if you have nowhere to farm, then what use are they going to be?
Yeah, exactly. I'm completely on the same page as you. I think Tundra, they're doing a great job in terms of kicking up the pace and not allowing Aurora to sit back and be comfortable with farming. Whether or not Aurora really have the late game advantage is another part of the question, but Tundra don't want to let them find out, right? They have this Aegis on the sniper,
Yeah.
they're gonna try and milk it the most.
Sometimes it's not wise to just let your opponents get there to find out. They're gonna get another lasso, another
It's
kill.
just so easy. They can keep doing this over and over. They have 1,000,001 tools to rinse and repeat. Whether it's Marcy jumping in, it's a bit of an unorthodox draft for Tundra, but it's working out, and I feel like that's been the story for this team so far. Bringing out interesting, unique heroes that no one else seems to be playing in the roles that they are. And
If you
just
understand their
dominating.
draft, they're probably not winning, right? If you don't understand what they're trying to do, they're probably gonna win that game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Throwing a bit of curveball Aurora's way, and maybe in that last pick, if they went for something other than the Beastmaster, maybe emphasize a bit more on the control. Uh-oh, 23.
Yes, BKB.
He does, but there's... I don't know how to tell you this. Toby's just gonna beat him down. He's gonna have to try and pop the BKB, turn around. Face off into the Marcy,
Poor
there's
Troll
Pure.
getting kited.
Shooting away. Yep, this is very sad. This is good old Troll back when he wasn't a meta hero just yet. Relocate, they try, but Thompson puts a stop to it. And Ollie is going to die as well. Yep, yeah, Ollie's dead off screen. Just had to look away. It was too painful to watch, I think.
Dying in the Shadow Amulet.
He
Praying.
tries, but like that's never gonna happen, right? They just get shrapnel down and they're like, we know you're
Praying
there,
for
brother.
the
It's-
enemy to run out of mana to kill you.
And then what? He just walks away? Yeah, right. That's
Well,
ambitious to say the
if
least.
you're wasting time of the enemy core heroes trying to kill a support, you take that any day,
True.
anytime.
True. I mean, they need to waste a lot more time for Aurora to have any semblance of a chance. I think Tundra, they've done a great job in terms of just pushing the issue. And Pure, I love to see this from the sniper, right? I feel like more often than not, we see snipers always be so scared to be involved, you know, they don't want to get killed off, so they don't participate in the fights. Dude, this guy is 4-staffing in just to try and shoot a couple more shots at the troll, so you love to see it, and that's what he needs to be doing right now. He's the only person who can really push this high ground, unless Toby decides to commit the Unleash. And speaking of Toby, has the Aghanims completed, so that's the upgraded Unleash. Gonna do a lot more damage, and also the basic Dispel is just so important.
Are scanning.
Yeah, together with the Bat, right, they're like a two-man demolition squad, you know. Whoever they
Yeah.
get in the lasso, the Marcy is just gonna follow up and destroy it. 9 class
The
is ready.
silences from the pulses will be insane. 9
Troll.
class finds the catch, but the punch up. Trying to counter initiate now. Pure just shooting from a distance, but there's the raw. Jabs has found him, but they don't have
Puck's
the damage
dead.
to kill him off for now. They killed off the 2 supports. Thompson dies though. Buyback immediately on the Wisp. They're trying to win this fight. But Toby, he just can't beat up into 23. I mean, Aurora, they're losing some heroes, but they managed to get a bit of a response
Yules?
now. Pure just has to try and TP away. Lorinov not in time.
You would have paid $1 million to get that yields off.
I don't know.
He was so close to-
$1 million is
Okay,
a
not
lot
a-
of money, but I get you. million is a lot of money, but yeah, I get your point. Pure, the biggest target of all manages to escape. And that fight starts so weird. It looks like 9 class has the advantage, but Aurora, with a nice blink forward from jabs, they stop the sniper from just free hitting away. And Toby gets himself a bit too involved, right? Like, the BKB from 23, that's the reveal. Lorenov gets the BKB as well, and they just rip up the supports. Still, the buyback, nicely done.
I would have
Tundra?
actually been way better if they got the sniper. I think right now, not getting a sniper, it just feels meh. You know, it's okay, the trade wasn't that great.
True. I mean, kill off Thompson, that's something. That's a pretty big deal. He's second highest on the net worth, but I get what you mean.
There's always a price to pay, my friend. If you're paying too much for what you're getting, then it's not worth it.
Yeah, like $1 million for Yules. That's a steal, dude. Like, yeah, that fight was... It was so weird because it felt like Aurora were ready to take that with the BKBs. But Tundra is still able to escape forcing a buyback and killing off jabs. So it ends up still, I think, in their favor, Tundra.
Would it be okay if you allow me to change the currency?
Why you still okay? I mean, yeah, you can get a use with whatever you want with it. I'll give you one use for free, okay? No need to talk about $1 million or whatever. It's fine. You get one on the house.
Thank
And
you.
Lorenov's gonna be kicking himself
Thank you
about
so
that
much.
situation. Yeah, you're so welcome.
You're such a nice guy today, man.
I'm trying. I try my best. Is there a concern that if Tundra start losing more of these fights, that Aurora are going to just climb ahead and not look back? Because as much as we've been talking about Thompson being very elusive, he hasn't built any defensive items, right?
Yeah,
And
we
that's-
might actually get to that point if you lose another fight or two. I think the troll, because eventually Sniper doesn't really... you can't really fight the troll if the troll gets
Uh-oh.
on you
The
with
troll
the dagger.
on the high ground might get caught up by 9 class. They spot jabs out first though. That's the lasso pure on the low ground shooting away. But the BKB's popped by Toby. Beating into Lorenov. He needs to get out of there. They've already lost jabs. This doesn't seem like a fight that Aurora can take. They need to try and retreat. BKB forced by 23 just to dodge that
They
assassinate.
have the coil. Still have coil.
Yeah, they can still jump forward. They're not going to risk it on the high ground. Again, another situation where Aurora popped basically everything just to lose the fight.
I mean, the main thing is they got jumped, right? They weren't really ready. They don't see it coming. If they see it coming, they could react with the raw, at least the snowball save to delay. Then the whole thing will be entirely different. And right now,
Uh-oh. Static Storm on the high ground. This guy doesn't have BKB. The
Oh,
Glim's
yes,
back.
he's gonna
just
die. He's
Manages to
dead.
pop the ult, but yeah, he's just missing so many spells. And with the Thunderstrike, there's no hope. 23 is just dead. Tundra, clean stuff all around. These fights have been amazing. I mean, just purely relying on the vision from the Thunderstrike, as well as the Bat and the Marcy to set them up. And they have gotten everything they've wanted. Aurora, it's just, they're struggling right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
The struggle is gonna be over if they don't figure out a solution.
Radiant's middle tower.
Her on this high ground finished up the Lincoln Sphere.
Radiant
So
structures are
additional just ways of helping him against the Raw, against
I mean,
the potential
without
Cake.
the EXO, I don't see what they can do. Like, even if Troll's alive, he doesn't have his BKB or ulti. I mean, he's gonna have the BKB in 18 seconds, okay? When he's alive, they're gonna have the Troll ready to fight.
Radiant's middle barracks has
It's the
fallen.
initiation. If they don't get the jump and every single fight, Tundra is getting the lasso or the call, it's hard. Like when the Marcy just bounce onto you, you get control, and then he lands a couple of unleash pulses on you, then the fight is it's so difficult, right? Even if you can react and get your BKB off later, but you're already taken so much damage.
Yeah. One thing about this Tundra lineup, they don't just kill over, they have so many cool strategies in the tank. And they are looking to tie things up and not allow Aurora to inch ahead in this group stage. The smoke move out from 2 supports from Aurora, but they can't contest this. The second Roche going Pure's way. That ages now, and Thompson with the cheese. A lot more insured. Starting to build into these defensive items, and right now it feels like a complete flip of the script. In game number 1, it was Tundra, who didn't have enough tools in these initiations. This time round, Aurora, they're completely relying on Tusk and Beast. That's it. They don't have any other way of starting the fight, other than awkwardly running out with Lorenov, and even then you're just getting outranged and peeped from afar by Pure.
Things are gonna get harder and harder from here. I think they can only take fights on the high ground right now. They have to wait for Troll. The Troll needs so many items. He's gonna need a dagger at some point to deal with the sniper.
Dire are scanning.
Like, even the EXO, I think with the DP EXOing, he needs to dagger and try to find the sniper in the team fights.
Yeah. Even then, that's only if Tundra allow you to get away with that. The initiations have been clean from 9 class so far. All this vision here.
Radiant's top
Comfortably
tower
waddle
is
up to the
under
high
attack.
ground. Okay. Okay, Pure, I see you. Park yourself right where your team can protect you. Just shooting away the Black Dragon's just dead. There's your Helm Dom creep. Okay, cool stuff.
I don't
What you
need
got
no
next,
Kanda
Beastmaster?
this game. Pure says I'm just gonna just have a Daedalus and right click everything down. Screw
Yeah.
Kanda.
He's not Thompson Sniper, he's pure Sniper. He has his own build. And Lincoln's Daedalus, Mjolnir, and Hurricane Pike. This guy is ripped right now.
Yeah, imagine the
And, well,
post game if they win the game. I told you not to buy Kanda on this hero.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
JK.
Some internal warfare going on and whatnot. No, they seem fine, but 17k gold lead up now. It's been a clean, crisp execution of this strategy. And Winter, I think you pointed out something really funny, because if the opponents don't understand Tundra's draft, how can they beat it, right? That's the summary of this last pick Beastmaster. Aurora choosing to invest in their own game plan over trying to disrupt whatever Tundra are doing. They had a decent idea going into the lanes, but clearly that didn't translate into the mid game. And they are just trailing behind. The gold lead continues to grow. This Beastmaster isn't having anywhere near the impact you need from him.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like after the great laning phase that the Beast had, like he was bullying the sniper, and after that, I actually don't like the DP going use this game after I watched the whole game. I feel like he needs to be more durable and he needs to just play with the Beast. You know? That's why they don't really have anything going on the map after the laning phase, because the Beast is kind of playing alone. There's no relocates, they're getting picked off. And there's a couple of deaths on the DP here and there. I mean, imagine if he actually just went for like fighting items. You get a Veil, or you get like Kaya Sage on this hero, and you're trying to be the 3-man squad with the Tusk and the Beast, or with the IO.
Yeah.
I think the game would have definitely taken a different turn, you know, but instead they chose to go for the scaling, go travels, go use, just try to play the map. And unfortunately, you're playing the map against Glimpse and Lasso, you know, it ain't gonna be easy.
Yeah, absolutely not. There's no playing the map against that. And you talk about playing the map, you don't really even have heroes that can afford to be split pushing. You go for this boost of Travels and Lorinov. It's just crazy how things flip around, because Aurora in that game number 1, they were looking so clean, so precise with their team fight, but they draft themselves this death ball lineup that they
Radiant's top
don't
barracks
really
are under
seem
attack.
on the same page for, right? A couple of early moves just missed out as everybody's busy farming. Now you jump out raw, but that's essentially nothing. The kickback, Static Storm holding him in place. Now Pure in a bit of trouble. He'll lose that first life, but you trade out the
Toby's
Tusk Lord.
in.
Now Toby on the front lines, punching away. 23 able to take this fight though, but oh, he's dropping so low. The BKB's gonna run out soon, and he has to pop that ultimate 9 class, getting sliced down. This is pretty decent for Aurora now as they get the chase on. But Lorinov, he's running out of HP. There's 23 blinking right on top of the sniper. He needs all the help he can get up to the high ground now, and Jabs can't find him. Sniped and peeped down, turns them into pure ray. And Aurora, they just get wiped out right outside their own base. GG is called. As both these teams, they'll find themselves another tie. Great performances from both sides.
Has fallen.
I want to have a piece of that puree.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the prettiest sight, unfortunately, but you can see it's all smiles all around. They're feeling good, and so far this team, and it must be such a liberating feeling for Toby in particular, because that game number 1 on his Darkseer, man, that did not look good. It wasn't close to what you've come to expect from this player, but being able to turn things around on a very unorthodox pick, I'm sure that when we saw it in the draft, we were thinking, oh, this is such a 9-class hero. And then suddenly they pick the bat, you're like, oh, wait, hang on, is it a bad call? And suddenly Aurora, all their game plans are just thrown for a loop. Very nice recovery here after that rough early game for the sniper as well. I think everything coming together, and once they grab that lead, they just never look back.
I think they definitely underestimated how strong Tundra's lineup and how fast they could be playing, you know. Like they had a good start with the Beast, but I felt like their items didn't really synergize with each other. They didn't really hit the strides that they need to with the Tusk and DP Beastmaster. I think the trio had to play together. Because if the 3 of them are playing together on one side of the map, and then you have the IO just relocating the troll in, I feel like the troll's battle for you would have actually had a huge, significant impact in the game, because you're running around looking for kills, forcing the enemy to react to you, then the troll gets like the whole space on the map to farm. But instead, DP is like, I want a piece of that tiramisu as well, you know. I think it looks delicious.
I need to have a piece, and sometimes that piece of cake is just not enough for everyone, you know.
It really isn't. Everybody's trying to take a slice, you run out, and then you're just that awkward situation where people are still waiting in line for their slice, but you ain't got any more cake to give. That's kind of the story of Aurora in this game number 2. Game number 1, everything was well balanced. They ran together. We talked about it. That early game rotation, Jabs coming into the mid lane, helping out Lauren. They proceeded to run together as 4. That, funnily enough, looks more death ball than this lineup, where it felt like we didn't see Laurenov and Jabs really connect together.
Yeah,
other than one or two
because
moves.
last game it was different. Jabs was the moving one. This game, Beastmaster is not the moving one. He is the one that's gonna be waiting. He's the anchor. So it means that the DP needs. So he did move to the Beastmaster's lane one time with the haste in the early game, but after that I don't really recall the DP playing with the Beast, and I feel like that's the main issue I see in the early game. Because you had a good start. You're winning the early game. And then somehow, somewhere, after the laning phase, something definitely went wrong, or they just didn't do anything, you know. And the enemy team, they were allowed to pick you off with this Disruptor Glimpse and the Lasso time and time again. The troll died, the DP died, Beastmaster got caught as well. You just can't play the map, you know, when you're dealing with this type of long range catch, you know, from the Glimpse. You're not hiding anywhere.
Yeah, Jabs tries to catch them by surprise with a last-minute Blade Mail purchase, but even that's not enough. You look at the Beastmaster's build, ends up being Helm Dom, Blink Dagger, 4
Come on,
staff,
bro.
and
When
Blade
your
Mail.
Beastmaster is buying Blade Mail, you know,
that's
got
what.
huge.
Yeah, that's what I'm
issues, man.
saying. It's real tough, and gotta say that. I mean, Aurora, despite that clean early game, again, Tundra able to even up the series. We'll have an interview for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere. A warm welcome back, everybody. As we promised, we have none other than an interview right after Tundra were able to even up that series against Aurora 1-1. Both of them remain tied at the top of Group B. And of course, we have Topson, the man in the mid lane, joining us. Topson, you there?
Hello.
Hey, nice to speak to you.
Hello.
Actually, it's funny. I can see you in your glasses reflection, but I do have to ask. I think you've been very polarizing mid laner for the longest time. You got your sneaky picks that you like to pick up. That partner has been working out for you so far, but in that game number 1, Aurora will be able to answer it. Can you tell us what went wrong and why the partner didn't really work out?
I mean, I played pretty poorly. I think I mean, we had a really rough game overall, and just their support duo and the way they were just sitting mid the whole game was kind of rough for me. Yeah, but it was a rough game.
And you guys have a lot of very interesting and refreshing ideas on the draft with this like Marcy off lane. You have the sniper carry, sniper mid. Just wondering who is the person that's responsible, like coming up with all this like ideas, or the whole team just has like a say. You know, everybody just pitches in and something just comes up.
Yeah, I mean it's a team process, and like everybody has their heroes, and they can suggest like this Marcy, for example, like we played on different roles. So then like Toby is like, yeah, he says like he can play the Marcy, you know, like we didn't want to give them Maya Marcy and stuff like that. And then it's like it's just it's easy to draft when we have a lot of like everybody has a lot of like different heroes that we can play, and so it's like yeah, it's good.
I mean, is it tough to find the balance when you have a lot of like heroes that are overlapping, or it's like a really good thing to have for the drafter?
I mean, it's just up to everybody to like stand up and then say if they want to play the Marcy or if Hero wants to play the sniper. I mean, this game it was just it wasn't even a flex, but it's always just like I think it's not that hard to like just to decide on spot like if you want to put it on carry or mid or if you want to play support Marcy or off lane. But I think it's just a nice thing to have for the draft.
Yeah, but the big question is who gets the final say though? Like who gets to say what goes and what doesn't go?
I think we haven't had that problem yet. Everybody agrees always what goes where.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, always good to hear that the team's in perfect harmony here. Speaking of the team, we'll let you get back to them and celebrate. You guys have another match coming up, so that's going to be you guys. I'm sure you guys want to prepare. So thank you so much for joining us, Thompson.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. There you have it. Mr. Sneaky himself. All these little cheese strats, all these little drafts. I wanted to ask him, but I didn't want to take too much of his time because he seems almost allergic to Lash. I wonder what this team thinks about it because they play literally every other hero, and then the most significant hero of this entire patch are like, yeah, we don't give a shit. But that's gonna wrap up our first series of the day. Of course, we are far from done, as you know. There's a whole bunch of Dota left to be played. Coming up next, we have BetBoom versus Blacklist. This is gonna be an important one because this almost means survival. Both these teams at the bottom of Group B right now, they need every bit of win, any points they can get. So we'll be back for that game after a short break, but we'll see you guys in a bit.
Dear producer.
Hello, welcome back everybody. Series number 2 this time round for, of course, after another tie, Aurora and Tundra, they even out the score. We heard from Thompson earlier. But we're on to more festivities here. BetBoom versus Blacklist. It's a complete different side of the story, right? Group B, so far, we just saw those two top dogs face off against each other. They, of course, end up in the very same position as they started, tied. But this game, it matters quite a bit more to these two teams. They're currently at the bottom of the group, and they're not looking too hot. A couple of losses, a couple of ties, and they're at the risk of not even making it to the playoffs. And I think expectations very high for BetBoom. Blacklist, maybe people, a bit more, okay, you can see them not really doing too hot here, but I think BetBoom, after the break that they've taken, they haven't really hit the same in this tournament so far. They haven't really found themselves yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a totally different beast right now. Like in the next playoff stage, the last stage was like the level 1, level 1. Now they're in level 2, level 3 territory, so they have to up their game.
Yeah, that'll step it up. Blacklist have been struggling a little bit. Palos, Abed, Gabby, Tims, and MJZ. Big story for them has been their improvement rapidly as a team. Throughout the previous qualifier rounds that they were playing, they were looking pretty hot. It's just that now they need to keep leveling up. They need to keep evolving where these new teams are showing them adversity. And that's not really something they've been able to do so far. I think key man on your screen is the one in the middle, none other than Gabby. I feel like every single time we look at Blacklist Rivalry and try and assess how their game is going, Gabby's game is usually a good bar. If he's doing well, if he's able to join up with the rest of the team and their plays, he's looking so comfortable, looking so happy, and the rest of the team is succeeding as well. But we have ourselves a draft. We'll hop straight into things. Both these teams have, I won't say interesting drafts, but they don't really have anything crazy that they've brought out just yet, right? I think arguably the craziest thing that BetBoom have shown us is that Muerta coming out from save, but that's always something he's liked, so it's not really a surprise. Maybe a couple more unorthodox carry picks from Nightfall as well, with the Weaver respect band out as well.
Right, so they've been finding success. The 2 games that they won with Weaver. Right, is it Weaver? No, 1 game with Weaver, 1 game with Sven. I mean, they've been like picking so many different things, and they're not really finding success in a lot of it.
Yeah, they actually have. It just kind of feels like every single game they hop into the draft, they roll the dice a little bit and figure out what they want. This time round, Timber is left in the draft, so they'll snatch it up. It's a hero that both GPK and Miero can play, so this gives them a lot of flexibility to start things out, and just overall a very strong hero.
And Timber has been like a usually a staple, in the bans, And whenever you give this hero, you have to make sure you get like a good trade out of it. And I just feel like whenever I see this hero, it's very good at pressuring the carry. Your carry always have such a hard time dealing with the lane. The lane is always like a huge problem with this hero. Difficult to stop.
Yeah,
becomes a secondary core or a third core in the game, and just does so much damage in the team fights. It's very hard to shut down in the early game. I mean, I feel like there are just very little supports that can deal with Timber in the lane right now. It's just hard, It's like just a lane winner.
Shadow Demon doesn't really scream to me as one of them. Sure, you can rack up the Shadow Poison charges, but still. And Winter, you ready to hear a bit of a controversial take? You know how you said Faceless Void was one of the strongest carries of the patch, but you've just lost faith in him? I'll be honest, I'm starting to lose a bit of faith in this Timbersaw because I feel like
that was
it
before
does
the
all the
nerfs.
things
Come
that
on. That was
Okay.
That was before the nerfs.
But all
for
I'm
Faceless
saying
Void.
is
Okay,
that
fine.
I feel like this Timbersaw does all the things that you mentioned, like it pressures the carry, it can do a lot of damage in the fights, but I rarely see it succeed now. It feels like it becomes like just this unit that you ignore in the fights, and then you kite him around, and then he's not really starting the fight for you. He has to be so strong to be able to do that. Maybe that's something that GPK will bring for us in the mid lane. It's still flexible, but yeah, I don't really know. I'm not too big of a fan of this pick.
I'm a big fan of the pick. It's okay. We're here to even things out.
We can agree to disagree.
When you don't,
Tied up.
don't like something, I will just automatically like that thing, just so we know we are not on the
Just
same
so we got
page.
some balance.
I mean, it's boring.
gotta
like,
keep it
if
going.
if you just agree to everything I say, or I agree to everything you say, we gotta keep things interesting.
Gotta spice it up a little bit, right? And Blacklist, they starting things out with the Shadow Demon. Respect ban on the Luna because you don't want to give them that combination. Still a lot in the pool they could bring out though, and Shadow Demon, a very strong support hero just because that demonic perch shuts down so many potential carries that BetBoom might be looking at.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
main one that you're concerned about is probably the Weaver that can abuse the Shadow Demon, run circles around him, but you've already banned that out. The Morphling as well would be another good selection. Very smart bans coming out from Blacklist so far. So far, we've seen Blacklist, cook up quite a few unique strategies in some of the matchups that they face. It's clear that they've done planning, and I think we talked about this a lot already, but I'll mention it again, right? There seems to be a new semblance of prep and practice in the team now that Dubu and MJZ have joined. They've brought their own flair to things, and I wonder how prepared Blacklist are for BetBoom, because BetBoom so far, like you mentioned, they've showed a different set of heroes every single time. It's not very clear like, okay, they're just going for this main strategy and they have a B strategy. They are literally picking whatever the hell. And now they're going to round things up with a CM, which is just a stable lane support all around. Good early aggression. Can keep heroes in place for the Timber. There's not like a clear direction that BetBoom are taking their draft, and that might leave Blacklist a bit confused for the moment.
Things are for sure going to be open for them. But for Blacklist, they have to try to, I think, just set up the draft so everything can be dealt with. You need some team fight, you need some catch. I always, when I look at the first 3 heroes, I try to tick as many boxes as I can. My support duo, how strong they are, and if I want to pick like a mid flex off lane hero, I want to make sure the 2 supports can actually work with that particular hero when we actually decide to put that hero mid. And Conquer with Shadow Demon and Tech is it's okay, together.
5 seconds remaining.
But you have to be careful.
Yeah,
if you're running him mid, you have to make sure you don't run into a Timbersaw.
Yeah, GPK has shown prowess on that hero in the mid before, so I think if he sees this Kanka, he's not going to be scared to bring that into the mid lane. And also, the 3v3 already looks a bit lopsided because even though you have the setup of the Shadow Demon Disruption, it's so much time to set that up that it feels like the Timber or the CM and the +1 can do quite a bit to your heroes. Actually control those areas. And there's the Tiny, so a good support pairing if that's what they choose to go for. For the most part, we've seen this hero play more on the position 4 or position 3. We rarely see it in the mid anymore, even though there's that Kanda buff to it. Mostly because you can kind of build into that from the pos 3 as well.
I think the last nerf kind of made it hard for you to play Tiny Core.
5 seconds
I mean, on mid.
remaining.
I mean, the laning nerf was quite substantial. I mean, as a support, I think you can kind of still play around it as long as you can secure the range creep and whatnot. You're still the same hero later.
Yeah.
But for a mid laner, it definitely has a lot more impact in your early game.
Now the implications are huge, right? I feel like mid lane is a game of margins, and when your numbers get cut short a little bit, suddenly you're not denying as hard as you used to. The physical damage is, or at least the physical harass is lacking, and it might just get your opponents the edge above you. And the 3v3 situation, a lot of control being piled in between the CM and the Tiny. I like what they have on the table, being able to set up for the Timber and his damage.
Team pick.
Decent save already. There's the Sven, a Nightfall classic.
So yeah, CM
Kind of
Sven,
interesting into
good
the
lane.
Shadow Demon though, to be honest.
Every carry hates and dreads to see Shadow Demon.
No, that's true. That's true. You can't really work your way around that. Now answer it with the Troll. I think back when Sven and Troll were like the big meta picks, this was a very classic matchup that you see over and over just because Sven never wants to buy MKB. Now, there is quite a lot of magic damage and control that they can pump into the Troll. But
10 seconds
EHP, I guess, with the Kanka, teamfight AoE area denial,
seconds
is that going to be enough? I don't know. It seems like Blacklist are satisfied with it for now though.
And they also want to win the lane, right? You see, every time a team picks Timber, they're going to ban Luna. And Troll is like a pseudo replacement that can pressure the Timber in the lane with your spells. I think Luna is obviously the best one, but Troll probably the close second.
BetBoom teams turn
You have to try to
That's
slow the
fair.
Timber down as much as you can in the lane. But that draft
Doesn't
kind of
this
feels
look
a little
like,
bit wonky, like Troll, Conquer.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. I'm not really sure what Blacklist do. Like, if you're playing Abed, Kanka, then suddenly so much weight on his shoulder, sorry. And maybe you link it up with like a Gabby Spacemaker, right? He's like this Primal Beast. He picked even Night Stalker one of these games, which is kind of crazy. I don't think it's a very good Night Stalker game.
Not
this time
against
around,
Sven, probably. Yeah.
though. Yeah, can't really do much
Yeah,
in that lane.
against Sven, I think it's either you decide that you just want to Conker, put the Conker there, Conker attack case, or you put the Conker mid and you try to win the lane with some
10
other hero,
seconds
some
remaining.
underlord, maybe, or something else. Tide, Tide against Sven
5
could be
seconds remaining.
reasonable. I think Tide actually can be good. It will protect the troll in the team fight. It will kind of give them like the body, like the front line, because Conker is not the best
That's
like
gotta be
front line.
too
He wants
slow,
to
right? There's
Dire
no.
team ban.
Tide. You mean?
Yeah,
the lane
won't it
could
be too
be.
slow?
I think
Like,
the
they're
lane
just
could be
playing
really
around?
strong. Tight tech is might be slow, but if you can do well on the lane side, always feel like the slowness of the draft could kind of be mitigated. When I look
I
at
mean,
the
if
heroes,
I'm Gabby,
I
I'm
think a lot.
10 seconds
I think a
remaining.
lot of the lane duos, how strong are they? It's
5
not just about
seconds remaining.
whether the particular hero fits the whole lineup, but the laning matters so much right now.
That's true. I mean, we saw the early lanes, Aurora, they set themselves up for it, but it still didn't seem to matter. So maybe, BetBoom try and set something up for themselves. It seems like they believe that this Kanka is going to be played on the off lane. So they've just banned out mid heroes for Abed, the Pango and the TA, both picks that he's liked. Puck's still available in terms of the other heroes he's played. Wind Ranger also not too bad in this matchup. I guess the Frostbite is the only thing you're kind of annoyed at, but even more evasion for the Sven to have to deal with.
Dire team pick. BetBoom teams turn to pick.
We'll round things out with the Slada. Okay. This is something Miero has played, and further minus armor, it does kind of leave their draft very linear though. It feels like this person can at least make space for them now, right? Miero can set things up. You don't really need to rely on the
10
Kanka. You have
seconds
somebody in
remaining.
first, and then you have follow-up from the techies, and the troll can do his damage.
5 seconds.
I'm not really convinced by it, but it's at least a pretty good matchup into the Sven CM.
I mean, I'm not entirely sure. Like I feel like they are gonna rely on the lane to go so well, and then Konka is like their only team fight hero, and then the Slada Troll. I mean, they're kind of gonna be like single target spells, and they're trying to kill one hero. I'm not so sure though. Maybe it can work if they just run away with the lanes, and it helps them get Roche with the Troll. Whereas for BetBoom, they go for the Doom, which is kind of also one of those heroes that always counters the Troll in his battle transform, stop him from healing.
Yeah, I think this Doom last pick slipped through the cracks a little bit. Miero will be able to get some nice hefty Dooms, and there's a save from Shadow Demon. Yeah, that's about it though. Palos is not going to be able to heal back up once he's doomed up. All the EHP in the world isn't going to help you there. So, BetBoom, I like what they have on the table. I feel like this action that they can set with Save, Toronto, Tokyo, and GPK running around the map with the Timber, running around the Tiny. There's a lot of tossback potential and stuns all around. BetBoom, I think they're set up for success. But that's if they can get out of the lane swinging, I think. Blacklist, we've seen this Gabby Slada before. It didn't really look the most convincing. They still were able to succeed with it here and there, but overall, I mean, I think it's going to rely on Blacklist to come together with a lot of team play, right? Just the Kanka alone isn't enough to get these kills happening and respond to these moves. They need to try and move together as a unit, get the Slada involved in the plays, and as we always like to say, it's always about Gabby. How much can he get involved? How much can the team synchronize with him? Sometimes it feels like he might be on his own little island and he's disconnected from the rest of the team in terms of what they want to accomplish, but when he's in with them, when he's getting things done, when they're playing around Officer Gabby, that's when Blacklist look the strongest. Let's see whether they can make that happen though on this Slada.
Yeah, his laning is going to be very, very important for sure. If he does well in the lane, then I could foresee them just playing around the Slada with his dagger. And you have the Aghanim's from the Konka coming in at some point. Blade Mail Aghanim's, I presume, that's going to be the build for the Konka. It's the strongest build you have. And just try to play around it.
Yeah. I also saw yesterday 33 just rush that Aghanims, and I think Bossy mentioned as well, if the lanes don't go well, at least you get that item, because that is what makes this whole hero viable, right? The immense teamfight control. Are you worried at all about the late game though? Because we did mention before that Kanka is the type of hero now that really hits a plateau. You're relying so heavily on Palos and Slardar later on in the game. And that's into like a Doom. That's gotta be a bit scary, isn't it?
I mean, it is what it is. You know, if you can run them over on the lanes and you just chase them down, Doom is like a long cooldown hero, right? Your Slardar, you can kind of abuse the long cooldown and just constantly fight, get Roshan, get objectives, and try to pressure. You're not so reliant on cooldowns. If you look at your overall lineup, none of your heroes have like a particularly long cooldown, so you're happy to keep fighting.
I guess it's just Ghost Ship and the Troll ultimate, right? Everything else is like literally off whenever.
I think throw ulti is not even okay. Maybe a level 1 is pretty long, 1.5 minutes.
Level 1 is annoying. 1.5 minutes.
Level 3 is like 70 seconds, not that long.
Yeah. I'll see how things go here. 2 for 2 rune trades. Very quiet early, and no one really wants to get too frisky with it. We'll get things started. This Kanka into Timber matchup. Not the first time we've seen Abed willingly submit himself to a losing lane matchup, or at least that's what it looks like on paper. GPK should be able to put the works onto this Kanka. Just easy spam out. What can you do? Just tank that damage, try and call for some support. I think this is the type of lane where the Kanka really needs to get the bottle and try and establish some sort of rune secure, because he is not going to have nearly enough resources. You're going to have to ferry so many tangos and salves to even bring into the mix to try and sort this situation out, because he's just going to keep spamming.
Yeah, this is not a fun lane to play as Kanka. You have to try to just play to equalize the lane. You don't want to have the mindset of you're trying to win the lane. Just try to push out the wave, get your levels, take your bounty runes, refill your bottles, just wait for your support to refill, and that's it. You know, the moment you start to try to play to win the lane, that's when you're gonna feed.
Yeah, I also think that Abed, you know, it might be a bit of an awkward situation for him, because I don't think he necessarily even gets the kill on GPK, even if he calls the techies over, right? It doesn't feel like there's enough control or damage. GPK is going to be so tanky. As long as he builds a couple of stat items, I can't imagine that you're killing him anywhere between even level 6. Might be a bit of a tricky affair if he's able to Timber Chain out after your combo.
Yeah, I mean, top lane. I mean, Doom is trying to survive this lane by dragging the wave. I mean, this is what they have to do against the troll and techies. You are double melee, you don't want to play the lane normally like honest people. You have to try to play some tricks, remove the crit equilibrium, try to survive.
Yeah, Doom Tiny doesn't really scream to me as the strongest lane. Sure, there are some weak position 5s you could bully out, but Techies is by no stretch of the imagination a weak position 5. You try and square up on him, he'll match you blow for blow, right? He'll toss some bombs on you, blast off on top of your head, and you're gonna have to run away. The Troll also brings so much laning dominance. Just in that pick, you were mentioning that it's kind of like a Luna substitute for potentially this Timber, but it works against the Doom as well, right? Not really someone who can stand up in the lane against this extended harass. I think a couple more levels for Gabby and he might be in that similar situation where he's actually able to force Nightfall out. But for now, early levels, the Sven should be just fine here with some levels in the Warcry. What's going on here? There's a blast off for some harass. I guess just trying to stop that creep munch. But Miero should be able to get some healing on himself with that ability.
It's a pretty expensive spell. Huh? You want to be using your Sticky Bomb as much as you can to trade. And now safe. He has the Lotus, he has the Fairy Fire. He'll be fine.
And getting run down though, Palos putting the hurt onto him. Has to force that Lotus out. Last touch. Nope, won't find it. Yeah, like you mentioned, he's completely A-okay here, but probably has to do a bit of walk back to base, or at least he can't even step up and contest anymore.
Yeah, you just have to be patient and double melee lane. Just try to get what you can from the lane, the XP, whatever goal you can, and just be happy with whatever scraps that you're getting, you know. You don't want to be playing your hand too much, trying to be too aggressive.
This is kind of cool. I mean, I always knew this creep gave a heal amp aura, but it's allowing all these cells of tangos to just have extra mileage. Set up in the bot side, stun. Stormhammer trying to help Toronto Tokyo out, but he is completely surrounded. Meanwhile, it's actually top side where they get the first blood. Both sides on Blacklist striking hard in the side lanes, getting 2 kills on the support.
Yeah, abusing their laning prowess. Bot lane, I guess, I kind of didn't expect that to happen. I thought the CM Sven would be able to have a better time here. I mean, in terms of CS, the Sven is doing well.
Yeah.
And CM is just dying, I guess, when he gets caught by the disruption, you get stomped, gets stunned by the Sada.
I mean, really, it was just good placement from Tims and maybe a bit of a misstep as Toronto Tokyo, right? Because you can't really afford to back yourself up into trees like that. Now it's Nightfall's in trouble. The Basher's coming through. Shouldn't be enough damage. Quite a few Shadow Poison stacks. But meanwhile, top side, Palos going down. So BetBoom, they're able to return the kill onto the Troll. Put some pressure on, and that's just the 1-1-1 build coming out from the Tiny. Working through the Troll. Not the tankiest hero in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, this is a sad time for the Troll. There's a big wave in front of the tower. He's going to lose at least 4 creeps. I mean, Takis is going to be happily picking them up, but Troll not so.
He's gonna get all the EXP that he can, man. It's like, oh, it's so sad that you died, man. Last hit, last hit, last hit. Disruption. Trying to help Tims out here. He should be able to walk free. I mean, all things considered, it feels like this BetBoom lineup is kind of greedy, right? They need to rely on playing around either Miero or GPK to make things happen. I guess the game plan for the Timber mid is always going to be the same. In the same way that the Beastmaster drags heroes to him, GPK is hoping that he can turn the mid lane into an absolute party and cut them all down.
But even if he drags all the heroes to the mid lane, you think about the heroes 1v1 on the side. I mean, Troll against the Doom, I feel like Doom is going to be uncomfortable. I mean, for sure. And then Albert is going to return with the X mark, and the party is going to begin.
Yeah, here we go. Put up the decorations. Looks like this Kanka is gonna die. Surrounded on all fronts. The Blacklist support's gonna come through in time. It's the opportunity for a nice blast off, but they miss out the kill onto Tims just because of a timely Invis rune. The Shadow Demon is able to escape. Still pumping out some damage. Okay. 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison kills off the CM, so they're at least able to get a return kill. But GPK already with the upper hand in the mid lane.
I mean, that's a death that you would gladly take, you know. Now you can refill the bottle for the Timber. You already killed the Conquer. The Conquer used his TP to come to go back with the X mark, and now he has to walk all the way back to mid.
Yeah. Loser led back to the mid lane. Very, very sad stuff. But yeah, BetBoom starting things going, and they just need to keep repeating that, right? As the 3v3 feels like it's going to be in their favor regardless, especially if the advantage GPK has gotten for himself. Blacklist kind of need to chill out, farm a little bit, but Palos, again, just being collapsed upon. The two supports of BetBoom getting active.
MGZ is going to get the pistol rune.
Okay, MJZ.
He's going to use
but
Blast Off. Oh!
Oh, perfectly timed. Nicely done from MJZ. I mean, he gets the EXP advantage, but it comes at the cost, right? Like, his cores are dying. I don't really know whether that's a worthwhile trade. I guess you get your supports closer to level 6, maybe they're able to impact the fight, but Nero, it's on for now. Just gotta burn down MJZ and give that kill to the core. Good discipline there from Save.
Yeah, but good play by MJZ. Aurora is making the best out of the carry dying there. He's getting the Wisdom Rune.
Absolutely. Kind of got this, gotta find these small dubs wherever you can. Shit's looking a little rough already. I mean, you're supposed to dominate on the troll lane. It's not really working out that way. As the Tiny and the CM just moving around the map thanks to these twin gates and the TPs. These devs kind of working out in their favor as well, like you mentioned. Just able to respawn, get to the right state of the map, and impact it the way that BetBoom
I mean, the
are hoping for.
first death on the troll was fine. The second one was definitely like overextension, you know, like dying there alone.
Miero has level 6, but the wand, all that healing amp, it's gonna be enough. And oh, he tries to turn around, but the bombs just blow him up. A bit of an overestimation there from the Doom, thinking they could survive that. He pays with his life. But meanwhile, looks like Tims and Abed were able to clean up on Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane while GPK was busy trying to impact the top. So picking them apart here, Blacklist.
So what
Nice
a
set of
messy early game. Both teams just not really playing the cleanest of Dota, making a lot of like very, very questionable
it feels
decisions.
a bit sloppy, right? It's kind of like dropping spaghetti on the floor. It's like all over the place. A sauce here, you know, you're trying to pick up the noodles, it slips through your hands.
They're mixing the carbonara sauce with the bolognese sauce, you know.
Yeah, no, it don't work out nice. That's bound to give you a stomach ache, and I mean, watching this now, I kind of feel like both teams, they can't be too happy with the current state of affairs, but maybe GPK is, right? Miero and GPK, they are doing so well in terms of the net worth. The Timber is a full almost 2k above his counterpart.
Yeah, I guess if you're a BetBoom, you're happy with this messy game, messy sauce. Timbersaw is gonna get a lot of stragglers here. It seems. Actually, no, not
Yeah.
even one.
Beautiful blast off out to his own tier 1 tower. GPK can't connect. Yeah, so again, both teams, it kind of feels like you're flailing at each other with pool noodles and you're not really doing a lot of damage. There's nothing, none of these kills are really leaving a lasting impact. Everyone's still very much able to farm up. The funniest thing is even with Palos dying like twice now, Nightfall is still slightly behind him in terms of the net worth. Nightfall's been forced into the jungle very early
Now
on by
bot
this
lane
Gabby
CM,
Slaughter.
trying to get her level 6. Gonna die.
Just get hunted down. Easy kill for Gabby. Picks up Toronto Tokyo again. This CM has just, good moves overall. But you look at the scoreline, it's 0-4 and 2. They've just been able to kill off Toronto Tokyo every time he shows his face. And they should be able to convert this to a tier 1 as well in the bot side.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I bet it's going to hunt down the Sven. They're gonna find him.
Uh-oh. X-Marts,
Good
they
bot.
know he's retreated into the jungle, but he's farming pretty far forward, all things considered. The Demonic Punch as well. Looks like they're just running out of damage, but with Gabby slithering forward, spell will prop, and so will this Sven. GPK now has to run. Toronto Tokyo back in the mix, but not much you can do with that situation. It's just lucky that GPK was able to Timber Chain to the low ground. Losing their carry here. A lot of space on the map being eaten up. Despite not the cleanest execution, Blacklist, they're able to get things done.
Is under attack.
Yeah, thanks to that good observer ward they placed. I think we've seen this ward a second time. I think teams placed this ward in another game we watched a couple of days ago. It's a fairly useful ward in the... I'm gonna steal this, It's not easy to deward as well. Like sometimes
Yeah.
people place the sentry near the watcher, so it's not gonna get this observer ward.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo
Oh, no, he
immediately dewards it
knows.
as you speak.
Radiant
But I mean, that Observer Ward has already done its job, right? It's like at its last 1 minute of life. I think that's
Yeah,
more
true.
than paid for itself.
Yeah.
At least
Like,
Toronto gets some
getting the
gold from
Sven,
it.
getting the Sven kill there was more than enough.
Absolutely.
I think every ward, if you get even one core kill, just one, it already kind of paid itself, And
True,
gets the
yeah.
ward after.
It's fine.
Like
it's a
if
good
you
trade.
ever get 2 kills just because of the same observer, you're in for a bargain.
Yeah, it's 2-for-1 special, and then you know that in your enemy all chat they are just kind of like flaming the spot, like, wait, they have vision here, ping, ping,
I'm
ping,
pretty
ping.
sure that vision had the support goes over faces like, no, you're just an idiot,
Yeah, and then the whole time there's a ward right under both your bums, and you just misplace the sentry. It's a real sad
imagine
sit-
the post-game discussion when they're going through the replay. Imagine that.
Yeah, you're assuming that these pub players go through their own replays though. All they do is just, I mean, it's classic stuff, right? You just blame, haha, watch replay, nobody does.
It's a Doom.
Doom up in the top side on this Shadow Demon. Nice Hurricane back. Miero should be able to finish off the job. No way for this Shadow Demon to survive. But with Abed and Gabby TPing in, looks like Miero won't be able to get out of here as well. Slice down and Save can only watch his ally tumble.
And here we go again. GPK is here. You can't just kill my teammate, he says.
Yeah, trying to get some revenge. It's a beautiful blast off, but still so much magic coming through from the Timber. He's not the tankiest though, and Abed able to crash the boat, get a second for himself here. With the Blade Mail, you gotta watch yourself. He almost kills himself with the Timber Chain. Now Toronto Tokyo winding up a duration on that freezing field, but instantly gets cancelled. Abed finds himself another, and you have to be so careful on GPK with the swords you're throwing out. This man has a Blade Mail.
One of Timber's most feared item, I'd say, in the game. The blade here.
He's gonna kill himself. I think he likes saws, but it turns out the spines on that item don't really appeal to him. He just kills himself way too quick.
Well, it depends who's on the other end of the sword, right? If he's on the other end of his own sword, then he definitely is gonna feel it.
True. That's vibes. Miero, yeah, we'll see that go. It just, you understand, right? In the early game, you just want to put this Doom out as much as possible, get it on cooldown, get a kill out of it. But Blacklist respond in kind and get Abed into a very comfortable position, one component into the Aghanims already. Even though he's not doing as well as GPK in terms of the net worth, he's still keeping up. And the second he gets that Axe, the BetBoom team fight becomes so much harder.
You're gonna need like triple BKBs this game to deal with the axe. I mean, Timber's already working on one. Sven is definitely gonna get one after his, I assume, Echo. You get Echo, you farm, then you split, you get your BKB. Doom, on the other hand, probably after his dagger. Don't see him rushing the BKB yet. I don't think he... Like, some games, I guess you need to rush BKB. But I think this game, because he's having a pretty decent time, I think he's pretty farmed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And you can get your dagger first to help your team.
Well, it's time to write an apology letter to Miero. I think he might have just jinxed him a little bit. Tries for the Hurricane to pull himself out, but okay, looks like
what?
Blacklist.
You are the one writing the apology letter to me.
Yeah, that's true. Let me get my pen out. Yes.
When was the last time you wrote an apology letter?
An apology letter? I've wrote a bunch of letters. I don't know when I've wrote an apology letter though. That sounds pretty serious.
You want to know when was the last time I wrote mine?
When?
It's when I piss off my boss at home.
Oh, and you wrote a letter? Like, what did the letter say? Like sorry for... Like,
what else, you know? As long as it
not
gets
doing the
job
laundry or
done.
something. Okay.
Laundry?
I'm glad it... I don't know. I'm glad it worked. Set up here, smoke move out, the blink reveal from Save. Just gets a freebie pick off onto MJZ. But it doesn't seem like they're comfortable enough to continue penetrating into this triangle. Have the
They're gonna
Doom
get the
available as a
tower.
blink.
Tower is under attack.
Tower at
Just gotta
least.
settle for the tower.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You gotta take things step by step, right? You can't just afford to go into this triangle while the tower still stands. If not, the
I think
the
the rule
response
of
just comes so
thumb
quick.
here is if you don't have triple BKB, you're not running in there.
That's true.
Dire's
That's true.
middle tower
Still a
is
ways to go
under
on that front. I'll just get the tower back up. Happy with what they've picked up for themselves here. It was only the blink reveal on the Tiny, so I'm not sure whether they are aware that Miero has his blink doom available. Blacklist are grouping up around this area. Gabby, I believe, has finished up his own blink as a starting item. Looking at that Orchid again. We've seen this Orchid come out more and more. Trying for the setup in the bot side. Quick blinks out from Miero though. Saw that coming from a mile away. Nice reactions.
Yeah, he's trying to play this pick-off game. Trying to... I don't know, like try to... I guess it's useful against the Timber, but I don't know how much value he can get, how much mileage he can get from this Orchid. Like, once the triple BKB is hit, then your Orchid is gonna feel pretty lackluster.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're dumping a bit more investment into this whole Kanka Aghanim situation timing, right? But at BetBoom, they are gearing up to
Yeah,
just
but at the
slam
same
you with
time,
the BKB timing. I
Are
don't
you
know how this
actually
helps.
going to right-click anyone in the team fights if you're not rushing a BKB against like CM, Tiny, Timber, then there's a
Yeah.
Sven, there's so many
is
stuns.
under attack.
It's a weird one. It's a weird one. I think haven't been a big fan of this build so far, but Gabby doesn't have the high ground vision. They'll spot them out. Blacklist with the jump in. They get the connection on the two, and looks like Toronto Tokyo is dead to start. Nice initiation despite them not having the vision, and you gotta wonder what BetBoom were thinking there. They get that vision because of the high ground ward they have placed, but they just decide to stick around, and underestimating Gabby's just sheer lethality. Just blinks in without any information and gets a crush.
Yeah, on the other hand, they're closing into the BKB on Sven. I mean, once they get that, but Miero is not going to be waiting for his. He's looking for blood right now. He sees Gabby.
Gabby is in a very weird spot, but still gets the two-man crush out. Eats a Doom. MJZ with the response, but the tossback now. Tim's just in the middle of 4 heroes. This does not work out Blacklist way at all. They find themselves into a absolute blender of Timbersaw, and they pay the price. I don't know what that was about.
The 3-man gang squad ran into a 4-man gang squad, so numbers.
True.
The numbers is not right.
That's true. They didn't do their sort of calculations correctly. And Gabby, he started out by trying to hunt in. Not sure whether he was looking for some farm or maybe looking for someone he thought was in the area. He eats a Doom, allows Miero to get a perfect setup. And nice little, I'm not sure whether there was a 4-star. Was that Toronto Tokyo with the 4-star? Somebody pushed that, oh, it's
It was
just a
the Doom.
Hurricane.
It was the Doom. Yeah.
Oh, that's so smart because he gets himself out of trouble from the bombs and stuff that the MJZ planted down. That would have been his death for sure. But they get away unscathed. 4k gold lead now. BetBoom starting to turn things on. And again, if they can keep having these type of fights, even with the Kanka Aghanim's that just got completed, the BKBs will be coming very swiftly. One recipe away. The Timber already has his done. And the Sven just needs an Ogre Axe to finish his. And he can even disassemble the Echo if he wants. And meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo again going down. I feel like it just happens every like 2 minutes at this point. Toronto Tokyo just dies.
Trying to push the side is way too much. You know, you can do it when you have the shot because it's quick, right? You put your clone in the middle, you blast it, and then they all get forced by they all die. But when you don't have that, it's very difficult to push out lanes. He was using the ulti to push out lanes, but he wasn't close enough to the wave, so it took him some time to clear the wave. And ultimately costing his life.
Yeah, and costing them the Roche. I mean, that pick-off alone is gonna make Blacklist confident enough to waltz into this pit. And they can do it real quick too. That Troll and the Slardar. We've seen Blacklist throughout the drafts that they've brought out across the various stages of this tournament so far. They really seem to have a bit of a flavor for this physical damage lineup. And now Miero right under a ward. Oh, what? Does he know that something's coming? I guess he was just trying to be efficient, but ends up falling prey to the gank anyway. Blast off as connection, and lose the Doom. Nicely done from Blacklist to have the patience. Gabby didn't jump the gun this time. Gets
Gaimin
killed.
again, the ward, the warding just gives them pickoffs, information for pickoff, and GBK in the mid lane. Yes,
Body
BKB.
perch.
Should
Not a
be
lot of mana
fine.
to work with though. Yeah, they won't further the chase, and
Tower is under
shield rune for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Time to sweep down to their own jungle. I think they have to reclaim the bottom territory with this BKB on the spend.
Gonna try, but Palos already in a good position. Tossed back though. Oh, he just loses the first life. Oh, where did he go? So much damage. Now they can set up on him. Looks like Palos is left for dead. Jims won't even stick around to try and disrupt him. You know that they'll just be giving over more kills. They popped the BKB on Nightfall though. I'm not sure whether that was necessary. Maybe just scared of some sort of Blacklist response. But with the Kunkka in no position to get the water park off, looks like they'll find another. Toss back onto GPK, slice it down. Disruption will buy him a few seconds, but he will get splattered like a bug. Nice move from BetBoom to respond.
This is not the first time we see Blacklist. They're making a couple of good moves, and then the cores are not really playing together. I think without the Kunkka, there was no way they actually right click and try to push the tower there. I mean, his TP was on cooldown for another 40 seconds when they were trying to siege middle.
It was so weird because I saw the Kunkka at that watcher area right next to the tower, and then he must have just like kind of frolicked away and found some creeps or something because he was in no position to try and take this fight. Now GPK at the blink, easy slice down. MJZ. This looks like minced meat. 2 times in a row, just one toss back into the timber. So much damage coming out from GPK at this stage in the game.
Yeah, Tiny is definitely the punisher of uncoordinated games. When the teams are not really on the same page, you're not moving properly, you get picked off by this hero very, very easily.
Yeah. Blacklist. So far, one of their main weaknesses in the times that we've seen them falter is a bit of a lapse in coordination sometimes. The core seem to be
Lapse in
playing on their own
concentration.
fronts. Yeah, right? Like, they just kind of let their guard down for a little bit, like Gabby trying to farm a creep wave here.
Oh, Gabby's dead. I think.
Gabby's dead. Just blink
Yeah,
forward,
so
Miero.
greedy, right? If you cannot clear the creep waves quickly with spells from far range, you are never supposed to push out waves like this. If you do it, you're always risking so much when you do this. Like, just being too greedy,
It feels like BetBoom, their whole game plan is wait around, smoked, under their own vision, for one Blacklist core to show and clear the wave, and they fall for it every single time. This is what, the second or third time we've seen the exact same move from BetBoom, where they get one, the supports stick around to try and help, they pay the price for it, and nobody on Blacklist is ready to fight. You've picked up this Aghanims, I haven't even seen the water park once.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He got this like at least 5 minutes ago, 6 minutes
At
ago.
least 5 minutes ago, yeah, I bet.
Dire's middle
You know, he's
tower
been the standout player for this team at times where they've needed him to come through. He's had a couple of stylish performances, some good rolls on the Pango, but this Kunkka game so far, he's yet to really make a mark. And part of it is just because, the lane, up against Timbersaw. I said I was losing a bit of faith in this hero, but if there's one man who can make it work, it's GPK. He has been playing this mid Timbersaw for even before it was like first pick, first ban.
And Blacklist, they're running out of time. They have to try to figure out how to get things working again. I mean, play around this Conker. But at this point, even if you play around the Conker, there's no guarantee you winning the fight against the triple BKB on BetBoom. The triple BKB is just superior right now against against Blacklist, and they have to try to figure a way to get the BKB on the starter and try to kite the initial BKB charges of BetBoom and eventually run them low. And then your Conker with his spells can do work.
Yeah,
He
he's
has
picked up a gem now.
Oh, it was it's a pretty early gem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't know if the gem is going to be able to turn things around in this type of scenario. I think it's pretty risky, but I always say when you're behind, it's always nice to get the gem to remove the advanced vision of your opponent so you can have a little bit more freedom to play around the map.
Yeah. So far, Blacklist, they have been struggling from the sheer situation of not being able to get the jump, right?
Yeah,
Their
but
connections have
it
not been
definitely
clean.
feels like it's so easy to lose it when you're playing against all this like
Yeah.
tiny daggers. Spend
It's risky. It's
killing
risky
you.
for
There's
sure.
a Doom.
But Blacklist seem committed to playing in this ball now, right? They're all holding hands, walking together. They don't want to risk any more pickoffs. Looks like they have.
Like 10 minutes too late, right? They should have done this.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But
Now you have to try to. I feel like now they kind of have to split up and try to get BKB. Like you need to split up and farm and make risky plays now to get to your core items. Now is not the time for them to hold hands, because the more you hold hands right now, the less farm you're gonna get. And especially Slada, I think the Slada's item is gonna be the most important one. His BKB.
Dire's bottom tower
Like the throw BKB is not amazing if you don't have the BKB on the Slada, because they can't go in and do damage together.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
yeah, that's fair. I'd be inclined to agree with you, although I think Blacklist, it's easy to kind of lose track of what exactly you're supposed to be doing when the past 5-10 minutes you've been just being picked off one by one. I think the incentive is to, okay, now we stick together, right? They buy the gem, but
Yeah,
again,
human mindset, right?
yeah,
It's
for
just
sure. I
natural.
mean, you're trying to correct what you feel like has been going wrong so far. Smoke up as BetBoom. They take the bot tier 1 tower and now are sweeping over to try and face off against Blacklist. Again, every single initiation so far for BetBoom has been clean because they have the vision advantage. But now they're walking into an area where they might not necessarily have that. Blacklist have the bombs that are going to give them the information. Save is only at 300 HP left. Holy shit. There's so much HP regen though, what the hell? Light Collector and
Tranquil
the
boots.
Tranks.
They're gonna fan
I guess it
Palos.
is nighttime.
I'm trying to force
Palos?
his BKB.
Oh, Palos needs to get
Oh,
the hell
no.
out of here.
Oh,
Nah,
they
nah,
didn't
they
see.
have no idea. They have no idea.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
Oof.
Ooh, that could have been a really dire straits there.
That could have been a report button right away.
That could have been a report button for sure. But Palos, using those illusions to bait out a response, they now know that BetBoom are on the prowl again. And take a look at Blacklist, holding hands. That's what they need to do right now. It's not pretty. I know, Winter, I know you want them to split up and farm on the map, but I'll be honest with you, if they lose this
can't.
gem,
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
probably
whether
can't
they...
right now.
Yeah, they really can't. They'd love to, but that's not a reality they can have.
Dire
Yeah,
Now
but
the
at the
Roche-
same time, like when if they're balling together like this, what are they waiting for? What item? It's just the BKB. I don't think anything else. The BKB on Conquer is done, so they
Yep.
only need the BKB on Slada to try to mount a fight back here.
One more recipe away for Gabby.
And
And
Roche is up.
Dire's bottom
20
tower
seconds.
is under attack.
potentially, I mean, it could be another 2 minutes. You never know. They
Blacklist is
have,
praying for 1 minute Roche or a 30-second Roche.
Is under
praying
attack.
for 10-second Roche is what they want. They don't want to give BetBoom any time to respond. It's BetBoom who are splitting up the map right now, feeling very comfortable and getting everything they can. But again, if Blacklist get this Aegis, even without the BKB, they should be able to fight pretty comfortably. It's just a matter of whether they can secure this area. They're all grouped up around this tree line. Need to watch out for Save on that Tiny. He's been such an impactful player for the BetBoom roster so far. Getting pick off after pick off. No scans available on both sides. Just walking in blind here. No vision set up for BetBoom, but mines all around. A nice lane ward being placed. Once that smoke pops, they should be able to see it, but
They're
look at Blacklist
setting a
again,
trap.
holding hands, sticking on this high ground.
They have a trap set here. Safe. He places the
Up to
ward.
the high ground, places a ward. They spot out Gabby, and in comes GPK, but he's lifted up by the Torrent. He's dropping low, but manages to bomb the BKB. Nightfall just slices down the fish. You have a buyback and an outpost. You can TP, but you've already lost the gem. Now Toronto Tokyo farm by Palos. You get the Shadow Demon Perch. And oh, the Doom. They find the troll. Miero trying to go in with the control, and there's Nightfall again, slicing through. Nice avalanche on the backside, and they're just mowing through the side of Blacklist. They need to buy back. They need to bring the forces, but Armin can't even TP out. It's an ultra kill for Nightfall, as he just rips them to shreds. And that was a trap that Blacklist set, but it falls apart for them on that high ground. Just clean reactions altogether. BetBoom. They execute way too fast and they're not done. This is a buyback from Gabby. It's gonna be a dieback on the Slada. It has just not hit for Blacklist so far. This draft, it's not working out. Their timing, it's gone now.
Yeah, that has to be the nail in the coffin right now. I mean, they don't even have to go back to waiting for the Roche. You know, they can just go for high ground here. I mean,
It's a bit hairy in this
that
moment,
looked
but-
like a good setup from the Slada, but he just couldn't stand in the front line without a BKB. He just like got destroyed, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you just gotta imagine if they were there maybe 1 minute later,
I mean, this is the problem with the Orchid build, right? If you're not snowballing hard enough, it affects your BKB timing, which is so crucial on a hero like Slada.
Yeah. And GPK, he manages to get the BKB reset and regen up in the fight, and Nightfall absolutely cleaves them a new one. This is a bit of a longer spawn though, so they weren't able to grab that just yet. It's coming back up in 30 seconds. You gotta imagine that Blacklist want to try and come back and contest it, especially without the Doom. This could be an opportunity for them. Still up on this high ground. It's gonna be a daytime Roche though. And BetBoom aren't there yet. Still pushing out some of these waves.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under
When they're
attack.
scanning, they're trying to go through the twin gate.
I think they
And
know
it's
they
like-
can't. They can't. They don't know where BetBoom are and they don't have vision, so it's gonna avoid it. I mean, this Roche, if they're respawning, BetBoom are in a great position to pick this up. MJZ trying to set up some mines here just to see if anyone's in the area, but yeah, BetBoom are already positioned around. I feel like Blacklist had an opportunity to come down here and try and contest, but
Radiant
they're a bit
are
too late.
scanning.
It looks like this Aegis is going to go the way of BetBoom, a 20k gold lead. And again, you already mentioned that previous team fight really felt like the nail in the coffin, but maybe, and I know I'm hoping and coping a little bit here, but maybe with the Slada BKB, which of course he doesn't have right because he bought back in the previous fight. Okay, he needs a bit more time. I don't know whether he'll have it.
When you're staring down the enemy lineup and you're looking at a CM queuing for BKB, you know how far ahead they are. I mean, this Slada is gonna have to pray to the gods right now to have time to finish the BKB.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that interaction, but essentially him and Palos were farming the same camp, and then Palos just walked away because I think even Palos knows Gabby needs his BKB bad. MJZ
Radiant's top tower is under
runs into a
attack.
stray Tiny. Save doesn't want to aggress any further. I admit this man, Save, has just been spectacular for BetBoom so far. I feel like his plays on the Tiny, the setups with the tosses, just carved them out such a strong position in this game. Even in that fight, I think he manages to blink to the back line, and the Slada, who is the only one without a BKB, just gets a bunch of rocks in his head and can't get any sort of right clicks off. You mentioned it already, this Orchid build-up, it doesn't really give you much. You can get more single target pick off, sure, but that hasn't been the case. You've been the one single target picked off.
That's another one.
There we go. Calling the buddies in. GPK makes quick work of that techies. Sanj and Kaya complete now. And oh, Toronto found that Abed Kanka with the Doom out. He'll pop the BKB though. That's a major cooldown wasted actually from Miero. It's still the Aegis on BetBoom, so I'm sure they're still fine, but the fact that they have that off, 20 more seconds, maybe MJZ can come back and maybe Blacklist can try something here.
And they're still playing into Aegis, 3 minutes. Not gonna be easy. When this Timber has been unanswered, you know, it's the overall first pick. And he has 0 deaths at 32 minutes, so you gotta be wondering what was actually the plan.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm not too sure. I think they very clearly thought that the lanes were going to go a bit more swimmingly for them. But Gabby, he punished Nightfall, got a couple of early pickoffs on the Sven, but look at where he is now in terms of the net worth. Nightfall able to recovery farm up thanks to the space created by GPK and Save. Mid lane pause for doing so much work for this team. Despite some of the early deaths from Toronto, Tokyo as well, him joining up with some of these engagements helps him get the levels that he needs. Nice Wisdom Rune Thievery even early on doesn't help Blacklist get out of this sticky situation. And now they're staring down the barrel of a very specced out BetBoom team. So many items for them to play with. Shiva's Kaya Sanj, Blink BKB for GPK. And oh, looks like Tim's has been found. Nice blink away from the Shadow Demon though. Quick reactions, but Palos, uh-oh. I just have to pop the BKB and TP away. Desperately trying to run through the tree lines. The trees aren't your friend. But it might just give him enough cover for now. Still has the TP. And doesn't need to pop the BKB. Nicely done from Palos to escape that situation.
Yeah, he was just fast enough with the move speed talent. SNY, his face boots just running around. Okay, they're gonna try to... I think this is a good smoke. they drag like the enemy team to the bot lane, and then they know that they're not together. They're gonna have some time here.
Oh, GBK being set up upon. It's a solo Timber up here with a second life though. The rest of the team starting to TP in already. He is so tanky. Held in place through the Timber chain and they get the first life. Nicely done. Now Blacklist, do they want to stick around? That's the question. Looks like they're out of there. Palos is just gonna run, but Saves has already picked up Tims. Look at MJZ next, and Nightfall so hungry to find a fight, so hungry to get onto this troll. Starts to slice this down, and with the Doom, Palos, you ain't healing out of this one. Gabby, the BKB reveal, but what can you do? You're just a fish swimming in the wrong damn pond. BetBoom, they'll just face back onto Blacklist, and they have nowhere to run. The controller up allows Abed to TP out, but you'll lose MJZ, you'll lose Gabby, and Nightfall gets another slice through the chase. It's unrelenting.
Is under attack.
A bit too late. And yeah, I mean, this has got to be... If that was the previous nail in the coffin's shut now. You're at the crematorium. I don't know what else Blacklist can provide in this game. There's just too much to work with for BetBoom.
Yeah, just that's way too difficult right now. You get your BKB on the Slaughter, but the lead, unfortunately, for BetBoom is just way too big for the Slaughter to actually do anything at all in this game. Timber took so long to die, sure. You get him alone for like 5, 6, 7 seconds, but his team is just able to respond, you know, given that how tanky the Timber is and he had the Aegis. But I think they had to try, you know. I think overall it was a good move, given the situation. The smoke trying to pick them off, they know that they have some time until BetBoom just groups up together as 5 again.
Yeah, it kind of seemed a bit indecisive because Blacklist clearly they just wanted to get that first life of the Timber and then immediately get out. But I think what they didn't expect is Save coming in and just instantly blowing up Tims. That was just like another great find from the Tiny. And unfortunate because Tims, he's been so on point in terms of his positioning, and that's been a key factor for him on these range supports that he really likes. This game, it feels like everywhere he goes, Save is there on the back line, finding him with the toss. And now Gabby picked off again. GPK slices through him. Save is on a mega kill streak. I mean, safe to say, this Tiny is on an absolute roll this game. 7-2 and 19, dude. He's part of 26 of the 29 kills his team has gotten.
Yeah, it's definitely the shared MVP with the Timber, so.
Yeah, him and the Timber doing mad work. Now they're onto the high ground, looking to put a close to this situation without your fish for 40 seconds. There's not really much you can do. Even if you try and take a team fight now, it doesn't feel like Palos is anywhere near strong enough to face up against Nightfall. Screw all these misses. Doesn't even matter in this situation. He's trucking way too much damage between him and GPK.
I mean, Black
Didn't
is
notice
still,
this, but,
still trying to look for a way. Surprised that they're still in the game.
Yeah.
Right now they have to try. If they're trying, I feel like
Dire are scanning.
I guess at Roche.
Yeah, it has to
Not
be
sure.
around the Roche area, right?
It'll be hard to leave the Roche now. I don't think that they have many options in the game. There's going to be lanes pushing into you. I mean, once they get the Roche, I feel like there's literally no chance they can come back into the game.
Dude, this Sven is so freaking farmed, man. Swift Blink, AC, Satanic, Aviana's Feather, just for some evasion as well, come on. A Rattle Cage for GPK, everything lining up for BetBoom. But there is still a chance. We've seen Blacklist come back from really tricky situations before. I think one thing that I've really come to like about this Blacklist lineup and why I mentioned that they have a bit of a mentality shift is because I think in the past, maybe a previous Blacklist might have GG'd out at those previous fights, right? It looked really dire, it looked tough, but they seem to have developed a new layer of grit, right? They're always trying to find one last opening. They aren't calling it until the fat lady sings. And maybe they see something that we don't here. Maybe they're hoping for some sort of mistake. But BetBoom, historically not a team to give their opponents these opportunities. We'll smoke up and look for the game ender now.
Radiant
Nightfall with that shot, just empowering his team with so much armor and the AC as well. You gotta wonder whether Palos can even tickle these heroes. Set up with the vision, safe looking for another pick. Just need to wait for a defender to come address this wave, just circling around the area. Like a school of piranhas, they find a fish, but he blinks out quickly. Gabby, fast on the reactions.
Kanda. The position for Tiny is Kanda. Come
Oh,
on.
he has Mindbreaker as well, dude. This guy is hitting. I mean, he's doing so well for himself. Why not, right? He is eclipsing the Slada in terms of net worth, man.
I mean, if you ask me, I'm pretty sure I'll rather have a Lotus Orb.
Yeah, I get you. I feel you.
Just to secure the game, this Kanda is like, you know,
It's kind of based. I don't mind it. I respect it. BetBoom. They are playing slow. They're not in a rush. Again, like you mentioned, it feels like this last Roche might just be the only opportunity that Blacklist have. But for now, circled in their own base, too scared to step out. Meanwhile, everyone on BetBoom is just farming, getting so many items to play with. Hell, even Toronto Tokyo's got a nice little gem in BKB and Boots of Bearing. Come on. How you gonna stop the freezing field in the middle of your team fight, man?
bash, bro.
Yeah, if Slada can get an auto attack off, bro. So far, it hasn't been the case.
I'm sure he will. He has BKB.
Yeah, I believe in it. And that's the only thing we can do right now. Believe in Gabby.
Yeah, why are you putting me down? You told me to. What the heck? What am I?
Oh, fellas,
What?
classic Southeast Asia, bro. Straight in the
What?
all chat. You get it done,
see.
man. Oh, that's based. That's based. Love Blacklist. These guys. A bunch of funny fellas.
Are you gonna let that slide?
Yeah, no, this has become serious now. I think they're locked in. BetBoom, you can't let that go. You gotta now put an end to the game in the most painful way possible. How you let Blacklist stick around for 40 minutes and tell you straight in all chat and nothing happens. That's crazy. Just some tips from former teammates coming through. Of course, Abed and Nightfall used to play together on that EG stack with Artor, Crit, and Fly. Of course, we all know how that ended up. Not really as successful as it like. A lot of visa issues, unfortunately, but a cute little meeting here. Both teams, I guess, both players in a way revitalized by their new rosters. Nightfall, he's been trucking it on this team for quite a while now and has been so successful, but Abed? Feels like only recently with this Elite League has Blacklist found themselves in a new identity, but for now, still struggling in this game. They've shown resilience and adaptation throughout the tournament so far. But the question is it going to be enough against BetBoom? Overwhelming advantage. 40k gold lead. The run in. Smoke gets popped. Halos is found. Frostbite up, and here comes GPK forcing the BKB. Well, there's your chance. Slips out of your hands immediately. Didn't even really need BetBoom to get anything done. They just cast a CM spell, and that's enough to make you run away.
And that has to be your only hope of contesting Roche, right? Can't imagine them still contesting Roche without the BKB and Troll.
Who do you think is the Doom target? Is the Doom target always going to be Palos, or you think Abed is a good contender? Because I feel like getting rid of Abed in the fight is just so easy.
Yeah, the Troll. I think Troll is probably... I think he only probably needs to do a Troll. The other two cores are not going to do any damage in the fights. I mean, Starla's not, like you said, not going to be able to right click a lot. Tonka he's just like you click your Torrent Storm and your bolt and that's it, you know.
Womp womp, that's a bit awkward. Nightfall gets his Daedalus killed off by Gabby. Probably not really paying attention to the trajectory of his courier there and runs it past the mid lane where the Slada's farming. But he doesn't care because he has an Aegis to fill that gap. Second life on the Sven. Now, not really the best Aegis carrier, but I think you're at the point in the game where it doesn't even matter. If they can even kill your Sven the first time, it's gonna come back with a vengeance. I mean, all this time isn't too bad, right? It's allowing MJZ to set up an insane level of mines here in his own base. So, you know, you blink up to the high ground, sure, you're pretty tanky on GPK and Miero, but that magic amp is something you need to keep in mind. Refresher now on the Doom, so double Doom is a factor. Oh, things just keep getting scarier for Blacklist. Gabby, again, trying to get the creep wave. He'll just get caught. The blink out, the hex, before he can get out of trouble. And the disruption is not in time. Tim's misclicks. Oh, that's not what you want. 2 down, Blacklist. On their last links here, they'll just jump up into the high ground full of mines, but they don't care. They have a second Doom. They'll throw it out onto the Troll. He's popped his BKB and it's out for now, though. But here comes Nightfall. Big Bad Sword. Swiping you down on the Troll Warlock. Nowhere to run. You can't cast your ultimate. I mean, you popped it, but there's nothing else you can do. You just got a GG out. Blacklist. You asked for the straight end and BetBoom oblige. With that Aegis, additional insurance, not missing a beat, discipline to the fullest, and BetBoom, it feels like they outclassed Blacklist in this game number 1.
Yeah, that was such a ugly loss, you know. Like it's pretty demoralizing having to lose like this in this type of manner. They were doing really well in the beginning and just one too many mistakes and the Orchid on the Sala kind of became useless, and they were never able to take any proper fights without triple BKBs. And even when they got to their timings, I just felt like they weren't really on the same page. They weren't playing together. The Konka got his Aghanims, even though he lost his lane pretty badly, but he got his Aghanims in a decent time.
It's a good time. I thought it was a good time.
16, 17 minutes, but just couldn't really get everybody to play around him and just abuse the Aghanims. Then once the triple BKBs on BetBoom came online, Timber, Sven, and the Doom, that's it, Like, they're not afraid of the Conquer, they're not afraid of the Sla, they're not afraid of the Troll.
Yeah, I think it comes back to what you always like to talk about, Winter, the 3v3s, right? I think one side definitely had a way more convincing 3v3. The Timber able to supply so much damage into the CM and the Tiny, while on the flip side, Kanka, he can do all the setup that he wants, but Tims and MJZ just can't pull the same weight. They don't have enough setup, they don't have enough damage, they aren't getting enough done on the map. And if that BetBoom are able to take game number 1, once again, both these teams currently sitting at the bottom of Group B right now. They're not really feeling the most comfortable. They need as many wins at this point to try and stabilize, make it into the playoffs. But Blacklist, they need to try and adapt. They need to try and come alive because this game felt so disconnected for them.
Yeah, they have to try to fix the problems. It's not gonna be easy. I think losing like this is kind of demoralizing. It's very hard to. I mean, they have to, they have to try to just forget. I think there's no point like thinking about what went wrong. They have to just try to fix the next, play the next game, and try to come up with maybe an overall much more stable strategy and try to keep things simple. Because if you looks like this and you don't want to go into the next game with a strategy that's a lot harder to execute, you want to keep things simple after a loss like that, so everyone can just get back into their usual self quickly and without thinking too much.
Yeah, play to your strengths, right? I mean, just make sure that you have everything very clear cut for yourself, no confusion. I mean, I thought that this draft was, forgive me if I'm wrong here, Winter, but it feels like it's a pretty high execution draft for Blacklist, because even if they get the BKB, like you mentioned on the Slada, I don't think it's an easy wash or easy game by any stretch. I mean, the Timber's still so strong.
I'm not saying they're gonna win with the BKB, but at least you have to
No, I
play
agree.
your draft. You have to, do what you're supposed to do in a game and try to make the most out of your draft. There's no point looking at the draft and blaming the picks. You just have to, when you get a draft, you just have to play it. If you're the players, and you try to find a way to make your lineup work. And I feel like once you have the Aghanims on Konka, it's not actually that difficult for them to play around and win a couple of key engagements. If you can actually abuse the Aghanims, you win 1 or 2 fights, that's gonna get you to your BKB and your Stala, and maybe you get the Roche after those Aghanim fights that you win, and then the game would be a totally different game. It could be completely different. Then you snowball off the Aghanims and you get opportunities on the Stala to just get solo pickups because you are suddenly so strong, and the whole game just completely turns off of that one single move.
Yeah, I feel like every time we see a Slada effective, which is very rare occasions, it's when he's able to heat things up in the mid-game, get pickoffs with this Blink Dagger, and farm the gold that way. He's not really a hero that keeps up in terms of farm, or can split push waves like we saw a few times Gabby try to pick up some additional gold to get himself to the next item, but couldn't really quite make it there. We'll see whether Blacklist can close things out and bring us to another tie, or whether BetBoom will be able to continue outclassing their opponents. Game number 2 after a short break. The draft was a tricky one for Blacklist to pull off. A lot of emphasis on the physical damage, but not much else, and a lot of reliance on Gabby Slada, who didn't really have the game that he needed. Blacklist, they go one game down up against BetBoom in our second best of 2 of the day, and gotta keep in mind, both these teams in Group B, currently at the bottom, not really looking the hottest. They need every little bit of points that they can get.
I mean, if they lose this game, are they kind of like unable to catch up?
I
Or
don't. I mean, I know for a fact that upper bracket will be out of the question for them if they lose here, and a lot of
Okay.
these other teams are tying up, so it's kind of hard to divvy up the score. But for now, they are. I mean, Blacklist, they still have more games to go compared to BetBoom, so I think BetBoom need this win a lot more than they do, at least for now. BetBoom, of course, still have games up against Aurora and Boom, while
you look at their remaining games. Blacklist has to play
Liquid.
Xtreme Gaming, Liquid, and Gaming Gladiators.
Exactly. Yep. These
Not
guys are at
the
the top, by
easiest.
the way. It's not.
Yeah, not the easiest last 3 set of games, you know.
Yeah, not at all. No. So Blacklist, they need to try and pick up as many points as they can here. But again, every time we talk about Blacklist, we talk about the same damn thing. It's always Gabby, right? It's not that he's a problem. It's just that he's such a focal part of the team and part of the draft that he needs to do well. If he's not doing well, if he's not combining into these plays, he just gets squashed.
I just think that whenever I watch him play, it's easier for the team to just move to him. I think it's sometimes he does move to you, but it really depends on his own game. Right? When he's really feeling it, he'll be always there when the team is about to fight. But when he has like a 50-50 game, then I feel like you have to prioritize him. And I think in the current meta, it's kind of difficult for you to help your off laner. There's a lot of emphasis. Everybody's just playing for their mid laners, and the mid laners have a lot of power right now. So if you're not really helping Abed, then it's very difficult, right? Even if you help the off laner, then the off laner doesn't really have a item timing that can take over the map. I mean, maybe you can do it with Helm of Dominator heroes right now. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like all those veil items, all those other items, all got nerfed so much that none of the items feel really strong. When you can get Blade Mail, but it's not an item you get. Guys, let's play around my Blade Mail. It's not like that, you know.
Yeah, Gabby plays a lot of space making, sort of initiator tanky offlaners.
They
like
should
the
just
Primal
put
Beast.
him on Primal Centaur kind of hero. I think when he plays those type of heroes, he doesn't try to be too fancy. He just does his job and he becomes the backbone of the team.
There you go. There you go. Dubu knows. Dubu is aware. He's
Yeah,
alert.
he's
He
like-
knows.
Like sometimes when you're the drafter, you know that you have to go back to a certain thing, but you can't really let your players know.
Yeah, you
get
just
what
try
I
and
mean?
convince them. You do a
He's-
psyop,
he-
right? You just go like, "Hey, Primal Beast is open, guys, but doesn't it look good? They ban out the Timber. It's a
Yeah,
free
because
game,
if
Primal."
you're like letting everyone know your morale is low and you feel like everything else is not working, you have to go back to this. Then it's a different story, right? So
Yeah.
as the coach or as the captain of the team, you need to keep all these emotions intact. You know, you have to
Yeah.
lock it in and make sure that whenever you're switching strats, you're not letting them know it's a sign of a lack of confidence on a specific strat, and that's why you're moving to another one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I don't know if you've ever watched a Dubu stream before, but he's really good at just being mindlessly positive. He'll have like the whole world against him and be like, "It's okay, guys, let's come back and fight." So he's probably just telling Gabby and the boys, "Yeah, I mean, let's just pick Primal Beast. You guys are good at it, right?" And then just pep them up a little bit, try and, hit them with
We
some
have
optimism.
never lost with Primal Beast.
Yeah,
We have
Gabby, your
won
Primal Beast is insane, brother. Like, let's
6-0 with Primal Beast in scrims.
absolutely. Why would you actually? Isn't it our bad? Sorry, my bad for not picking Primal Beast earlier. That's probably what Mr.
Wow.
Yeah.
Has
Okay, to be
anyone-
fair, they did lose with Primal Beast to Aurora, but that was not Gabby playing it. Important. That was him playing Beastmaster. So, still not his fault.
Have you not tried to sign up for like being a cheerleader on some teams?
A cheerleader.
Yeah, you do a good
I mean,
job.
if you can find one that would hire me, Winter, I know you're very well connected in the scene. You can maybe,
Are you willing
you can pitch
to
my
carry-
services to them.
some keyboards, some mouse.
Oh,
Are you willing?
I do
Yeah,
that.
you-
Like
you-
just wave it around. Like, let's go, Blacklist. Let's go.
Being a cheerleader is not a 24/7 job, right? So you
Oh,
need to
that's
find
true.
other things to do when you're not doing anything. So carrying
Help them
mouse,
clean their
carrying
keyboards.
keyboard,
Yeah.
bringing the lunch over. If you don't mind doing that, I can hook you up with someone
Oh, wow. Okay, getting a
Just
business
for you,
deal
you
done
know.
on stream. That's crazy.
just for you.
That's crazy. BetBoom go for the clockwork. I think this is a hero that has been seeing quite a bit of play, specifically
It's the
from
primal counter, bro.
Look, I know, but I'm just saying they have the Venge into Bat and
10
Clock.
seconds
It's pretty
remaining.
good. I guess not in the lane though.
5 seconds.
Bench is, yeah, it's not
remaining.
good. It's caught in the lane. You
It
can't
just
do
gets
anything.
wrecked, yeah. True. But that's the story of Venge. It's the same thing as Disruptor. Just kind of sucks ass in
No,
lane
no,
and
no.
then
It's not the same. Bench is way worse than Disruptor right now in the lane.
Okay.
Way worse.
Okay, but maybe if you play it on Tim's, right, in this position 4, and you pair it up with Gabby, with the... I think one thing you always mention is the only way Venge has any sort of lane is if she's partnered with somebody who can take advantage of the wave. You have Trample and Wave and the stun, and you hold them in place. It's a pretty good kill combo, no?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
I think you're learning very, very quickly.
Let's go School of Winter. Let's go. Let's see, though. I don't think Blacklist are lacking strategies. I'm sure Dubu has something prepared, but
Yeah, but
again...
the thing is, you don't know the lane matchup yet, so it's hard to. I mean, you can make plans for it, but
True, yeah.
nothing is set in stone right now. You don't see your lane matchup, so you don't want to just decide everything beforehand. You have to wait and keep things open. You are the second pick, right? So you have to deal with the 18th pick of BetBoom, which is usually the very, very scary one. And now they're showing one of the cores, which is, again, a very flexible one. Same like you showing your primal. So now you have to decide which support to pair with Venge. And usually with Venge, I feel like I kind of like having a backline
10
partner to
seconds
cast spells
remaining.
from behind. Like some
Yeah.
hoodwing tower hero that can do
5
damage.
seconds
I think
remaining.
Blacklist has been one of the teams that still goes for this double range support, even though it's largely fallen out of
Venge
favor.
is like a little bit of a melee hero because you're
Big melee
tanky.
support, right?
Yeah, you're tanky, you're high armor.
Yeah, the
You're
problem
kind of
is
short
not
range.
in the lane though. Not in the lane, right? So it's...
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, in the lane, you can be. I mean, your stats are pretty good. Your level 1 stats. I think
True,
it's just the attack range, the short attack range, the slow move speed. That's the bigger problem, for this hero. But this hero can't have everything, right? She's so strong mid late game. If you make
Yeah.
her strong in the lane, then you get what you got like last 3-4 months ago, like bench.
Yeah, it's
every
kind of
lane, because-
ridiculous. Yeah, enough with the bench, honestly. I think the most interesting thing about BetBoom is that so far their drafts have been very varied, and I think that makes it difficult for Blacklist to prepare. Right? You assume that every team can play a Kanka. You've seen GPK Kanka before. You've seen Miero Kanka before, but they haven't brought it out lately. They haven't brought it out in this tournament. They haven't brought it out in their previous tournaments. So I think it starts to slip through the cracks in terms of what you're looking out for, and maybe, I'm not really sure whether the Kanka is something that they thought BetBoom would so
I mean, they
handily pick
probably
up.
should pick like some lifestealer, someone that can deal with the conquer spells,
Radiant team
like
pick.
rage and run in.
Still in the pool. They opt for the Weaver instead. We saw
Okay, what's
Gaimin
this,
play this on
position
pause
4?
4.
It has
Could
to be,
be.
right? Core Weaver is so hard to pull off against a conquer.
Yeah. And I mean, God forbid the Bat Rider ever gets his lasso on you, then you're toast.
10 seconds
I guess there's a
remaining.
swap, but still.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know,
Oh,
it's kind
they're
of funny.
trying-
Both teams kind of taking a page out of each other's book. I think this Weaver was played by Nightfall just yesterday or the day before. And Kanka, of course, just played by Arbit earlier just now. So, and it's something that Gabby really likes. So, traded strats here. And the techie, yeah, full on. MJZ probably picking that one up again, which means the Weaver is looking to
I
be
feel like
core,
the
man.
Weaver is gonna have such a hard time. I mean, Clockwork is also one of the better heroes at killing the Weaver in the early game because you can keep the Weaver in place, right? Sure, he's Shukushi, but he can't move inside the cogs, and sometimes it's more than enough just to set up a kill.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
for the Weaver. And now they have the morphing, which is just a good morphing game. Whenever they don't have enough damage to kill you, it's a high physical damage lineup. Bench Weaver minus armor trying to kill you with physical damage, and you go with the morphing, which is high armor hero.
10 seconds
And not just
remaining.
that, all you're looking at on the side of Blacklist right now are stuns. They have 3 stuns. Not a single silence, not a single way of stopping Maw from attribute shifting once he gets that shard. So that'll be a very key timing
I mean,
for
they have
Nightfall.
to buy a vessel, or they,
They
have to
have
draft like a vessel hero last.
But who do you even get it? I mean,
I mean,
there's a
Takis
Kotal.
doesn't want to buy it. Yeah, Kotal is fine. I think Kotal
Kotal with
against
Kanka though.
Kanka Clockwork Bat Rider is not fun.
Yeah, that's why. I'm trying to
I
think
think-
of other vessel heroes. I'm not too sure where else he got them. The life... I mean, there's no way... I mean, this Weaver has to be pos 1, right? There's no way we're seeing pos 3 Weaver, pos 2 Primal, and then last pick carry or something
We
like that.
were buying Diffusal on offlane,
Yeah?
pressuring the offlane.
Copium. Should have a pretty decent time farming early on as well. A lot of laning power.
Yeah, that might actually be
10
a consideration.
seconds remaining.
Then you have a mid primal playing with the supports running around. Your offlane is Weaver, your carry is Faceless Void, and you farm until 60 minutes.
Yeah, and the Weaver can kind of join you up every time you need to push a tower or something like that. At this present moment, BetBoom only have the Morphling that's pretty good at dealing with the Swarm. All these other heroes don't like to waste time in the team fight punching away at those bugs.
Actually not Void. I think anti-mage. If you want to move the Weaver to the offlane.
Sorry,
then
for
go-
Blacklist?
Yeah, just pick an anti-mage. You need
Just
someone
to deal
outs-
with the... Oh, wait. Anti-Mage suddenly looks insane here. Wait, there's a chance. I don't know. I'm not convinced about this Weaver being core now, but I'm not sure what other options you have other than the offlane situation that we just mentioned. Blacklist, they haven't really shown insane flexibility.
Yeah,
in this
they ban
tournament
out
so
the
far.
Doom, they ban out the Night Stalker, so everything that can deal with Morphling and Storm
5
taken out of the
seconds
game.
remaining.
Anti-Mage and...
Anti-Mage just feels like a reasonable solution here.
Okay, but what if they're picking an offlaner? Is there still any offlaner for Gabby that we're feeling good about? Because alternatively, this could also be an Abed mid pick. He's banned out the Puck and the Pango for himself, so he doesn't have those available. Ember? You need a vessel builder though. I guess Ember can build vessel, but it's not really the thing you do anymore. And it feels like a hero that's just fallen out of favor. Running out of time here,
I mean,
Blacklist.
to be
They
fair,
need
I
to
feel
make a
like so
decision.
hard. It's so hard to draft their last hero.
Yeah. It's gonna be the axe.
May now
Okay.
select
Yeah, this is the
your
Morphling counter, but it's like their draft is so wonky, right? It's all single target, not much team fight. If they don't do well in the lanes and hero just don't really do anything together, they're very weak to spell damage. They are very weak in team fight.
Gotta put
And if
themselves
you-
in a bit of a corner here. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really
One thing
confident.
good about their lineup is the 3 versus 3. I think Primal, Bench, and Techies, they are really, really strong.
Yeah.
Compared to the Storm, Clockwork, and Batrider, the trio, I feel
Yeah.
like Blacklist, if they can leverage with their try winning the rune fights and winning the tower pushes and the pressure with your catapult waves, and maybe they can actually create something
10
out
seconds remaining.
of thin air here and allow Gabby to get to his blade mail dagger timing, which I feel like he's gonna struggle to get it because the lane is not gonna be that straightforward. You know, Clockwork and Morphling is a strong lane to deal with Axe because you can trap the Axe
Yup.
and battery assault him. So I feel like the lane is somehow feel like it's not that simple for Axe to just creep skip and just pull the wave and just be fine. You know.
Yeah, he's gonna have a Clockwork running after him, but if anything can try and help him there, maybe Tim's on the techies can make the difference. I think key thing for me here is that we do have to acknowledge that this is a GPK Storm. This is the man on his specialty. I think you got some of the strongest Storm players in the game right now, Abed and GPK. But in the same vein, as much as GPK is comfortable on this hero, you gotta imagine that Abed knows just how to beat it. I wonder what kind of strats he's gonna bring out on the Primal Beast. We've seen time and time again, both of these mid laners are heroes that really emphasize on efficiency. If you can drag the creep wave over to a jungle camp, farm it with the static remnant on the trample, suddenly you're doubling up on net worth. Let's see whether there's any
Yeah, but
similar
it's
shenanigans.
dangerous, right? You're doing this and you're trading farm with Storm, and if Storm gets an early orchid, your Weaver is gonna be toast.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the main concern if you're actually doing that against. But I get it, you know, you don't really have much of a choice. Primal is not a strong laner. You have to try to find ways to get your own farm, secure your own farm, and trade, get bounty runes and refill bottles. You can't really expect a Primal to win his lane.
I won't lie, Winter. At this point, I am no longer a believer in the Orchid. In fact, I feel like if GPK rushes an Orchid, we're going to see a similar fate to every other Orchid rusher that has been in this Elite League so far. They will fall off. It doesn't give you enough good stats that you need in the game. And that might actually be the opening the Blacklist need, because as much as we're ragging on, and saying maybe the lanes aren't as convincing, it's not going to be too good for Gabby and company, if they do manage to come out of the lanes and get some of those first few items, they can just run a train on BetBoom. This Morphling and Storm aren't going to be able to fight for a while. Net voice line action.
Are you like a voice line spammer in your games?
I'm a big voice line spammer. My favorite voice line,
Okay,
I got
muted.
two. Damn. Damn, I couldn't even. Can I at least tell you my favorite voice line? Damn. That's crazy. He actually muted me.
Do better.
Are you ready to face my wrath?
I am actually. I think you
Okay,
won't
go
hate
ahead.
me so much for it.
Go
okay?
ahead.
Okay.
Oh no, I know what you're gonna say. Okay, never mind. The game's gonna start.
Yeah, game's gonna start, but we have time. We have time, Winter. You made a big mistake. Let me
Damn
share.
it.
Let me share my favorite voice line. It is okay, 兄弟们. Have you heard that one from Marshall?
The battle begins.
You know which one that is?
3 bounty runes for BetBoom.
Actual IRL mute. Okay, Toronto Tokyo being run down here. Good start. Talk about the clockwork running down the axe. It's the other way around to start us off here. Gabby, we'll get things going here.
Yep, Gabby. This is what the doctor ordered for him. He needs every bit of extra go and level to snowball.
Dr.
Axe is,
Dr.
Axe is
Dubu
the
be
type
like,
of
yo.
like Axe is the type of like offlane hero where it's so dependent on how well you play on the hero, what your own decision making. A lot less about your team, and just have to try to carry the game on his own.
Yeah, suits Gabby. I mean, that's the prescription that Dr. Dubu has given this man. Okay, you want to farm? You want to sort of carry the game on your own? Sure.
You thought you had me, didn't you?
What's going on?
He's telling Dr. Dubu, I want to mute all my teammates and play the game alone and win the game alone.
Yeah, I'm
Can I
trying to
do
do
that?
this thing that I do in pubs where I just ignore everybody and carry and
Dubu
gap
gives him a
everyone
look,
anyway.
gives him a look and says, "Okay, you may proceed."
Yeah, word. I accept. Oh, Palos, what are you doing? I'm very, very low on the Weaver. I feel like this keeps happening. I'm just a sliver of HP surviving. Hey, you gotta imagine one more flame break or something and Palos is in a world of hurt.
This lane is tough for him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, of
Conquer into Weaver, it's not easy on the Tidebringer harass.
Yeah. Higher levels into that means that it just gets scarier. Weaver, not a hero with a lot of regen. And it's not like you can stack up a lot of these stick charges as well. Tidebringer doesn't proc that. So you're just gonna continually be harassed down and he just has to ferry himself more tangos.
Wow, level 2, they get X mark.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna allow him to set up on the MJZ, bring him back into the fray.
He wants the kill. Oh.
Beautiful body block.
Nice guy save, nice guy.
Nice guy save. Same thing as last game as well. I think he was avoiding securing those kills as much as possible on the Tiny. He is one thing about this guy, he knows how to set up for the squad. That's what he'll do here in this bot side. Of course, it's not a first blood, but, you know, still, good kill all around to get.
Always good to have players that are willing to set up kills for others. If everyone just wants the kill, then you get no kills. Because everybody's just waiting to last hit. Imagine, you know, you have a team that does that. Everyone's just waiting.
It becomes such a sad thing because the kill just walks away from all of you and all of you look at each other like, man, what the hell? What's that? You did mention that Gabby might have a bit of a rough time, but he seems
Dire's
to be
top
able
tower is
to
under
pull the
attack.
creep.
Me, he's pulling the wave and he got first blood, you know. So I imagine the lane would change a lot for him, especially with the first blood.
Yeah.
And as long as
Toronto-
teams is keeping Toronto, Tokyo, then Gabby can have one in wherever he is in Europe right now.
Yeah, true. Fun fact, geographical fact for all of you, Toronto and Tokyo are not in Europe, which means that Gabby is uncontested right now, wherever the hell he is. Not sure if you guys knew that.
Yeah, that has to be the best one you have today.
Yeah,
so far.
get educated, folks, on this Dota stream. Kill down below on save. Just a double, I guess just running you down, right? Not a lot of armor on Bat Rider. They're able to get that opening. I'm surprised that they were able to make that happen, actually, with how low Palos is, but it's just securing after that
Oh, he
Lotus fight.
didn't get the South cancelled on the X mark. But
Ooh.
still, they got the flame break to cancel the South. So Ryu was really, really uncomfortable in his lane, you know, constantly having to ferry regen. This hero has always this type of problem. That's why you see teams pick Triumph Protector, and it can help him heal and regen in the lane. Undying. With Bench, I mean, you have a lot of kill potential, but it's also very unstable because Bench is not very good at stabilizing the lane, keeping you healthy. He's good
Yeah.
at killing, but not good at being defensive.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're always low, you can't feel comfortable trying to commit, especially when they have sentries just laid
And
down.
you know what some Weaver players do? They get to earn
if the lane is always
Oh,
like,
yeah.
there's always
It's-
fighting in the lane and you get the urn, you heal yourself up after the kill.
It's such a handy item for Weaver overall too, because you're always in close proximity to get that charge. So, just a nice build-up
Yeah,
overall.
but then again, you're getting an urn, right, on a carry.
Hey, look, you asked for
It
Spirit
has-
Vessel Builder. You know, Weaver can do it. That's all I'm saying. I gotta... Palos gonna be the man that stepped up. And for now, Save is the one stepping up, trying to threaten out onto MJZ in the bot side. They have the X-Marks pulling back on that Vengeful Spirit, but a lot of damage being tanked by Save right now. The tower punching them back. And BetBoom, even with that last flame break, looks like MJZ will be fine.
I mean, this Weaver is just so sad, you know, and the bench, you know, they've been constantly praying. I think I was keeping count, and they bought like 3 salves already for this
Oh
lane.
no. That's Tidebringer level, just putting the hurt out onto them. And
Yep,
it's
mid
allowing...
lane.
Okay.
It's not 6 minutes yet. Teams is early. He's ahead of schedule, but
Wait,
I bet.
what the... Oh, no.
No, he already died.
Not like that. Yeah, I mean, you gotta... Yeah, that's all you can really do in that situation. That is unfortunate. Everybody on Blacklist has been clocked out of the game. Maybe a bit of lag wherever they're boot camping in Europe. Dude, Abed just stops there too. He had Onslaught still available. He could have totally escaped there. That's just unfortunate stuff, but just kind of got to bite the bullet.
Escape? They could have killed the storm. Right?
Yeah,
Escape.
right.
Escape.
Okay.
bro.
I mean, he
Okay.
was literally, by the time we panned our camera over, it looked like he was dying, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Looks are always deceiving, you know, Mike.
That's true. That's true. I got baited before.
Have you seen like a restaurant that has like the best ever entrance? You know, it's so well decorated, so nice, nicely lit up. You sit down, you look at the menu, everything's so brand new. But when the food comes, you're just itching to leave
Dude, honestly,
and get
No,
McDonald's takeaway.
no, that's true. I feel like the more money a restaurant invests into the decor and like the setup and like the scenery of it, the shittier their food is because
Yo,
they took money out of the...
welcome to SEA, right?
Yeah,
You
literally.
can
You
tell
find
the food is good if the place is dirty. It's
if the
some-
floor is oily and you feel like you're gonna fall down, oh, you're in for a treat, buddy. Like, this is about to be the best meal of your life. But I think Blacklist not gonna be too happy about that situation, unfortunately. But it's what it is. Seems like it's a whole, you know, a whole facility thing. If not, they wouldn't all just kind of shot out like that. Trying to get back in. Probably just wait for somebody on the team to
Yeah, this
update
is
the
very,
admin.
very
What's going
unfortunate.
on?
It's such a key kill to miss. You know, I think they were supposed to kill the storm. He was.
They were, yeah.
I mean, what can you do? I don't know what else to say.
And that turns things around already, right? Because
Yeah, now the storm's level 6. He kills both of you.
Exactly. He's just gotta get the kill. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. No. Primal Beast still dead. I mean, this isn't a pub. You don't unpause just because he's dead. This is a pro game. The voice line. Winter, do you have a favorite voice line?
No, I don't use voice silence. I just try to use my own voice in the game to get people to do shit. But unfortunately,
But don't you?
I always
you
end
feel
up
like there's
with
some,
10 reports. You know.
Damn. People just flaming you in pubs or what? What's going on?
Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't talk. I try to stay away from. I can't control myself. You know, if I get emotional.
That's true. I can tell
People
from your face. You see,
pe-
you look like a
people
very
say-
emotional guy.
People say something to me, I want to say it twice back. You know?
Right. just gotta exercise the self mute and some discipline there. Unfortunately,
I
Blacklist,
can't,
of course,
you know. I'm too much of a.
a hot hit. Like you gotta shoot
hot
back.
hit. Yeah. I have to,
Damn.
I have to defend myself too much.
Southeast Asia. Bring the heat out in the all chat, but
Yeah,
everybody still...
you know why at home I have to just apologize for everything. You know, so when I queue into a game.
Yeah, you're just letting out all your anger. Dude, I feel like that's most people in Dota, right? Like they have like very rough days at work and whatnot, and you try and de-stress with a game, but as soon as something doesn't really go your way, I think that's what I think. Whenever I queue up into toxic teammates or like they're flaming and stuff, you just kind of like it's kind of these situations, like, you just imagine this is a pub, right? And then your Primal Beast disconnects, and then the techies just starts flaming him. It's like, dude, do you think the guy wanted to disconnect? I'm sure not really part of the plan here. A nice call onto 2, Gabby in the top side. Just really pressuring back Tokyo and Nightfall. And he's having a much better lane than I expected. He might even be able to threaten a kill. Okay. Spin to win! It doesn't work like the way it used to though, unfortunately. Not pseudo-random anymore, it's a set amount of attacks. BetBoom won't make the mistake of continuing to attack him, he'll be able to walk free.
Dire are scanning.
Do you prefer the current spin or the old one where you randomly just kill people?
I feel like the old spin was more fun, but I understand why more players prefer the new spin, where it's a lot more reliable and you actually know what you're in for. I feel like so many times old X, you blink in and then you don't get a kill and it's just like, Sag, unluck. I feel so lame, right? I get it. Okay, look, now Abed is level 6. He's finally gotten it, so maybe he can start trying to make some moves around the map, because we know the GPK kill is probably undoable. So...
Yeah, he wishes to undo that death that he had a minute ago. For
There's something
sure.
you can't change though.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality we have in
That's
life.
true.
There are some things that I can't change, just like seeing you at work every day.
God damn, what the hell? Yeah, okay. I didn't know we're getting personal up in this stream, but okay, set up in the bot side. Palos, he's existing today and he's making it Miero's problem. Jumping forward with Shikuchi. Left alone, Miero with a stick charge. Still able to survive him with the parting torrent. Palos might just get run down. Needs a Shikuchi, doesn't have it. Save with the damage. Okay, roasting up. That's a pretty good trade for the Kunkka, right?
The Reaver kind of also feels the same, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, he gets the kill. He gets the XP first before he dies, so Kunkka didn't get XP. Kunkka's not level 6. Reaver's 5.5.
Oh, that is unfortunate though. They had full vision of that humongous stack that GPK was farming, but unfortunately Abed couldn't get into the mix in time. Gabby was just trying to sap as much XP as he could from the low ground. But level 6 now on this axe, well towards his blade mail, and that's going to be a serious problem for some of these heroes. They don't have any form of save whatsoever. It's just the Kunkka with his disables, trying to put a stop to whatever initiation that comes through. But I'm not really sure whether Gabby's ready yet. You've got to imagine that he's going to wait for that Blink Dagger to really start to get things going.
Yeah, I feel like if BetBoom can find an opportunity to stop him from getting to his blade mail dagger timings, I think Axe is one of those heroes where I think if you commit some rotations onto him, you get the kill. It's gonna just ruin the hero so much. Some heroes, like if you bring too many heroes to kill on the offlane, it doesn't really feel that bad. But for a hero like Axe, Legion, all these really timing-based snowball heroes,
Yeah.
you actually affect the game so much that it's actually worth it to even bring 2 cores to kill it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think we saw it yesterday in that Gaimin Gladiators game, right? Ace was playing the Axe, and he was off to a hot start, but every single time he would try and jump in, he'd just get responded to by like 4
who was
or
it that
5.
actually TP? Was it 33 on the Kunkka, right? Like
Yeah,
they just
33
kept
on the
bringing
like the
cores to
off
kill him.
laner on his own game where he's struggling. I think it's easy to pigeonhole into, like, when you're losing the game or like you're in a bad spot, you just think, I need to recovery farm, instead of thinking what kind of action you can make. And maybe that is something that
But
Blacklist...
if everybody wants to do recovery farm, then nobody's doing something, right? So
That's
in
true.
order for people to get recovery farm, people have to take turns creating the opportunity. So you have to, okay, this time it's your turn to move. The
Correct.
next time it's someone else to move. There has to be somebody that's willing to do the dirty work. If everybody just wants the tiramisu cake again, then it won't be enough for everyone.
Exactly. Like you keep mentioning, it almost starts
I
to sound
just-
like you're
I
a bit
just-
obsessed with the dessert right now.
Yeah, I just had a couple of really nice ones. It just keeps flashing by my mind because I'm so hungry right now.
No, I feel you. Blacklist, they'll be hungry to get some action happening. They'll lose MJZ in the bot side though, try to chase down on the save of Palos. But the flying, Bat is gonna try and swoop out of trouble, but Palos with the chase down. Nicely done. At least gets a bit of a return. Meanwhile, topside, Abed gets killed off. The clock coming into play there with GPK tag teaming up, and Blacklist unable to really find the connections that they're looking for. On the bright side, there is one chop that the Axe managed to get, so 1 bit of armor, Pog crazy.
Infinite scaling.
Infinite scaling
champ.
starts now. Miero starting to get killed. This is the Blacklist. I mean, they need to keep chaining up these moves, but they don't have any additional disable to throw out on this Kunkka right now. He's desperately trying to run away with the phase boots and the torrent. Well, X marks down, but there's the blast off. Blacklist They are out of mana. The
Slow
one last
and painful
bar.
death.
Okay.
Slow
Okay.
and painful death. Dying to attack his right click with bugs on you.
Yeah. That's gotta be so uncomfortable. Imagine dying to attack his right click. That's very sad.
Dude,
Sad
attack
fate.
his right click is not as bad as before.
Yeah, true. Especially once you get to level 25, Smile. With the 252 damage talent.
I'll tell you the worst way to die in the game. Getting killed by a Weaver bug and a Grimstroke Silence and an undying zombie on you.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
true. That's true.
you
There's
have
too
to
many
kill-
things to hit and you can't even decide, right? You're like, shit.
And then Pugna is laughing at the silence.
Haha, nice try, brother.
Scanning.
I feel like we often see that happen to like Timber Souls who throw their chakram out. We'll see that again. Very sad. Miero going down.
Dyers
Blacklist
are
looking for a
scanning.
move now.
Radiant are
Trying to
scanning.
make use of this push up here, but there aren't any BetBoom defenders. The scan comes through from Blacklist. They know that BetBoom are in the triangle, but can they really breach on this high ground? Safe, in an excellent position to break this smoke and hides away into the trees. They're fine. They come through and steal some of the stacks.
He's
Okay.
here. He has
Yeah,
a
here
hook
comes
shot.
Toronto. Hook
The
shot
beast is
onto
trapped.
Arbet. Where you going? Caged up for now. Here comes GPK swiping down onto MJZ, which means there's no save available for this poor Primal as he will get washed up. And now Tim's just easy pickings for the squad. GPK and the gang, they set up a perfect trap. Everything from the positioning of the bat, the spell casting, and the target priority just working in tandem there to get BetBoom that advantage.
When you say set up a trap, are you referring to the stacks that they stole with the primal?
I mean, it's just one stack. Like, who cares?
It was
mean-
juicy, you know, the primal. I guess
Yeah, primal-
because the smoke broke and Bat Rider was on the right, so he thought somebody was farming on the left, so immediately he cast his stun onslaught and just ran to the left, but there was no hero, and once he already committed his spells, there was no way they could team fight anymore.
Yeah. I guess they, they wanted to get something
lane.
out of that move. Oh, try to
Solo
burst
kill.
out onto Gabby.
Oh, Nightfall,
Wait,
he
call
tried.
though, Gabby. So fast on the
tried.
reactions. Dude, that was kind of crazy from Gabby. I'm not gonna lie.
GPK.
Dyers.
GPK, 1v2, IDC, I don't care.
Radiant's
I am
top tower is
GPK.
under attack.
I think he cares. I think he cares a little bit. He is gonna have to sacrifice Toronto Tokyo for it. He tries to gung ho in for a kill onto Gabby, but instead we'll give him his second stack of the game. Let's go.
Road to infinite scaling.
Wait,
Right
he didn't
there.
even get it.
He did?
Wait, what is
No.
with this?
Is under
No,
attack.
What
he
is with this shit? I feel like
Two.
we.
Oh no, one. Okay.
That's
the
a counter
two.
hitting.
I'm confused with the two.
No, yeah, I understand. I feel like the indicators aren't good enough. Dude, yesterday we saw a Slug not really get a kill. Is this something with Clockwork?
Is under attack.
Because it was the same thing, right? Whitemon died to the Slug and they didn't get a stack on the Clockwork.
I think it's the power cogs, right? If you kill something inside the power cogs, you don't get a stack. It must be the same thing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's so weird. Yeah, what the hell is going on? Okay, anyway. On Dota, on the next episode of Dota Mythbusters, you'll find out, but not in this cast.
Dyer's
Have I told you
structures are fortified.
how talented you are at finding
Radiant
bugs?
structures
I just
found
found
two.
one. I've only
I
found
mean,
one.
it's kind of two, right?
is under attack.
I guess. Thank you, Winter. Do you feel bad for throwing that personal jab at me just now? Is that why you're telling me?
Yeah, a
Dyer's
little
top
bit.
tower has fallen.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's
I've
all
been,
good.
I've been
yeah.
told I'm a
Radiant's
I'm
bottom
a
tower
very
is under
very
attack.
straight person. Sometimes I need to
Dyer's middle
go
tower
easy on
is
my
under
friends.
attack.
Damn, that's some critical reflection going on here. I respect it. I think Blacklist, they need a bit of what you have, and you're gonna start things out with a move here. Nice little setup with stuns.
Oh, is he getting
Bombs.
the stack this time? Oh no!
Wait, did he not actually get the?
no. He didn't get.
He
the,
didn't.
use
He
it.
didn't Culling Blade, right?
The primal beast pushed him out of the way. Get away, you axe! This is my kill.
Dude, I can't believe that Primal Beast Onslaught pushes your own teammates out of the way. Like, I understand it, but I still feel like it's ridiculous.
Why? Look at how huge the guy is. Have you not seen like
Radiant's
when a
bottom
VIP
tower
car
is
is
under
like
attack.
or ambulance coming through in the road and everybody just needs to shove themselves aside?
That's true. A Primal Beast is not really an ambulance, so he's kind of the cause for why you would need to call an ambulance, I think. he's like, you call 999,
Head
you know,
trauma.
991 or whatever. Yeah, you're like, shit, there's a Primal Beast in the area, and they immediately turn the siren on. 7 to 8 here.
I just had a concussion because I ran into a primal beast.
Yeah, literally, oh no,
Radiant's
Primal
middle
Beast knocked me
tower
on the
is
road.
under attack.
It's like, oh, where's your location, sir?
Okay,
Everything's
so where
fine, though.
Where are we
Everything's
at
fine.
right now? Axe
I
is
think-
still gunning for the BKB.
Yeah, he is still. I mean, this is this is very much the X's game to play, right? I think we've seen this time and time again.
Morphling can just go S and Y with the shot. I feel like the X can't. It's not very easy for the X to kill Morphling when he goes S and Y shot.
True. But that's why you built Orchid on Gabby.
Huh?
No, I'm kidding.
Senor building Orchid.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just saying. I just kind of poking a little bit of fun. But yeah, you can see how much priority there is on the shard for the Morphling because he's already queuing it up even before the Manta. He clearly sees that it's more important because there isn't really much to dispel, right? It's just a reactive taser perhaps, and everything else you can just strength shift through it. There's no Spirit Vessel, no healing reduction.
Oh, Gabby, the carry has fallen.
Under attack.
Oh no.
They found him. I mean, this is what happens when everybody is farming, right? Somebody's
yeah.
gonna die.
Nobody's making moves. Other than BetBoom, who have been excellent at finding these pickoffs so far, playing around
Yeah.
GPK with these various
There's a
routes.
schedule to follow, you know, Mike.
True,
If
yeah.
everybody's taking a break at the same time, nobody's doing the work.
Yeah, who's serving the front desk? GPK right now. He's giving them a sweet dealing of death. MJZ,
And what is,
easy
what is
pickoff.
this? This is the kitchen right now? Like,
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo are doing the dishes.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo is the waiter, bro. He serves that bench out on a silver platter for GPK. GPK goes nom 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 nom. Thank you. You know, I bought an orchid. I wanted to get action in,
Oh.
and that's what he's finding.
On the Chinese stream, the bench is the sauce, you know, he's the condiment.
Why is that? Is that part of
They
the
just
name?
call supports sauce and condiments. Don't you know the Mandarin?
Wait, no, I don't. Say the Chinese word for me, please.
No.
Dude,
Afterward.
what the hell? Okay.
Alright,
fine.
BetBoom right now in a
I have
good
to go find out
position in the game.
myself.
4K.
Yeah, I mean, the 4K gold lead up. I think regardless of what happens here, as much as Gabby's trying to make space and try to find opportunities, it's clear that everyone on Blacklist is still mostly chilling, while BetBoom, they've been on a rampage, right? They're playing with GPK now, the two supports grouping up around him, getting vision with the Bat Rider and the Cogs and the Flares and everything, and all these little pickoffs, like, you're split up on the map, you can't really respond to the storm zipping in. Kind of tough sitch.
Yeah, I feel like I don't like it that they're actually just farming the BKB on the X. So I think they have to try and
Radiant's top
play
tower
around,
is under attack.
play around the Abed primal base. I think they're not actually that weak. I think with the Blade Mail, with your Weaver having like a Maelstrom with Falcon Blade. I mean, he's gonna blink in, he's gonna get a call, but unfortunately the shard is online.
Yeah, unfortunately, the shot exists.
Yeah, I wish
and
that
just
you did that like earlier, right? If you try to
Dire's
make plays
bottom
earlier.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, and now there isn't really any play to be had, but I guess in a way you forced Nightfall away from this tower, so you can at least pick that up. Not too bad, as you understand that you see.
So much copium, Mike.
I'm trying, man. I think Blacklist. Look, I think there's an opportunity for them. Although I'm not sure how you kill the Morphling. I think there's an opportunity to kill everyone else on
Dire's
BetBoom.
bottom tower
Do they have
is
a
under attack.
vessel on anyone? No, right?
Not yet.
That
Yeah.
case is back. Okay, if
Maybe
you
a-
don't have a vessel, okay, I hear a vessel. A beast. They found a beast in the cage.
Yeah. No way for him to run. Just pulled back. Healing from
Axe
Tim's though.
called.
Okay, get
No
the chop
charge.
off of the GPK. Not too bad. And now with the jump forward, they get their hands on the save as well. The lingering bug will give the vision, but Gabby doesn't want to keep on chasing. A bit
for
worried
one.
about the response coming out. I'm not really sure why
Oh, he got
too.
him with the rocket. Nice.
Radiant's
Clean
bottom
stuff.
tower
Kill off
is
MJZ. Toronto Tokyo able to TP out. Nicely done from the Clockwork. But still, a
didn't
pretty
get
good set
the
of kills to
culling
get from
blade.
Blacklist.
He didn't get
Dire's
the
middle
stack, the
tower
culling
is
blade.
under
If they're
attack.
making trades like this and he's getting stacks, he would feel so much better.
That's true, but I also think that him not dying there and him being able to get some kills, I'm sure he's fine with that situation. You just need your BKB, right? He has that in just about 1k core. Starts out with the lasso onto Abed. Realistically speaking, even though Tims comes through with a nice back, there's no way in the world this Primal Beast survives there. So Gabby able to get a return kill onto a very low GPK. That's a lot of gold going in his pocket. And unfortunately, Safe able to swoop away, killing off that bug. And nice little snipe from Toronto Tokyo to kill off MJZ. But yeah, Palos, yeah, I mean, then he TP's out. Clean stuff. So Palos not able to respond. Hey, but to get the GPK kill, that's something.
Yeah, that is definitely something. Kill the guy who built Orchid, so Mike is gonna be happy. Oh
I
my
know.
god, the guy who bought Orchid is feeding again. I told you not to buy Orchid.
He's 5-1 and 2. He's having a stellar game. I was just complimenting him, okay, man? Jeez. All I'm saying is
what
that
I
he wants
heard.
to get.
That's not what I heard, you know, producer.
Yeah, well, you
knows,
can't
know,
hear me because you muted me, Winter. Okay, you muted me since the start of the game because of my voice lines. What do you want me to do? It's tough. Yeah, Rohio with the
sorry.
setup. Onto Tims with the go shit. In comes GPK looking for revenge. He's going to put his Orchid to work. Pop
Oh, nice
crazy.
rocket. Stops the
Oh, it's
dagger
not
from
enough,
X.
and the swap back. Tim's is fine. And now Miero's out of resources, being pulverized up. They silence out onto the
Gabby.
Primal Beast though. Nightfall starting to clean up. A lot of damage coming out from this Morphling, and they need to watch out. Gabby, he's trying to find an opening to slice down onto somebody. The Blade Mail reflecting some damage, but Nightfall stands tall and stands on the front line, protecting his team. Paddle's gonna try and come through to kill off Miero. Nice Gleipnir, holds him in place and will kill off the Kunkka. Time-lapse right in the nick of time. Paddles gets out of trouble. Again, it's a trade that doesn't look good for Blacklist, but they should be happy with what they've gotten here, especially since Paddle survives.
Like Gabby died.
True. Yeah, you're right.
He's not gonna be too happy. He'll have his BKB soon. Didn't get a culling blade charge. He kind of was waiting in vision. You know, he was like so focused on finding the right call, and he got caught by. It was a nice rocket initially. I think Toronto Tokyo just kind of guessed that X is trying to come from that direction. He throws a rocket, sees him,
Yeah.
stops the initial dagger, and then gives Batrider the time to blink in and lasso the X.
Yeah, really clean stuff all around. BetBoom covering each other's bases very well here. Toronto Tokyo making a quick rush for this Aghanims. As I think
Yeah,
two
he's
components-
making me feel like playing Clockwork support right now.
Right? I think him, Whitemon, and Q.
He's having so much fun.
Yeah, I bet. It's flying in, making so much space for the carry. I think that's the funnest part about Clockwork. It doesn't even have to be flashy that you're getting the kills. It's just the knowledge that you're making
Come
space in the team
on.
fights.
Landing like rocket kills from miles away. That's flashy.
Oh, that's true. That's true. He must have been happy with that one. Water Park online now for Miero. Aghanims complete after the Blade Mail. I guess the one option that Blacklist have is the one that they had just now, right? I think Tim's being on the front lines, acting as the bait with some of these defensive items, bought Blacklist a lot of time. If they just weren't
Tormentor.
scouted out...
Tormentor, BetBoom's nightmare. I'm so sorry. I had to say, you know.
No, it's okay.
BetBoom-
What
BetBoom
did I
died.
miss?
No, they almost died to the Tormentor. You know, BetBoom, every time they're doing Tormentor,
That's-
everybody's just looking at them. You know?
No, that's true. No, I thought the way you said it made it sound like someone died to the Tormentor. I looked over and they looked fine, so I was like, okay. Nothing,
No, it was
nothing,
close.
nothing crazy
It was-
going on.
it
Yeah,
was
they like to play
close.
their limits a little bit. They don't really have the best Tormentor heroes either. Smoke move up now, Blacklist, not willing to let the tempo drop. They're still trying to get things going with Gabby. They just need to find some sort of pick off. Toronto Tokyo running into a lot of mines though.
They need
very
some
low on
wards
HP.
here. They need vision. Once they see them, they can jump them. They have a ward on techies, they have a ward on bench. They have minefield around.
They're kind of playing in different areas here though, right? Like BetBoom are setting up around this mid lane to
This is gonna be
jungle
big.
area.
BetBoom has this area. They're running into BetBoom area.
Oh, Gabby gets the call off. Killing off Toronto Tokyo is a great start, but again, he doesn't get the culling blade. It's not too
Damn
bad
it.
of a start though.
Who took the kill? Tim's, damn it! Give him his culling blade stack.
For real, dude. Gabby is being
Like,
denied.
how
That's
many
messed
times
up.
had it happen already? He could have had like 5 stacks at least.
That's true. Yeah, but that's gonna open up Roach for them though. Without their Clockwork, they're not confident enough to contest this area. They don't have the 3 vision from the rocket flare. And this Roach is just gonna get rushed down. A huge opportunity for Blacklist in this game.
It's not the fastest rush, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's kind of... We don't need to talk about that. We could say, you know, good job. They got the Aegis for themselves. Talos is
Okay,
gonna be able to
okay,
play a lot more
okay.
aggressively.
I gotta take some lessons about PMA from Mike Perma-Sneeze, the Perma PMA guy.
Yeah, the P in Permasney stands for PMA. That's what it's
Wow.
about. That's all I got though.
I remember seeing you raging in your games.
Radiant's
Did you?
middle
Don't lie.
tower is under
Okay.
attack.
yeah.
I was watching you silently
Oh.
judging in the corner.
Yeah, I'm sure. Out of everything
Oh.
out of every important thing that you got to do in your day, I'm sure that you were watching my games.
Middle tower
The one game I play every 1 week, I'm sure. At least recently, it's been a bit busy, but yeah. Either way, I agree with you. I think BetBoom, they've really made this Clockwork support look excellent, but Blacklist on the back of picking him off, still able to get themselves a small advantage here. I can't imagine that they want to put on any sort of pressure. Maybe they want to.
I mean, they
try
should,
and-
they should keep the ball rolling. I think with their BKB on X, Weaver, or he's gonna get lassoed. He has a Gleipnir.
He's dead.
Aegis.
Okay,
Oh, no,
well,
why
the
is
rest
he
of the
alone?
team is all on the top side. He's solo down here, maybe getting a bit too comfortable. Palos. Oh boy, that is not a pretty sight.
Yep,
Right.
not a pretty bug for sure. Struggling to
bring
finish his
the-
BKB.
They bring the insecticide and just spray him down. That was so quick. He just withers up and dies. And now Gabby in trouble too. Set up there from GPK. Zip in from
BKB.
long range, from downtown.
BKB.
And now Gabby.
Okay, never
He-
mind.
Yeah, he has
pop-up.
BKB, but he's not even going to pop it. Another hook shot forward. BetBoom. They just can't stop finding these kills. 3 down now. Aegis essentially nullified. Okay, opportunity for Blacklist basically slammed down into the curb now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
Okay,
is under
back to what, square one?
attack.
Yeah,
Square is
feels
0
like it.
actually. Because they lost the Roche, they lost the Aegis. And
Yeah,
lost
one step
everything.
back.
It's worse than 1 step back, right? It's like 2 steps back.
They just went back home, feels like. They just walked all the way home. Yeah, Blacklist. That might be the situation for them if they're not able to keep up the performance. So far, I think throughout the various stages of the tournament, they've shown a lot of resilience, and I think that's what's really been a point of admiration. I think both of us acknowledge as well that, look, Blacklist, they're really starting to shape up. They're really evolving. But it feels like they've hit a bit of a plateau, hit a bit of a wall lately. Some of these strategies haven't been working. They haven't been able to bring Gabby into their game plan. And this Axe was still kind of waiting for this crazy call to win the game for them. But BetBoom are just not giving him any opportunities.
Sometimes you need to find your own opportunities. You can't wait for the opponent to give it to you.
Yeah, but
That's
in
why
a
I
game
felt
like this,
No,
in a game
in
like
the early,
this,
that's for like the early game when he was like just trying to play for his own timings. And right now, because the game has already reached to a stage where, yeah, sure, you got your items that you were farming for, but the enemy also got their items, so
yeah.
you're not actually as strong as you think you are.
I assure you,
It's very difficult, sometimes to talk about stuff like this when you're going through your own replays, and you have to understand, like the game revolves around everybody, and sometimes your timing doesn't mean everything, for the game. You have to
Sure.
also play on your teammates' timing, your opponent's timing. You have to. There's just so many things in a game going on at the same time. And I always feel like being on a team right now in a team setup, it's always good to try to rely on each other to play as a unit as 5 instead of just one person's agenda or one person's timing. It just gets very tiring for everybody.
true. Yeah, I mean, a lot of waiting around for Gabby, but so far, haven't been able to find anything. Rocket Flare is
Yeah,
raining
and the
in,
Rocket
giving them
Flare
full vision of the
spams.
Blacklist lineup.
Dire structures are
It's gonna
fortified.
be very hard for the Axe to
Radiant's
get jumps
bottom
off
tower is
with the
under
Clockwork
attack.
Axe online.
Yeah. Just gotta litter the fight with these rockets.
No, yeah, I
and-
feel like the Clockwork is like stopping the Primal and he's stopping the Axe. And there you go, Miro.
Initiate onto
As a
Miero,
bolt
try
coming.
for some Xbox, but he's so tanky on this Kunkka. The boat crashes in and they just kill off bench. Save is looking for a lasso onto Paralos. They have to control on the Weaver, and that bug is gonna go splat again. The water pump, it's too much. Washed away, flushed away, and Blacklist, they just have to turn tails and run. But I mean, this beast is going nowhere again, caging the animal. And one last survivor, Tims. I mean, the Axe is already out of the fight. Tims is gonna
No,
try to
they got
TP
the-
out,
they
but the
got the
Xbox pulls
Techies.
him back. Yeah. Let's get 4 members down with nothing to speak of on the board for themselves.
Radiant's
Blacklist.
middle tower
You mentioned it at the start of the draft that this Clockwork is such a great answer to the Primal Beast. They last picked the Axe, seemingly backs up against the wall, no other options for the offlane. But it suffers the same fate against the Clock. Every single fight, he's getting clocked up. And he can't get anything done.
are scanning.
Yeah, and they're also not finding the initiations that they want to with the Axe. It's like when your Axe is always the last person alive. It's tough, it means that he's not really finding the openings
Radiant
for
structures
the
are
team.
fortified.
And you can't really afford to just let the Conquer. I mean, sure, they actually tried to. They went on the Conquer. It was the Primal that went in for the Conquer. And they couldn't really kill the Conquer.
Yeah, try to kill off on the Morphling now, swap him back. Nightfall still has a waveform away, and in goes GPK, slicing up onto MJZ. And you might have that damage reduction, but still, it's more than enough. GPK just works through him, and
Yeah,
Nightfall
look at
able
him
to
go,
escape.
Mike. The Orchid. Owning.
Hell yeah. Well, GPK.
Yep. Culling Blade. Come on, guys.
Are you
Let him get his
serious?
stack, man.
Dude, this is ridiculous at this point. Hook shot for Toronto Tokyo to escape. But again, this Axe has 1 Culling Blade harvested armor. That is painful stuff.
Why can't they just wait for him? Just let him get the kill. Why?
Dude, at this point, I'm sure that Blacklist have like so many other problems. Saw the lasso coming out. They got Paralos. Let's kill him off. Gabby has to pop the BKB, and again, he just can't enter the fight. There's too much all over the place, stopping his blink from being effective. And now they'll try and chase down the Axe as well. Oh no, where you going? Just killed off by Nightfall. Double kill for this Morphling. Sure, you get GPK, but the rest of the BetBoom heroes don't have Orchid, so they're very, very strong.
I mean, no Orchid, but he has Kanda on the morphing.
True. Your favorite
Best
item of
item.
the game? Skadi as well.
item.
Holy shit, this guy's farmed. It's up to the high ground.
His net worth is the combined net worth of the Weaver and... Okay, maybe not. Maybe not
Oh,
the Primal.
yikes.
I was gonna say
Yikes.
Weaver and Primal. I'm like, oh no, my math is bad.
I love how Observer momentarily hit the net worth just to quiz us a bit, you know? Trying to make us do mental math or something. That's crazy. Testing us with mathematics. My math is real bad, but okay, let's add it up here. I think what? Combined of the Weaver and like the techies?
Techies, yeah. Weaver and Techies sounds better.
Dude, okay, wait. Respect to Tim's though. I'm not really sure how, but he's able to keep up in terms of net worth. A lot of the times in these losing games, you see the supports just really peter out. But
Yeah.
he's still getting some items.
I mean,
and,
Techies is one of the better heroes to find, like dead lane farm, right? Like the dangerous
yeah.
farm, because you can clear waves with your mines quickly, remote mines.
Oh, and
your-
yeah, of course, he also has
no,
a
not
Pedo, so-
remote mines, proximity mines.
True.
I'm such a boomer. Remote mine.
He still has the Pilly Stone working for him also, so that probably plays a big part. But BetBoom now circling around, looking to get their win here. Especially important for them if they want to stabilize this round robin stage. Save not able to get the lasso, but with the X marks, they pull back MJZ in place. That is not a kill Blacklist are willing to risk their lives to save. Moving up on this high ground, Nightfall, just an absolute beast right now. In goes GPK, looking for Tims, but the Glimmer will keep him safe. Look at how confident GPK
Look,
is,
he's
just
still
waiting for
going.
it to time out, yeah. The reactive taser is the only thing that saves that techies again. Narrowly surviving. Paddles and Abed trying to get the hunt out, but all TPing back. They found Gabby. Oh no. Oh no.
Feel
Okay.
Like, we've seen his story quite a couple of times this game already. The same movie.
Absolutely. X marks reset for GPK just to get his mana up as well. Very efficiently clearing all across the map. Nightfall. Nightfall just keeps tipping out onto Ahmed, man. Former teammates, what can you do?
He's saying, I'm pretty sure you miss playing with me now, yeah?
Yeah. Didn't want me on your team, swap me out for other people, yeah. Let's see how well that does for you. Nightfall now. Just killing off onto MJZ, very easy setup. And now Palos with the silence up, forced to pop the BKB. But the bug can only scuttle so far. So much mana left on GPK to play with. All the vision in the world and the hook shot to follow. As much as Blacklist try and hang on, it might just be curtains. GG is called, and Blacklist, they just get completely destroyed. It feels like this Clockwork and the Morphling pick, they don't have any response to it.
Victory.
It's not just the clock and the morphing. I just feel like if you disregard the enemy lineup, they were not really even playing their own lineup, like doing the stuff that they should be doing with their heroes, right? Trying to play around each other. They have to try to work together more as a team, like in the game. You know, it's not just about okay, my timing is blah blah blah. There's 3 items, you know. But on the way to get your timing, maybe someone else has already get to their timing, and you have to try to help the other person out. There's a lot of like small little in-between timings that you kind of want to play around each other, you know, between the Primal and the Axe and the Weaver. There's just no link, you know, between the cores in this game. Even the last game, I feel like Blacklist, all the cores, they are just playing for their own game and not as a team. That's why both of the games just went completely wrong for them, and BetBoom just took full advantage of it. Props to them, you know, being able to just run them over off of a couple of very small mistakes, or maybe it's a big mistake. I don't know, but just BetBoom showing that they're the better team here.
Yeah, I think throughout the entirety of last year, BetBoom really showed their prowess as a team that were ruthless, right? If you made a mistake against them, they would just screw you over real hard. This was back when Pure was in the off lane. Ever since Miero joined, you know, some middling results, he brought an air of stability to the team, but it felt like the highs were not as high. The power curve really evened out, but I think with this performance, they're going to be very satisfied. This is their first win of the tournament so far. Other than that, they have 2 ties and 2 losses. So they need a couple more to make sure that they make it to the playoff stage. But if they can keep playing so confident and keep playing so secure, I mean, it's clean stuff all around, right? Every single player on BetBoom striking hard and carrying their weight, I think, and not a single weak link. The Toronto Tokyo especially is the MVP for me. I feel like his Clockwork just ran them a new one. We already knew it was going to be a big problem in the draft, but it just is seeming to be such a significant hero. I fully predict that we might see more and more of him coming into the playoffs.
Same. I think the hero has a lot of value.
Yeah.
Very similar to Elder Titan, where you can secure the carries lane if it's a range hero, but very different in the way they function in the game. Elder Titan is more defensive, where you protect your teammates, you provide the auras in the engagements, but Clockwork just looking for the opportunities to open the fight and set up for your team. It's a more aggressive way of playing position 5, which I get it why Toronto Tokyo likes to play it, because he's a core player, right? He is a mid player, so he doesn't like to just sit behind and wait. You think he likes to play Undying? No, he wants to have the action hero on his hand.
No,
The
I'm
do
sure,
stuff
I'm
hero.
sure, I'm sure he likes his Undying too. I mean, a couple of games I remember Toronto Tokyo going 60 minutes and just beast moding it up. But this Clockwork performance, definitely one to remember. And I think even back when Toronto Tokyo was a core player, he was always just being so aggressive, finding opportunities for Spirit all over the map back when he was on that team. So yeah, I mean, altogether, congratulations to BetBoom. We're probably gonna have an interview with them in a short bit. Stick around to find out. We'll be back after a short break. Unfortunately, everybody, even though BetBoom fans would have loved to hear from them, I don't think they're really feeling it. They probably need to sort of have a bit more discussion, have a bit more work put in because they have a long group stage ahead of them to try and come back from this situation. But a 2 over Blacklist is a good place to start. And coming up next, maybe a match that everybody is waiting for, Liquid versus Tundra. Tundra already showed us some metal in the tie earlier today, but yeah, as we saw earlier, Tundra versus Aurora, that was pretty clean stuff from them. That game number 2 with that pure sniper in pause 1. So getting to hear from Thompson as well was a fun bit of action. But now we'll have them go up against Team Liquid, who alongside Tundra and Aurora are still taking or vying for the first place within the group, right? All 3 of these teams are tied. Team Liquid in a much better position because they have more wins than ties. So this is where they can really etch themselves over their opponents. Right now, don't be mistaken, it's only Team Liquid at 3rd because clearly they haven't played as many matches. But as we can see, with that win, BetBoom are able to lift themselves up to the 6th place in the group, a lot more comfortable than they were before over Blacklist, who are now at 2-6. So not the best situation for them here. And of course, this is the B stream, which means that if you're looking for any of the other matches, like the OG matches or stuff like that, you can pop on over to the main stream. You should be able to find that in the pin message or in the description of whatever YouTube channel you're watching this from now. But yeah, but for us, we're going to take a short break before we bring you the next best of 2. It's going to be Liquid versus Tundra. Stick around. A warm welcome back here. 2 series have passed us and 1 tie, 1 win. And maybe we'll get another so we can finally figure out who's actually at the top of this Group B. I think we have, Tundra, Liquid, as well as Aurora fighting for that title now. And right now we'll have a face-off that I'm sure many fans are very excited about. It's going to be Liquid up against Tundra. Both teams have looked excellent. They've brought in their own unique spin on the meta so far. And I'm interested to see this clash of styles.
Unique spin, yeah? Brood
Yeah.
Mother incoming. Are you trying to suggest Brood is on the menu today?
No, I mean, even if Brood is not on the menu, all I'm saying is that they showed us some brand new Brewmaster 33 technology, right? Getting that Aghanims early,
Well, according
pushing
to
high
them,
ground.
he said it's an old thing.
Yeah,
So-
we're just behind the curve. We're out of fashion. What can you do? But you can always count on 33 to bring in these kind of unique little interactions and really juice the most out of his team. And I think that's what people were expecting with this Team Liquid lineup, right? Of course, Zai retiring, 33 coming in. He's always been known as a very technical player, trying to min-max every little detail. And I think that's what he has, in a way, whipped into Team Liquid, right? Now they're playing a lot more clean, a lot more concise. They're running these very high tempo strategies with their Luna, Marcy, TA carries, and they're just winning the game before the other team even has time to respond. On the flip side, Tundra, again, we've already seen them earlier today. A lot of flair coming out from all these different players and a lot of very unique picks as well.
You know what matters? Getting the win. The flair, the finesse, everything doesn't matter if you end up with the wrong result, So
True.
winning is all that is. You have to win the game and then you get the bragging rights, We're the best team in Europe.
Hell yeah. I mean, the funny thing, I just saw Whitemon's cam. I feel like every single time we see him on camera, dude's munching on something. He's always got pre-game snacks, man. I don't know what he's eating, but it's clearly powering him up. Maybe he'll be a bit inspired and show us some of that clockwork, because I think Toronto Tokyo had a great game on it up against Blacklist just now. And Whitemon, he's one of the first few, at least in this stage of the tournament, to bring it out and really look amazing. Alongside his ET selection, I think a lot of these strong, stable position 5 performances that we've come to expect from him. Liquid versus Tundra. It's been a while since we've seen this matchup, so this one should be pretty hype. And early bans out. Some respect from Liquid already, but that leaves Tundra's Brewmaster available. There you have it. Toby will snatch that up any day of the week.
Clockwork is the Brewmaster counter.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Boxy plays it. I know Boxy plays it. Not recently, but I'm sure he has it in his repertoire. There's a lot of prime heroes for them to select here. Liquid, they have been dominating with a lot of different strategies. IO banned out, clearly one of the strats that they like to go to, split up the map, that classic EU style, like you said, just set up around different areas of the map, have the relocate come in, the global presence. It's very hard to deal with.
Let's see. So what do you do? I mean, Brewmaster, I think his weakness has always been he doesn't have catch, right? So when you're playing into Brewmaster, there's like 2 ways to go about it. Either you try to draft heroes that can allow you to play the map, or you try to win the lane against the Brew. You draft strong lanes and you try to fight into the split. I mean, with the Weaver, I'm not sure which direction this hero is gonna go for them. I guess Weaver is more of like a split the map kind of hero.
Yeah, it's something that can be run in Pulse 4 like we saw yesterday from Tofu.
I mean, he can kind of be
so
a good lane matchup again into the Brewmaster as a safe laner if you have the right position 5. You need like some Undying or Treant Protector type of position 5 to allow Weaver to succeed against Brewmaster, because Brewmaster takes your HP in the lane with the Cinder Brew all the time, so you need somebody to top you up in the lane.
Yeah, IO would have been great for that. Unfortunately, he gets banned out. And apart from that, in terms of what else Insania has been bringing out, maybe the Oracle could be an option. We saw
Oracle
him play
Weaver. No. Oracle Weaver ain't
it.
Weaver doesn't need Oracle. Oracle doesn't need Weaver, so no.
True. A lot of key options still in the pool here. CM, Venge, Bane, all different things that Liquid have liked to pick up for themselves.
5 seconds.
But the Bane doesn't really feel quite as attractive without the IO, right? A large part of the allure of the Bane is being able to set up across the map.
Yeah, I mean the lane's kind of not really that great with Weaver. It's okay, but your spells don't really synergize well with each other. I think it's okay to deal with the Brewmaster you lock him down and you stop him from splitting with the grip. But I'm not a very big fan of Bane and Weaver on the same team. They look
Yeah,
the
I see what
same.
you mean. They played this Weaver on Mickey just yesterday up against Gaimin Gladiators and completely dominated with it. But in that game, that was the crazy Brewmaster tech that we see. So both these lineups really like their Brewmaster. I'm surprised that Liquid left it in the pool because, I mean, it was a no-brainer that Tundra are going to grab it. Now, Centaur doesn't really scream to me as a 33 hero, so I'm not really sure whether Liquid want to grab it, even though it's kind of thematic, right? They have a horse as their logo, they pick up the horse. It works out very nice, but I guess with a Weaver, you don't need the tool of the Stampede because you can scuttle around the fight anyway.
It's still nice. I think it's still nice to have the hero. The hero is just very solid in the lane. Like, you know what you're getting out of the lane if you are picking it into a blind matchup. And he's always going to be useful.
Yeah. There's still Doom available in the pool. Timbersaw just got banned out.
10 seconds remaining.
What else we got here?
And Doom's pretty good against the Brewmaster. I think he used to be like a go-to hero to counter Brew. Like, teams picking Brew early and then you just pick Doom to counter.
Yeah, Team Liquid, the interesting thing here is that they do not really care so much about the DK, which has been such a priority for a lot of these other teams. At least they haven't shown it recently. I think in the most recent tournament that we saw them in Dream League, they played it a bunch on Mickey on the carry. But with this Weaver picked up, I'm incentivized to believe that that will be the Mickey hero. Although, like you mentioned, the lane could look a bit hairy. We just saw Palos in that exact situation where he's just harassed down non-stop and he can't actually get a lot of aggression going. I don't know what the pairing for the Weaver will be though. Luna ban now is a real pain. They go for the CM, so stable, strong laner, can set up for kills, but again, similar situation with what Blacklist were dealing with last game where very susceptible to the magic damage. You combine this with like a Hoodwink or something like that, or even a Bat Rider that... Okay, no, Bat Rider's banned out, I'm high. Let's see, what else does 9 class have here?
Tundra
The Monkey King
Esports
Respect
turn.
banned out. There's the Rubik and the Clockwork. Okay, quick picks here.
Yeah, always nice to be Rubik into Weaver. And in Clockwork as well, like I think we mentioned it. It's really good against Weaver because you trap the Weaver in the lane. You can trap him in the cog, so Shukoshi doesn't really help him.
10 seconds remaining.
It's pretty good at finding the CM in the game. CMs nowadays don't really buy 4-star. Everyone's buying solar drums early.
Yeah.
So you might have to... I mean, it's a really good 4-star game against Rubik and Clockwork. Oh, okay,
Bossy
that
duck
is a
winner.
hero I have not seen in ages.
Yeah. And
What
Team
is
Liquid...
the deal? What's the deal here with the... It's good against Clockwork because he's hooking into your brambles and your spells.
I guess they just wanted a bit more control because right now they don't really have it on Weaver and they want someone to keep heroes in place. And if
The
you're following
fear,
up the pick with
I
the Doom,
guess.
yeah, it's not too bad. Just
Yeah,
set
but
everyone flying.
But the hero just feels very weird right
10
now.
seconds
He's
remaining.
not really particularly strong at doing... he's in his lane
5 seconds
as he used to. He's a lot stronger before.
Mm-hmm.
And now I feel like, okay, your combo is what you put the Bedlam on the Weaver and the Weaver runs in. I mean, I call it a combo, but it's just like a way to use your ulti
Bedlam,
offensively.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the sniper, of course. You have to expect it. I was gonna say that I think Liquid rounding out this draft, Nisha Park would be just splendid, but up against Thompson Sniper, I don't know if that's a risk you want to run. Now that Pure has shown that he can play this on the Pulse 1, there's also always that potential for Tundra to flex. And they looked amazing on it, right? Pure, even though it was a rough early laning stage, Tundra know exactly all the moves to pull to bring it back for him. And he ended that game in such a great standing.
Yeah, I feel Sniper might be... I guess might be like a safe lane with the clock into the Doom. I guess you can do well with Clockwork on the lane as a sniper against the Doom plus Dark Wheel. Clockwork can kind of protect you and make sure that they never get to you with the cogs, the battery assault.
How do we feel about TA as the last pick for Liquid here?
Not bad. It's pretty good. It's pretty
Get
good
them early
into the
Roche.
sniper.
Yeah. Something that Nisha and Mickey have both shown extreme comfort on.
Yeah, but
just
they have
looking at
they have the Aurora last
10
pick, so they can
seconds remaining.
decide later. Whereas for
Yeah.
Tundra, they have to already
seconds
know what they
remaining.
want right now. I mean, with the 18 pick sniper, they should already like come into this with already a lane for this hero. Are we gonna put sniper mid or safe lane? I think as long as you have a good lane matchup against someone like Doom that can't really gap close on you very quickly in the early game, I think it's better to put the sniper there. It's maybe not better, but it's definitely a viable option to put sniper on the safe lane.
You're not scared of the Doom Dark Willow, are you?
I mean, with Clockwork, with the Shrapnel, you can get Shrapnel early. You
Turn to
can
ban.
actually kill them. I feel like you trap him with the Cogs, Battery Assault, and Shrapnel. I think
Yeah.
the Doom is gonna die very easily.
Keen combo. Just get some mechanics in there. Kill off literal Satan, Lord of Hell. Vibes. Shoot him.
Yeah, then get yourself
10
like a
seconds
Zeus.
remaining.
This game for
5
Tundra.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's pretty good against Weaver.
I mean, I guess there isn't really a lot of
I think
catch
it's
as well.
good with their lineup because I think they need some more extra damage when you're initiating with Clockwork or the Rubik or the Brewmasters going in. I feel like they need an extra something to allow their heroes to actually get pickoffs, and I feel like Zeus is going to give them that, and it's going to be just very useful at dealing with the Weaver
Esports, turn
and
to
protecting the
ban.
sniper in a way because you always give your team vision.
Wow, look at that. Respect ban on the Thompson Tiny. Haven't seen that in a long while. And clearly Liquid were watching that earlier Tundra game, right? Studying what they were doing. They know that there's the potential for this Pure to pick
10
this sniper
seconds
up.
remaining.
Overall last pick is in their favor, like you mentioned, so they can get themselves a favorable
5
lane matchup
seconds
for
remaining.
Nisha. Although the Puck and the Tiny are
Tundra
taken out, and the
Esports,
Pango and the
turn to
Kunkka
pick.
Storm eliminated as well. Nisha, so far, everything he's played in this tournament at the moment has been banned out. Of course, they haven't really played a large sample size of games, so that's not really
10
good
seconds remaining.
margin.
Team
But
Liquid's
perhaps the
turn to
Wind
pick.
Ranger, OD. There's the Zeus last pick, like you mentioned. Just rounding out the draft very nicely. And it's Thompson Classic, right? He loves this hero, so...
So there's a TA. You can still kind of counter the Zeus in the lane with the TA.
Yeah.
But the
10
TA, I feel like it's
seconds
kind of
remaining.
awkward with their lineup. I don't think that the three cores have
5
very good
seconds remaining.
synergy with each other if they go TA. I mean, Earth Spirit on the other hand, okay, this is actually this is a very good pick with their lineup. It works with their lineup. It's very good against all the enemy three cores. The silence good against the Brew. The roll, the gap closing is great against the sniper and the Zeus. And obviously, it works really well with your supports, right? You look at your two supports, CM and Dark Willow. They need
a body.
some hero that can go in, and tank and
They need a
Earth Spirit.
bedlam boy. They need someone to throw
Earth Spirit
the
is
shit
perfect.
on. Yeah, I mean, everything coming together for Liquid here. Does that mean you like their draft a bit more in this game number 1?
No,
Oh, okay. You're still liking Tundra.
I like the Aurora last pick. Don't get me wrong.
Sure. But you don't think it's enough. Is it like
It might
you
be
almost
enough.
sounds like
Okay,
you're hesitant about the Dark Willow.
Yeah, I'm hesitant about the Dark Wheel. That's the only one.
Yeah,
But if
I get
you look at the rune fights and everything, Zeus with Rubik Clockwork, how are they gonna fare against Earth Spirit, CM, and Dark Wheel? Okay, Zeus, Clockwork, Rubik, they kind of can poke from afar. Clockwork can go in, and when it comes to the rune fight, they have like I guess the Clockwork can kind of secure because the Clockwork can go in, Battery Assault and Cogs. Right? If your Earth Spirit rolls in, I feel like you are always gonna kill the Earth Spirit. Maybe you lose
exactly.
the Clockwork.
Yeah.
So I think overall, when they're fighting the runes, they should have a better chance of getting good trades on the Zeus side, on Tundra side. So
Yeah.
I think I would stick to Tundra.
Well, I like Liquid a lot because I think one thing they have, which Tundra doesn't, is that Pure isn't going to want to be so involved in these early fights, where we've seen time and time again that on Liquid, Mickey just gets up in there bright and early. He doesn't care. He's just all the way in there, TPs in at like the 5 to 10 minute mark, gets a whole bunch of kills and gets himself off to a good start. So maybe we'll see that. I think, definitely potential to come to the Twin Gates, put on a lot of pressure on this Weaver and run down the sniper early on. You don't seem convinced though, Winter.
Can you see me? Well, why are you
I
saying
saw
that?
you. I saw you just now. You had a frown on your face.
No, I did not. I did not.
Okay.
I was just being neutral.
Okay. My
I like
bad
the
then.
Zeus.
I misread your neutral face.
Okay, I'm biased to the Zeus. All right, you happy now?
No. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that Tundra, they've shown their prowess on this strat before with the sniper and the Zeus. Not this particular matchup, but this particular setup, but you know, these are heroes they're very comfortable on. Pure has already shown that this is something he is very happy to bring out on the pause one. Maybe he got a happy situation earlier on. He's like, I won with sniper. I can do it again, brothers. Give it to me. Don't blame him. Sniper's fun hero. I love playing sniper.
Don't lie, you don't get to play sniper. Shut up, Mike.
What the hell?
The
I was
battle
playing it on
begins.
pause 4 back when it was a thing. A liquid with a bit of a wrap around here.
Well, big brambles.
Oh, that's a huge brambles, but it's not gonna be enough to get 9 class. It seems.
It
but
is
with the
enough,
kick
Mike.
From long range, come on! From downtown or Badok, as you like to say, Winter. That's some Singaporean law for you right there. But yeah, Liquid get the first blood. Very clean stuff. Boxy gets the kill for his troubles. But of course, Tundra will know that there's a ward in
Wait,
the
did
area,
he
so Boxy should be
get
able
it?
to deny that.
He get it with what, the blood grenade take damage or what?
I guess so. Or maybe you just right click.
I mean,
Not too sure. I
Nisha's like,
wasn't really paying attention.
I wish I got the last hit on that kill.
This is fine. Nisha's not a baby. He can get his gold by himself. You know, he'll be fine just up against the Zeus. Whitemon already being very annoying on this clockwork, just traversing those brambles. That's one of the benefits of the clockwork. He can just be such a strong body in the early laning stage, and against some duos, you can even push them back by yourself.
Yeah, not against the Willow. Willow is strong. With the Shadow Realm. She can kind of out-trade you.
Boxy has 7 tangos, by the way. This guy's locked and loaded.
He's ready. He knows. He needs to tank up some battery assault damage so that Neta can farm in the lane.
Yeah. Double mangoed up on a Sunday. Or rather, it's a Monday now. What the hell? I've lost track of time, but
Yeah, they say you don't have a good grasp of time when you're amongst good company.
why do you just do 180 on me, Winter? The last game you were saying, I can't believe I have to come to work with you every single day, and then now you're over here. What's going on? Did your twin brother log on or something? What's going? I'm so confused. Toby being run down.
It's a new game. New game.
That's fair. Fresh memories here as Liquid able to
Alright,
put on a lot of
33.
pressure onto this Brewmaster.
Look at what the Doom got. Chain lightning.
Yikes. Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if 33 now is gonna start queuing up arcane boots. Because this is single-handedly gonna win him the lane. What's the
Yeah.
strat though against Doom? Like, are you supposed to block your own small camp?
Yeah, you're supposed to block. I think against
But then
Doom,
you want to
right?
get the pull also, right? Because if not, the lane becomes into this weird territory. I understand, but
against Doom and Enchantress possible. I think it's always nice to block your own camp and play the lane.
I guess so. I mean, 33 is already out of mana, so you don't have to worry about that for a short bit. And the lane's in a pretty decent position for the sniper at the moment.
Oh, he has mangoes, sir.
Yeah, that's stocked up. Looking for Pure, but nice little fog. Rema has taken so much damage in this early game on behalf of the sniper. Clean stuff, but the brambles. Ooh, the catch! A zap of the lightning is not enough though.
Today's just not
It's just
your
living on a prayer, it feels like.
Yeah, he's getting his business now, changing his build instead of going for the phase boots. The sniper is gonna have a hard time keeping himself topped up in the lane. And what about the Weaver? Is he having the same kind of problem as the sniper?
No, he's having a swallow. It seems like he's having swallow time. In fact, it seems like the Liquid safe lane is pushing back the Tundra off lane. Toby is suffering big time. Not really having a lot of CS, being pushed back under his own tower. Every single time he shows his little furry head, he just gets beaten back by making Insania. Brutal stuff. Here being run down under his own tower here, has to put down the shrapnel, walk around the brambles. Nice acrobatics from the sniper, but still being chased down. The zap. It's just not enough for now. You just need the vision. Looking for the Dwarven sniper. Don't find him through the tree lines, but it should be enough. Boxy gets trapped in the cogs.
Chain
And
lightning.
Pure is... Are you serious? Pure... Oh, you are kidding me. On the high ground, 33 can't finish the job, and Pure is going to be able to waddle away unless... Uh-oh.
Can he actually get up?
Eh,
Get up
does he
to
have-
290? Sick creep, dude.
Sick cream, dude. Yeah, true. It's hilarious. Is he dead? There's range, right? I don't think. Oh, he doesn't see him. He doesn't see him. Okay. Pure is fine. There we go. I thought he was dead there. I thought 33 found him. But yeah, what can you do?
Oh my god, that's so hilarious.
Dude. Oh, Whitemon, what the hell is going on here? I was just pulling the creep wave back for Pure to farm in a very safe position.
Yeah.
Great moves all around from the Tundra safe lane.
Pure is definitely not having a fun time getting poked by Chain Lightning and Shadow Realm in this lane.
It's all
Radiant
chatting.
structures are fortified.
Blood Granite, they're gonna kill him.
Oh, is he dead, dude?
I mean, he still has a stick.
Wait, how is he still alive? Oh my god, Pure has to just survive for so long.
I mean,
Whitemon will have to give himself up for the cause though.
He's gonna take the...
Wait,
Actually, no.
wait.
No.
What the shit, dude?
He's gonna kill him.
Is Pure gonna
Headshot.
get a kill?
Oh,
Shadow Realm?
Oh,
you! No, the branch, no!
Oh my god, the Dark Willow is so good. He's so good at
Radiant
Dota. Boxy
are
is so good at
scanning.
Dota.
That was a boxy branch, right?
Yeah.
Holy
Lock in.
shit. That was so clean. Nicely done. Just when
I
Pure thought he had the
I
upper
only
hand.
saw like one way out of that, you know, the Dark Willow dying.
Yeah, 9 class dead though. As Nisha makes his first rotation of the game right before that level 6. Gotta put the hurt out onto Toby. But not enough damage to work through the Brewmaster. It's actually only level 3. What the hell? This is painful stuff. Toby is gonna show his face again, but level 6 guesses wrong on the roll though, and he's just able to waddle his way out.
Yeah, and Nisha understands that he needs to go back to mid lane, go for the 6-minute power runes that are going to spawn soon.
Oh,
And
there's a
meanwhile,
nice ward
Thompson,
though.
he gets a refill.
Clean. Very convenient of 9 class to die there.
Yeah,
6
traditionally, this is where we would say, may the games begin.
Absolutely. The rune is on the top side though. They get a magnetize on the Rubik, and looks like the Rubik is dead again. On the bright side, he can give a rune bottle refill. Boxy can't TP up here in time to stop Whitemon and Pure from massacring the Doom. So even trades throughout. I think Pure's very happy with that, getting a bit of revenge. I think we discussed this before, Winter. We were saying it's kind of facetious that Doom gets to keep the creep spell throughout multiple deaths. Like, there's literally no way of stopping him from having the Chain Lightning, but I guess that's what makes the hero decent. Because if you have to find a centaur every single time you die, that would be painful. Boxy being set up upon, trying to find an opportunity for 33, but now he's in a very tough
Oh,
situation.
Zeus is TPing in.
Here he comes.
Oh, he's
Don't
gonna
even
get
need the
rooted.
Thunder God's Wrath. Whitemon, yeah, we'll just pop it just for safety. And now, continuing on to 33, they get the slowdown and the cogs. Perfect stuff. Whitemon gives up his life for the cause. Very nicely done.
And Wisdom Runes, 9 class is gonna pick up his one. Mickey doesn't really arrive on time to steal it. So almost would have made a big play there. Good moves there from Tundra.
Is under attack.
Stabilizing the early game. There's no, just giving Sniper a little bit of a help that he needs it so much.
Yeah, we've seen this happen already. Literally the previous game with Tundra and their sniper from Pure. His lane doesn't go too hot, he's being dived under the tower, and then they just bring in Thompson, they bring in the gang and they stabilize the situation, get him back on par. And suddenly you leave him alone for, you know, a little bit and suddenly he's top of the net
tower
worth.
is under attack.
Trucking away, couple of items, ready to start fighting. That's where Mickey's at the moment. I'm sure he's very hungry for this Kobe kill, but for now has been denied by 9 class and his opposition. Again, just so much damage being pumped out onto this Weaver. He's built up 2 stat items, the Bracer as well as the Wraith Band, I believe. Oh, not the Wraith Band, sorry, the Falcon Blade. Well, up onto Whitemon, they kick Boxy forward. That's the trick anyway. Whitemon is going to go down. One last auto attack. You're trying to give it to Nisha, ideally. But Boxy just secures that kill where he can. That's going to open up Thompson to get that illusion rune, though.
Yeah, I think trading their supports for the runes is actually very valuable.
Whoa, Nisha dropping very low. Lift that. Just brambles. It's not going to help him enough. He tries to roll out that invulnerability. Saves him, and now it's Thompson in trouble. Boxy and the gang, they've shown up into the mix. At the Chain Lightning, oh, taste of your own medicine. Shadow Realm right in front of your face, and 9 class looking to go down as well. Nice set of kills there. Liquid respond perfectly, and they keep Nisha alive.
Yeah, just bringing the numbers, like the game yesterday, they also brought the numbers when it looked like they were in a really, really tough spot. So Liquid, once again, they're not afraid to commit multiple core heroes to win those small little skirmishes, especially the ones in the mid lane where it could mean a lot, right? Either you get the rune or you take down the enemy mid tier 1 tower.
Oh, this is important. Level 6 available on Boxy. He's looking for the
Thompson.
sniper. TPing in on Thompson. 2 high value kills. Yes, sirree. There's the freezing field. So much magic damage onto Pure, and he can't hope to survive this. Now Thompson being found in the tree line. White Mon will try and buy him some space. And maybe it's Boxy who's gone a bit too deep. Stopped on the terrorize with the lightning bolt and just gets killed off. Still a great
Still
trade altogether.
A great trade. Yeah, very, very good trade. Nisha goes bot with the Twin Gate, escapes the battlefield here for now.
I mean, honestly, even if the Brewmaster split there, I don't think you get the kill, right? You can just roll away.
Nah, he can't. First Spirit is just way too mobile and tanky. You have to find better usage of the Primal Split. Still haven't really seen a split yet.
Yeah. He just picks it up. Like, he had a rough laning stage, right? He was being just routed out by Mickey on the Reaper. Maybe he needs to come to one of these room fights. Boxy being caught out here. So much damage. The sniper is just trying to peep him down. They trade out for White Mon though.
God, I hate that little worm.
Again, you gotta watch this. Look at Nisha and how aggressive he's moving. The roll forward, slowing out onto Pure. Looks like the sniper's in trouble again. Magnetize coming down. Gonna have another rolling boulder though. Thompson just pumping out the arc lightnings. Can't afford to chase into that.
I mean, he got most of the stack, so he didn't lose any of it.
Yeah.
And Magnetize is down, so they're definitely happy.
Blade Mail is going to be kind of a big problem though. I think we saw Tundra run into this trap back when Pure was playing the Drow Ranger and Thompson was a sniper. Sure, he doesn't have inbuilt Retaliate, but just these Blade Mails, who knows, maybe even 33 gets one. Because it's so much value this game, so much uncontrollable damage from the Pulse 1 and Pulse 2 of Tundra. Look, I know some of it is magical, but still, you know, reflecting that is kind of a big deal. Oh, we didn't even talk about this yet. The Rubik's in a game with a Weaver, so should always be able to steal the Shikuchi. Play a little Superman, and oh, there's an item we haven't seen in a long while, Winter. The Midas complete for Doom. What the hell?
I feel like he's just reading like the game is going to be really slow. It's going to be hard to siege the Hydra against Zeus and Sniper. I think it makes a lot of sense, like what he is actually thinking right now. It's going to be a long game, and I'm going to be as greedy as possible.
I think 33 is the type of offlane player you always see at the top of the net worth in games that he's left unbothered, and this is very much one of those games. It's just that Thompson's had a great time so far, so beating out all 3 calls on Liquid, but they're trailing pretty far. Pretty close right behind him, sorry. And it's Toby who has yet to really find much leverage out of his moves on the map. Thunder God's Wrath just shocks down Nisha. Thompson able to outdo him, and now the full force of Tundra has shown up, ready to punish Insania. It's a nice terrorize though, scaring all of them back. But 9 class on the front lines, he's stolen the freezing field, but Boxy works him down with the Bedlam. No level 6, sorry, on White Mon, so no hookshot in. Thompson and gang hiding around the area at 33, looking for a Doom, or just toss it out onto the clock. I'm not sure whether that was the target that he wanted. It's the one you have to settle for. Without any items, he can't really clean up, and now Mickey's joined the fray as well. Boxy already gets zapped down. Thompson has so much damage packed into the Zeus. You gotta watch out. Just can't run past him right now.
Yeah, they can't really approach them. Like Zeus is just way too strong. You have opted to go for greedy items on the Doom, so you don't have anything to deal with this massive magic damage right now until you get BKBs on your cores.
Maybe a bit of a misstep from Nisha early on there. I think he was trying to bait the Zeus in for his team to respond.
Yeah, he was intentionally trying to make them think that they can kill him, but he just miscalculated the damage.
And then they just actually killed him, which probably wasn't part of the plan.
I think he felt like he could survive like the initial first round of spells from the Zeus, and then get out and potentially bait the enemy team, because the CM and the Dark Wheel, they were coming in, right? So they might be able to turn things around. Even though it didn't work out, it's always nice to see like players just trying to play off each other, especially the core players, using your support players' movements to your advantage.
They really want the kill on Thompson, but already the heavenly jump out. Kick is not gonna land, and now Nisha's in some trouble. Hook shot forward. White Mon with the setup. onto the Earth Spirit, and he has nowhere to run. Whitemon gives up his life for it, but 9 class zaps down Nisha.
Yeah, like Whitemon's just been playing so sacrificial. Like you see him like being
Radiant's
really
bottom
low
tower
level,
is
just
under
TPing,
attack.
dying for the sniper, especially just refilling bottles. But he's still like having so much impact in the game despite being only level 6 at 14 minutes.
Yeah, he just hit that hook shot and immediately puts it to work too. So Tundra, I mean, for the longest time, they've already... I think when the whole team reshuffled, there were a lot of good TSM players that they could have kept, but the one they chose to hang on to is Whitemon, and Toby stealing away that Wisdom Rune. That is painful stuff for the Liquid supports. They still try and stick around and punish him. Doom in the area as well. Should be a freebie, unless he decides to split. Okay, well, now with the Thunder God's Wrath, they almost kill off Insania. And Toby should be able to escape with all his Brewlings, yeah. Just run away.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, they
tower
might
is
actually
under
still be able to
attack.
kill him, but it's gonna waste them a lot of time.
Yeah, guess who's coming to try and help? Whitemon in the area, but they at least get the kill off, so find something for their troubles here, but again, a lot of space made on the map for Tundra to just farm and farm away. Pure has made a full recovery. Again, a very similar recipe to that earlier game that we saw them play up against Aurora, right? They rough early start, get the sniper into a good position, you farm through Thompson, he gets an advantage, and you just make so much space on the map that Pure is able to just AFK hit creeps.
Yeah, imagine you look at the Brew, right? He even though he's like so poor, but he's actually getting a lot of work done for his team, like creating the space, you know.
Is under attack.
It's not easy to get work done when you have a rough laning phase and you still have to give yourself up, you know. Offer yourself to the enemy team so that they will focus you. Like especially
Yeah.
making a play down to the Wisdom Rune there at minute 14. It was a pretty good play there. And
Yeah, the fact that he
got the
steals it
rune.
away just denies so much EXP from Liquid, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of intangible
And
damage.
you could tell
that
like
you've
the
done.
CM just really wanted to get. He could have denied it, but he just wanted to try to pick it up, and he got stuck.
Yeah.
And just Toby gets the rune,
Dire's
and
top
now
tower is under
his
attack.
team is in a pretty good spot. You know, he's still trying to farm his Radiance on the Brewmaster, which is gonna take a while.
I guess the concern is that Tundra fall into a similar trap as they did before, where we saw Pure and Thompson get really statted up on their ranged, long-range artillery heroes, but then the rest of the team couldn't keep up. But for now, despite the sacrifices, it seems like they're still able to find so many of these kills. Try and TP out on the Dark Willow. Holy shit. Clean plays from Boxy. That Glimmer Cape with the shield helps him out in that situation up against the Blood Grenade take damage.
Yeah, no lightning bolt to cancel it, so no way to stop him from getting home. But Thompson picks up the haste rune, 16 minutes. So one of the better power runes for Zeus here at this stage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they are really happy like trading farms like this with how greedy they are with their cores. The Zeus and the Sniper and the Brewmaster going Radiance. They're not one bit worried about going into a long game against this Doom with Midas, right?
Yeah, and I think a big part of the reason is because Nisha just has not been able to connect on a lot of these attempts. It's not really his fault per se, but we did talk about the 3v3. A lot of the initiations rely on him landing these rolls. We've seen it time and time again from this Earth Spirit mid, just not entirely convincing. If some of these early game moves don't work out, you start to fall very flat, and the Magnetize starts to feel more like tickling.
Yep, Toby might be there here. They land the roll.
Nope. Yeah, he's just gonna get brewed up now. He's fine. And can even call for the rest of the team to try and help. Liquid mounting a full push here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm gonna force the issue though. Split available for Toby.
They're not in a hurry to fight. I'll tell you that. They're just happy
Radiant's bottom
throwing the
tower is
Toby Brewmaster into the area where it has the hardest farm to get, and the rest of them are just getting the best farm. You know, he's in the shit area, or you call it the dead lane.
Yeah.
Just getting whatever scraps that he can get, and his team is just having the buffet. You know, the real buffet,
is under attack.
the steak.
True.
Dire's top
Sacrifice.
tower
You
is
know,
under
when they
attack.
told Toby he was replacing MC in Tundra, they didn't tell him he would have to just give up his life routine in Boxy. In a similar situation, hookshot through, Whitemon finds all of them, and Insania just goes down. It's the perfect setup from the Clockwork again. Now Mickey trying to punish once again. Unfortunately, it's Whitemon who has to give up his life, but the timelight's forced out. Now Nisha is in trouble, rolling back up to the high ground. As they don't want to commit the split for this fight, it seems. They'll just back up, trade 1 for 1, and be fine with that.
mean, they're still invading their jungle, Liquid's jungle, so they're taking away farm from Liquid. I mean, Tundra is still pretty happy with the current state of affairs right now. They're pushing them out of the jungle. Weaver can't really fight into the Zeus yet until, I guess, not sure. He needs BKB, but he's not really feeling like the need to get a BKB yet. I guess they are just really content on playing a very slow game with the Doom having a Midas.
Oh, Doom. I just run into Pure. Finds Toby instead, gets a split off before he can land his ult. So again, Toby evading death. I say that his blue rings are dropping very low. I guess the Earth Panda is still alive, so you can't really kill him off. Mickey tried for an aggressive move onto the sniper. Oh shit, this is the last Earth Spirit. I mean, they can just set up onto the Brewmaster. I guess he'll just be happy giving up his life, but Nisha rolling in, trying to kill off Pure, gets the Magnetize off. The healing, it should be enough though. They can't land that second roll, but now Pure in a very awkward position. The rest of the Liquid lineup though, not really in a spot to keep this going. Nisha has a Blade Mail, you gotta watch yourself, but with Thompson coming through and cleaning house, nothing else to give. Liquid, they can't keep that chase going despite using the Doom and multiple rolls and Magnetizers.
He's here, he's coming in, he's looking for stragglers.
Oh, Boxy. Oh, where you going, buddy? Rise of the Glimmer. They're not going to use the Thunderbolt because they know that he can potentially TP out. So good discipline there from Tundra as they punish Liquid again for over-aggression.
I mean, Toby once again, you're just tanking everything. Like, they're chasing him, he split, he runs, he gets doomed, running around in
walks
circles,
away,
snipers shooting them down.
Dire's middle
It
tower.
looked a bit hairy because
this
they
guy
were...
is just like playing the classic off lane.
True.
He's literally playing the real off lane.
Yeah, with the real offlaner, please stand up. It's literally just Toby. Everyone else trying to be a carry these days, man. This guy knows where it's at. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Give your lives. As they would say in Attack on Titan, Sasageo, you know? You gotta charge forward. Even in the face of adversity, which is what Whitemon's doing very well. At 2, 6, and 8.
Since you say that, it reminds me of like the best way to avoid the hurricane, right? You have to run into the storm.
Oh yeah,
Instead
that's
of
true. The
running
Eye of the
away.
Storm, right? That's what they always say.
Yeah, you have to run into it. Do not be afraid, because you will never outrun it. You have
That's
to run into it.
I mean, I respect that notion, and it's clear that Liquid are trying to do the same thing. Unfortunately for them, the Storm has a lot of lightning and thunder into it, and Thompson's making them pay. He's 6-1 and 5, and he's done so much damage this game. Just him alone. I mean, now he's scaling up into that Lightning Hands build, which is what we sort of come to know
So
is the
both
standard.
teams are just believing in their own scaling. Liquid thinks that late game we have Refresher Doom. We get a Doom on your Sniper, we get a Doom on your Zeus. Voila, you know, easy game.
True.
And Tundra feels like
Radiant's bottom
we have
tower is
the
under attack.
better late game because we just outrange you, right? You are never going to be able to touch us with your Doom.
True. They had this similar situation in the previous game, Tundra, and they were up against XG. Unfortunately, XG had the Zeus, and they had the Orbital Strike coming in from the Lunar Agadim, so you can't outrange Heaven. But this time, Tundra have Heaven on their side, so it's a bit of a... You know how that kind of shakes out. I think you are hoping that the Lord of Hell can just kind of put you out of your misery, but...
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't know. I mean, the whole thing with this Doom is that he's gone for a bit of a defensive itemization, right? He went for the Blink first, BKB. As a result, you haven't really gotten much done. You're still queuing up your Shivas. All these Dooms haven't really resulted in anything major just yet.
I mean, he's busy with his Midas, you know.
True,
You
true,
think he's
yeah.
worried? He's not worried.
He's got creeps to farm.
I mean, there's
man.
only one way to find out who scales better in the late game, is to get into the late game.
That's true. It's a stark contrast from how Liquid have been liking to play so far. They, so far in this tournament at least, they've taken games up a tempo, running down their opponents, getting these early Roshers, pushing the issue. Against Tundra, maybe.
I mean, it's very difficult to
strategy.
just try to run in. I feel like the waves are always constantly being pushed into their side.
True.
I think the Tundra lineup pushes the waves much faster on their heroes.
Dire's middle
Similar thing for
tower is
Mickey
under
though. He's
attack.
done a good job evading capture so far. Every single time the Tundra try and look towards him, he is just out of there with Shikuchi. Now the smoke up on both sides. They're looking for some action here. Maybe they smell it's time to try and contest for Roche in due time.
Radiant are
Maybe it's just the item timings. Yule's complete for 9 class.
Radiant's top tower
What do we got
is
on
under
Toby?
attack.
The Radiant's done. Zeus with the Manta. Sniper with the Mjolnir. Holding this high ground. Both teams playing from the mid lane. The circles are drawn. They know exactly where Tundra are, but the problem is, can they get the initiation? Foxy going for a very big wrap around, leading the
And
squad.
look at this
but-
sniper. Sniper is on the hill, man.
Dude, this is the perfect place for Sniper. He's gonna break the smoke, start blasting away. Uh-oh. Down to the low ground.
great
Hook shot
hook
comes
shot.
forward. Nisha again, he
blocks
can't
them
connect. 33. He's still trying to find the Doom. Finds it onto Thompson now. They're trying to focus him down, but he just TP's out. The Terrorize. It does nothing because the Sniper's already done so much damage. And your Bruling's gonna run down the Doom. You at least get the kill onto Whitemon, but he's been fine sacrificing his life this entire game. Bring Nisha back down to earth. That's where he belongs. That's where you plant him. The stolen Doom from 9 class. Holy shit, Tundra. What a trap.
Radiant's top tower.
What a
fallen.
play. Just setting up in that position. They just outmaneuvered their opponents so well. Just getting the advantage of having the high ground and having a sniper on the high ground. Easy
That's
fight.
not just the high ground, that's the highest ground you can find in the damn game. That's like 3 layers up. I hope we get a replay of that fight because that was sick. Like, just knowing that how Liquid were gonna approach. You tend to think that they might be trying to approach you from your own jungle, but they read that like a book. They see the wraparound happening in slow motion, and Whitemon just breaks up the fight. Look at Mickey, he just can't enter because the cogs are there. And that's your highest net worth hero locked out of the fight just because of an annoying clockwork again and again. That's Mickey
Thompson
though.
is getting run down by a Weaver. He's
Whoa,
running
whoa.
away.
He's trying to make it back to his team. There's Sniper. Uh-oh. Manages to pop the wand and time-lapse out of trouble, but I gotta imagine he can't stick around here any longer.
I mean, these guys are just so good at Dota. They're not from planet Earth, they're from somewhere else.
Radiant's
True.
bottom tower is under attack.
Hook shot.
Foxy.
Another catch.
Nice 4-star though. Thunder God's wrap not gonna be enough, but assassinate, bada bing, bada boom. Blocks
There's
his head out.
there's no escaping this.
There's no escape. Thunder raining down from the skies. They'll see the Weaver clap him down. Where's your time lapse now? Insania gets worked as well. This is an
guys are
insane performance
so
from
good.
Tundra.
Is under attack.
These
guys
guys
are
are
so good.
playing cracked right now.
Everybody knows their role in the game. Like Whitemon just being really sacrificial, just initiating every time. He knows that there's a Zeus, Wrath, there's a snipe, there's an assassinate behind him.
Oh, the scan. They know Nisha's here. Whitemon all over it. Just gotta stop him mid.
Oh, he's
where
caught.
you going? Come on, come on. Nisha's putting out quite a bit of damage back the
He's
other
gonna
way
die
though.
for
Again,
this.
Whitemon has to sacrifice himself, but he is
Wow.
fine.
He's
Does
actually
he
not
even
even gonna
die
die.
is the question.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, he is gonna die, but
Okay.
I mean, Whitemon is like, he's like the MVP. He's
He
it.
actually the MVP.
The
and
amount
they're not
of
even
work
done.
he's
How do they just keep
doing?
finding this? PKB forced out with the TP out. That is a sad show. If you're a Liquid fan, you gotta be closing your eyes now. This shit's rough to watch.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to respect. You know, sometimes when you're losing, you have to respect that the enemies, they're just outplaying you. You know,
Radiant's
they're
middle
just
tower is under
They
making
absolutely are.
better plays. They're outmaneuvering you, and you have to just try to accept it and try to find a solution. You know, in the next fight, how are you gonna approach this? I think the refresher Doom is the answer here. It could
think
be
so?
the answer. The double Doom.
I mean, it kind of feels like their only option right now is Tundra stream into the pit and grab themselves a free agent.
I mean, the fact that they just lost 2 fights in a row and they're still only 4-2 speaks a lot about this Doom minus and the Devour, I think.
Fallen to the dire.
yeah, Mickey is also doing a great job in terms of keeping up in farm. So, I mean, his game has been clean so far. Sure, Whitemon and I think Whitemon and company have
Yeah,
done a
but
great job locking
he's
him
also
out of fight,
struggling
but-
to enter the fight. Like
Yeah,
I said,
yeah.
no BKB means even though Clockwork did a good job blocking him off in the previous engagement in the secret shop, but overall, it's hard, right? If you don't have BKB or Weaver, you're running into all the Zeus damage, the Clockwork spells, the Rubik, there's a Radiance in the game, and there's a Sniper with Shrapnel.
Dire's
Yeah, you
bottom
see
not
that
gonna
if
be
Mickey
easy.
is able to get the touch out like solo onto Thompson like we saw just now on the bot side, there's a chance. 9 class wants to use this Doom so bad. He has like 4 seconds, 5 seconds left on it. It's gonna expire, unfortunately. It was a great steal from him to turn things around on Janisha. And I think again, we're looking at this Earth Spirit. I think so far, not really hitting his mark here. It was a good pick on paper to round out the draft, like you mentioned. The last pick really seemed to address some of the Liquid
Dire's
issues that they
bottom
had. They
tower
needed
is
an
under
initiator.
attack.
They needed someone to get early action going, but with these moves not connecting, his farm has plateaued
Dire's
quite a bit.
bottom tower
Even though
has
Toby's
fallen.
the big sacrificial lamb, he is just slightly behind Nisha, who's had a lot more space to work than him.
Yeah, but I feel like
Dire's
Toby
bottom
actually did
tower is
more in the
under
game.
attack.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Like he's been like making so much room for his team.
Oh,
Hook
hook shot in, controller onto Nisha. Where you going, buddy?
Nice clockwork again, you know, showing the Earth Spirit who is the true boss.
Dude, you need to ban this clockwork at this point. Whitemon is way too good on it. Boxy will be able to force staff his way to safety. Still trying to hunt him down, but
Radiant's
no
top
cigar.
tower is under attack.
But Whitemon so
Dire's
decisive
bottom
with these
tower is
moves.
under
This
attack.
guy,
Dire's
he's glazing them like
structures are
donuts right now.
fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, do they know Mickey's here?
He just go out his BKB. He's in the
Yikes.
career. Oh, he's not gonna get it.
He's not gonna get it. Time lapse though. Finds that at the very least, but the vision, Yule's up in the sky. They have sentries littering this area, and Mickey will be eliminated. Trying to farm sneakily and gets punished big time for it. This is peak Tundra. We've seen this in the games that they win. They just sweep around and it looks so methodical. Everyone knows their job. All the right notes are hitting. The supports are playing out of their minds. Toby's done a fair enough bit of a blood sacrifice for him to be in this position. And Nisha, again, just trying to find some semblance of farm. We'll just get used up, set up on. And they have a Terrorize coming in. They'll buy him some space. He's able to roll back to safety. Nice plays from Boxy to get his mid laner out of trouble. And he's already out of there. Nice
Well,
stuff
they
from
might
the Dark
actually
Willow,
find the
but
Willow.
we gotta try. Still has a glimmer though. Toby, not gonna keep that chase going.
I mean, at this point, Liquid is only gonna fight if 33 wants to fight. There is no way around this. If he's not going to fight, everybody's just gonna be scattered across the map, just trying
Radiant's
to
bottom tower is under attack.
get as much gold and XP as they can.
Yeah, 33 might be dead. No BKB TP. And he's
Yeah, I
gonna get
didn't
punished for
expect to
it.
get scouted out by the Zeus ulti. Hurrah.
Yeah. And Night Class was hot on his heels already with that stolen Shikuchi just being so obnoxious. This is where Tundra looked the scariest. I think a lot of the word is always on Topson, always on Pure. These superstars coming out from the mid and safe lane, but it's when the supports are enabled. That's when they look the strongest. Whitemon in again onto Insania. Snipe down. Pong. Nice heals. Surviving for now. Whitemon out of mana. There's a chance. Ogre Seal Totem, man. This guy, a menace, and they're not done. 9 class again. Yules interrupt. Here they come. Shut you down. You got a blade mail, but no BKB. Nowhere to run. Assassinate from downtown. Blocking the roll. Nisha is just gonna get killed off again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Such a
structures
beautiful
are
game to watch, you know, from the Thunder's perspective, you know, how they
Yeah.
are abusing the enemies, using their range to their advantage, how they are cutting across the maps, closing down on enemy farm and just distributing their resources from start to the end of the game, which is coming soon at this rate.
Yeah, I think the key thing, it's easy to look at, to finish the point I was making, it's easy to look at Topson and Pure and them playing all these long range, high damage, flashy, carry mid heroes and saying like, oh, these guys are superstars, you know, they're doing so much work. And they are, but a large part of why they're able to get to this point is because the supporting cast just does so much. Every single setup, every single kill, it's a Rubik, Clockwork and Brewmaster presenting themselves at the front to allow Pure and Topson to just rip them to shreds. I mean, they are harvesting Liquid right now, and 27-17. There is a chance for them to come back with this late game Doom, like you mentioned, but the refresher is so far away. He's only just now finished the Shivas.
And they're gonna run into them.
Roll up onto 9 class. The Rubik might be in trouble, but Yules himself up, and Whitemon, another killer cogs, holding out to Nisha, and Whitemon's gonna get out of trouble. Are you kidding me? Finally killed off by Mickey, but now on the sidelines,
Oh, the
the
Lincolns!
Doom gets eaten by the Lincolns. Pure was ready, and this game is gonna fall apart real quick. You get the Doom onto Mickey, he goes down. No way of healing out of this one, and Liquid, again, they just look completely destroyed. They don't stand a chance. You get the kill onto Pure finally. But it comes at such a great cost. Full team wipe. As this time Toby doesn't die, but Topson reigns supreme.
It's about time Toby gets some kills, you know, after all the work he's been putting out.
He deserves it, man.
Radiant's top
5-1
tower
and
is
7.
under attack.
Great game on the Brewmaster.
I can see why they are actually just trying to secure his Brewmaster every single time. It fits their team. He works really well with very little farm on the map. and he knows what he needs to do in the game all the time with the Brew.
Yeah. I think especially this game, not many Brewmasters like to go for that Blink Dagger anymore, but he understands that he just needs to get in their way, get in their face, lock them up, and reposition to help his team out. Here comes Nisha. Finds his own death though. Whitemon is back on the outpost, and this Earth Spirit is just gonna die. I mean, all that culminates into what we were hoping would be an amazing 33 Doom fight, but again, it's Doom right into the Lincolns. Pure already has that completed and caught poor Doom by surprise.
Yeah, and he was also really under a lot of stress to get the right Doom bomb. He knows his team is not in a very good position, so he has to try to get to the sniper. I mean, to be fair, even if he kills the sniper, the Zeus is still gonna clean all of them up. That's why he needs to get to the refresher. I mean, make it on the Weaver, he's no longer capable of doing this on his own.
He's gonna try. I mean, time lapse. He's out of resources. He can try and BKB TP out, and that's the only option he has. Of course! Of course Whitemon is there. When has he not been? This entire game, the clockwork everywhere. It feels like Liquid, they're out of time now. Insania just gonna get sniped down. Here comes G9 Class. Look at how confident he's being. Eating the Doom. He might be able to get the kill on the Rubik, but again, how much does this matter? Just so much damage raining in from the skies and the guns blazing. Gonna terrorize off, hold down onto the sniper. They buy back on Insania. Trying to roll forward now, but a nice Manta dodge. Thompson is fine, and Nisha's just dead. Again. That's it. That's gotta be done. Insania just being shot down. Boxy will reclaim the gem. Okay, small wins, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What can you do with the gem, Mike?
Has fallen.
Just stare at it.
I think see that you've lost the game and move on to game number 2. That's about it. I don't really see any other opportunities here. I think Liquid probably just discussing what went wrong, and a large part of it feels like it was the lanes, right? Whitemon has just given way too much space to operate in this early to mid game, and he dismantled their game plan entirely.
I mean, was it the lanes though? I feel like Weaver was kind of winning his lane. Spirit was kind of also doing well. Like, it came down to the couple of fights,
GG.
when they were going for the runes.
Is under attack.
And Liquid also, they won a couple. They brought to 33 Doom to a couple of those fights, and like it felt like they needed to actually fight now rather than just play for this scaling with the Midas. I think maybe the Midas wasn't like or maybe it was fine if they actually tried to just avoid, because they were also fighting when the Doom had Midas. Spirit was like constantly finding pickoffs, and that's where I feel like maybe the itemizations of the Doom and the Spirit doesn't really work really well together. If the Doom wants to get the Midas, I think then the Spirit has to be a little bit more conservative with his moves and try to play for the late game, or maybe don't buy the Shroud, just try to. I think he needs BKB to deal with this clockwork. I think the clockwork has been like such a pest in the team fights to him with the battery assault, and he can't really do much, in the team fights. His rolls constantly gets disrupted, gets interrupted by the clockwork, and without the rolls, you're not really gonna achieve much in the team fights.
Yeah, Nisha's got to be kicking himself after that game, because that's the last pick of Spirit coming in, and they have a good idea in mind, I will say. That's how I'll describe it, but unfortunately, it just doesn't come to fruition. As all these early moves, I agree with you. Maybe I misspoke. I don't think the lanes necessarily went poorly. This was an insanely stylish play from Boxy, by the way, for that double kill. But maybe the lane that I was referring to is just this Earth Spirit, because he got trucked by Thompson, right? He didn't really have any opportunities to roll out to Thompson, close the gap like we were mentioning.
Yeah, but he got his farm though. Like, to be honest, I felt like he got his farm. He got his levels. It's just what he chose to do it. The way that they were trying to be super aggressive with it when your Doom has chosen to go for a Midas. And if you look at what Tundra is doing, even though it sounds like a small thing, he Doom went Midas, but he still has his spells, so he's trying to come and fight. But at the same time, you look at the Brewmaster on the enemy team, he has no items,
Yeah.
He literally has no items, but he's still way more willing to come to the fights and not really care about his own game. He's just trying to play for the Zeus and the Sniper, and I felt like maybe if the Doom tries to just get his BKB ASAP, and whenever you are ready, you join the Earth Spirit, because Earth Spirit chose to go for very strong early game fighting items with the Shroud.
Yeah.
And I
I
felt
mean,
like the Doom
it's just like
needs
not on
to-
the same page, right?
You
Because
just
I
need
think
to sync.
sometimes
sync your item timings up together. And then
Yeah,
with the
absolutely.
Weaver, which he's also really strong, he didn't choose to go for a BKB because he felt like he didn't need to. And in the end, he maybe regretted, not getting a BKB because they can never fight with him not having a BKB.
Yeah. I think it's exactly what you said. It's a bit of a misalignment in terms of what they wanted to do in the game. Like we said before, Liquid, every single time they've been successful so far in their 2 wins and 1 tie, they've ended the games quick. They've picked up the pace, they've run you down, they play this insanely aggressive style. And maybe this time round 33 didn't really get the memo. He seemed a bit more concerned about trying to make sure...
He knew about the memo. He just thought that he could have played greedy and get away with playing aggressive as well,
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, as soon as some of those early game engagements happen where the Doom TP's in, he gets the Doom off, but because he doesn't have any items, he can't actually get anything done. It's very clear that there's a misalignment there, but hopefully Liquid can get back on the same page. We've expected quite a lot from them, and they've thundered through the round-robin stage so far, so hopefully they can bring us to another tie up against Tundra, and we still won't know who's the top of Group B. We'll find out after Game 2. They'll be back after a short break. Back again for more action with my dear Winter over here. Of course, we have game number 2 of Team Liquid up against Tundra, and that game number 1, it did not look like the Liquid we saw yesterday. The Liquid we saw yesterday very handily destroyed Gaimin Gladiators. The Liquid we're seeing today is getting very handily destroyed by Tundra. And I think we're already in the draft. Hopefully, they can try and even things up. As we know, based on the standings that you guys might have seen, if you haven't, you can always check out Liquipedia, look it up, you know. Group B, very hotly contested. Aurora, Liquid, as well as Tundra are trying to vie for the top spot. Of course, Liquid in a bit of a better position, given that they have more wins overall compared to ties, even though the points are similar. But of course, one of these teams wants to etch out that advantage over the other, right? Get that preferred seeding going into playoffs, for which I think most of them should be in a good position for already. We're pretty knee-deep into the group stage. You know, a lot of these points are going to take them the distance. Really, it's these other teams that need to try and scrap together and try and find something. But for these guys, very comfortable. But of course, no one really wanting to take an L here. And Liquid will start things out with a Wisp.
Is that what they want? I think that's what they want. The IO, the map presence, the control. I think this is one of their cookie cutter strats that they're really familiar with. It allows them to play the map and pressure at the same time. I think this is the only support that allows you to do that. You know, be aggressive and defensive, or farm and kill at the same time.
Absolutely. But interesting that Tundra decide to go for the Centaur over the Brew. I think we've seen basically snap picks of the Brewmaster time and time again. I guess it's just the matchup into the IO that you're not too concerned about with the Centaur. I thought Split would be good into IO. You know, you cyclone him up. You know,
I
you toss
feel
up.
like Centaur is the more reliable one. Like, to be fair, like from the lane. I think Brewmaster, you can have games like, you know, in game 1 where he kind of had a lot of problems in the lane because of the lane mashup against Ryu.
That's true.
And maybe some of it has something to do with how they played the lane too. But
That's
Centaur, I think laning phase is pretty straightforward. It's hard to see a Centaur get demolished in the lane that bad. You're always gonna get stuff done in the lane, get kills, especially when you pair him with the right support in the lane, like a Rubik that can kill.
Yeah, that's fair. Some focus out and a nod to Whitemon on that ET ban. So making sure that they can't have any long-range defensive stomps coming out.
ET is very good to deal with the relocates coming in. You can always protect your team pre-cast Earth Splitter, so you relocate into your own death.
Dude, Earth Splitter is such a fun ability to land, right? The second you land,
It's
bam!
the sound effect. It's the sound effect.
It is. It's so cool.
satisfying.
Bam! Just like obliterates you. And then you relocate. They're gonna relocate your head off your body. That's what they'll do. The TA strategy, though, this is what Liquid have been known for. Picking up the Venge as well. This is, like you say, their bread and butter.
It's for the lane. Avenge TA. Because Centaur is very weak against support like Venge, where you can take away your armor. Because normally Venge, you're not a very good laner. But when you're playing against heroes that have very low base armor, like Centaur, and you pair with a meld from TA, then obviously the lane becomes very, very difficult for the Centaur to play. I mean, sure, you can start with double ring, but it's only gonna band-aid the problem.
Yeah, I think the beauty of this is that it can still be in the mid lane as well, right? And they can just pick another decent carry into it. Although, given the matchup priority, like you mentioned, TA
chances are it's gonna be their carry. I mean, sure, maybe if you see your enemy pick up something that the TA mid can destroy, you obviously would consider it, like maybe a Zeus, for example, or Lash, you know.
True. Lash completely ignored by...
It's
by...
banned, bro.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I mean, Tundra, for the most part, the last time Thompson played this hero was like... He's played it twice in his competitive career, so... Dude does not care about the Disco Pony. Does not care about having a good time. Has a good time on some other deranged-ass heroes.
I mean, they're still looking for their position 5 plus carry, I presume, here.
Yeah.
No sniper. I mean, there's a Drow, which I feel like is a pretty legit hero. I mean, they've busted it out once or twice.
Quite a few times, actually, in some of their earlier tournaments as well, in the qualified stages. I think... Doesn't this kind of look like a pretty cool Pugna game right now? Based off what you see?
No, they can't pick it yet, I think. It's too early. Okay, so they go draw, and you need like a Undying or some melee hero to body him. Clockwork, that's Clockwork available, but I like Undying more with this setup.
Yeah,
I think it's
agreed.
it's better with their heroes, and it's better against the relocate. I mean, you're placing a
10
tombstone and just waiting for them to
Team
come over to your area
Liquid's
to fight
turn
you.
to pick.
There you go. Winter the Prophet calling every single pick. What are you? What are you, Moon Meander? I mean, I know you guys are both Malaysian, but come on.
I'm in his head, he's like secretly sending telepathic
He's like tapping
messages.
into the KL hive mind that you're tapped into as well. That's
10
crazy.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, I mean, this is looking like a very robust draft. I think the main concern for me with Undying is that it doesn't really give you a lot of control in terms of stuns or ways of stopping
You
the
have
relocate.
Rubik and Centaur, bro.
I guess.
It's not your job.
Okay. Whitemon is gonna outsource that. It's not my problem. Okay? Y'all deal with it. Yeah, you see, it's like, hey, look, I did all of that work last game. Let me just chill, dominate the lane, put a
Okay.
tombstone, and vibe. Okay, I'm a dance on
So
these
what
guys.
is 33 gonna do here against Drow? You need gap closers, right? Like
Sure.
Primal doesn't seem like his hero. Like
Yeah.
his type of hero would be like something like Lycan type of hero. Oh wait, so they go Pango. So Pango, you kind of have a role to gap close into the Drow.
Yeah.
I would
Not
say
too sure if I like-
it's okay. I mean,
It's
you
yeah,
could
it's
also say
alright.
the Drow silence is great against
10
Pango too,
seconds
because you don't really build any dispel early.
But I
mean,
guess if you ever get the
don't
roll out, it's
generally.
fine.
remaining.
I mean, you don't generally get a dispel. I mean, your silence you can't roll up.
Tundra
You need a
Sure.
use or
turn to
a
ban.
BKB or okay, probably not BKB but Manta to remove it.
There is a Beastmaster potential here. How are we feeling about that?
For who? Liquid 33,
Yeah, for 33. That's one of his heroes, right?
33 Beastmaster.
And there's also a Brewmaster.
10
I like
Actually,
Brood Mother actually.
Jesus.
5 seconds remaining.
No, I see.
Brood.
No, I see what you mean. Look,
Dude,
I-
they can't do it. They can't do anything. The Rubik Undying Drow.
Yeah, I know, I understand. And the Drow also suffers big time. I guess your only hope of a catch is this Centaur stomping out onto her, but even then she can run into the tree line. Yeah,
It's gonna
an
be like
option.
some
Tundra
last pick Brood,
Esports
then
turn to
enemy's
ban.
gonna pick Storm. Okay, they actually ban out the Lycan. They actually ban out. They're scared too.
We saw a Lycan come out yesterday, if I'm not wrong. I think Gaimin were playing it.
They're playing a lot of very
10
weird offlane
seconds
heroes.
remaining.
Yeah,
Bloodseeker.
Gaimin are playing weird heroes. They played a
Trying
Venno
everything
last.
out.
That was crazy.
5 seconds remaining.
So not a good bar.
Team Liquid's turn
Still trying to look
ban.
for the 33 hero. Maybe actually a Slada. Wouldn't Slada be pretty good into this lineup?
Dude, it's terrible. Dude, Slada into Drow Undying. You serious?
Okay. I'm just looking at the
How
game.
how
Sorry, I
to
forgot
play?
about the lane. I
How,
forgot
how
about the
to
lane.
play? You can't move. It's not
Okay,
even like just the
relax,
lane.
jeez.
In
Oh
the
my
game, you
goodness.
can't move. Tombstone.
That's fair. That's fair.
10
True.
seconds remaining.
You
You
don't
can't
really
hit-
have a tombstone hitter at the moment as well.
TA
The
is
Pango
the
doesn't really
hitter.
solve that problem.
5 seconds
TA is the
remaining.
tombstone hitter with
That
Dragon
TA's got to hit a tombstone in the fight. Then who's doing the damage, Winter?
Team
You're
Liquid's
Slada,
turn
so
to
you're
pick.
hitting people.
Okay. So suddenly you're in for the Slada. No, right?
No, obviously not. Right?
Okay,
I'm
okay.
in for the Brood.
Respect ban
I'm-
out on the Thompson Tiny again, as well as the Park. So Liquid very clearly have a specific game of
I
Thompson
think
Tiny that they
Brood
remember.
or Visage. I kind of
10
like those two.
seconds remaining.
I mean,
Oh,
Visage maybe it's
Visage would be
harder.
cool here.
Maybe it's harder for the lane to execute in the
5
lane.
seconds
Because you can kill the tombstone and it's pretty good at
Tundra
killing Drow
Esports
repetitively in the lane.
What the shit?
Okay. It's the Undying counter. Because you push out the waves and he can't deal with... the Undying can't do anything to Darkseer. You feel like so sad. I've
I
played
mean,
this
but the
lane.
team fight is like
so many
pathetic, right? You
times.
just have a vacuum into rolling.
It's for the
thunder and
lane.
That's it.
It's just for the lane. They
10
want to be able to
seconds
get past the lane. Like they pick TA into Centaurs to win the lane. They're picking
Okay.
Darkseer
Seconds
into the
remaining.
Drow to win the lane with the Drow Undying. It's
Sure.
all for the lane because the last game they kind of feel like... actually, they did okay in the lane. I have to think
Yeah,
now
I
that
thought they
think
did
about it.
fine.
But they are looking to crush the lane even harder this time and try to roll away with the game with the Pango. And so, Thompson has to slow things down with his mid hero.
Primal Beast.
Wow, that's actually
Select
that's
your
such a
hero.
nice looking
That's
draft.
an insane pick.
Primal
this is a crazy
Centaur.
draft, dude.
Wait, dude, this is like some China draft, man. Primal Centaur.
What makes you say that? Why Primal Centaur?
'Cause
Is
it-
a...
It has everything. Like usually, when you have like a very all-rounded draft, I kind of like to refer it to a Chinese draft, but maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. Everybody is really good at drafting. Everyone has their own playstyle nowadays. It's not fair to claim that this playstyle belongs to any region.
That's true. But okay, so they have a lot of good control with the Primal Beast and the Centaur. A lot of good armor on that hero as well, so he should be able to resist quite a lot of the damage Liquid are putting out. Do you like what Tundra have as compared to Liquid? Do you think that slows down the game enough for Thompson?
Yeah, he can grab the roll to slow the roll down. I think that
Yeah.
itself it's a pretty huge deal in the team fight. Look at their freaking team fight, man. Tombstone down, a Primal Beast, and Centaur stampeding at you with Trample.
Yeah. You can also steal a whole bunch of spells from Liquid, right? If you get something like the Magic Missile or even
And then
the
you have
Vacuum
some
on the
draw
wall.
on the Glacier, right-clicking you.
Dude, if you ever get Ion Shell, you put it on Thompson. Holy shit, this guy's got a truck.
Yeah, but okay, enough of Tundra. But I feel like Liquid has they're way better lanes. Like
Oh,
just
okay.
looking on paper, they should be able to, I think, do well in all the lanes. Like Primal doesn't really crush Pango in the lane. I think it's a 50-50 lane. Maybe Pango actually would come out a little bit on top in terms of being able to get more last hits. And the two side lanes, I feel like overall it's going to be favorable for Liquid with the core-to-core matchups, right? They have TA against Centaur, Darkseer against Draw Undying. So they should, in theory, come out ahead, both side lanes and a little bit from the mid lane. So Liquid should have a quite a sizable advantage from the lanes itself, just by heroes.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here, but
You're
my
wrong.
understanding is that Primal Beast does pretty well into Pango. I wouldn't say it's a 50-50. I would say it's like a maybe 65-70.
I don't know
Pango.
anything about mid lane.
Okay, hear me out
continue.
then. Let me explain myself. My main rationale is that I feel like every time Primal Beast goes up against Pango, you need to be so careful about how you use Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, because the second you throw out those two spells, he can Onslaught and trample you down 100-0, and he does so much damage. And that limits the Pango's laning potential. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I feel like Thompson
You
has a
only
good go
use
at it.
one spell to last hit. One spell. You don't use both.
Okay. You stay disciplined is what you're saying.
Shield Crash. I guess you probably just last hit with Shield Crash. Which one has lower mana? Oh, they're the same actually.
Yeah, they are literally...
How are his spells so low mana?
Oh, it doesn't have a lot of
30
int.
seconds to battle.
300. He can do like what? 4-5 rounds of those? That's fair. It's fine.
So your logic is if the hero doesn't have a lot of mana, so his spell should cost very little mana.
No, I'm just saying it makes sense that he can swashbuckle more than once in
mean,
lane.
why-
Why
does
would
CM
swinging
why-
your
why
sword
does
cost a
CM
lot of magic energy?
Why does CM have such a heavy cost in her spells? Why?
Because she's summoning literal frost magic. You need to channel all the arcane energies and shit like that. You know what I mean?
What are we now? Frozen?
Yeah, literally. That's what they always say. That's why all the CM players love to do. They channel the freezing field and then they play Let It Go over the open mic.
You're one of those.
Absolutely not. I don't play CM. I know you play a lot of CM though. Are you one
No,
of
I
those?
don't. No, I don't.
Okay. Deny all you want, Winter. I can see a goddamn match history as we get into game number 2 of Tundra versus Liquid. 9 class and Insania battling out here. He's actually taking quite a bit of damage on this Rubik. It's like a run down.
What are they doing?
Yeah,
So
what
this
is going
the
on?
lane? This is the lane.
I mean, I guess it's favorable for Mickey, right? He's able to put out so much harass onto Toby. I don't know.
I
Two
feel
ring
like
of
Toby is
protections, he's
happy
fine.
too. You know, if the bench is not in the lane, using terror on him, and he's getting last hits.
Yeah?
I don't know. I feel good about the Centaur being in a 1v1 matchup into the TA.
True.
I
And I
think
guess
the
it ends
matchup
up...
the matchup is hard when the TA has the support to throw some spells to pressure you when you have your armor reduced by melt.
Yeah, fair. Insania's actually doing a stellar job trading into 9 class. Very surprising stuff because we were mentioning this bench seems to be quite weak in the early laning stage. Stumps come out, still trying to put on some pressure onto
Oh.
Mickey, but now 9 class. Starting to get run down.
Die?
You just need to land one auto attack side blade. Perfection. Mickey lines it up.
How are these guys so good at Dota?
They are so
I mean, I
good at
wish,
Dota, dude.
I wish I could actually do that.
It's okay. Different skill sets. You know what I mean? He's good at side
You don't
blading.
have to. You don't
You're
have
good
to,
at being angry at people at
You
all.
don't have
in
to
all chat.
sugarcoat it, you know. I know I suck. I know I fucking suck. You know?
Okay, relax. What are you doing? I'm just messing around. Why are you taking it personal? Nisha getting trampled down. Onslaught, and there is the 70-30 matchup, Winter. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait, what? He got trampled to death because he used his
Dire's
spell.
middle
You were
Yeah.
right.
is under attack.
You're secretly a mid player.
Yeah, I wish. Okay, that one really I wish. I feel like mid is so fun. But yeah, Thompson's gonna get the advantage there. Last pick, Primal
Mid.
Beast.
Why is mid so fun? Tell me.
I don't know, you get runes, you get shit done, you run around, get rotations. The team's like, thank you, mid laner.
I was waiting for you don't have to deal with a teammate.
You still kind of do though, because I feel like every single time mid doesn't go well, you start blaming on your teammates. As White Mon. Tempting a tombstone there, but there's Surge still available for 33. That's the main
Wait,
concern,
how
right?
is the Drow actually winning bot lane? Yeah,
Brother,
I
it's
saw
a
them
Drow.
pulling- I saw them pulling the wave, and now the Drow has 16 and 5 denies, and the Darkseid has 8. It's 8 and 2.
I think the reality and the reason why I was suggesting Slada, because even though it's shit in the game and it's tough up against
It's
Undying
shit.
and
Slava is shit.
yeah, okay, no,
Not
but
this
hear me
game.
out. All I'm saying is that Darkseer doesn't really do jack with the IO. It's not really a very useful pairing. So I don't,
That is,
you know,
that
you're
is
talking
true.
about how
that is true. Even
you're
though
saying
Darkseer
Darkseer's gonna
great,
like dominate the
He's-
lane and all that. It's
he's
not
supposed
really
to
happening.
shove the lane in and pressure them in the tower.
It's not happening.
I mean, at level 3, and then your position 5 comes from the Twin Gate, kills them under the tower. That's the Darkseer game plan.
Yeah.
You pull the first couple of waves, you get a level 3, and then 4.5 minutes, you try to make a double wave stack pushing the tower, and then the other support comes through, the Twin Gate kills the Drow. That has always been the Darkseer plan against Drow Ranger.
Okay, you know what you need to do? You need to voice record that shit and send it to 33's inbox, because clearly, I don't know, they're not really getting the memo. Boxy will have to sacrifice himself to a neutral creep here, trying to.
He doesn't
just-
need my memo, come on, 33.
Yeah, true.
He-
True. He
he
probably
needs
he
my-
knows, but it's just not working out for them right now. Pure and Whitemon are able to just dominate this lane. This Drow Ranger is 22 and 7 right now. He's so comfortable. Falcon Blade done, picking up the boots. Very
I mean,
happy.
they're actually doing so well in all of their lanes. I mean, even though Centaur is like, he's still behind against the TA, but this is a tough matchup, right? And Toby is still, he's getting overall like decent last hits and XP on this lane. And they're doing the same thing. 9 class is also pulling the wave and just making sure that they avoid confrontation between the Centaur and the TA. Making sure that Centaur gets his farm, he's happy, he doesn't have to deal with this minus armor from Meld. And he's happy. And look at everyone is like all over the place. The Primal's
Dire's
pulling the
middle
wave. He's
tower
running
is
around.
under attack.
Nobody's playing the lane. Like
Yeah,
honest
now
men.
screw the lanes. We go in Brazy mode right now, but Thompson might be routed by Insania. Swashbuckle is not going to connect though, and Primal Beast still very tanky. Can onslaught down to the low ground once the stun is done. Pop! Straight back to safety. And if that Swashbuckle landed, it would have been a different story, but meanwhile, 9 class with the rotation down to the bot lane gets a double. And Pure. Again, he's just so enabled by these early support rotations, man.
Yeah, because your Centaur is pulling the wave, right? He doesn't need the support in the lane. So your support is free to do whatever you please.
And Toby
And
is
33.
genuinely like the true off-laner.
He's gonna
get
lift. Oh, that was so close.
They
He is
tried.
the true offlaner.
Yeah, Toby is actually the true offlaner. Like, this guy, he's just
You know-
up there by himself, he's suffering, just like the
Do
good old
you
days.
know
33.
the Iron Talon days?
Oh my god, don't remind me. Wait, those were actually the glory days. I love Iron Talon.
Dire's structure.
Yeah,
Because
Iron Talon
even
actually
if
is
you-
terrible.
It's a terrible item for the game, but even if you had a rough time, you could still go back into the jungle and Iron Talon, which made games still feel playable. You know what I mean? It could be worse, you know, I could be
It changed the game. There is no off lane after that. There's only jungle.
Yeah, that's true. Nisha getting mowed down again in this mid lane. Thompson's done a great job. Insania will deny the rune though, but Thompson's just fine, right? Like, continuing domination up against Nisha, and this has been a very stark change. I think, you know, Thompson, he's had his specialty picks, and throughout this tournament, he's looked great on them, but still coming through in the mid lane on 2 separate occasions, and now really ruining Nisha's start. It's not been a good showing for this mid laner on Liquid so far.
Yeah, he's gonna also target ruining the Pangos game later in the team fights, trying to grab him when he's rolling.
Yeah. And there's really nothing much you can do about it, right? Unless you save the Venge spells to swap him out of that situation. That feels kind of awkward though, because
Yeah, I
you
wonder
gotta imagine.
when you use Primal ulti, it cancels the roll, but when you swap the Pango, it doesn't cancel the roll.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Radiant's
33.
middle tower is
Ooh,
under
he's dropping
attack.
very low. Boxy popping back up, but here's Whitemon. Looking for steal, hiding behind. Oh, he tries it.
That's gotta sting.
I mean, he almost gets it. It's a good attempt from Whitemon and at least scares back 33.
Radiant's bottom
Now
tower
Nisha's
is
coming
under
here for
attack.
some sort of rotation with the Rolling Thunder, but it's far too late. And again, look at Thompson. He's just being so efficient on the map, dragging the creep wave, getting the double farm up with the trample. It's a very long cooldown spell, so you want to try and juice it as much as you can.
Yeah, bot lane 9 class making the same move here. Coming to hunt the Darkseer, but there is no cone-headed rabbit hero here.
You say rabbit?
Yeah, they call him rabbit in the Chinese class.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Like
no idea,
Tutsu.
yeah? Yeah, you have no idea.
I had no idea. I only know Underlord direct translates to big booty, which is hilarious.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep it.
Let's keep it
Civilized.
English. Let's keep it EN
Like-
cast in this stream. It's clearly and it's in as simple English as possible. Tundra are having a really good early laning stage right now. Thompson is 2 levels ahead on this Pango. Net worth wise, Mickey is still doing well, and hopefully they can try and capitalize on this TA's timings because that's the only thing going right for them.
Yeah, he has the no talisman again, same like yesterday. Seems to me that this is the new build for TA where you get a mini mana item for this hero in the nulls.
It's so useful, right? You can just
So
have so much
strange,
uptime on
like,
refraction.
Seeing the TA having a null. Like who did we see today getting a null? It was
Was it Nightfall?
yeah, it was Nightfall, yeah. What hero he was playing? He was playing some can't remember what hero it was, but now Thompson posturing very aggressive with the Invis rune.
Yo,
Oh,
gets the
Tombstone.
silence off. Oh, the
Tombstone.
Tombstone. This
You
is not
gotta
a fight
run.
anymore.
You got
You get the goal. 120, I guess. Nice job. You kill off the illusions, clear out the stack. It's vibes. And Liquid find nothing here, despite using the wall. And Tundra are free. Free to go. Free little birds fly off into the wind. I'm trying to figure out what Liquid can do here because you know that Nisha's hungry to use his Rolling Thunder, but Tundra have been pretty good about grouping up and denying any opportunities. You'd love to try and get a kill onto Thompson, but that doesn't even feel doable without the TA's damage at this point in the game. Maybe you just wait for your defusal timing? Is that the only hope? Here comes 9 class, setting up onto 33. Not gonna throw the lift out though.
I mean,
Just happy to
diffuser
secure
timing
that wave.
is definitely one way to get himself back into the game, and 33 is not even going Mac, he's going Helm of Dom. So Helm of Dom
classic.
plus defusal.
Nisha
Thompson.
being aggressed upon in the mid lane, trying to force out the roll. Nisha will just pump fake it a couple of
Dire's
times, and
top
with the trample
tower
running
is
out,
under
nothing else to
attack.
give.
He's gonna get the arcane rune. Okay, this is much needed for Nisha. He has the lance of pursuit, best item for Pango.
True, yeah.
Dire's top
You know,
tower
the
is
crazy
under
thing
attack.
about 33, no matter what he's playing, he'll find a way to make it a micro hero. It's just for real. Yesterday on that Brewmaster with the early Aghanims as well, just running around with the Primal Companion. Today, getting a Helm of the Dom on Darkseer.
It should be renamed to
Dire's
Helm
top
of Neta.
tower is under
True.
attack.
Neta's hat is what we're calling it. That's he puts it on every single game where he can. But Tundra bringing 5 members up here to secure this tier 1 tower. True enough,
Radiant
Mickey is no
structures
longer in the
are
area, so
fortified.
he's fine.
Dire's top
Just giving this
tower
up.
is
It's
fallen.
about time anyway, 10 minutes into the game. And again, look at Insania, still at level 4. The Boxy Wisp is not doing too hot as
Radiant's
well.
middle tower
Hasn't
is
really
under
gotten
attack.
much mileage out of the lane, and as a result, it's just forced to be relegated to trying to stack for his cause. Isn't really much going on here. 2k gold lead already for Tundra as they are starting the route and 2 to head. So isn't this
he's-
a problem? Like, I'm a little concerned for Liquid.
I have to try to get their levels on the supports. Both the supports are... Bench is level 4, and he's almost 5. This is pretty bad.
Yeah.
They need some
Toby has the blade
kills.
mail complete. Maybe this is the plan, right? Run
Oh, the
around with the creep.
IO tethered on the creep? This is the...
Yeah. Here we go. Set out with the wall. 9 class gets the Stampede, head on out of there. And Thompson gets a kill onto Nisha again. Finds himself a double in the mid lane. Easy stuff for Thompson Primal Beast this game. He's been clean with the Blade Mail complete.
Are fortified.
And Tundra is making Dota look so easy at times. I mean, by no means Dota is an easy game.
Yeah. Thompson's kind of punching a hole through them though. I feel like last game and this game, the Zeus getting out to such a huge early advantage as well.
Thompson is not done. Haste Rune.
TP.
He's charging in.
Gonna try onto Boxy. Swing and a miss though, and now maybe he's gone a bit too far. Still able to get out thanks to the haste rune. Maybe 9 class not quite as lucky. Stole the ion shell, but unfortunately will have to die for it. So just put it on a creep before he goes down. Now it's Liquid's turn to respond, bringing the heroes down to this bot side and finally claiming that tower. It's a bit of space for Toby to work though, and Pure is just farming away.
They might actually run into the TA here. I mean, Thompson's arriving with the haste.
Gotta keep in mind they have the relocate available. If they can't finish off Mickey in time, the response can come. Starting to
it's a
trample out
relocate.
Mickey. Yeah, here
He's
they
in
come.
trouble.
Now Thompson, a bit too deep, turns around for the pulverize, but the gang ain't here. High ground, nice little gust though, but Insania's there looking for the stun. Unfortunately, Thompson will go
that's
down.
a-
Nisha's the one to grab that
that's a
kill right
fat-
before the relocate.
Fat paycheck, Mike. This is the
Hell
paycheck
yeah.
that we dream to have at the end of the day.
Correct. Cash out on Nisha. I mean, good plays all around from Liquid to respond, right? We talked about the potential for the relocate in terms of aggression, but as a defensive maneuver, bringing in support for your allies, it's also equally good.
Yeah, that kill is gonna give Insania level 6. Now I think Liquid is gonna have everything they need to start playing the map with the relocate. Pressuring, because their heroes shop up waves really quickly with Darkseer, the TA traps, and TA Sireblade, Pango. So it's gonna create a situation where Tundra is gonna be busy dealing with the waves, and all in the meantime, Liquid is just gonna look for smoke plays and take control of the map with the relocate. Liquid's actually they're actually back into the game. Just
Yeah.
by 1 kill onto Thompson.
And Thompson's still trying to go forward here. Level 11, hungry for some
When
action.
you play Primal Beast, there is no such thing as back.
Through, always forward, never back. And go forward. Get the pulverize up, interrupt on that rolling thunder. Thunder is trampled down and Boxy nowhere to run, unfortunately. Insania has a swap, but honestly, pulls
stolen
Nisha
roll.
back into the mix might have been a bit of a mistake. Yeah, stolen roll from the Rubik. You gotta keep an eye out for that later on in the fight. We've seen Liquid in this position before, right? With the bench, like you're kind of behind. You just stand behind one of your cores baiting, and then you just try and take a good team fight with quick responses. But this game, it feels like the firepower is a bit lacking compared to before. You don't have these control spells. You don't have this huge ways of bursting down your targets. You're really relying on Tundra overestimating themselves and walking a bit too far forward. Which, you know, Thompson made the mistake once. Not gonna happen again. I say that.
Oh, he goes for Nisha.
Dude, he
What
is
a play.
so tanky.
What
What,
a
a
play.
play! Okay, and now
Nisha got surprised
Insania
there.
just gets rolled down. The voice lines come out. He is feeling good about himself on this Primal Beast. Stolen Surge, though, means that the vacuum lands on absolutely nothing.
How did he actually know he was like low health?
I don't think... Look,
Oh, they had a
respectfully,
ward. I guess he passed by the wall or something.
I mean, Nisha wasn't even low health. Nisha was just... took so much damage from the onslaught that he just instantly got burst down and died.
Really? Just the onslaught and trample? And he just
Yeah.
died?
Yeah. Dude, he has the plus 90 onslaught damage as a talent. So he's just bursting through these heroes right now. I mean, Nisha only has... Take a look at Nisha. He's full HP. Gets a bunch of damage onto him because he
How did he
swashbuckles
just-
the blade mail.
Oh, he swashbuckled the blade. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was wondering how the other damage came in.
Another big kill, Thompson. Sticking around for a
Another-
bit too long and now Liquid punish him again. It feels
Another
like
fat
all these
paycheck.
advantages that Tundra are getting, if they keep losing Thompson like this, it's not really gonna matter, huh?
I mean, is he the important hero here though? Drow is the important hero, and
Radiant's middle
while
tower
Thompson
is
is
under
doing
attack.
Thompson things, Toby on the center has kind of recovered. You know, he was way poorer at the start, at 10, 11 minutes, but now he's at where he wants to be, with the blade mail and the dagger on the center, ready to participate in the fights, going for Halberd, which is really good against the TA.
Yeah, dodging out
He's
the
been
trouble.
just dealing with the wave shot from the Darkseer
Yeah.
and the TA.
Oh, the scan comes through. Liquid know that Pure should be farming in this area. It's a long
He
walk
has a
around
Shadow
though.
Blade. He has Shadow Blade.
They have dust. He's already escaped this area. 5 sentries on Insania.
Radiant's top tower
Set up
is
around
under
this tower. They
attack.
see a multi-shot, they're gonna pounce. The White Mon will be the one to show himself, and now so smart on
The bait.
Tundra. They smell something is not right.
He's the bait.
He is the bait. But who wants to go for a dead corpse? That's just the most unenticing thing ever. Look at him
A desperate
walking up to the
one.
high ground. He's fine.
A desperate one. He has mech. Holy shit, how did he get money for mech?
Yeah, White Mon's been involved
Oh,
in a
he's
bunch of
3
these
kills.
things.
He has 3 kills. Alright. That makes
Gets that
sense.
D-Ward, clears out the vision. Pure will show on the wave, but I think Liquid realized that this aggressive maneuver has faltered completely. They're not going to be able to find anything else. On the bright side, 33, he's finished up his Helm of the Overlord, so maybe some annoying ancient creeps starting to run around now and cause some
Radiant's
chaos, or at
middle
least start
tower
split
is
pushing the
under
map.
attack. Dire's top tower
And
is
Boxy
under
also has a
attack.
locket. Locket rush. Not something I see a lot. I guess it might be a thing with Io. I don't play this hero.
And
I kind
Boxy
of
would-
always see the mech rush though.
Yeah, that's true, but I guess because maybe you're thinking, oh, Insania just
Oh, the
goes down.
Darkseer. He thinks the Darkseer wants to buy the mech. so
Yeah,
he's not
that's what
buying a
I'm
mech.
thinking, like later down the line. Because the Greaves
Okay.
is so convenient for the dust and all that. Oh, here he
He's
comes.
not even queuing mech on Darkseer. He has the helm and the dagger.
He is getting killed off, is what's happening. Onslaught forward, 33, no hope of surviving. His
He tried
Thunder
to
Hide will
dodge.
just watch him die. And they get
He
the gold for the
tried.
Ancient.
He tried to dodge, but there's too many heroes there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is honestly looking like a massacre, I'm not gonna lie. Like this...
No, bro. It's not a massacre. There's still a lot going on for Liquid at the moment. They're gonna finish the Aghanim's on the Pango in a bit.
You think so? You think they got a shot? I mean,
I
I'm
mean, I
not
feel like
counting them out just yet,
it's
but
about
it feels like it's
trying
tough.
to get the waves out and trying to connect with the move, right? Because they have been losing heroes the last couple of minutes. So every time somebody dies, then the enemy has the opportunity to shove out waves a lot quicker and make their own moves, right? You have to be very careful and set everything up in a way where
True.
Darkseer's pushing out the dangerous places with the Iron Shell. That's why Darkseer gets to farm a lot. And then when all the waves are pushed out, you do a quick smoke with the Pango, the Venge, I guess, and the Darkseer together. Then you have the IO tethered to the TA and to bring the TA over. One kill into Rush and into map dominance. I don't think it's that far off for Liquid.
Yeah, it's not far off, but it seems to be difficult to coordinate for now. I think so far Tundra have done a great job at dodging some of these attempts. Here comes Thompson into the mix. Finds 4 heroes that don't want anything to do with him. Mickey waiting on the high ground. They have vision set up in this area, but Tundra, again, the spidey senses from this team are insane. They seem to be able to smell danger coming from a mile away, and they send the appropriate targets forward to break into that area. Whitemon's just been such a great frontliner for the team. Here comes Thompson again. Finds Mickey with the Deso. Maybe not the target they want, and Tombstone on the high ground means that this fight is no longer something they can take. They just need to back up.
Yeah, Liquid has to try to make the most out of this. Try to maybe counteract with their own smoke. Take advantage of the Tombstone being down. Tombstone is kind of like a pretty big spell. They have to try to take advantage of this.
60 seconds without it.
Seems like they are just gonna go in front. They don't think they can do much here. TA is gonna finish the shard. Pango still needs one component for the Aghanims. Darkseer is nowhere near his dagger yet. He's pretty poor.
This Helm of the Dominator hasn't really given 33 a lot of mileage on the map. I feel like Tundra have been very good about killing off his Ancients and his creeps wherever they find it.
I mean, this is because he lost his lane. I don't think they expected the lane to go that badly for him.
That's bad.
This is supposed to be the time where the Darkseer is running around with the relocate and pressuring.
Dude, Pure is solo pressuring Nisha up here, forcing a reaction from 2 heroes. And look, they found 33 again. Where are you going? Just a stolen search. Nasty stuff. Now the kill off the
Get
creep
the
again.
creep.
Look, pulverize,
Oh,
donk, 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 bye bye. All the gold taken away.
250.
Toby will
Is
snatch
under
that.
attack.
Yummy.
It's like basically killing a lone drip bear.
It's killing a hero essentially. If you kill off the Venge at this stage, it probably gives a bit less gold.
Relocate to steal the rune.
Let's go, Boxy! Now the problem is, can he survive for 7 seconds? Countdown, wave goodbye, sayonara. And how convenient they'll be able to get their Tormentor as well. So
Hashtag
nice bit
orb.
of yeah, I guess so. The Wisdom Rune helps him out in the EXP regard, but very painful. Dude, and now 9 class has the defensive lift, so even if you're getting a catch onto Thompson and he's in a hairy position, you can always try and, airlift him out of there. It's like Jurassic
That
Park,
doesn't-
you
that
bring the
doesn't make
dinosaur up into the
sense.
sky.
That doesn't make sense. How does a Rubik lift a hero like Primal up? He's
Winter,
like,
just
he's gotta be like 10 times his body weight.
Winter, just read the tooltip. He uses his telekinetic powers. Do you think telekinetic cares about weight? It's magic, man.
Okay, you've won me over.
Yeah.
I'm a fool.
He learned some magic, Winter. Nisha, swashbuckling to the high ground. Nice move there. I think Thompson realizes that he can't continue this chase.
I
Yeah,
thought
very low.
I learned enough about magic from Harry Potter series.
True.
And now Liquid, they're still holding up their high ground here. I don't think that they're that weak. You know, they have the Aghanim's done on the Pango.
Yeah.
It feels like if they get the right jump, they're gonna be able to dismantle this Rubik and Drow's backliners first.
Yeah. So far, it seems like Tundra have just put an invisibility cloak over Liquid's game plan. Like this whole tempo thing that they're trying to set with the TA running at you, this crazy timing out of the gate swinging with strong lanes hasn't really worked out. And now the fight might be breaking out. Mickey spots on to Thompson, but quick break away. Now 9 class in, double stun up. Toby's there, and the Centaur stomps them all down. Very scary stuff as you have to swap away, but Thompson, he's already killed off the Venger, trying to roll Nisha, trying to get onto Pure, but he's able to just work his way around the bend. The stolen wall, chaos all around as Whitemon just punches down the IO, and now starting to work onto Nisha, forcing that swashbuckle away, but Thompson's right there. And the stomp again, Toby finds another. Mickey just has to try and run away. Clean initiation from the Centaur. They lose all their mana from these swashbuckles, but it works out.
It works out indeed, Mike. It works out really well for Tundra. That double stun into the tombstone. I think that was all she wrote after that happened. There was no way they could have fought into the tombstone with two heroes being jumped on there. I think they got a little bit too far forward though. They had to maybe try to be a bit more conservative and hug a hill instead of like being exposed on the lane like that. I guess also maybe not expecting Tundra to be so quick on the reactions and on the moves, you know, to be there that quickly.
I mean, again, we're looking at a situation where the Tundra toolkit seems a lot more expansive, right? You can initiate with the Rubik, you can jump in with Thompson, you can jump in with Centaur. So many options, while on the flip side, you're just kind of waiting for maybe Darkseer to get a vacuum. Didn't really come into fruition. He put down a wall, it was not too bad.
Into Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, but even that fight, Nisha was trying to force Pure out of the fight. But Pure was just able to work his way around that small little island outside the tier 2. And suddenly you can't chase anymore because it's too tight to work your Rolling Thunder through, and that's your entire focus from your mid laner. 2 times in a row we see Nisha roll up. Game 1 and Game 2, and 2 times in a row he's just kind of getting broken down. It's not really a good look for him.
Running into the traffic police, you know, every time he's driving.
Yeah, true. Hey, Pip Pip, hey, can we check your license, sir? And he forgets to bring it and he's just sent to jail. His team has no more ride, which is very sad.
Do you know, sir, you're driving on the wrong lane?
Yeah. Do you know, sir, you're driving in the opposite direction? That's not where you want to be. Back up. Beep, beep.
Someone driving on the opposite direction.
Yeah. That's like, what, 10 demerit points for sure? Just lose
So
your license like that.
how many points do you have to lose before you have to stay at home and not
I think
drive
like 20
anymore?
something, right? They probably differ from country to country. At least in Singapore, it's
Oh,
like
in
23 or
Malaysia,
something like that.
in Malaysia, I don't think it's 20 points. It's like never.
Dire's
I mean,
top
either way,
tower is
Liquid,
under
they
attack.
are far from being in the driver's seat. They are just being rung around by Tundra. Their control of the game on the back of this Thompson Primal Beast, it's been
Dire's
chaotic
top
to say the
tower
least.
is under
Everywhere
attack.
he shows up, death and just carnage follows. Look at him. He's really...
Wait, another real to kill the tower? Thompson's here though. He wants to kill the IO. He's looking for the
Uh-oh,
IO.
Stampede forward. Where you going, Boxy? Bye-bye. Oh, it's Hurricane Pipe.
He's gonna save him.
Good try.
gonna
Are you
save him.
serious? Oh my
Under
god.
attack.
Mickey,
That is the
hero.
best Hurricane Pike I've seen ever.
That deserves a clap. That's a good one. But Insania dies in bot side, so a swap back, 9 class, stole it up. Yours up, that's the setup. Straight down into a silence. Bye-bye. Oh, nice TP out. Okay, Nisha survives. Nice. Liquid still hanging on, but Thompson now trying to aggress onto Mickey in the mid lane.
Is under attack.
It's hard not to root for Liquid at this point because they're so far behind, right? You want to see something. And these guys have been playing so magnificent throughout the group stage so far. So to see them kind of get beaten back like this, I mean, all props to Tundra. They're playing a tier above. Every single person is doing their job and more. But hey, it's like you know, you're poking Liquid with a stick. Like, come on, do something, man. Oh, just coming forward. Quick blink away from Mickey though. The reactions have kept him alive for so long.
Radiant are scanning.
1-0 and 1. They haven't killed off the TA just yet, but haven't had to.
Endeavor Dagger and the Darkseer, so maybe they can actually conjure up some magic here with this team fight. Vacuum into wall, into a Centaur Storm. Does he have a Centaur creep? Where's his creep? Oh,
He just dominated a Centaur creep.
Okay, this is it. Vacuum
This is
into
it.
Centaur Storm.
This is it.
Let's go. Or are we both just anxiously gonna be silently
Yeah,
waiting?
no, I'm just
For the-
dude. There's so many traps around the area, but Tundra, they have firm control of this high ground. Get the silence out, Mickey. Poking and prodding, trying to force some sort of a reaction. But Liquid, like we mentioned, all they have is the Rolling Thunder and a vacuum into Centaur Creep. Is that gonna be enough? That is the question. There's a Greaves on White Mon. It's a Heaven's Halberd on Toby, my goodness. Just turns around and disarms him.
Dire's
Dying to the
bottom
side blade. And
tower
Thompson, he
attack.
goes in. Alright, relocate to steal the Wisdom Rune. They're gonna go
Okay.
in now.
Oh,
They're
that
gonna go
is
in now.
awful timing. That's not what you want. You're losing your heroes. Where did you go, Boxy? Leaving your team behind when they need you the most. The combo's there from 33, but there's not a single bit of follow-up. You gotta turn back around, kill off the Darkseer. You've lost the Rubik on the front lines. But Boxy comes back into the fight far too late.
Oh my god.
He's pausing to apologize to his team.
He
Yeah.
cancelled the... No, he cancelled the relocate.
Oh,
Or what actually happened actually? Did he actually go down? He took the rune?
oh. What's happening?
Oh, he actually went and get the rune. Okay.
Yeah, he got the room. That's what I'm saying. A bunch of lag going on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know whether that was the play because even if you go for that sneaky move, they can see you. They can see that you're relocating there. And that's why Tundra immediately pulled the trigger and make that move. By the way, in case you guys are watching and you didn't know, if Wisp relocates, and I'm only saying this not because I don't think anyone knows, it's just that nobody plays Wisp, right? If Wisp relocates, you can see it on the map, regardless of what team you're on. I mean, did you think Tundra were just gonna let that slide? I'm not
No,
really...
thank you, Mike, for that insightful.
Yeah, you're so
information.
welcome. You're so welcome. That's why they bring me in, you know, to...
I thought they brought you in to bring us all chicken rice, you know.
That's true. Maybe that's just for you. That's just for you. Not for all of us. Can't be buying chicken rice for
That's
everybody. That's
Hainanese chicken rice that you are so famous for. Chef Mike.
yeah, we'll see that replay again while we wait for the players to reconnect into the game. You just see Boxy. He makes it back with a TP. He gets here earlier than expected, right? So he's able to contribute to the fight a little bit, at least help in taking down 9 class. But at this point, you gotta imagine that if the whole side of Liquid was ready, 33 actually got a really good initiation off with the vacuum wall into a bunch of Tundra heroes. Take a look at how low they are. So maybe if Mickey was punching away and not too preoccupied dealing with Thompson on the front lines, maybe if he had a Wisp, you know, or something like
Not
that.
the best time to steal some wisdom runes.
Absolutely not.
Tundra has taken full advantage of it.
Killing off 33 again.
Tombstone is down. Can they still go? Mickey still wants to go, you know. He's still pretty strong, full health.
Yeah. The Tundra of this ages, they are looking comfortable. Holy shit, Mickey takes so much damage from Pure. I think I haven't seen Pure punch into the real TA before outside of Refraction, so I think I keep forgetting how much
Radiant's
damage Pure
top
does.
tower is under attack.
This Drow is
Yeah,
no joke,
and with
man.
the axe as well. We're using the heal from the IO.
Yeah. Enchanted Quiver, just the long range true strike.
I mean, do you think that part of the reason why all this like
Dire's
long range
middle tower
artillery
is
heroes
under
are strong
attack.
right now? Because of the neutral items. They have probably more useful neutral items than the melee cores. And for melee cores, I guess your dragon skills, what do you actually get? Like, I think dragon skill is probably one of the better
Radiant
ones, and then you have
are
the. I don't think you have good level 3 ones.
For Drow Ranger neutral items?
No, for melee heroes. Oh,
Melee
3 melee. I guess the Paladin sword.
Vindicator's axe is still pretty lit.
Yeah, I guess.
And I mean, Elven Tunic works on like trolls, on your edgy heroes. Not too bad. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, Grove Bow is so powerful. It's such a level up for them. Grove Bow,
And
Enchanted Quiver.
it shouldn't be like a tier 2 item. I feel like that's too much.
Yeah, right. It's kind of crazy because on paper you look at the sets. Okay, we might have to hold that thought because major fight about to break out. 33 again. Can he try and find some crazy initiation? Insania on the front
Nice ult
lines.
dodge.
He'll get stomped down. Okay, yeah, the bench is just there. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about. Now here comes Thompson looking for more. Just get his
Trying
hands
to grab
on
the
Nisha.
ball.
You just need to grab the ball. Come on! TP
Oh, didn't pop
out.
BKB. Didn't pop BKB.
Dude, why
he got
did that-
greedy? He got
That
greedy.
goddamn roll and the TP out took so long. Holy shit. I thought
Where
Nisha
did
was gonna
he-
die. Dude, they see Mickey. He
Outpost.
blinks out. He knows that they see him. And Hurricane Pike again. Clean start for the blink forward. Thompson with the chase. Silenced by the trap though. Getting turned around upon. Mickey pumps out a lot of physical damage. Thompson has to run. Even with that Defiant Shell.
Oh, this TA definitely. He's still a force to be reckoned with in the team fights. You do not mess around. With Daedalus,
do not
Dazzle,
mess
like
around.
bro, he actually still doesn't have any charges on Dazzle. He didn't get a kill.
He got 1 assist between the 15-minute mark to now. So, hope that answers your question.
No, it doesn't.
The answer is no, Winter. Come on. His skill score is 1, 0, and 2. He's just been so busy farming and trying to desperately stabilize
Why
and
can't
keep
you
up in the
just
game.
simplify everything?
Yeah, there you go. See?
Why,
I just
why do
did
you
it.
want to beat around the bush?
I think that's the fun part. I mean, right now, if we simplify everything, Tundra good, Liquid bad. 11k gold lead, Tundra winning. How's that?
Way better. Can you just
Okay.
keep doing that in the team fights? Centaur dying, Primal
Centaur
killing.
dying, Tundra winning. Liquid sad. Just limit every line to like 3 words maximum.
Perma
It's kind of a
Groot.
challenge, you know?
Not Perma sneeze. Perma Groot.
Dire's bottom
True.
tower is under attack.
Speak like a toddler.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mickey angry. Mickey want to win one game to
liquid
tie
liquid
series.
smoking.
Dire are scanning.
Liquid smoking. Contest Roche. 30 seconds until respawn.
Radiant are
All TPing
scanning.
in though. Here comes
Toby.
jump. Boxy
He
on the
breaks
front
the
lines.
smoke.
Toby
Double
gets the
stun.
blink off and finds the IO. Oh, they're just gonna melt Boxy, but the nice swap
the
away.
vacuum
Insania
ball.
saves him, and there's the vacuum. But where is the follow-up? That is the question. Thompson smacking down onto the Darkseer, and he gets melted down. Insania doesn't stand a chance as well. And where is Mickey in these fights? He just can't get any auto attacks off. Nisha will find Pure, dropping low now on the Drow Ranger. A bit of a hairy situation. They might actually get the kill onto this Drow. Nisha finds him, and now Mickey putting in the work. Just like that, they've lost
Illusions
quite a
are
bunch of
doing that?
heroes. Dude, Liquid. They're finding their opening here. Mickey
Neta.
with a triple kill.
Neta's
Dude,
MVP
that set up from the Darkseer bought them so much room to work. Thompson, he has to try and escape now. Gonna try and finish up on the Boxy. He's taking so much physical damage. Lotus denying that pulverized silence up. Ultra kill for Mickey. And the only bad thing about that situation is that the Roche takes a bit more 2 minutes to spawn, but other than that, team wiping, turning things around. Watch for this initiation
that was
again.
actually really smart for the Pango to get the Lotus. But here you go, the 4-man vacuum into the wall.
Radiant structures
Yeah.
are fortified.
Just made it so difficult for Tundra.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
But it took some
attack.
time before Liquid could clean up because they were kind of kept busy with the Centaur. Like he
Yeah.
held them back. But eventually the Darkseer just did enough with the illusions to just clean up the fight. He had the Undying Illusion, so he has the slow.
Yeah, and most importantly, the Undying Illusion also gives you damage amp, right? It's just punching away onto the Drow, and it does so much work. I think 33, after he dies there, he immediately just A-clits all his illusions on this Drow, which is why we see Pure so low, and Nisha's able to come in a bit later into the fight. It took a while for them to follow up, but the patience pays off here, and they're able to rout Tundra. They need to be very careful, because Liquid, even though they've been struggling... What are we... Okay, let me finish my point. Even though Liquid have been struggling for a majority of this game, they still have yet to deal with this Mickey TA. It's delivered them game wins before, and it might just happen again. And now we're away from the center, so okay. There we go.
Finally, the TA has 4 Deso charges.
Let's go.
Now he's gonna be really strong with the BKB. BKB Daedalus Deso. He's scary. I mean, I was gonna make a point about how smart it is for the Pango to get a Lotus instead of Lincolns against the Primal. Because they have the Rubik, right? Rubik can easily break the Lincolns during roll. So Lotus is like guaranteed that you won't... I mean, you won't get controlled by the Polarize during the roll. And the armor is kind of nice against the Drow. I think it's a very, very good itemization from Nisha.
Yeah, solid stuff all around. You really need that just to try and get yourself out of trouble. And the self-dispel is so important this game, it feels like. Just because of all these gusts coming through, so much control. But really, apart from the gust, if you're able to Lotus yourself and get out of that troublesome situation, you are basically free to take the fight.
Yeah, Tundra. Yeah, definitely shaken, you know, by that last engagement. Yeah, hit the whole game, and then one fight, boom, Liquid just crushes you like that. And now with amplified damage on Pure, yeah, he had to return the favor. There is no way we lose 2 fights in a row.
Yeah,
no
that's what they're
freaking way.
telling themselves right now, but there are so many traps littering the area. Liquid are going to get vision priority regardless of what happens. As soon as you walk into this pit, keep your eyes out for the Darkseer. He's been instrumental in Liquid's game so far. Might just deliver them another
They
set
need
of
a
4
ward.
heroes.
Undying needs to get up there and get a ward. Oh, here we
He
go.
does. But Whitemon
There goes
just
your Undying.
melts. This is scary. Nisha able to get the roll out.
Oh,
He
he's
gets stuck in the Lotus pool. No! But there's 33. He gets the illusion. Vacuum in. Thompson tries to play interference. But here comes
Chaos.
Mickey. So much damage. He's already dead. Pure is gone. And Mickey, he's just able to punch away now. Thompson has the TP out. He's successful. But again, turns out Tundra can lose 2 fights in a row.
I mean, this Darks is actually insane. Like, every time he gets a big vacuum, the team fights just become so difficult. And not to mention, the Undying didn't really do anything. Yeah, he just went up there, he placed the ward, and he just dies. No save, no nothing. I think he probably needed the Rubik to just be behind him, right? Because Rubik had the shot, so he could save him.
Yeah, the Rubik's playing on like the left side, and I think more than anything, Liquid have set up around this area so nicely. So many bits of vision between the traps and the wards in the lane. They just have complete purview of that fight. And despite a nice pulverize from Thompson in the middle of everything, he doesn't even manage to get a single kill. So much healing and the damage reduction from the swap. They've done so much now. Another steal of the Wisdom Rune. Boxy's been on time with these. And suddenly, Liquid...
He's gotten like every single one, right? 28? I mean, 21, 28, 35.
Correct. Now that puts Tundra in a very awkward predicament where their Centaur, despite the decent game and recovery that he had, isn't really doing enough in the fights. Your Darkseer is completely trucking out onto Pure, who doesn't really have any options. Now he's forced to build the BKB because that's what will help him get out of these situations.
Well, things are gonna get tough in the team fights for sure. You know, you had a 12k lead, now it's down to pretty much nothing. 2k lead towards Liquid. You have to rethink how you're supposed to take the team fight. I think they can't really be rash and just run in. They have to take hold of a high ground position and put down the tombstone, then wait for Liquid to run into them, or at least try to bait Liquid into running into them. The last 2 fights, they tried to bring the wall to Liquid, and it did not work out.
I'm kind of surprised that Pure hasn't gotten his shot yet. Because I feel like the Glacier will be so annoying for Nisha to try and roll into. I mean, even if you get, you know, just kind of vacuumed away, you just immediately put yourself on the Glacier high ground and suddenly there's some uphill misses happening, you know, you're shooting a lot more arrows. It's convenient pickup, but maybe he's just hoping to get that from Tormentor. This gold advantage that Tundra have held for essentially the entire game, it's just flipped on its head now. It's Liquid come alive here in the later stage of the game. Their patience is paying off. They've done this before. We have to keep stressing that. On the back of 33, Kanka, and the Insania Venge, they've been able to pull back these kind of seemingly impossible games. And they're looking to potentially do it again in this game number 2. And dude, if they win this, we're still not going to know who's at the top of groups. Like, we might just have to resort to tiebreakers at the end of these shenanigans.
Isn't that great for everybody? More games, more Dota.
True.
More games like this.
Yeah. This has been a fun one to watch. I mean, we were criticizing Liquid and worried about their lineup, so limited options, but now it feels like every single time Tundra go in, they're just getting set up upon. Mickey is a monster. Arcane Blink complete. Ooh, boy. What's going on here? Whitemon trying to shove some waves or something? Relocate coming in. Whitemon with the stampede.
Run.
Run, little dead man, run! Done TP. Bye-bye.
He has the illusion on the high ground. That is the most awkward spot.
That's so funny. You can like watch over him as he dies.
And it's holding his stomach.
Ow, ow, ow.
I got punched by the rabbit.
Dire are scanning.
Liquid not done. The traps forward, looking for an avenue, forcing the Hurricane Pike out. They'll just jump forward. Nice gusto. Toby on the sidelines waiting for Blink, but can't afford to get spotted out by the spirits.
Dire are
Tundra,
scanning.
they just have to run. Oh, Nisha. What a crazy comeback this would be if Liquid are able to pull it off, but as the time ticks over, it feels increasingly likely that that'll be the case. This Thompson Primal Beast that has dominated through the early game, he hasn't really transitioned to continue doing damage, right? Sometimes we see these Primal Beasts go for Kaya Sanj, sometimes we see them go for Aghanims. Sure, there's nothing too crazy to break this game other than maybe Psyblades or
It's still
Ventura.
damage.
Radiant's
Yeah, exactly.
damage,
It's still,
yeah.
it
It's not
still
just
kind
a
of
break.
transitions you into a damage dealer build, which is not something that Thompson really has gone for. He's gone for the trample attack multiplier, but went for the Beast Dispel, which, you know, you kind of need this game. Just not enough at the moment, though. Pure can't do everything by himself, especially with the
pretty-
sheer amount of focus they have towards him.
Yeah, pretty sure right now they have to just try to hold high ground, be patient, and just wait for Liquid to run into them. I don't think they have the luxury to just run out on the map and take a fight on the high ground. Even now, if you get a high ground tombstone, I don't think it's gonna do a lot for you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the high ground defense is a bit scary for Tundra, but that kind of seems like the best option, especially when every time you walk out on the map, there's just like 20 traps spotting you out. You can steal
The
them
Rubik,
on
Rubik has the traps too.
Yeah. Try and set as many of these as you can. Does he get the silence on them as well with his shard? He should,
I
right?
presume yes.
Yeah. That's pretty nifty. That's kind of insane.
Radiant are
The
scanning.
silence on like the Io or even the Venge will be huge. But Insania already has that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, time to have
So-
fun. 0,
Yeah.
8, and 8 by drums, Aghanims. Oh boy.
Nasty. Here they come.
Going
Liquid.
in,
on
amplify
march.
damage.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
We see Thompson punch out onto the Primal Beast. Toby there with the Stomp. But the Primal Beast in a load of trouble. Hidden away now. Nisha just mowing through them. Pure is dead. Tundra mowed down. He heals up, but you just have
That's
one
it.
player remaining, and that's
That has
it.
to be game.
Radiant's middle
Holy shit, that happened way too quick.
That game took a sharp turn very quickly.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. That last fight, Thompson disappeared so quick. I had no idea where he went. And I just realized halfway through that he was in the Tombstone, but at that point, every single Tundra hero is already dead. And 9 class will buy back, but honestly, what can even do in this situation? They're
They're
going for
gonna
the
end
throne.
the game.
Liquid, they
Holy
smell the
shit.
tie. Come on! These guys. This is why their fans love watching them so much. They never seem to give up. Always an option, always a clutch avenue for success, and we'll have another tie, Winter.
Radiant's middle barracks are
The
under
3 top dogs just can't seem to decide who's the best.
victory.
And go down again, Tundra 1-1 against Liquid here. What a series.
Yeah, what a game, you know, by Meta not having the best of lanes against the Undying plus Drow Ranger, but when it mattered, he came up clutch with his vacuum into whatever creep he had, the center, or just vacuum into walls. And those 2 fights that he actually got the huge vacuum walls just kind of completely changed the game towards Liquid's favor. And
Yeah.
after that, Tundra just kind of ran out of steam on the center and the Primal Beast, and Drow Ranger just couldn't really stand up to the Darkseer illusions and the TA right clicking. And
You
not
know
to
what it
mention
is?
the rolling thunder as well.
You know what it is? Look, I'm not going to point fingers here, but I do think
Let
that
me do the finger pointing.
Okay, let's hear it. What do you think is the issue?
No.
No, okay. Here's my hypothesis, and you can correct me if you don't think I'm correct here. But I think Pure's BKB came a bit too late. I think he took way too much damage from all these Dark Seer spells, all these random miscellaneous AoE magic swashers and whatever the hell Liquid were throwing at him, and it put him in a very tough position in each of these fights. Thompson and Toby couldn't do enough to protect him, and they just kind of ran out of damage every time Pure goes down. We'll see this fight again. Thompson with a clean blink out, 9 class with this rotation, and this looks good. I mean, it ends up being successful because Tundra just get
No,
so
this is
much
not the
done.
crucial one. The one towards the right,
there's another one.
beside the Roshan, that was
Yeah.
the game turning one. Like where he actually got a 2-man stun on the Centaur, but Darkseid blink after and he got a 4-man vacuum behind. And
It's right in
somehow
this spot as well, right? That we're watching right now.
I think
Yeah.
it's gonna happen.
It's
soon.
here.
I think this
yeah,
one.
literally this
And he
one.
blinked, he stunned 2 heroes.
Look at
And
33.
Nisha is coming in. 33
Bam.
blinks behind, 4 hero vacuum, and Drawing just stuck.
Look at that. Dude, he literally A-clicks his illusions onto Pure. And Pure takes so much damage. I think he ends up walking
Yeah, but
back in.
the thing is, the BKB doesn't really help with that, right? If you get stuck in the wall, you're still gonna have an illusion there, vacuuming up. But I guess you don't get pulled by the vacuum.
Yeah, and you're not like slow as absolute shit. But I mean, I think what I mean is like that fight, that was unfortunate. More than anything, it's props to 33 for getting that set up. But I think immediately after that's done, you just have to kill the BKB. And later on in the fights, things just get so messy. 33 with another crazy vacuum. And in comes Mickey just putting in the damage, even though he eats a pulverize.
after this, the game is sorry.
It's just over, yeah.
Because you
That's
have Centaur and Primal, and Drow is your only reasonable damage dealer. You're against
Look
a
at
TA
Dude, look
Darkseer.
at how fast this Primal Beast dies. Tombstone saves him, but he narrowly gets out. They swashbuckle to the low ground. Nisha catches him on the retreat. Just what a comeback for this Pango. And really, I think even though our MVP, we were talking about 33 having an excellent Darkseer performance, I think Boxy and Mickey, another sort of pair that really stood out. They were just maneuvering the fights really well. Some early moves from the IO, we were scratching our heads like, oh, why are you going for the wisdom? Oh, you're not in the right place, right time. But later down the line, it was clear that Mickey, with that boost up from his buddy, he was able to truck in so much damage in the fights. And he kind of carried Liquid on his back, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, for sure. But at the end of the day, it's still like a team effort. You know, everybody
For sure.
had a role to play this game. They have quite a complex draft to execute. I feel like the Pango, TA, Darkseer, Tricore, it's not easy to make this type of draft work, especially when you lose your early game, and to somehow find a way back into the game. That itself is such a beauty.
Absolutely. And I think that we've complimented Liquid on this before. It feels like these high execution drafts that no one else will be able to make work, they somehow find a way. We'll find out a bit more from them if we have an interview, that is. We'll find out after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We were feeling a bit hopeful that maybe we'd get to pry into the minds of Team Liquid after such a stunning comeback. Unfortunately, I'm sure they are very busy because they're not done for the day. They have another matchup later, so no interview for now, but we'll leave you in the very capable hands of Gareth and Lacoste, the lovely duo. Bring you the next few matches for the B stream. We're far from done. We still have 2 more best of 2s, of course. Coming up next is going to be Boom versus Gaimin Gladiators. Both teams middling out around the pack. We're going to round out our day with Liquid versus Xtreme Gaming. Should be fun matches all around. But for myself and Winter, that's it for today. We'll send you off. Take care and good night.
Welcome back to your Elite League broadcast, brought to you by ESB and Fisher, as we get into another day of group stage here, Lacoste. It's all merging into one as we get kind of late in the day here. Everyone's hungry for wins. Boom down near the bottom of their group at, I think, 3 and 5. Definitely need one. Well, Gaimin Gladiators have had a few slip-ups against some of these, top teams, Liquid, Xtreme Gaming, but still Gaimin Gladiators, right? They're a very solid team. Expectations going into this one? What do you reckon?
Kind of hard to say, but after seeing, because maybe we had a bad picture of how strong Boom are in terms, because they dominated the Swiss stage. We had an interview as well with their captain, and he was talking about, Panda was talking about them not meeting the strongest teams, even though the Swiss format kind of forces you. So, maybe someone had a bad day, bad start, and then they were playing the teams that they are matched up nicely against. So 3-0, one of the two teams that managed to get 3-0 in the Swiss, and then the problem started for them. They don't have too many games that they played, so they haven't, been figured out. And also Gaimin, we haven't seen too much of Gaimin lately, but they're still super stable in terms of like when things are going well, this team, they can end the game in like 20 minutes, but they can also play super late game. It's not the Gaimin from last year, because everybody has studied this team. Teams overall got better. We have new teams, like new patches. So, but definitely feel like the Gaimin can still, a lot of the times you feel that they are not doing too hot in the groups, and then suddenly they flip a switch and they're like, okay, we're top 4 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they have gone up against some pretty hefty opponents as well. I think the thing is also they started off kind of strong against BetBoom with that 2-0. Well, BetBoom looked weak, and maybe roles have reversed a little bit, going 1-1 against Aurora, dropping 2-0 against Liquid, as Liquid have looked very impressive in their run in the group stage so far. But yeah, kind of excited to see how this one pans out, because it's felt like drafting has got more interesting and diverse. We're starting to see fun, newer heroes like Venomancer, Drow Ranger coming back into the play, Enigma, Broodmother, Bristleback, heroes that Gaimin Gladiators in particular have been grabbing for themselves. While I think Boom, that's potentially one of their downfalls. Like you said, Panda's still, saying, okay, we're going up against the bigger teams now, the big dogs. We've still got a little bit of room for experimentation, but we need to be hitting our stride in the draft. And they're bringing out, 4 Pango games in a row? They struggled with that, and then they had that shift to try and pick up Kunkka, Leshrak, their supports in the first phase, just to try and solidify their draft a little earlier on, especially when you're going up against teams like Gaimin Gladiators who can just bang out some of these weird and wacky heroes to kind of counter your entire game plan.
Yeah, Boom, they looked slightly one-dimensional, I would say, especially in some of the games that they were losing. A lot of cookie cutter, as you like to call it. But if I would say if Pakaz is not having that good of a game, they also struggle. Slotems, he's also the playmaker. He plays pretty much anything from the mid lane. We see the classic South American Tiny from the mid lane that comes out. Keeper of the Light has been very popular recently. A lot of top tier teams have been picking it up because he comes online super fast. Some Earth Spirit, and the classic mid laners, Pango, and these pucks, Leshrak as well, because meta constantly changes and you need to adapt your hero pool. And I think Slotems has been doing a good job so far.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that meta kind of develop, right? Io has come back into play quite a lot. 12 picks, 66.666% win rate, along with Templar Assassin, exactly the same pick and win rate score. We've seen one Nyx, one Veno, a couple of ODs. We can't really talk about the win rates and the stats of these heroes because it has literally just been an individual pick. But there's also heroes, like OD, that have had 4 or 5 picks that have looked pretty good, especially when they're last picked against some of these, tanky heroes. You've got this, what was it, flex capability of Timber and DK in one of our games. It was Liquid, yes, right? That picked OD and said, right, there we go. Counter your entire matchup with that last pick. Because I don't know how you feel about it, but right now, watching these games, it's felt like a lot of teams have got to last pick, where usually we'd say, right, this is the time for gotcha pick. This is where you can round out your draft. And they kind of just don't. There isn't that room to have a gotcha pick sometimes because of the way the draft works. Having the double pick as second pick just feels a little bit better to me.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, if I remember correctly, during Dream League, we had, it was pretty even in terms of like BetBoom Dacha, there was a big difference between Radiant Dire first pick and second pick, and then during Dream League things kind of equaled, I believe. Didn't check the stats for this one, but I second pick, like overall having the last pick sometimes feels good, as you said, but a lot of the times having 23rd pick is still feels really good if you protected your draft in the last banning phase as well. Sometimes you don't feel that impact of 24 pick. It really depends what it is.
Yeah, it's like if it's a Husker or something, okay, cool. I think it's probably in particular, if you have that 24 pick as a mid lane pick, is probably where it feels strongest to me, in my mind, because you have that 1v1 lane match counter in some regards. Whereas if it's a support or if it's an offlane hero, you're trying to roll fill and trying to fit a slot rather than kind of get a super hard counter in your kind of situation. Are there any other heroes that we've not mentioned that have come to light in the group stage?
Io's definitely up there. I know you mentioned it, but I want to talk more about this hero because
Sure.
one of the reasons why the hero is popular again is some of the heroes, of course, got nerfed in the laning stage, allows you to play global. Some of the global heroes got nerfed. We don't see Spectre anymore. So Zeus comes here and there, but also Lotuses. Like every single time something happens in the patch, Io gets a buff that he's not supposed. These are like indirect buffs. For example, you're getting HP region from the tower. You're tethered up, so you're sharing that region, amplifying the region, of course. And then Lotus, you picked up that Lotus, you have Magic Stick, suddenly you feel unkillable. And it feels like a lot of the times you need to focus Io, and you fail to do so because of all that extra healing. And I did check the stats about the first pick, last pick, and it's going to be, so far in the Elite League, first pick win rate is sitting at 51, and the second pick, of course, then at 49. And the Dire Radiant are also like basically 50, 49.6, so pretty equal overall.
Yeah, super, super even. It does look like we're having some tech issues with some of the players. Not sure who it is or what's going on, but the game is delayed for about 10 minutes, so I'm hearing. So we're going to cut to a quick break and come back when the game's ready, and we'll see you then. All right, looks like we're good to get into the lobby, get into the draft here, as Gaming Gladiators are about to take on Boom Esports. Best of 2 in the group stage here for the Elite League, and we've got all the players in the lobby. Draft has started. Lacoste, what were we talking about before we had a little break there, before the game got going?
Hard to remember. I might... yeah, maybe we're talking about Io. So yeah, Io, very good hero. Still left in the pool. I assume draft will be shown on the screen very shortly. But yeah, this hero has been super popular lately. We've seen some really good combos. Boom Esports, they have the first pick. I just gotta double check if they played any Io. Doesn't ring a bell that they played any Io so far. And... no, they didn't. So, not an IO team. We'll take Rubik instead. Gaimin could just take IO here. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, it looks so strong. It's one of Celery's heroes, and you've banned Chen and Chantress. So Celery's probably looking at this thinking, hey, you've banned my other heroes. You've left IO in. What else am I going to do? Just going to take it. Other options though out there. Crystal Maiden potentially as a first pick has looked decent.
Yeah, Razor as well. This is something that Gaming
Right.
Gladiators did open up multiple times, 3 times so far. In the Elite League, it was like against Team Liquid, it wasn't as effective because Team Liquid is just on some next level shit, I would say. They're playing really well, but for now, Batrider, this hero has been really, really good. Like every single time we see Batrider in action, the hero owns. Like, no matter if the team is winning, losing, Batriders are having a good time. Great laning partner for a lot of these melee offlaners. BKB piercing ability, he can easily clear the stacks. He can he can steal the enemy stack. We've seen that quite often when you're just going for these solo adventures in the enemy jungle. And that's going to be Tofu's hero most likely, even though Celery has played it before when there was a big shift from like 4 to 5 in Batriders. Celery also kind of spammed the hero, but recently it's been Tofu.
Yeah, and then to add on to that, he's a pretty good hero at diving as well. So when you've got a twin gate play from Celery, going into the off lane, make that 3-man move, Batrider really kind of enables the dive, add in courier sniping potential. It just really is a very position 4 Tofu-esque hero in every regard. So this does mean Io gets banned, unfortunately, there, along with the Timbersaw. So Celery, he's going to have to dig a little deeper to find his hero. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. There's still the Gyrocopter, Crystal Maiden, Techies as a potential pick for them to come out later on down the line. With the Batrider, you mentioned tanky strength heroes. There's melee fellas. Who's the biggest one, do you think, as a partner with Bat? Or does it just not matter?
I like Centaur a lot, but Gaimin, they like to play slightly different heroes from the off lane. So far, they haven't played it in the Elite League. They've been focusing on, I would say, a lot of Zoo, a lot of these Auras, Broodmother. We've seen Lycan yesterday, Enigma. There's been an Axe, maybe even 2 times, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 2 times he played Axe. Axe looked really good for some reason because other offlaners also got nerfed. Axe feels really nice at the moment.
Turn to pick. Dire team pick.
The banned Crystal Maiden. Oh, he's out there. Oh.
This is our first Disruptor game, Gary, so far in the Elite League. Every single time this hero has been banned.
Yeah, just permanently banned. We talked about it a lot. I mean, we just forget about it when he slips through that hero pool all the way into that next stage. So Disruptor
really hyped about it. This hero does a lot. This hero has been maybe even overtuned. Because, again, some of the position 5s have been nerfed, but Thunderstrike, insane ability. People are maxing it nowadays, because the recent changes, you get that 0.4 slow, so very good in the lane at all levels. And then you also have the Shard. People are in a rushing Shard at minute 15, so you can actually farm with it. The good thing is you can place it, for example, like a Techie's Mine. So if somebody is going through, you can kind of see where they're coming from. And also, it increases damage. Of course, you have level 10 talent. And I did the math the other day. It's 750 damage if you have Shard, level 10 talent. Plus, it's maxed out. This is a good response. Oracle, great against Batrider, great against Disruptor. Disruptor's Q can be super annoying. So I want to see if they decide to maybe follow. I don't think it's that necessary to follow Oracle for Disruptor just to ruin him. It's also good against Batrider, so most likely for Boom Esports, Oracle 5, Rubik 4, and now they need most likely it is going to be an offlaner. So Illich, he does play mostly melee heroes from the offlane, and some tiny. I feel like Primal Beast maybe is not good because he can get bounced back. Disruptor as well. Centaur is okay, but you're also playing into Glimpse, so maybe not the best option. It will be Magnus. I think they thought this through. They went through the offlane list, and they're like, okay, Centaur, not that good against the Glimpse. You can easily catch him inside the cage. But what Magnus wants to do is once you get skewered, he's already done the damage. So even if you glimpse him back, he's going to be okay about it. I kind of like this pick.
Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, I was just thinking back. We did see Oracle played a couple of days ago. Xtreme Gaming grabbed Oracle and Omni Knight to try and play into a Disruptor, really kind of looking to hard counter that hero through the game. Unlikely we'll see an Omni Knight here, but Oracle's going to fit the bill quite nicely. As Gaming Gladiators have grabbed themselves a sniper, potential for this to go mid or safe lane, depending on what the matchups are going to be. Yeah, it's a real nice Magnus pick up there. Be able to displace him, already gap close.
Yeah, I think they need, not necessarily Blink Initiator, but I feel Axe could be good. We talked about Axe for a while. Great against Oracle as well, because you can't just wait until he's really low HP. So maybe some force Oracle to cast his ulti prematurely. Need some body, because Sniper, Disruptor, Batrider, they're not tanky. That's why I want to see something beefy. For now, it's going to be CK. I'm fine with that, even though they picked it into Magnus. This needs to be some kind of a gap closing hero. They like to play Troll. Troll is good against CK, good against Sniper later on if you can close the gap.
And then he'll have self-dispels against Bat and Disruptor late game with Aghanims as well, right? That could be a really nice pick.
Troll plus Oracle, the old school combo, so you're going to live for a really long time. Anything else that is left in the pool that can utilize? Sven is okay as well. I mean, sometimes you gotta choose. You don't necessarily need that much cleave. It's we're gonna one-shot CK illusions with Empower and cleave. That's good, but he just might take it. I feel like Troll Troll or Sven should be really high up there.
Yeah, it just depends what they're feeling in the moment, and they've got the double pick while Gaming Gladiators have that individual last pick later on. Thinking about other Oracle combos, Death Prophet always comes to mind as a mid lane hero to kind of keep healed up and keep the push going. You talked about the Sven, it comes out immediately there, so you've got the double cleave, right? Cleave, great cleave plus the Empower from Magnus. Two decent supports at helping and kind of bringing these fights together.
I think the reason is Sven can close the gap on Sniper earlier compared to Troll, where you are not picking up the Blink Dagger that early on Troll. On Sven, you want to get that Aghanim Scepter, maybe as your fourth item. Boom will remove Lycan. We've seen the power of Lycan yesterday. Ace, very good at it. His micro skills are top-notch, and also very annoying to play against that shard later on. If you pick it up, 20, 25 minutes in, one lane is always going to push. And we did discover some guy, if he is not lying, actually tested what we were talking about yesterday about Roshan's banner not amplifying that little Wolfie from Lycan's shard, even though it says creep wave.
Yeah, it says it's part of the creep wave, but apparently it doesn't count for the Roche's banner. That's sad times. Kotl out of here.
10 seconds remaining.
A couple more bans to go. And Kotl would have been a pretty nice hero that just kind of sits mid against Sniper, right? You want someone, Sniper's mid. This matchup can be very difficult. It's impossible to win against Sniper, so you just kind of want to trade even. And with DK, Kotl both gone, there are a few heroes that do that now.
I would say maybe, Puck would be great choice for them, but then again, there is Sniper on the enemy team, so that's not an option. Sniper just dumpsters. This is something that Gaimin were kind of on receiving end when they were playing against Team Liquid, Quinn Puck against Nisha's Sniper. Very difficult. So the type of a hero you want to get here, maybe, I mean, it's Storm. You might not, I mean, you're probably not going to win the lane against Sniper, but maybe just pick it for the game rather than the lane.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like Kunkka, Pango, Tiny, all in that first round of bans. So a lot of focus here has gone into that Slatum's mid lane.
The other option is Earth Spirit, and then you roll on top of him, come with other heroes, and try to kill him. That's how you play against Sniper. You just need to make his life miserable.
Get on top of the Sniper. Hey, you've only got one glimpse. You can only glimpse one of us. And we've got Blink Skewer. And the roll from Earth Spirit, Sven with that Blink Dagger or Aghanim Scepter or both. And of course, Rubik and Oracle with a bit of control there as well. And Axe, the hero that you were bigging up all the way through the draft, comes out for Ace in that last slot.
Yeah,
so lanes, Tofu, Ace, Axe and Bat, looks good.
Axe now even looks better after seeing Sven didn't mention it, because it was, I would say, kind of obvious choice, considering the bans that happened in the last banning stage. But Blade Mail Carrier against Sven, they needed some control, something beefy. What better hero? Like, there isn't a hero in this game that has higher armor than Axe. Something that can hold its ground. Because CK and his illusions, like, usually it is a mass confusion, but with Magnus and Sven, Earth Spirit, I don't think illusions are going to do much, but seeing this Axe gives me slightly more hope for Gaimin Gladiators. But I kind of like Boom Esports draft. I think they drafted themselves a really nice lineup. Illich and Magnus. Want to see how the mid lane is going to be played out. I think that's pretty key if they manage to shut down Sniper. But Gaimin Gladiators, they've been notorious to rotate multiple heroes to the mid lane 5-6 minutes into the game. And they're going to read this really well because they know how to protect Quinn when he's playing into, like, not necessarily a bad matchup, one, but where there's a lot of kill threat on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way the group stage been developing as well, the more games we watch, the more we see these team fights emerging, even 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game, where every team is bringing 5 heroes. It's a full 5v5 bloodbath 6, 7 minutes into the game. Just trying to make sure you get those early fights won and under your belt to kind of open up a bit of space, get your side lanes farming. And that's where I would put a little bit of advantage onto Gaimin Gladiators, having a Tofu Bat Rider and Celery Disruptor, 2 supports that feel much nicer guarding runes and moving around. And Rubik's nice, but Oracle, I don't know, I used to play a lot of Oracle and I've not felt this hero be particularly potent recently. He's looked good in lanes, looked decent in this kind of saving position, but if he's caught out, if he's spotted by an observer ward or a bat flying over the trees, Oracle can be neutered pretty quickly. We'll get ourselves into game 1 though, best of 2 here in the group stage. Boom Esports against Gaimin Gladiators. We've got the Quinn Sniper, the Pakaz Sven. Oh, Sven. He's not unlocked any of his gems, though. Pakaz's got to get into that Dota Plus.
What a scrub.
Unlock some of those gems. Come on, buddy. A very nice cycle drawn, though.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be an action-packed game, considering the heroes that we have. There's, like, no one relies on any big ultis. Sure, you might have, like, Lasso being on 90-second cooldown, level 1. But all other heroes, like, you can constantly keep fighting. You don't necessarily need an RP. It's going to be more about Skewer. Sven's God Strength is kind of the biggest one inside of Boom Esports. So, yeah, I expect a lot of kills between 10 and 15, 20-minute mark.
Yeah, a lot of people just running at each other. Get these just first items. Yeah, get your primary item and go for it. Another one of these delayed smokes out of the mid lane from Gaimin Gladiators. High ground is being held by Boom right now, though. So Ace has wandered off to his lane top, leaving the other 4 to go their own way.
30 seconds.
This could get nasty quickly if they go up the staircase at the wrong time. They're wrapping around from the side shop. Secret shop, the hidden shop.
They know.
The jungle
Immediately
shop.
drop down the ward. Illich hides nicely. Kick.
Shockwave and kick both miss. Pakaz, you can think about the stun. The flame break sends Pakaz forward. Glimpse will send him backwards. Illich still following through on this. They're trying to catch up to Duraccio, but and they've got not got enough legs in them. So bounty runes. Ace is going to get both top, it looks like. A third one for Tofu. And only one there for Boom as Pakaz grabs it.
Yeah, usually you, with this type of a lineup, you feel super strong. Fade Bolt, not the best ability, but it bounces between the heroes. It has been heavily nerfed in the previous patches, so you reduce their damage by 2 or 3, which is not that great. But you have Oracle, you have Magnus, and you have AoE stun from Sven, so they definitely wanted to take a fight. It's just the abilities have been misused.
Ace. Level 1 Battle Hunger. And Panda just holding on to Fortune's End. Not worth the 100 mana to get rid of something that's doing like 50 damage to you. Wait and see what Tofu and Ace get up to. You know, once they get to level 3, then we start spamming out these Fortune's Ends. In that mid lane, Slatem's already taking a few peeps out of Quinn's Sniper. And last hit-wise, getting a couple of denies over him. I've got 59 base damage, a roll into kick. He's giving as good as he takes, and maybe... No, he's not going to be able to get it. Like, if he had a blood grenade or something there, you know, he could potentially just keep on chasing.
Yeah, if he had blood grenade, Orb of Venom, and earn charge, Sniper would definitely die. kind of hard.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to see some early rotation. Maybe if support dies in one of these side lanes for Boom, refill Earth Spirit's bottle and go on Sniper, throw that blood grenade, as you said. But we've seen some mid players going for that blood grenade early on. A lot of pressure, a lot of focus here on Duracho in this bottom lane.
Yeah, taking an absolute beating. Celery's kind of struggling playing that left side of the lane. Knight has swapped to the right-hand side, so that gives Illich a pretty nice time just to spam out Shockwave and get his last hits going. But yeah, we have seen these mid... I guess it's like mid-lane Invoker that's going for the blood grenades because you've got Cold Snap and stuff. Spirit maybe can think about one, but he wants to get the bottle as quickly as possible, of course.
I've seen Dragon Knights pick it up from a mid lane a few times. Usually it was cool. Batrider. It was Mikey who was always buying these blood grenades. That was back when you could buy more blood grenades, but nowadays we don't see too much of a Batrider unless it's like very specific. Ooh. Duracho. The blood grenade. Skewer
forward. Oh, a little bit more. They don't have it. He's under tower and safe. And Celery there gets a good bit of damage into Knight as well on the way out. The bottom lane, it feels like it's being won pretty heavily by Boom already. Duracho has to be handed a ton of regen by this Disruptor.
Duracho really suffering in this lane. Only 6 CS. Kind of difficult for him. Like, he gets close. They used a lot of resources mid. Sluntons jumping onto Sniper. What a useless freaking hero. Look at him. Just beeping. Doesn't do nothing. You look at him in his direction, and he's like, I gotta go back.
I left the stove on at home. Just let me quickly run back and turn it off. Yeah, we were talking to Thompson yesterday, right? And he was like, yeah, DK Sniper. I played those heroes. They're boring. They just kind of sit there and do stuff.
Jokes aside, Sniper is a strong hero right now. Has multiple builds you can go for, but the newish build has been this Khanda Aghanim Scepter, or Aghanim Scepter into Khanda with Dragonlance as your first item. But Slatem's definitely can kill him, forcing Sniper to constantly bring extra regen, bring raindrops in this mid lane, and also Sniper's not a hero that benefits from picking up water runes. You also don't want to sit in the river and go for those runes because you're putting yourselves in a really bad spot. So in terms of CS, Slatem's doing really good considering that he's playing into Sniper, and Ho Ho Haha will stack a little bit with 1 point in Shrapnel, this big camp. I think Sniper in Radiant works better, as we discussed for hero like Keeper of the Light as well, where you can... Yeah. Oh, he stole it. That was a nice play. Slatem's actually got the last hit on a creep and also killed one of the creeps in the big camp. I'm not sure if that was intentional.
Oh, really?
Maybe wanted to see what's happening there.
Yeah, there's 2 rocks, 2 boulders over in that camp. I'll see if Slatem's is able to go and contest it with a Rubica or Magnus later on. Yeah, it's definitely Slatem's showing Quinn how this matchup's going to be later on. He's just permanently rolling and kicking him, trying to bring him to like half HP, so Quinn has to be a little afraid of when these supports are moving. And just touching on your point, right, that fact that the Sniper doesn't go for runes, while Earth Spirit does. Every time Slatem's is off the map and in fog, it's scary for these side lanes. If you have an Earth Spirit, when he hits level 6, gets the urn rolling on you, those are easy kills for Boom to grab in the side lane.
Early rotation. He's deep in bottom.
As moving in here towards Duracho and Celery. Level 5 Earth Spirit. I didn't expect it to come this quickly, but
Connected
first blood
onto
is
both
there.
of them. Nicely done, Slotums. We've seen, I think I mentioned in Primal Beast a lot about these pre-level 6 rotations. Unfortunately, there's no rune for him to pick up here to refill his bottle, but nicely done. And he's also the one who got the first blood. They're pinging on the minimap exactly where Slotums is, so... Quinn?
What are you doing over here, Earth Spirit? Slotums will get back to lane. Now a little behind in last hits, but that's just because Quinn has just been sat in this lane non-stop, peeping away at stuff. Roll back forward, not gonna land.
Just kidding.
Please don't hurt me, Mr. Quinn. That's a lot of damage out of this take aim headshot. So the other lane, the top lane, something we've not really looked at too much. 41-9 for Ace's Axe, 26-3 for the Sven of Pakaz.
Oh, big one. Quinn just picked up region. If Earth Spirit managed to get that one, that would be pretty big. But we'll be able to pick up this rune, and good word from Gaimin Gladiators, expecting these early rotation that will come out from the Earth Spirit. So let's see if there's going to be a TP rotation, or how are they going to approach this one.
Well, they're still rolling into Duraccio with the Magnetize of Slatoms. And get on top of this Chaos Knight. You've got Glimpse, you've got Thunderstrike, you send them back, you buy a bit of time. Duraccio is still alive. And now Tofu, he arrives in onto Illich with the Firefly and Flame Break. They'll try and trade back because Duraccio has been dropped. Celery in the grave as well. Tofu kills Illich, but Gaimin Gladiators losing a lot of blood in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they are a little surprised that they didn't react quicker to this rotation. They saw Earth Spirit, and maybe with a sniper rotation, they would be able to get more kills. But for now, they are focusing on the farm. You know, a lot of the times you would see Duraccio being in the middle of the pack, real carry. In 2023 was Ace from the off lane, and so far again, on top of the net worth, level 6, wants to get some dunks, but not that easy to get the kill on Sven.
What is net worth like? It's top of the net worth, this Axe. Monstrous stuff from Ace already. Pakaz being kicked out of the lane and wards being dropped on his head. And Tofu able to scout him out and steal some of the creeps on the way through, potentially. It doesn't get any. But leeching experience is still a pretty big deal here because Pakaz is still not level 6.
Tofu playing Bounty Hunter. Being very annoying, trying to snipe some creeps.
Super irritating.
Ace wants a kill. They want something. Panda doesn't have that much HP to work with. Tofu, you can TP out.
No, there's no more stuns. Panda going for the Fate Edict, trying to run around. And eventually he's going to die here. There's no reaction from Boom whatsoever. Might be a little awkward here, taking so much time to kill him off. In the meantime, a bit of rotation mid, but the first dunk comes in for Axe. It looks like Knight and Slatoms not able to get on top of the sniper this time around because of Celery with that glimpse. Well, it's Boom. The first 10 minutes or so they've been making these moves with this Earth Spirit, looking good, catching kills. But top 2 net worth lead in general, Gaimin Gladiators favored right now. They're going to hit their timings much faster with this Blade Mail Axe. Then into the blink, very quick.
He's having a good time. Ace dragging the creep wave, trying to stack for himself as well. So farming both jungle and the lane. Sven is not the hero that can like rotate and kill people early on. What he wants to do is be in these outer rings, try to farm up while the rest of the team is buying time for him. Slatoms thinking about going in on Quinn.
Well, Panda dying in the back line as well. Celery, Ace, Quinn joining up to kill off the Oracle. Another dunk there and a glimpse. A nice one onto Slatoms. He's trying to get out of this with a roll, but the angle's all being cut off by Gaimin Gladiators.
Unfortunate counter helix. It's not RNG based anymore, but now they're making a move on Duraccio. No points in RP, even though he is level 6.
And Quinn is here to bodyguard him. The sniper rotates and make sure Duraccio is safe. So was this top lane meant to go this way? Do you think Oracle and Sven could have got more done, or is it just the fact that Ace has Axe into this lane is so strong?
It's hard. You're not maxing out your stun anyway. It's more about the farm, and Axe has a lot of armor. Like he dominates this lane. Quinn
He's
It's a
magnetized.
tanky boy. That's Tank Cardell. We're talking about Raindrop, Safety Bubble, and Dragonlance.
Yeah. Oh, he's got like 1500 HP. Oh, I guess not that much with Strength Treads, but still pretty damn tanky. And again, Gaimin Gladiators just playing into this mid lane. Dogpiling towards the tier 1.
Dire's middle tower
Playing left
is under
side,
attack.
forcing Boom to try and hold the right. Rubik and Oracle. Panda has just cracked level 6, so we have that false promise as a save. But like you said during the draft, they've got to make sure that they use it kind of preemptively almost against this Culling Blade. You don't want to drop too low.
Look
Can
at
be a
what
good
Celery's
save against
doing
like...
Dire's middle tower
with
is
What is
Cabal
it,
under attack.
scouting things out to see what's happening in the
Radiant's
triangle
top
right
tower is
now.
under attack.
How many stacks they have, maybe they can invade. These Cabals have been used as scouting tools recently, more than just
Dire's
getting
middle
that free
tower has
GPM.
fallen.
Quinn gets the tower. Nicely done. I expected more aggression to come out from Boom, like picking up
Dire's
this
top tower is
mid
under
Earth
attack.
Spirit, rotate with either Rubik, try to get some kills onto Sniper, but Quinn so far
Radiant are scanning.
managing to dodge everything.
Yeah, do you think Earth Spirit should have gone earn this game? Or is it okay he's going for more of a, I guess, scaling build with this Blade Mail? Oh my
Blade
god,
Mail's
Knight
fine.
just
Fortified.
disappears.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Rubik was out there just trying to... Oh, he just wanted to steal Thunderstrike. Give me Thunder... No. You get shut down by every member of Gaimin Gladiators here in the mid lane. A lot of pressure relieved off of Duraccio as well these past 3-4 minutes. A lot of focus was onto that bottom lane.
Tank
With
Cardell,
with
he's
Magnus
going in.
A glimpse on Slatems. He's already used his roll. And they've got Lasso, Static Storm, and the Quinn damage to come out of those right clicks to finish him off. Yeah, it's looking rough for Boom. Already 12 minutes in. Gaimin Gladiators really just in the driving seat.
And so far, so good. And Quinn adjusting his item build, going for Maelstrom. He might get Kanda later on, but for now, it will be just Maelstrom to farm
Dire's
with,
top tower
which is
under
fine.
attack.
It's also magical damage against Sven, because he does have bazillion armor with Warcry, so you want to go through that somehow.
Dire's top tower is under
Thunderstrike
attack.
finally stolen by the Rubik. He's got a spell. It's only level 2 though. And not being maxed out by Celery, much more focus on the glimpse. And maybe even just not wanting to give it to the Rubik as well. Gaimin Gladiators trying to push that tier 1 top, leaving
Dire's top
a lone
tower is
range
under
creep to try and finish the job. They're down to 66 health. Oh, there's Quinn to come and finish it off. While Tofu
Dire's top
stacks
tower has
and
fallen.
Ace's axe can come to clear it all out.
Radiant's middle tower
This is a lot of
under
XP and gold, not just for Ace's axe, but yeah, Tofu's bat's going to pick up a ton of money from this. And we've seen how Tofu scales on the Bat Rider, right? There's a lot of farm
Yeah.
goes. Oh, top lane. Quinn. He got the tower, but he stuck around. The TP going to get cancelled by the telekinesis. And Quinn looks like he's going to get finished off here by the Magnus rotation and Slatems with the final touch.
Slatem's definitely needed a kill like this, because right now he's the lowest net worth core. Some of his ganks post 10-minute mark haven't been so successful, so needs any kind of gold that he can get. Needs levels. Axe is the biggest winner, like on top of the net worth by a huge margin. Level 10, 13 minutes into the game, Blink Blade Mail. Already 2 charges, 2 called armor, so that's going to scale also as you start to get more levels. So, will be a really good front line. We didn't talk about Duraccio. Duraccio has been
Radiant's bottom
jungling.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
kind of recovering. It feels like that's Duraccio's game plan. He gets focused in lane, he gets focused in the game as he gets focused now with a Blink Skewer RP from Illich. A roll and a few hits to finish him off.
Radiant's
Knight trying to chase towards Celery now. Axe is in though with a Blink Call. Blade Mail returning damage onto Illich. Pakaz trying to fight back. Return damage is quite a lot, but when that Blade Mail ends, he's able to take the Axe down. Slatems wants to finish off Celery. Panda will steal it though. The Purifying Flames all maxed out. And another kill on Quinn. Panda with a double kill. The carry Oracle coming into play with...
stacks as well.
That's pretty big
How
too.
much damage, Gary, comes out from Sven? About 350. Look at that. With Empower, God Strength level 2, massive fight for Boom. Like, they're not ready. Because Axe thinks he's tanky, but if
Radiant's
he's sitting in the
middle
middle
tower
of
is under
5
attack.
heroes and Sven hitting you, you're gonna die.
Yeah, Duraccio already died and Gaimin Gladiator is trying to come in, one by one, filtering into the fight.
Radiant's
One Well done by Boom there, just to collapse onto Duraccio, get that initial kill. Static Storm's wasted. I mean, the Axe did a lot of damage, let's be fair. He was like, more damage than the Sven, did about 3,000 jumping in like that. But once Blade Mail ends, you can see here, they're very patient, just, okay, let Ace do his thing. Zoning the rest of them out with Slatums and Panda very nicely too. Purifying Flames. That's no joke. 360 damage. Looking at the heal.
Dire are scared.
360 damage nuke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blink Dagger on Illich, so that means that he can start the fight with the skewer back into Earth Spirit. Things kind of stabilized for Boom in the last couple of minutes.
And it's super important that it did as well. This gives time now for Pakaz to finish off his BKB. Get Slatums into his next item, which looks like the Kaya Sanj. And just a matter of tanking up here against that initial burst. Gaimin Gladiators have their game plan, the Blink Call, the Static Storm, and that Lasso as well. A lot of it comes thick and fast at the start of the fight. If you're able to withstand it, have some status resistance, have some protection against it, allow the Oracle to heal and save you. And Boom want these fights to extend that a little bit longer. Use the full duration of the God Strength. Get the cleave out of the Empower. Right now looking for a tier 1 bottom lane. It was already very low. So a quick snipe on that. Smoked up as a couple here. Earth Spirit, Rubik, and now the Oracle joining them. I won't be finding anyone.
They have BKB piercing abilities with
Radiant's bottom
Berserker's Call, Flaming Lasso, but yeah, with the saves behind him, RP, Sven is not that easy to take down, especially if there's Oracle. You get False Promise, set up for RP. Gaimin Gladiators just use scan so they know exactly where they are, and so did Boom Esports, so they know somebody's lurking around in those trees.
Look at Slatums go straight for it. Nice attempt on the Fortune's End there as well to add a little bit more damage and control from super long range. And this is, 5 members of Boom onto tier 1 mid. No need for catapults, just pop the God Strength. Go for these objectives and try and open this map for you. And Gaimin Gladiators not going to let you take things for free though. Every inch going to be a battle here as they smoke up. Duraccio kind of showing himself on the lane here as a bit of bait. Glimpse, oh wow.
Nice and done. This is the second time he rolls and gets out of the trouble. Going into Kaya next with the Blade Mail. He's going to become super tanky once that Sanj is finished. I want to see them take a fight with next God Strength, which is going to be in a minute. And you might also have like a Blink Dagger on Sven if there are any stacks. There aren't any, but yeah, BKB's done. Went back to Echo Saber, of course. So once they have that Blink Dagger compared to Aghanim Scepter, both of these are fine, but when you feel like you need to have that clear jump, you need to follow Magnus, Earth Spirit, Blink Dagger seems like a more natural choice.
Yeah, it's just that immediate jump, right? You're directly on top of the sniper when you need to be. There will be no time for reactions, no time to a Hurricane Pike or Concussive Grenade. Quinn is going to get jumped on. A bit of calm. As Gaimin Gladiators unable to latch on that response in the mid lane. Go back to farming Ancients with Quinn. Ace is out in the open bottom. They're bringing a hero down here, multiple in fact. Slatams and Pakaz eyeing up this axe down at bottom. Chaos Knight Illusions are in the lane, causing a little problem. And Duraccio, Ace has already TP'd out.
Can't find anything. They definitely feel like they're much stronger right now in Boom Esports, having this massive Sven who overtook Axe by 2,500 now. That's like if you go back in time, like 5 minutes ago, Axe was on top, and Pakaz has been farming up quite nicely.
Yeah, given so much room. Just that one fight in the bottom jungle has unlocked so much here for Pakaz. Now with the ward coverage the Panda's been placing, they're trying to protect that top jungle. Gaimin Gladiators have bypassed it with a smoke, moving into Magnus, but he's tanky. The Blink Call, Ace will find the dunk. Pakaz is here with his BKB though. No backup from the rest of his squad. They're being handled by the CK.
But they found Duraccio.
Duraccio, he's going to drop. Illich buys back. I mean, Duracho
wants
was
to help Pakaz.
1v4ing, protecting as Pakaz gets jumped and dunked. Illich with a 2-man RP, but the follow-through is not going to be here. The glimpse will send him back. Panda now kind of left stranded out here.
Another dunk.
A stun thrown onto the bat. Another dunk, a triple for Ace. Slatums rolls back into his base.
He wants to go
Oh,
in.
Ace's axe thinking about the jump, but doesn't want to go too deep this time.
Is under attack.
This was also buyback that came out from Illich, who wanted to save Pakaz. Illich
He's got
needs
the
to get something
sniper.
out of this. That's big. This is big if they manage to kill him. Hurt Spirit.
The roll.
Rolls in.
That call! Axe is going to save him! Another dunk for Ace! He's dominating! And Illich, the dieback of the Magnus! Disaster strikes for Boom! Knight! Oh, there was a second left on that Berserker's call cooldown. Huge for Gaimin Gladiators, massive for Ace, and real sadness for Boom.
Dire's top tower.
That's why we said, Ace, he's been the carry pretty much of 2023 for Gaimin Gladiators, carrying the game from the off lane, and I believe that is a full Bloodstone now finished on him. So Berserker Call is going to be even bigger AoE. He's going to be life stealing, so super tanky. Man, he has so much armor. He's sitting at 31 armor at the moment. Berserker Call gives him extra 25. Calling Blade, if he calls someone,
Dire's top
that's
tower is under attack.
how much is that? Extra 25 as well on level 2. So let's say plus 50. So you have 80 armor. You don't care about spend damage.
No! No! That's before, any Shiver's Guard or Assault Cuirass or anything like that. Vlad comes out from any of his teammates. That's just huge. That's some real crazy stuff. Yeah, so going back to that fight, Duracho in a very Duracho-esque move, right? Goes 1v4 and protects the fight by kind of throwing his body into the middle of them. He knows he's tanky enough and he does enough damage that he can entertain and keep Rubik, Oracle, Earth Spirit, and I think the Magnus entertained for a good 30 seconds while Ace is jumping and dunking, finding the Sven, getting these catches. So honestly, big props to Duracho there, being a very selfless carry as has been his role here in Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I feel like the only time we talk about Duracho is in this game is when he dies.
Selfless,
when he's in
yeah.
trouble. But yeah, his score doesn't do him any justice. 0, 4, and 2. But he's like, I know it sounds stupid. I'm not trying to defend him or anything, but he's doing his job. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that carry needs to carry the game, because you see this axe, like they've been setting up, they've been buying time. Ace and Sniper have been playing different part of the map. Even though he got caught, he bought a little bit more time, and this ends up in a spectacular team fight for Gaimin Gladiators.
Dire are scanning.
At one point you have to be like, okay, this is pretty bad. You can't have like 9, can't have Melk aboard, but
0-22, whatever it was.
I can't remember if I was in that game. I really can't, because
Just repress the memory.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, maybe I need to get this out of my brain. But yeah, Venomancer Melk did manage to win that game, and let's see if Duracho is going to be able to win this one. Smoke on a completely different side of the map, so they're not going to find anything yet.
Yeah, looks like it's Roshan o'clock.
Is under attack.
A minute and a half until nighttime, so currently Radiant, Roche, and Boom are starting to set up for it. Gaimin Gladiators have a lane ward down in this bottom right corner, but now the TPs start coming up to top. Celery getting tapped by Slatums, down to half HP with a Magnetize. The blink call from Ace misses, and the cleave from Pakaz, nearly killing the Bat off immediately. But Duracho and Ace, they turn on Pakaz. The save with the false promises there on
Dunk
Sven.
missed.
Can he lifesteal?
Not
Can
enough
he
damage.
save himself? Stay up and running? I don't think he can. Ace will pummel him into the ground.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Boom now full retreat mode as Ace, he's hunting for more. Panda with a blink. Gets back to safety, but this is, the next step in the domination of... Oh, Ace is skewered back on the tower. This could be huge as a massive target for them to take down. Tanky Ace, the axe will fall. Magic damage burst out of Panda now. They kill off the Magnus in return, so 2 for 1, but killing the axe there is honestly huge. Sad that Panda gets the kill, though, for Boom.
Yeah, how much gold was that? He got 600 gold and 700 for the rest, so you would definitely want to have that on somebody else, because right now Magnus, Earth Spirit, they are struggling. There's a big difference between like top 4 and everybody else. Sniper, he's peeping, he's dealing the damage, but the biggest carry is definitely Axe. Like, he's just dominating every single time. They need, he might need some extra help in terms of help, like items that they can buy to try to save him. A Lotus Orb is okay. Maybe a Force Staff, but yeah. So far, so good. Dyrachyo also managed to catch up with the farm. Now getting close to top of the network, going into Heart next, so that his illusions can actually survive. Because we haven't seen those illusions. I don't know if you have, but I haven't seen illusions in the team fight.
No, I saw them pushing bottom lane. That's pretty much it.
I think that's a smart choice, because illusions are going to
Yeah.
die instantly against Cleave from Sven, against Empower.
Yeah, just use them as a farming tool. Keep pushing out with them. Mid lane, Dyrachyo trying to push damage on the Slatums, but another false promise is here from Panda until the lasso comes. A roll to the left, Sniper trying to assassinate, shoots it out, the flame break, and finishes him off right on time.
Nicely executed. Panda did manage to get another false promise. This is level 1 false promise. Didn't get the second point in it. Interesting. Even though it reduces the cooldown by a good 35 seconds. 25.
Currently, he's about to die. Quick move from Tofu into that northern portion of the map, finds them another kill. So yeah, while that mid-fight was happening, Ace was also threatening Pakaz, so there was no ability for Pakaz to TP and help the fight out. And Axe is still down here, continuing to threaten Pakaz.
Well, look at
Quinn
this
with the
damage.
Jeez Louise, look at him go!
It's axe damage, blade mail against one. That's why this was such a god-tier pick from Gaimin Gladiators. A little surprised that they decided to ban Lycan instead. I know you have Oracle, you have this Rubik, but you have a lot of frontline. You have heroes that Lycan is afraid of. You have Sven, you have Magnus. He doesn't like to play into those heroes. Though he summons, his creep dies to overwhelming damage that comes out from Sven. But yeah, it's a bit too late to repick it right now.
Just
What if
a
you
little.
could spend collectively 30,000 gold, 40,000, and you repick your hero, but he gets like less levels. You're like, okay, we need Slark right now. Replace this sniper with Slark.
That's a lot of money. We're talking like 2 hours into the game. Trying to save up money to repick your hero. No, I think you got other problems then. Slatums down to half HP, and a nice lasso going to grab the Oracle. Stolen though to drag the bat back in, but this fight is already lost. Panda has to self-false promise, and it looks like he might still die anyway. A Yule's onto the Axe might bite a bit of damage. Look at that! Explosive damage. Axe
Celery
and
gets
CK
deleted.
jumping onto Pakaz. They've got a Magnus just nearby, but he's permanently silenced and
dying.
stunned. He can't RP, he can't do anything. He's just dying and getting dunked.
G's are dropped. He dropped 1 G. Pakaz just disconnected. He had enough of this game.
Yeah,
Not
he's
much
out.
he can do. I mean, playing into this overwhelming... Look at his armor. 86. 9 plus 86. Just click on it. It's insane. Like, he's not receiving damage, and he's returning the damage to him, so not much he can do. Very well executed. Love this 24 axe pick from Gaimin Gladiators, and Ace delivered.
Absolutely monstrous. Yeah, I mean, what, top of the net worth, the majority of the game, getting overtaken every now and then by the Sven. Great stuff. 12, 2, and 3 on Ace's axe in that one. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, I mean, a difficult one for Boom there. You know, you could see the elements starting to come together. The Slatum's Earth Spirit did decently in the laning at Sniper, had some good early rotations. Pakaz, you know, they broke out of that laning phase quite nicely to get Pakaz a bit of farm. And that first fight in the bottom jungle was a good start to things, but it all came crumbling down once they realized they were against Ace, Dyrachyo, and Quinn, the trio core of Gaimin Gladiators that were just overfarmed and untouchable at the end of that game.
Pretty much. Tofu also, like, you're playing Batrider, you end up the game with 0 deaths. That's pretty impressive, because you're putting yourself, like, in the middle of a fight, trying to drag somebody, but his positioning was top tier. MVP, most definitely Axe. He's been involved in, 15 kills, just all over the place, starting this lane. Really nice. How much armor did he finish with? 10. So 10 stacks, which is pretty insane. Like, most of their damage is like physical, coming out from Magnus, coming out from Sven, and then you have Axe with almost 100 armor in the last fight. So yeah, he's definitely not dying.
Honestly, kind of impressive just looking at KDA that Knight only died once. But yeah, kind of sitting in the fog, watching his cores all get jumped and culled and called. Because I was looking at Ace's kills. Ace killed every hero 3 times. Oracle 3, Spirit 3, none on the Rubik. Only Celery was able to bring the Rubik down in that one. I'll watch some of these highlights back. Duracho, the focal point here from Boom, as they brought a lot of numbers into that bottom lane to kill the CK off several times with that Earth Spirit. And this was the first big fight that they won, right?
Yeah, that was. I mean, Duracho, again, he died. Axe goes in, but they managed to just slap him. He died so quickly after his Berserker Call is gone. Also a bit of a chaotic fight for Gaimin Gladiators. And after that, I don't think they won anything. Positioning was really good from Boom Esports, and then every single highlight is probably going to be Axe jumping in. This was blink on blink action. Good Yule Scepter to buy a little bit more time, and at this time, Duracho is tanky. And you can see the power of this Axe against Oracle. That's why we liked it so much during the draft, is he needs to pop that ulti. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but you want to wait as long as possible. But against Axe, you can't do that, and yeah, you're just getting called in the end. Then the Panda focused to use False Promise on himself, still gonna die in the end. And at this point, it's time to rage quit, because Pakaz didn't even drop the Gs. They disconnected, and they need to think of something better for this second game, because they had Earth Spirit mid, but there were no rotations. He was the one making rotation bottom, getting the first blood, which is fine, but you're also leaving Sniper alone. So he's getting the farm. He's like, hell yeah, they're going to kill Duracho. I'm going to stack some jungle for myself, continue to farm up with Shrapnel. And then you have the off lane, which is kind of hard to kill with just Sven. He doesn't have enough damage when paired up with Oracle to threaten a kill on Axe.
Yeah, and just like thinking about, those clips we watched back and Oracle as a hero. Think back to Oracle in the past, right? You would false promise, you'd heal, you'd earn, you would have, heals pumped into him. And the person you false promise would very likely come back at half HP or full HP. They would be alive. But I guess now Dota, everyone does so much damage. False promise hasn't really been buffed. Oracle does a lot of damage, but it doesn't feel like he does enough healing anymore to keep people alive during False Promise. The Sven, even with lifesteal, just being pummeled by an Axe and a CK, whoever it is a tough one there for Panda and Boom, as they did tap out of that match, and game number 1 goes to Gaimin Gladiators. We'll come back with game number 2. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to the Elite League here as Gaimin Gladiators take on Boom. Game 1, I don't think it was even that close. Ace's Axe looked incredibly strong, countering the Oracle Sven lane that Boom had brought to the table, which was trying to deal with a Disruptor pick. This draft kind of got interesting with all these like support bans early, focusing on Celery and Tofu, but maybe Boom... no, they're not. They're not going to change tack. They're going to go same direction, ban supports, but this time they ban the Disruptor instead of Enchantress Lacoste.
Yep, now Io is still left at the pool. It was left at the pool in the previous game as well, but Gaimin did not want to pick it up straight away. Quinn freezing in his own room, as we can see that jacket that brings him luck, I think. He loves to play warm. I can't really blame him. I don't know how you feel about it, but whenever it's like cold, if my hands are cold, I'm not playing as good.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep your fingers warm, right? You got to keep that body temperature up. I've got kind of poor circulation, so I've got to keep myself active, wobble around a little bit, keep my legs and feet and my hands nice and active.
Dire team ban.
But I don't know. In Europe, it's getting warmer now. We're out of the winter. We're immediately into summer as it starts heading like 25 degrees here in Germany. I'm sure some of these teams, you know, they're boot camping around Europe, kind of getting through Elite League, and then of course ESL 1 Birmingham coming right around the corner as well. Nice time to be in the EU right now.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, most definitely. But I like this response. This Weaver is a flex pick for Gaimin Gladiators because Tofu plays it if they pick different, like some of the difficult matchups for Weaver. Also, another hero that can get on top of Shadow Demon. You don't care about the ulti, so that's a big you're not anti-carry against Weaver. The hero can go back in time, and also, you know, Shikuchi great against because you can easily find him, get those bugs on top of him, force him to use disruption on himself, and this has to be one of the worst matchups for Weaver. That's Faceless Void. Time dilation kills the hero. Chronosphere, if you don't have any saves later as well, you just die. And from seeing this, I think Weaver most likely gonna be the carry just by this Faceless Void ban that Gaimin Gladiators did in the second phase. And also removing Tiny, because Tiny has been pretty stable for Boom Esports. They played from 3 different roles.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
And it's pretty good Durantio hero as well, right? We're always talking about him kind of being selfless and being the bait, you know, dangled in front of opponents. If he dies, he can time lapse back into the fight, or he can just survive the fight with a time lapse to get him back to full HP. We use Durantio as that nice bit of bait out there, and try and grab some targets. Enchantress, and then another one to come for Gaimin Gladiators as Boom have a Shadow Demon Crystal Maiden duo with a Primal Beast flexing mid and off lane. A lot of potential here for early game fights, and plenty of mana from CM's Aura, and a lot of magic damage early on too.
Yeah, a lot of kill threat. I love Primal Beast as a response to Enchantress, Crystal Maiden. Sometimes Enchantress, you could see her running away, dealing damage, unable to kill because of Untouchable. You're never going to lack that magic damage with Primal Beast and Crystal Maiden.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
Sniper again.
He's back.
They need the body. They need something tanky from the offlane. It has to be something beefy.
Maybe even something beefy for Tofu as well.
Dire team pick.
Clockwork. There we go. Yeah, we've seen this a fair amount, right? If you're picking Sniper, not only do you want to kind of not allow your opponents to have Clockwork, you're block picking it, but you also want that body, that initiation. So he fulfills a couple of roles, and a nice 4th pick there from Gaimin Gladiators.
I think you'll leave this Primal Beast in the mid lane against Sniper. It's quite a difficult matchup. It can go wrong real quickly. One mistake, you can't really lane. I would love to see maybe some cheap off-lane type of a stun. I know Illich loves to play Kunkka. I think that's a great catch for Beaver. It allows him to just drag him back. In terms of stuns, they don't have that many. You have Primal Beast, but with Kunkka, I think that would solve some of the issues. I think Centaur is also fine. Not so great against Clockwork, but against everybody else, get on top of the Sniper. That also works, plus having Shadow Demon feels really nice. They're probably discussing whether they need to pick some of the carries that are still left in the pool against Weaver, because I think those are going to get banned by Gaimin in the next phase.
Yeah. Yeah, and wanting to give Pakaz a bit of comfort as well, it feels like is always very important for Boom here to make sure that Pakaz has a good time, is able to farm, and gets into that mid game without too many scrapes or scratches. And we're looking like at a Morphling or something like that here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that turn into Weaver. So you have this
Dire team
Shukuchi as well. I think it could work, but for now, gonna be Zeus. Good Zeus pick. I thought that they're gonna put this Primal Beast in the mid lane. I know, like, I think it was Nothing to Say playing it against this matchup, and then now having Zeus
10 seconds remaining.
against only one hero who can close the gap. That's pretty much Clockwork. You can
5
easily
seconds
jump
remaining.
away. Remember when Zeus was just a hero that doesn't have anything? Like he jump and dead.
Yep. One stun and he's
Good old
died.
times. Bad old times. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, really glad that Zeus is seeing some more gameplay recently because this hero is really fun.
Yeah, and having multiple builds you can go for as well always feels super nice. I guess in pro games we don't see as much of this
Turn to ban.
lightning hands kind of deal. Much more focused on the just raw magic damage. But we'll find out which way Boom go with this. So Primal Beast, Shadow Demon, dual lane off lane against Ench Weaver. Should be able to deal with that quite nicely for Boom. Zeus is gonna, again, just having this Crystal Maiden aura feels so nice to continue early game tempo to get these fights rolling as quickly as you can. And last pick is in the hands of Gaimin Gladiators.
Turn to
They're
ban.
going to ban the Morphling, so Pakaz's hero pool will dwindle here towards the end of the draft.
Makes a lot of sense now that these heroes from Gaimin build into any early silence. They have no stuns whatsoever, so Morphling would have pretty free game. I don't know if they
10
want to go with
seconds remaining.
something like Axe one more time. I feel
5
like they
seconds
need
remaining.
Blink Initiator. Clockwork can fulfill that role, but also not really. Like, who's the second jump? Like, how are these fights played out? That's my concern.
Does Bloodseeker indicate anything there, or is that just
No,
protect
just
Weaver?
carry, protect Weaver at all costs right now, because as we said during this last pick phase, they're not gonna even try to ban
10 seconds
anything else.
remaining.
Just go for carry. Even if they, I feel
5 seconds
Weaver
remaining.
as a carry has some of these bad matchups, and then you need to be able to protect this squishy hero.
Go on, ban the Axe, Boom. Respect it. Respect the Ace Axe. Or, I don't know, the thing is, like, are you going to pick, are you going to pick Razor or something for Pakaz here?
Dire
Have that
team
early tempo just continuing?
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
A Luna, okay, so that does give you a bit of tempo. Quick farming, magic damage early on. Can get off the ground running pretty quickly. And she's
you
had a
have-
very good win rate. The stats of Luna this tournament has been pretty good. A lot of picks, and I think she's sat at like 60%.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think even above 60% played. We can double check that.
5 seconds.
With
remaining.
34 games, 64.71% win rate.
That's pretty high. Luna is an insane farmer right now. The thing about her is she always has like 15 minutes into the game. If you didn't die like 3 times, you will be on top of the network no matter what.
Could potentially struggle against Sniper, Weaver, some of these heroes that can poke and prod at you. You're not the greatest ranged hero in the world as Luna. But if you're just rallying together and playing towards objectives, you can get the job done.
I don't think this is one of those situations where we said that 24th pick doesn't feel as good. I don't think they're going to be able to dominate this lane. Crystal Maiden, of course, you always need to be careful playing against Clockwork. So one misstep, if you're playing more to the side away from your Luna, means that you could potentially
I knew
die.
it.
Choose your hero.
Okay, it's coming. Mama's coming.
I knew it. As soon as you started talking, I looked at this and thought, it's Broodmother time. They've already got one bug, the Weaver to begin and the Spider to end the draft here. Gaimin Gladiators. Bringing some nasty stuff to the table.
Boom Esports, they need to buy Raid Spray so they can actually kill those bugs.
They need more than that. They need, I don't know, some flip-flops to hit them. A fly swatter to swat them out of the lane somehow. I mean, Crystal Maiden Luna against a Broodmother Clockwork, that seems really nasty. Mid lane
It
Zeus
does.
against Sniper is like just a trading matchup. So the emphasis here from Boom has got to come from their off lane, right?
Yeah, but they have good vision heroes. You have this Primal Beast running in. You have Zeus, so catching Broodmother Luna's night vision. So I don't think Broodmother is going to be causing a lot of those issues. When she wants to, like, early levels, Broodmother is not going to do as good. These are like 2 melee heroes into Luna plus Crystal Maiden. It's a lot of right-click damage, a lot of nuke damage. Once they hit level 3, you can expect heroes to die, maybe trade hits. I think Tofu might need to play slightly more like suicidal in this lane, where he dies, Ace gets a return kill, he gets himself closer to level 6. It's more about getting that level 6 faster on Brood, even more now that there is enemy Zeus. So as soon as he gets level 6 from a mid lane, you can expect both side lanes to try to play as aggressive as possible, get some early kills.
Man, we need to have a few words with Ace about this cosmetic choice. He's got the Black Widow Broodmother set, and it looks like a real freaking spider.
It does. Wasn't there like an option to turn that off, considering that there are a lot of people who have arachnophobia?
It was a third-party mod, so it was the same kind of mod that gave you the like NBA Jam announcer and stuff like that. You could turn all cosmetics off. You could do this. You could do that. But it was like against the terms of service. So that's not allowed anymore. But yeah, I cast Dota. I enjoy this video game as an escape from reality. I don't want a real life spider.
It really looks so real. The shiny butt is what gets me.
Yeah, it's nasty stuff. Very, very reflective. Some red dots there as well. Or the other insect or whatever he's called, invertebrate. I don't know. I mean, Weaver's a bug because he's got 6 legs. Broodmother has 8.
Stop there for a second. I can't say. It's 8. It's 8.
Well, I remember there was someone in the Dota community who was like a spider expert. I don't know what they're like. Arachnologist,
Yeah, we had a
or whatever they're called.
Spider-Man. Yeah, he the Peter Parker. We had him.
But they were saying that Broodmother's design technically wasn't a spider because it has 6 legs and then it has 2 hands, like 2 kind of feelers or something, rather than having proper legs. This Broodmother needs more legs, as if.
That guy must be fun at parties, dude. I would definitely have a drink with him, chat all night long.
Counting the legs on insects. Well, actually,
did you know that all the insects combined are weighed like 3 or 4 times than all the humans?
There are a lot of insects. I mean, just imagine, these locust swarms that are flying around eating all the crops. They're massive. Millions and millions of them. We'll get ourselves into the game. 2 for 2 bounty runes. No contest, no clash. Early observer wards from Gaimin Gladiators. 1 in the dire triangle, 1 at the top rune spot. So they see Knight's rotation all the way down towards bottom lane. And Celery can get a bit of chip damage onto that Shadow Demon early on. Mid lane, a bit of protection there as Slatovs gets his Observer Ward mid and a Dire Observer Ward in top jungle very early on. What's that for?
Which one?
Top jungle? Is that to see clock rotations?
I don't think he cares too much about clock, considering that he does have Heavenly Jump. But maybe he wants to see the rune. Like if somebody picked it up so he doesn't waste time. But of course there is pump potential from Clockwork getting in. Because Heavenly Jump is... Oh, Celery will get a kill on Illich.
Yeah, I mean, Knight had gone for a wander to grab the creep wave, leaving this Primal Beast alone. Not a good start. This is where Boom were meant to build their momentum from this offlane, get the Primal Beast unlocked to make rotations. And losing his life so early on is a pretty dear price to pay. Does get a wave by his tower now, though, at the very least. That's just the dire wave behind Radiant Tier 1 bottom. Daracho's going to be able to, like, deny the entirety of this wave. It's just going to die before it can even touch the dire heroes. So they're going to miss out on 1 or 2 waves of experience, which is, again, just huge.
It's massive,
Big.
especially for Primal Beast. That's why Knight is not collecting any of the XP. He wants him to get his levels. He also died for the first blood. So, very difficult. It's going to be more about that level 6 on Zeus. Try to get as many kills as possible whenever his ulti is off cooldown. But so far, so good in this top lane. Pakaz is farming up nicely. It is a lane where they're going to farm until Broodmother gets level 6. This is where the problems are going to start, and we see a lot of lane shenanigans. Tofu also managed to pull the wave for Ace between Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, not wanting to play that lane just yet. Okay, level 3 Luna and Maiden, very scary. And Tofu is going to be able to come back and reblock the small camp. A lot of damage onto Ace, though, down to half HP. Level 2, no points in Insatiable Hunger, so no trade regen available. I'm just going to tango up, sit in his webs, wait for that next wave to arrive at his tower. Mid lane also, as expected, 15-3, 14-3. Zeus against Sniper, farming. A slight change in Quinn's build, though, having to go Magic Stick against Zeus. No points in Shrapnel, no mana being spent, really.
We'll start to get Shrapnel. I think you need... Oh, Dyrachyo. That level 1 Shikuchi. Pretty dog ability. 15-second cooldown, and he's going to get caught off guard. Can they get another one before Illich dies? They can't, but Knight is like, sorry, but not
Radiant's
sorry.
bottom tower is under attack.
Dead is dead. Make sure they're out of this lane. Get the hell out of here.
That sounds like a voice line from Warcraft 3. Dead is dead. I don't know, who would say that? Sounds like
Balinar.
Lich. Balinar? Okay.
Or Lich. Yeah, one of those kind of undeady kind of people, you know, right? It was always the most fun thing, clicking the heroes, 15, 20 times to find the hidden response lines. I'm a Dreadlord, not a Drug Lord. Was always one of my favorite
yeah,
ones.
I remember that one, Balinar.
Or the sheep. Yeah, the little sheep. I get in Warcraft 3, not in Dota 1, of course. You could click the sheep and explode them as they were roaming the map. Yeah, Warcraft
nice
3 and Dota 1 had a
hurricane.
lot of... On who?
Which creep does have Hurricane ability, Gary? Trivia.
Wild Wing Ripper.
There we go. How did you
Because
know?
Hurricane Pike is a pushing ability from an item, and Hurricane is a pushing
Mid
spell
lane.
from a neutral creep. Quinn
Shut up about
needs
it. Let's
someone
see if they're
to
going to be able to get the kill.
He's got 2 stacks of poison. Slatterns needs some more mana. Quinn might just die to the 4th pop here out of the Shadow Demon. Tofu will trade back onto Knight, but a good pickup there. Boom making it happen the past 2 minutes here to kill Dyrachyo, kill Quinn, get some of these core pickoffs.
Nicely done.
Dyrachyo?
You don't expect these types. Dyrachyo again, 3-second cooldown. I don't think he has enough damage on Illich to bring him down. Considering that he has Shikuchi now level 2, reducing the cooldown by 3 seconds. Ace is recovering in this top lane. As soon as Panda leaves the lane, tries to go for a pull or something, he's getting the levels, and then a lot of harassment on top of him. Slottims will need to go back, or somebody will need to refill his bottle. Seems like nobody wants to do it. Knight has his TP on cooldown.
Good damage top from Tofu. Really pushing it here onto Panda. Pops the Fairy Fire, the Lotus. Crystal Maiden stays alive with another Frostbite available. Dyrachyo dies down bottom to Knight and Illich, though. Celery tried to make that move back in. So top lane stays alive. Oh, no, it doesn't. Tofu gets slapped by the Thunder God's Wrath. Slaptoms brings the ulti out to get that pick off.
Knight, 4 stacks, make it 5. He needs more.
Primal Beast last hit don't look too good, but the pressure he's putting onto this Weaver right now is substantial. Dyrachyo with 2 deaths already, having to unblock his own small camp in that bottom lane. While at top, Panda and Pakaz back onto this Broodmother. The pest control. Trying to keep Ace as far away as they possibly can. 33 and 10 on the Luna. Really dominating this lane is Pakaz. Oh, mid lane Tofu. Trying to catch up the Zeus, but like you were saying, he's got this heavenly jump now. You can't just find him and catch him. He has maneuverability.
They have no catch for him. Like, this should be a pretty easy Zeus game in terms of... Oh, Celery A lot of magic damage that comes out just from Illich. Primal Beast is level 5, and then also a couple of stacks from Shadow Poison. Do they have any stacks in the triangle? There is some, so Luna can go there and try to farm it up. Right now, level 4. Ace is collecting that solo experience. Clockwork missing, stacking and getting the XP rune.
And Sniper doing his favorite thing. Push mid, farm large
Peepin'.
camp,
Radiant's middle
peepin'
tower is
skellies.
under attack.
Weaver and Broodmother. Quite a bit of catching up to do in terms of last hitting. Net worth-wise, about 500 or so behind all their counterparts. The two bugs have been squashed a little bit in this laning stage. We'll find out if they've got any cockroach genes in them. They can't be
Those
killed. They
things
just
are
stay alive forever.
indestructible.
Yeah.
Can survive nuclear radiation. Ratio farming up, but not having that good of a time in the lane. Wrapping around. Slotham's 1 point in that heavenly jump. Long cooldown, 26 seconds.
Dire's middle
Does he get to
tower
high
is under
ground?
attack.
Can he jump up and away from the Enchantress? Doesn't even need to.
Doesn't even use it.
Thunder God's Wrath being fake pumped as Panda gets trapped in the cogs. A quick and easy one over on that Crystal Maiden. Just a disruption to try and hold back Quinn. Well, they protect the Zeus. That's what matters here for Boom, as he'll be able to grab a DD
Radiant
rune as well.
structures are fortified.
Quinn trying to chase him. There's the high ground jump to get him out of danger.
Usually this old double damage rune wouldn't do anything, but now being called amplified damage, he pops it. Still don't get the kill immediately. He doesn't get the last hit, but Duraccio will die again.
Yeah, Illich with that
Third death of
pulverize.
him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rough times. Celery's come down here to try and pull the wave away from this tier 1. The catapult just ignores her. Enchantress, I don't care about you.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
it's going to get
attack.
focused down by the tower as Illich will chase up to the Enchantress and kill her off. And they
Catapult.
protect the catapult. Back in the top
Catapult's
jungle,
still
though.
alive.
Quinn and Slaptams having a battle, but the Broodmother's here with a spider army. Ace kills off Panda. And Broodmother is now ready to actually play the game.
Ace understands that this needs to be done as fast as possible, going for Orchid. Great against supports, great against this Zeus, so he can't jump out of the trouble. I don't know if you experienced this in your pub games, playing against Broodmother, who goes for Bloodthorn, all these units, getting that extra damage. You just die in a second. Your FPS drops and you're dead.
No chance to react. I'm bringing numbers up top as well. Celery and Tofu tucked in behind Ace. Boom. Reacting to this, though, with a nice onslaught.
cogs.
Ace is over into the cogs, though. The webs and the cogs offering protection enough. And Panda just dying to the Spiderling army. Looks like they'll stop the push, at least on this tier 1 tower, but still bleeding out a little bit. And this is the classic Gaming Gladiators move, right? Duraccio dies 3 times. They all play top, and Duraccio's like, yes, free farm time for a couple of minutes.
Nice read from Tofu. He was able to stop this Primal Beast from rushing in. Understands that cogs are going to be very valuable against the hero. And this also gives Ace another kill. So getting closer to that Orchid. Needs another 1200 gold. Should be able to farm it up in the next 2 minutes.
Regeneration.
Gonna give so much more kill threat as well. The heroes like Zeus, who are already struggling against assassinating spiders, nearly died to them straight up. They're just coming in from the north, though, looking at Celery and eyeing up the Enchantress. Trample into Pulverize, magic damage from the Zeus. Well, that should be enough. With Knight also finding a disruption onto Tofu, 4 stacks of poison. Pops his magic wand, but still dies. That's level 4 shadow poison.
That's a lot of damage. And being able to play at this part of the map and also stack, clear some of these big stacks with Shadow Demon always feels nice. And as you said, Duraccio, he's pretty happy about somebody else dying, so he can try to get some farm.
Yeah, so often we see Dyrachyo, pulling his own small camp. Not something other carry players do that often. They're much more focused on killing lane creeps, farming large camp. Dyrachyo very good at controlling his wave, defending his tower when there is a lot of noise and action in some of these other parts of the map. Ace right now, 700 gold, or 600 even, away from the Orchid. So yeah, about a minute or so until he'll have that done. Gaimin Gladiators would love to kill off this tier 1 top, though. That gives so much more room for the Broodmother to kind of spread her legs, get up into that top outer ring of jungle camps, and
When you
access
say spread
the-
her legs, how many legs are we talking about? Is it 6 or is it 8?
Is under attack.
all of them. However many is the maximum number.
Because you said that this expert guy of yours, best friend of yours, said that these are actually 2 hands and the Broodmother has 6 legs.
Yeah, well, all the little babies have legs as well, so I guess they've all got a ton of them. So how many spiderlings are there? Like 20? So it's like 160 plus the 8, so 168 legs. They can spread up into that top lane. Maybe even more, get to 200.
My
And a
god, what
trample.
is this damage? I'm watching the top lane, but Quinn is also dying.
You're right, surrounded there by Slatems and the Shadow Demon. Illich, he's come in. Tried to kill the Enchantress, not succeeded. And he's still swarmed up and finished by the Spiderlings. Ace and Celery right next to Dyrachyo here. Aiming for Pakaz. Time-lapse back to a bit of safety, but the Thunder God's Wrath able to finish him off. Pakaz still earned up, being tagged down by the damage over time. He's going to survive, though, it looks like. Barely on 50 HP.
Celery wanted to go for a Wrapper. I mean, they did manage to kill Primal Beast, but that was a costly one. They lost Sniper, and they also lost Weaver. Dyrachyo, like, that was an okay move. It's just that you don't want to die there. Like, you definitely need to survive, go back to farming, maybe through the gates, farm this bottom part of the map. And now, speaking of bottom part of the map, Panda did go through the gates, and he did set up some vision. So if Dyrachyo is farming there, they might be able to catch him before he gets that time lapse off cooldown. But they need Illich to get close. So, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think if Dyrachyo makes that move, Luna has to die if you're dying too. That's the only way it really works out if you're trading carry for carry. As that would then unlock the tier 1, give that space. And Dyrachyo is back down to this bottom lane. I'm not sure if he'll be able to hold on to this tier 1 for much longer though. 100 health and Primal Beast starting to make his charge towards it. And the rest of the Gaimin Gladiator is still out there causing chaos in that top lane with a ton of summons. Spiderling army with the rally from the skeletons is actually very, very powerful.
It's a nice combo. Didn't think about that one.
Yeah, if you add in Bloodthorn with a rallied Spiderling,
Hookshot.
hook shot to start on the Shadow Demon. Pakaz is here to back up his buddy though. Knight will die inside the cogs, trading for Tofu's life. Panda and Illich, they've come in wanting to make a meal of this. On top of the Enchantress of Celery. Level 3 Nature's Attendant's going to heal up a fair amount, but with Pakaz following through, I should be able to take him down eventually. Other part of the fight is just a Broodmother running away from the Zeus and the Maiden. And Enchantress is such an annoying support to kill. It just takes forever to right-click through the untouchable. Another Lucent Beam, another Glaive. There we go. Finally done.
Pakaz immediately going to farm the bottom lane. There's a big difference right now between him and Dyrachyo, but again, Ace is catching up. He is going for that Bloodthorn, and really glad that we're going to see that, because other offlaners, they're not playing Broodmothers, and Ace really loves to play the hero, so sometimes it's all it takes. One guy who plays it and makes the hero OP, and then the hero gets nerfed, so
Radiant are scanning.
to all the guys out there who are afraid of the spiders, I'm doing you a favor, and Ace as well. Me talking about it, and Ace also playing this Broodmother pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, we just have to do that, Google search engine optimization thing where we put a load of text in every Broodmother replay and, Pakaz is being found out by Tofu. Dyrachyo and Quinn now thinking about how they're going to exit this fight. The TPs are cancelled, Frostbite's there, Sniper being taken down, and Panda with the Freezing Field Pulverized combo find the kill on Dyrachyo.
Kill, big damage coming out from these two. Illich has been all over the place. He's been pretty impressive. Knight as well, he's been all over the place, getting those kills, involved in 13 out of 16 as Shadow Demon. Pretty high level, most farm support in the game at the moment. Not sure if I like the Blink too much. Usually I would say yes, but playing against Broodmother with Orchid could be slightly tricky. We're going to see that again. Nice hook shot, and he immediately dies. I know Jinkyu loves to pick up Guardian Greaves on Shadow Demon when they need to tank up. So maybe that's an option where you can... I'm fine with Blink. Most of the time, it feels like a really nice first item. It's just that they have a lot of these heroes who can get to top of them. You have Weaver, you have Broodmother with Orchid, and you also have Clockwork. So if you get initiated on, you're most likely going to die. So your positioning needs to be top tier.
Yeah, it's also the vision as well, right? Rocket Flare,
Yes.
Spiraling, Shrapnel, all these abilities against the hero who plays from Fog like the Shadow Demon does. You can scout
Maybe-
him out and then get on top of him.
What he's thinking is, I'm going to stay so far away, try to farm up this shard, and remove that Bloodthorn / Orchid.
Yeah, that could
That's
work.
gonna be his job. So nullify Broodmother as much as you can. Maybe get the ulti on top of her so she loses that move speed, and try to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been saying forever, Ace, the carry of this team, really, up at the top of the net worth of his squad. A couple of cool neutral items coming in here, though. Very fortunate for Gaimin Gladiators. They get Grove Bows on both Sniper and Weaver. That's got to feel pretty amazing as they're about to hit Maelstrom timing on Doraccio. And the Maelstrom is already here for Quinn. I'm kind of curious what dictates the item decision of the Sniper, because we've seen Dragonlance into Hurricane Pike, then Ags, then Kanda. We've seen like Maelstrom, Dragonlance, Mjolnir, now BKB coming up for Quinn. Now, wonder what the idea is there. You know, why do you want to delay the Ags and Kanda? What do you need this Mjolnir for?
This is cheap damage. Like right now, he has a lot of damage with this build compared to if he goes for Aghanim Scepter. This takes a while. Right now, he will have enough, and the Doraccio picking up that Aegis, so pretty big, using the Bloodthorn from Ace to almost take down Roshan instantly.
That took it very quickly. A lot of times Thunder God's Wrath there gave the vision after the Roche ended. No play to be made by Boom, though, it looks like. You're sitting in their lanes and preparing for this defense of the tier 2 top. They spot Ace right on top of the Broodmother. Overwhelming damage. Nice kill spree taken away from the Broodmother too. And it's no joke. When Boom bring heroes, they bring everyone. Picard was wandering over thinking, hey, if this fight breaks out, I'll be here. Realizes it's just a pick off into farm, so he comes back into that mid lane.
That was nicely done. I wanted to see Ace use Bloodthorn on a hero and kill it, just because I like chaos. I like to see the world burn. Because it's going to be funny. If he gets on top of somebody, so buying any kind of the spell mechanic that you have against Bloodthorn is going to feel nice. I see Zeus going for Yasha. I think this time around, maybe... because he does have Kaya, so Yasha and Kaya, but there's been a lot of... He can lock Kaya, that's for sure. Just leave Kaya alone. Don't upgrade it to anything. And get maybe Manta style. I've seen a lot of Zeuses tend to pick that up, especially with the shard build.
Can you not disassemble anymore?
You can. You can disassemble. It's just that all I'm saying is I want to see Manta.
Yeah, fair enough. Gaimin Gladiators know. They scan and they rocket flare and they see Boom all near that Tormentor. A little bit to go to the next Wisdom Rune. And Gaimin Gladiator is going to use this opportunity to snipe some couriers on the way out and try and push out bot and mid at the same time. Tofu and Doraccio down in that bottom lane, going to slip away from the grasp of Illich. A nice move there again, you know, Boom realizing they can play into this Aegis. I love watching teams do this. Get a pick off, delay. Make sure you're wasting this Aegis timer as much as possible. And Doraccio now down to 2.5 minutes, so that's half of the duration gone, and Gaimin Gladiators haven't got much done on the map.
Yeah, it was more, I would say, steal it away from Boom, put it on Doraccio so that he can't die, rather than, okay, we want to go and end the game right now, because they definitely don't feel strong at the moment to be able to do so. I've been really impressed by this Primal Beast. Illich has been all over the place. Love his itemization. Blade Mail going into BKB. Because they have nothing to stop the BKB other than Clockwork Hook Shot. But if he goes in he's gonna be pretty sure to get a kill or just set things up for his own team.
Oh my god, the spiderling army. There's too many little babies. Kills off an observer ward, but doesn't catch up to Illich. Probably is not the target that they want to go for anyway.
Go kill a hero. Let's see. That's the wrong part of the map. A little disappointed. Disappointed in Ace.
No kill to be found. He might be the one to die.
Bloodthorn on a hero. I just want to see him use Bloodthorn.
He's just gonna get pounded. Bug down. Yes, disappear into the ground. No longer existing in this game. Dead for 40 seconds. Boom, trying to make something more out of this pickoff. Into the enemy ancients, but Gaimin Gladiators doing a good job dodging with the rest of their heroes. Duraccio gonna sneak away back into the base.
Gaimin will not be ready to fight. They also want to play this prolonged game with the heroes that they have. Right now, they don't feel strong. They want to have maybe Celery also getting some of the items. Sniper never feels like he cares too much about going to the super late game. This is where he shines. Enemy team attacking the high ground and you peeping. Clockwork, he needs to find some farm right now. Tofu is in the outer ring. Buying. Doesn't have anything. Maybe he was thinking about, you know, a pipe against Zeus, against Primal Beast. That sounds very nice, but also might opt to go for a bigger item. Aghanim Scepter, of course. We've seen Clockworks delaying the game for quite some time with those Aghanim Scepter. Imagine sieging the high ground against Sniper and Clockwork with Ags.
Oh.
Creep waves die instantly.
That sounds pretty nasty. A nice little steal on Tormentor there, though, from Boom. And removing that from the hands of Gaimin Gladiators. Lots of signals there onto the top line of the map where you've said Tofu's been sneakily farming, getting observer wards down, playing away. It is just a game of keep away here. As Gaimin Gladiators need that next layer of items to really come together.
Boom are probably
BKB.
waiting for next Roshan to spawn, get Aegis on Luna, and try to take out at least tier 2 towers out on the map. Because sieging the high ground is always going to be difficult, then add sniper factor to it, makes things almost impossible. You're just putting yourself in a big danger. Tofu will get found here.
I would kind of like to see Boom buy a gem at this point, honestly. They're a little ahead. They're the ones that are setting the tempo of this match. If they could get rid of all this Gaimin Gladiators vision and give them a real good spot to find the Brood, find the Weaver. It feels very important for them to have that vision for the jump to allow Illich to get these initiations as he's been getting through the... Oh god, Weaver!
Whoa! He was so close
HP.
to dying.
Oh my
One
god,
attack
he's still
will
gonna
do
get...
the trick.
The
Nice
dust
to
misses.
Have Blink ready.
Oh my god. And now
That was
his
a nice
BKB's
attack.
delivered.
That was a nice attempt from Boom. Even though they didn't get the kill, we gotta give them credit.
Well, I could come back out here and fight now. Duraccio still up at the front lines. He's scouted by the Zeus. Because I'm just going to be looking at this tier 2 tower. Currently, Gaimin Gladiators there, edging around this bottom lane, kind of in position if Boom stepped too far forward. Sniper's going to give the damage to Illich. Drops him below half health. Assassinate dodged by the smoke. That will allow Boom to disengage. Think about how they are re-entering this if they want to. Double Dar Observer Wards here could give them that opportunity. But it looks like with a TP out of Pakaz... Oh, he just TP's mid to push and then will rejoin.
Or will he? Maybe he'll be greedy. Try to go for extra waves. Radiant are using a scan, so they know something's cooking here.
And they still have that Observer Ward on the low ground, but they move on to Celery with Boom. Diving into the deep. Trying to find the sniper, but Illich, hook shot, it turned around on by Tofu and Quinn. The Primal Beast will get finished off by Ace. And it looks like Gaimin Gladiators with those 2 swift kills have managed to rebuff Boom.
Oh, Luna was not in that fight. There was no Eclipse available, and good hook shot. Like, I think at this time, Sniper will have protection coming out from Clockwork. Tofu immediately uses that hook shot, because in terms of BKB piercing abilities, you have Primal Beast who pops the BKB, goes onto a Sniper. Quinn immediately pops his BKB, and then Tofu counter-initiates.
Actually, a severe lack of follow-through there. Illich feeling very, very strong, but didn't have the full firepower of his team properly behind him. Again, Gladiators showing that they're still no slouches. If they're given the good positioning, defending their tier 2, and boom, step too far, this sniper can really undo them. About a minute and a half for the next Roshan as well.
BKBs are coming online. 3 BKBs so far on Gaimin Gladiators. Did Tofu buy anything? He didn't. Where did his gold go? Maybe he bought a 4-staff. Yeah.
He had the 4-staff. Did he have the drums before?
He did.
He had the 4-staff before.
Drums. He did have drums, that's what I remember, and a casual cloak. Ace. BKB is ready, but seems like he's gonna get bursted down.
He does have buyback, but I don't know. Roshan's still not alive yet. 50 seconds. Gaming Gladiators don't know that just yet. They could scout things out with the rocket flares, though.
Big timing for Boom Esports. Kanda, level 20 Luna, 2 Moonglaves on Lucent Beam.
She becomes incredibly powerful. Glimmer Cape on the Lunar Illusion. Celery, keeping the body alive. Go forth, push out lanes. Doesn't even get to it. Illich going to go through the twin gate down bottom. Does get spotted by the rocket flare. As the two keen folk, Quinn and Tofu, the sniper clockwork, were getting down to the bottom right corner. And Pakaz's going to bully back the other two of Gaming Gladiators that are sat up top. Well, this is enough time for Ace to respawn, push out that bottom wave, but Boom are straight on in. They've caught out Duraccio here with the chain disables. BKB and time lapse gets him out of danger. Barely surviving. The glaives are still bouncing, but yeah, Duraccio scraping away with his life in these past couple of fights. The Eclipse? Pakaz?
Okay. He needs to go back. Half HP already.
This is dangerous for Boom.
Defensive one. Roshan did respawn, so they need to reset with Eclipse potentially. Duraccio toying with them. They need that extra stun. They need, some kind of a lockdown. Because the only stuns that they have are pretty much Primal Beast. So he's been doing a good job so far. Lightning Bolt, Lucent Beam, but these are like, not reliable stuns. Maybe because these heroes also, they don't pick up hexes. Somebody might need to pick it up just so that they have that extra layer of control. Ace finds a tier 3 token. It's been scouted by Pakaz.
Mother comes. Sees the Crystal Maiden. Right on top of Panda, looking for the solo kill. Looks like she's going to die with no buyback available either. Roshan down to about half HP. Ace BKB's up. Slatham's trying to heavenly jump over the clockwork and try and get away. They've got the pulverize and the damage onto Quinn. Massive output here as they turn towards Tofu and Ace as well. Pakaz unloading with the glaives bouncing. Inside the Roche pit, Duraccio. Yeah, the bubble's there to
didn't get the time lapse.
Gem on the floor. They get the kill.
The crit.
2 cores down. And now they move on for more. Ace, Tofu, and Celery, they back up far enough that allows Boom to go back in the pit. But Roshan, it's holiday time. Vacation has begun and he's off to his summer home.
They D-ward as well before coming to the bottom lane. Fight on 2 different sides. Clockwork Broodmother chasing down Zeus. And it's going to be rotated on. This Roshan, but not fast enough. Some rainbow TPs came out of Gaming Gladiators, but not fast enough.
Yeah, Roche already dead.
Yeah. Gonna see that again. First Crystal Maiden dies. They try to force him out of the trouble. Knight did not want to commit with the disruption to save Crystal Maiden. And then Zeus on the different side. So they can help out. If there's no Clockwork hookshot, Tofu, I think he had his eyes focused on Zeus. Didn't use the hookshot immediately. He needs that protection. Sniper needs to be helped out because if he goes in, gets caught by this Primal Beast, then you can see just by the itemization that Quinn is going for Lincoln Sphere. There's one thing he's afraid of, that's Primal Beast rushing in.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's been stopping him. That pulverize is undone him so many times, so why not go for Lincoln's? Zeus out, but so much damage as well. Like Quinn disappeared. Like even though Quinn had BKB up, Still getting pulverized and nuked down by all this damage coming out of Boom. Physical and magical. What was it? 60% magic resistance. Not enough on the BKB. Broodmother.
Dyrachyo immediately
And Dyrachyo.
uses that ulti, not messing around this time.
Thunder God's Wrath scouts him. He's got TP. Oh,
They might
Dyrachyo.
find him. Ooh, he was thinking about it. Stops it. Knight as well blinks in. This time around, they have Demonic Cleanse available, so that's going to be protection against the Bloodthorn, some extra heal. So he has double save, has Ogre Seal Totem, Force Staff. Everybody's itemizing for getting away from the trouble. They want these, like, initiation, one big kill with the abilities. Primal Beast goes in, Zeus pops his ulti, they nuke somebody down, and then they want to reset with the abilities, force BKBs from Gaimin Gladiators, and go in one more time. Because with this Aegis going for the high ground.
Yeah,
Satanic
yeah, makes sense.
Well,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's a DD rune down bottom. Unfortunately, not in position to go and take it before pushing high ground, but it looks like this tier 3 is dropping nonetheless. Gaimin Gladiators trying to step forward, but just look at Dyrachyo dropping to half HP, just showing his face. And Celery, slowed to a crawl with Demonic Purge. Quinn trying to poke at Pakaz here. The Glyph, it will delay this push and allow them to hold onto the base for now.
meanwhile, top
Good
lane.
lord.
Ace putting in some pressure, but damage has already been done. 2 glyphs have been used by Gaimin, so they're not gonna have it. They cannot reset their glyphs.
And if they spot this DD rune, they've still got 2 minutes on the Aegis. It could be a swift move into that mid lane tier 2. Look at Slatems. Yeah, he's like, guys, DD rune, bottle on the floor, come here. Pakaz, let's pick it up. Hey! Hey!
Uh-oh. Destroy his
did
bottle right now with that double damage.
Did he just, I guess, just not.
He did not
just
see
didn't
it.
see it.
Yes, not focused on something different. Happens. Even these professional e-athletes can make mistakes.
A little bit naughty, but he's still got the DD going. He'll get up to this high ground in time, it looks like. Nice move from Knight there with a dust and a jump onto Celery. Pakaz moving straight forward as well, diving the base and killing the Eng. Quinn in trouble a little bit here. Had to BKB and run away while the barracks are just dismantled by Boom. Gaimin Gladiators being pushed back all the way into their fountain. Tier 2 mid lane.
Still
Looks like the
has
next move.
Satanic. Minute left of that Aegis. Needs to lifesteal off of this. Goes back to almost full HP, but
catch
buyback
on the
has
Brood.
been committed.
Pulverized, but the Broodmother's drifted away by a force staff from someone. Now Dyrachyo's moved in with his BKB. Trample won't do anything, so he can turn and hit the Primal Beast. Celery having some rocks thrown at him. And who's this under the bubble? Is it Dyrachyo? Another Shrikuchi gets him some distance. Only a couple of stacks of poison on him. Pavis and heals to try and get him out of danger. As Boom. They get that bottom lane of Rax and the tier 2, but with the Aegis expiring, it looks like it's time just to calm down a little bit.
They will need to reset, outpush the lanes, and go in again. I feel, even without Aegis, if Pakaz... I don't know if they can just end the game, even if they lose one fight. They need to be careful about the buyback. Celery used one. But I could see them definitely going in for the high ground push, try to siege with Manta style, Shadow Demon illusions, keep the distance. They've been playing around each other nicely with these Force Staffs, Hurricane Pikes.
It's been really nice to see. Pakaz, 27,000 net worth.
Middle tower is under attack.
On one of his signature heroes, of course. MKB grabbed up by the sniper. Is there evasion here? Is this like a preempt against Butterfly? There is a tunic on the Luna, to be fair.
Yeah, it's not that much. It's like 16%. I think he wants to maximize his damage output to just get anything that he can at the moment. Going into Pike next, feel like he also needs a little bit of a protection of his own. Grenade is not enough. Even with a BKB. Usually you see those naked snipers with 0 defensive items. Just like, oh, how did I die?
Why didn't my Kanda Aghanim's quadruple rapier save me? And
Great
then you see
addition.
them die and buy a morbid mask. Like, yes, that's what I needed. A morbid mask to lifesteal.
Knight is jumping in. Use that ulti on Celery, but Celery healing up. Some chip damage has been dealt to tier 2
Doracio
tower.
with a BKB TP.
This
No
is what we
risks
call
taken.
Nightfall TP. There is no Luna. He needs the TP to the outpost.
I mean, Luna just turns and kills off Tofu. Ace does get away from Illich. Impetus shots landing onto Panda and the Primal Beast.
Panda was so afraid that after using that Ogre Seal Totem that he uses Crystal Clone to push himself towards the Impetus so he receives less damage.
It looked like he could have died. There's a lot of damage from Celery there. And we've seen this fella scale. Enchantress with Hurricane Pike. BKB coming up soon. Don't muck around with it.
Oh, look at
Boom,
Zeus.
definitely in a good position though.
Zeus is zooming. He has double Yasha. One from Mantosal, one from Yasha and Kaya. I don't remember last time I've seen that. I assume he wanted to upgrade his Yasha into something. I mean, he had the option to go for Sanj.
Yeah. So I mean, so the movement speed doesn't stack. Does other stuff stack though? Like the stats do, obviously.
Yeah, what else is there to stack?
Spell amp, lifesteal amp, mana regen amplification. I guess he's just getting raw armor from the Yasha as well, which is pretty handy. 19 armor on the Zeus.
I mean, you're not getting movement speed stacks. You're getting, what, agility, extra armor, that's it. Because you have double Yasha, you don't have double Kaya.
I guess. But it's yeah. I guess yeah, it's like we have to compare Yasha and Kaya to Kaya and Sand, right?
Yes. So
that's where the comparison has to
what
come.
he would
So
get instead.
Yeah, so you're in fact missing out on all the Sand stuff. That's a weird one. 2.5 minutes till Roche. Moonshard coming up soon for the Zeus. All very lunar themed. We do have a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse, I think, today.
Don't look at
Zeus
it.
And a Luna.
Yeah, you can go blind, maybe. Yeah, I haven't read the scientific thing about it, but people always said, don't look into it. I've seen something on Instagram about U.S. president also having sunglasses watching at it, but who knows?
Yeah.
Zorachio.
Panda? Oh, Zorachio just disappears. Panda is down in his bottom right corner as well. Boom, making two fights happen at the same time. Tofu with Ace now. They've got a bit of backup coming. Celery and Quinn looking at Pakaz. They don't have the control to find him until Tofu arrives on the right-hand side with a hook shot. And Pakaz, the damage is overwhelming. He just falls. Kills Tofu in the end. But Boom, they've got to try and get some trade here. Buyback out of the clockwork. Quinn down in that bottom corner, turning and peeping at Illich, trampling onto the Enchantress now. The Primal Beast will pulverize the Broodmother. Another big pickup here for Boom as they can probably close
in trouble.
the gap. It's shortened onto Quinn's sniper. Just a little more damage is what Boom needs. The double force staff drifting Quinn away, pushing the Primal Beast out of here. The triple kills there for the Slattern, Zeus, and Quinn. He's going to drop to the poison, it looks like. Trying to get out with a concussive grenade, but falling short as Illich gets on top of him. Doracio time lapses, but he's still falling so quickly to the Glaives bounces. And Boom with a team wipe right outside the Roche pit. 40 seconds to respawn time, but just go base now, right?
I think it's time. I think you just go in and try to end. The Sniper doesn't have buyback. He invested all of his gold into that MKB. And Gaimin Gladiators, when they were playing the game, I think yesterday against Xtreme Gaming, they just called it. It was the exact same thing. They bought some Vlads, they bought a Deso, and went for the GG push. Gaming were like, okay, we're done. We have no business left in this game. For now, Pakaz is not going to hit the tier 4 tower.
I mean, respecting potential buy. Okay, now they go for it. Tier 3 destroyed. Now to the tier 4s. Glaives bouncing all around this Radiant base. They have that one glyph to try and buy a bit of time here. But Doracio down for a minute. No buyback available. Sniper gone for 20 more seconds.
Has fallen.
And the throne is about to be exposed.
Radiant's middle tower has
This
fallen.
is it.
It's falling
Boom.
so quickly. They have no glyph. They have no time. They're just going to right-click it down.
GG. Game 2 goes to Boom, tying things up. Another 1-1 here in the group stage for the Elite League.
Nicely
Gaimin
executed draft from Boom. Been very impressed from the games that we were casting by Illich. I think a lot of people talk about Pakaz, but Illich has been my MVP, I would say. Slatem's also having a blast of a game on this Zeus, dying only once. We said it's a really good Zeus game to start with. They had nothing to really close the gap because Weaver was always in a bad spot. Duraccio having a really bad game, having a really bad series, and then Ace, he did his job on a Broodmother. It's just that there was no real aggression. These hook shots, they needed to be used defensively when they jump Sniper with Pulverize and Primal Beast. So kind of difficult one. I mean, this was no real team fight from Gaimin Gladiators. These heroes are very single target focused. There's not much AoE happening between them, and then you have Solar Eclipse, Zeus dropping them down to 70% HP with one ulti, and Illich, he was all over the place. I think he's definitely my MVP.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Boom, really channeling the power of the heavens there, right? Thunder God's Wrath, the Eclipse, all of the lightning and lunar power taking down Gaimin Gladiators there. And you said in game 1, right? We talked about Duraccio, going 0-3, 0-4, fine. You can come back, you can make a move to farm back up and have some impact. When you're 0-8 as the carry, though, that's problematic.
Yeah, that's too many. Doesn't have a single kill. Some of these rotations that he made early on, resulting in also his death. I think the third death of his, he also comes in here, time lapses, dies again. Every single time he makes something happen, he pays with his life. So kind of difficult. They also have no protection whatsoever. There's no real items that can push him out of the trouble. And again, Primal Beast did die here, but also he did a lot of work.
I'm just watching some of these replays back. Yeah, Ace getting in there, finding snipes alongside Celery. But when Boom are able to reposition themselves and get Pakaz and Illich involved, they have this massive, overwhelming damage that comes out of the glaives, the lightning. Roshan having glaives bounce off of him and back into the Weaver as well at the end of this fight made it really, really hard for Duraccio. He just disappears to glaive damage, basically.
It's insane. They managed to kill him here because the rest of the team was unable to close the gap, and some good buyback situations from Boom getting in there and managing to just finish off the game off of that. Roshan didn't even respawn, and they understood that they could kill him. Primal Beast here pops his BKB, uses Blade Mail, forcing Quinn to pop his Blade Mail, and then manages to get out of trouble with the concussive grenade, Force Staff plus his own Pike, but still reset one more time.
And you can see Quinn kind of knowing that this is the last fight they've got left in them. Tries to stick around to do that little bit more damage. But yeah, Illich, the MVP there, the gap close he had, the catch and kill, and then Duraccio just doesn't last long when you're faced up against the 5 Boom heroes who are all still alive. They're tied up 1-1. In best of 2, of course, here for the group stage. Elite League will continue with another best of 2, and, well, I guess potentially an interview coming up in a couple of minutes. We'll have a quick break first, though, and see you in a few. Welcome back, everybody, as we jump quickly into an interview here, as Boom did take game number 2. We've got Illich joining us on the line for a quick interview to pick his brain, have a few thoughts about what went down. Congrats, Illich, on that game 2 victory. Looks very good.
Thank you.
Really glad we get to talk to you. Your Primal Beast was incredible. Great initiations. Do you feel like there was a lot of pressure on you in that game, though, to make those jumps?
No, Mateus. Okay. I think on the first game I was more pressured than the second game. I was really strong, so I just wanted to jump on them.
So you knew you were strong. You didn't have any fear. What do you think went wrong in game number 1?
I think I have a little mistakes with my calls on my hero. I wasn't like really confident, so I think that's what the problem.
Okay.
Say Mateo, son.
I haven't been able to watch much of you started recently, and I've been very impressed the way you play. You've been really on point. Is there a specific offlaner from different teams that you look up to so that you try to copy what they're doing? Because you've been really high up in my book in the past 2-3 months.
Sí. I think it depends of the team. This is strong in the ¿cómo decir a la vez? En el como I think ¿Me puedes leer? Ya, que, o sea, depende mucho de qué equipo esté fuerte, ¿no? Me gusta ver el offlaner. Entonces, eso.
Te preguntó cuál offlaner.
Ajá, o sea, ¿qué offlaner me gusta ver, ¿no? Sí.
He said that he will he always look at all the top tier offlaners, and it depends on the teams that are playing right now, and that's it. He didn't mention anyone specifically.
Okay, but who's your favorite player?
Understanding.
Amar is my favorite right now.
Okay. For a good reason. Amar is a beast. And what do you think, guy? Because you guys ended up with 3-0 in the Swiss stage, and after that things looked a bit shaky. Do you think teams kind of figured you out, or what is the issue right now?
I think we are a new team. We are trying to play our best and to learn a lot of things and fix a lot of things. So I think this tournament is not. We are not thinking about the win. We are thinking about to learn, because we want to improve. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, always good to seeing you guys improve, picking things up. I mean, you're taking games off of the the big teams. Great improvement. Thanks for joining us, Illich. Congrats on that game 2 victory. You looked superb on your Primal Beast, and we're looking forward to seeing you improve and have some more victories as well.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Excellent player.
Again, Panda, Illich, both saying, kind of looking to improvement, thinking about the future, looking at Riyadh, the lands, Lima potentially, as the big ones, and of course TI later on down the line. Yeah, super nice to see them. So that wraps things up for our first series. Did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that he definitely has a career ahead of him. Didn't see too much of him because he wasn't playing, for any of these big teams. But him and the rest of the squad are looking really good. I think this type of a team can take a game off of anyone pretty much on a good day, but they need to find that consistency.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that wraps up our first series for us anyway, and the last series coming up for today, right around the corner, is going to be a pretty big one. Xtreme Gaming taking on Team Liquid, our final one of the night, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Welcome back, everybody. Banger after banger here in the Elite League as we're in that second group stage portion. Xtreme Gaming taking on Team Liquid in a best of 2 now. Draft is ready and underway, so we'll start to see those first bans and picks. And Lacoste, this one is going to be an exciting one.
Oh, for sure. I mean, these two teams, they know themselves inside and out. They know each other inside and out. But yeah, Team Liquid doing really hot. And on the other side, we have Xtreme Gaming, who are currently sitting at 4 draws. So expecting a draw in this one as well. They love to theory craft a lot. Xtreme Gaming, very versatile with the heroes that they've been playing. And also just the amount of heroes that they love to play is complete. Always, whenever they go further into the tournament, they have one of the highest, if not the highest, hero pool. And we can see them on camera. Everybody's having fun. They're having a good laugh. Gotta love this team.
They do have a lot of fun, right? You know, we've had that Oracle Omni Knight game. We've had Arme on the Drow Ranger. Arme on the Monkey King as well, but that's not had too much success. Juggernaut's been picked as well. The diversity and versatility of the team, you're absolutely right, is through the roof. And take a peek there, of course, at Liquid as well, as they're getting themselves all prepped, all in that nice Alienware facility. Apart from 3-3, it looks like, who's in a storage closet somewhere in the back rooms.
Yeah, definitely doesn't look
somewhere
like
in the
he
Netherlands
is with them on land, but yeah, draft has started, and we're going to see that on screen shortly. There it is. Pango, first pick for Team Liquid, and Sniper as a response. Xtreme Gaming, I got to say that again, during Dream League Season 22, everybody was talking about XM Sniper. He was the one who pioneered this build in the Pro Dota, I would say. We haven't seen much of a Sniper until that point. Aghanim Scepter Kanda, he was 7-7, so 7 wins out of 7 games in Dream League Season 22, and he never played that hero again.
Oh, really? So now he's back on his bullshit again. Back into the sniper mode. I mean, against Pango, you're going to have a good laning stage. You're always going to have a pretty decent time, and then you've got some bans to cover the sniper. Clockwork is always that hero that comes up where we've seen some block picks to protect and help the sniper. Both in the same motion. There's also plenty of offlaners, of course, though, that have that blink initiation tool available to them. And Brewmaster would be one of those annoying fellas, not necessarily blink initiating, but having Primal Split just to cycle on you and remove you from the fight. And Sniper's also one of those heroes that we always talk about against Pango in the mid game. Drow Ranger, TA, Sniper, ranged right clicker, stands their ground, and just hits into Rolling Thunder.
And there's another one. If you're using the Rolling Thunder, you get lassoed. He holds you in place, and Sniper might peep you down. So got to be aware of that. A lot of these bans that I don't know if we talked about. Chen IO, Disruptor, kind of standard nowadays. Chen, did Valve say, in the recent blog post about nerfing the Chen?
He deserved it, apparently.
I think they mentioned it, and I don't think that's the nerf that we expected, considering that this hero is still contested at like 85% win rate. At Dream League Season 22, 100% win rate, contest rate. So insane hero. Like, we definitely needed to nerf him even more. I mean, I'm fine with Chen. It's just that pro players are built different. These are e-gamers. They have carpal tunnel. They can click fast, and then they make this Chen work. It's hard to balance this type of a hero. But on the other side, Team Liquid, you want to comment on it?
Yeah, of course I do.
Ahead.
I'm a commentator, and that's my job. No, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's hard to balance, and I feel like the next big patch is going to be nerfing all the neutral creeps. Because that seems like the only way to nerf a hero like Chen properly is to be like, okay, all the auras, all the stuff is just going to be taken down by like 5-10% or something.
Yeah, but then again, you're making jungling easier. Do you want to do that? Because I think it's easier to just nerf Chen, just make him dog shit. And because people love to jungle. Dota's been like ever since its iteration, people love to play this Nature's Prophet in the jungle,
10
LC Iron
seconds
Talon
remaining.
Axe, Necro in the triangle when Heartstopper Aura worked, Venomancer, you name it. People will find a way to play a jungle hero somehow, at least in the pubs, but it's also been super strong for professional Dota, stacking, getting gold XP out of nowhere. And to focus on the draft, Vengeful Spirit plus Techies picked up by Team Liquid. 2 supports that have saving capabilities. 2 actually saving capabilities if you want to like count Reactive Taser. We've seen Boxy pick it up at level 2 in certain situations. I think they need a little bit of a body in front, something for 33. Speaking of body, these are going to be very standard Xtreme Gaming heroes. XXS on his Centaur, Sniper for XM when he can get hands on it, and then Batrider. Jinkyu doesn't strike me as a Batrider player. I don't remember seeing him play Batrider. He didn't play it so far at the Elite League. They didn't play it yet, so he can definitely play it. This guy is insane. He can play anything.
The last time I played it, it was DY playing it once and Jinkyu playing it once at Dream League a month ago. So he has played it, but it's definitely not in his hero pool of consistently good picks for him. But honestly, when you look at this, like, okay, Arma is laughing, but Xtreme Gaming going up against Liquid, we've seen their previous drafts, we've watched their previous games, and it's always felt like there's that element of experimentation, having that exploration of their depth of their hero pool. But this looks like a flick the switch, serious mode. Here we go, Sniper, Bat, Centaur, meta heroes, banging it out and going full beast mode against Liquid. It looks like.
Yeah, I want to see Liquid pick up something that can get on top of this Sniper. 33, maybe I'm fine with Kunkka, maybe as like this cheap offlaner against the Centaur. He's also he can play Mars, but he's not that Mars player. When you think about Mars player, XXS, Collapse, Amar, but he plays different types of heroes. And there's that Kunkka that I mentioned. I feel like they needed something to control. It's a good way to stop. It's not the most important thing, but you can kill Dark Willow when she goes into Shadow Realm. You can stun her, but it's mostly about the Centaur. And if you catch Sniper with the X mark, forcing him to get a BKB early on. So I think this is a really good pick. They needed just to tank up. Like they needed a hero to be in front.
Yeah, he ticks a lot of boxes there, right? Because you've got this gap close with the Pango, displacement abilities with X mark and swap. Lots of tools here at Liquid's disposal to get on top of people and make sure they're not scurrying around in a Stampede or a Firefly. Last picks coming up. It looks like Mickey and Ame being left until the very end. It is Xtreme Gaming with the last pick, so they'll be able to see Mickey's hero first. Doesn't feel like there's an awful lot of flexibility in either of these drafts, though, right? Every hero feels like it's been picked for a specific role and lane.
Pretty much. Both of them are looking for carry heroes. I could see some maybe Wind Ranger come out for Team Liquid in the safe lane. They don't have the last pick, so they will not see the matchup, but want to see what they're going to ban one more time. It could be a bit on the squishier, because you see Centaur. I'm also, I think, fine with maybe Troll to be picked up. Mickey has variety of the heroes that he does play. His hero pool is pretty damn big, so they have options.
5 seconds.
We've seen the rise of Drow recently. Is Drow possible for either team?
Team Liquid's turn to
It is. I mean, what did I say for Team Liquid? I mentioned a hero, but now I forgot because I'm stupid. Troll. Yeah, I think you want to pick something to deal with this Centaur in the lane. You want to pair up Vengeful Spirit most likely with a range hero anyway, because you have the save, so you can go slightly greedier. I said Wind Ranger. Morph is also fine. They know exactly what they want to pick. Faceless Void straight away. The only thing that Faceless Void cares about in this game is X Mark. That's the only ability. None of these heroes build into Orchid. Maybe Kunkka can go for it from the offlane if he's like having a blast. Usually that's an item for a mid lane. I would say most likely you go for normal items on Kunkka, some Blade Mail into Aghanim Scepter, but if they feel they need more control, 33 could maybe pick it up. Or just rely on old Lucky Shot, Disarm, minus armor, and silence. Remember when that was a thing?
Oh my god.
It had everything. And I don't think Pango was that popular in competitive play at the time.
No.
Because I feel other heroes were stronger, or people just didn't realize until it was removed how strong it actually was.
Everyone was just playing all the spirits, right? It was like Ember Spirit, Storm, stuff like that. It looked like Blitz came over and gave the good luck to Nisha. You know, first pick his hero, put him into a laning at sniper, into a game that could be quite challenging for him. I'll see if he gets the job done. Arme with the cute little pink headphones again. A wry smile on his face as he's been given the Faceless Void there with quite a bit of damage to chuck into it. Chrono, you've got the Fear from the Dark Willow as well to have that combination play. And then, of course, Sniper's damage to launch into the big blue bubble. Game 1, Xtreme Gaming taking on Team Liquid. Both squads hungry for victories. Liquid have been on a bit of a tear recently, but did drop a single game to Tundra earlier on today. While Xtreme Gaming definitely coming out with a very solid draft here. No real experimentation, just going super meta with their picks. And already getting out onto the map with a smoke from Liquid. Xtreme Gaming not going to use one just yet, as we have started to see a lot of these delayed smokes from mid lane from some teams. But there's actually no smoke purchased whatsoever. I've lied. DY has dropped a smoke on the floor. That's why I have not seen it. There's a smoke sitting in the trees.
So he can show what he has with items, put something in the backpack, pick it up, use it immediately. Doesn't have to wait for 6 seconds. And it seems like they might pop it and try to invade. But their heroes are not that good at killing people level 1 anyway. Ame's not there. He also doesn't contribute much as a Faceless Void. XM, it's a sniper. It's not a tank Cardell, but they're still gonna smoke, pick up XXS, and maybe go for like the wraparound, try to make something happen.
Yeah, if you can get on that high ground, take a couple of bounty runes, already would be a little victory.
I really like Xtreme Gaming's draft in this one. I think this is such a well-scaling draft. Mekkei. Uh-oh. He could be in trouble.
Yeah.
Jinkyu just noticed him, but they're going the other way around. They want to maybe kill Insania.
They're going for both of the runes, it looks like.
They definitely saw him there from the high ground.
It was nicely done by Mekkei, though. When he went high ground, he put Strength Shift on straight away before he even saw anybody. Oh, no blood spilt. And bounty runes going 3 for 1. So Xtreme Gaming do get that a little victory with a 1-up on Team Liquid before laning stage even starts. A Centaur Dark Willow lane. Well, this used to be a classic. This used to be a Liquid lane, right? Zai Centaur with Boxy Willow.
It is. If you misplay this lane, Vengeful Spirit can easily die. Even Morphling, the amount of damage, you have this magic damage from Shadow Realm, of course, and magic damage that comes on from Centaur, double edge, so I assume this lane to be a lot of kills. Also, a lane that I'm going to be looking into is mid. XM starting with Shrapnel, level 1. Not what you usually see.
Yeah, usually it's all about that headshot and take aim. We just had a sniper game from Quinn.
Getting some good denies. 3 denies. Make it 4.
Wow.
This is where you tilt. This is where you queue up Hand of Midas. Oh, I forgot. This is a professional game, not my
I'm not sure about that one. Hand of Midas, and then he's like, nah, Shadow Amulet. That's the way to go. That's the better one. Well, Arme being bullied out that bottom lane by Boxy. A lot of bees. Axown did take a flurry of spells from Nisha in that mid lane. Both the Swash and the Crash landed on the sniper. It does catch up, 7-2 now, so getting ahead of the Nisha Pango in last hits. Man, these denies starting to become quite annoying. And down at bottom.
Look at the slow.
DY. Arme with that slow as well. Getting on to 3-3 and getting the kill. DY might die for this with Boxy's long-ranged hits. It's a bat with 5 armor, though. He's quite tanky. Yeah, he gets away. And time dilation is one hell of a spell.
Blood Grenade into Flame Break. Time dilation, as you said. And Ame getting that first blood will be fed some tangos from DY. Let's see what he decides to buy. Healing salve, so wants to have some extra protection. Morph is free farming in the top lane. Mickey off to a good start. 2 points in adaptive strike. And they also kind of forced to pull the creep wave
Top tower is under
behind
attack.
tier 1
Yeah.
and tier 2 tower. Don't feel too comfortable playing that lane.
I guess against the double range, a lot of nuke damage from Magic Missile and Adaptive Strike. Let's keep XXS safe for now. And we've seen Morphlings, once they break, out of the first 5 or 6 minutes of the laning stage, you can leave them alone against some of these melee heroes.
Yeah, once they reach level 2, the only time Morphling dies and when Morphling decides to die.
That's the only option it gives them. And being a double-ranged lane as well as Liquid feels real nice.
I'm seeing a new trend. A lot of null tallies queued up. We've seen, that being a replacement for Falcon Blade. I think when you buff Null Talisman, you also need to buff Falcon Blade a little bit, because this is the item with no upgrade. Very early game oriented, so you're not going to buy these two combined pretty much ever. And I see one on Meke, so he wants to pick it up for some extra regen. I see one on Jinkyu.
No tallies all around. Oh my Grandmaster Faceless Void. Which hero, if you're in a pub game and you see someone pick a hero and it's Grandmaster, which hero are you most scared of? Like if it's Pudge Grandmaster, I'm like, whatever, he's gonna be garbage. But if it's like, Invoker.
Invoker is definitely up there. If there's some like Lycan, Beastmaster, I think I'm afraid of those.
That's a good shout. Yeah, those summons heroes, that can be real nasty. And Faceless Void as well is one of those ones, who has the patience and time to play hundreds of games of Faceless Void.
Ame does.
That's Ame.
Great start for him. By great, I mean he managed to get the first blood in terms of CS. Not doing that great, but net worth, he is up there.
Yeah, in third place already. Still has a bit of regen to play around with in this bottom lane as well. Props to DY getting up in the face of Boxy. Doesn't block the pull. But it looks like I should be able to come in and contest it once Ame has finished off that next creep wave. DY with that Firefly doing the job as well. They'll turn on the Batrider though with X-Mark and Sticky Bomb. And not going to do too much to him. Mickey getting harassed back up in that top lane. Jinkyu and XXS just trying to chip away at him as often as they can. Don't have access to their large camp though. It is sentryed up, so no pull available until that new sentry arrives for Jinkyu.
Seems like they're pretty happy about the state of the game right now on Xtreme Gaming. XXS is completely free farming in the top lane. Jinkyu will go for the 6-minute rune, leaving XXS alone. Whoop, solo kill.
Okay. How? And
Centaur
then
things.
DY dies down at bottom. But yeah, level 2 double edge with level 3 stomp. Maybe Mika just expected
He was
there to be
level
more.
4. So 2 in stomp, 2 in double edge. Just surprised him. He was on low HP.
Didn't see that one coming.
Neither did
Insania
Mickey.
left the lane. Came into that mid spot. Looks like to help Nisha out a little bit. Looking for a D ward, trying to refill the bottle. Nisha has a shield rune. They do pick off the Observer Ward, but Insania's been pushed up to the high ground. Nisha with the Rolling Thunder. Just going to get back onto the top of DY, and now XM. Boxy with the blast off. Well played by Liquid. Can they finish him off, though, with another roll and a swashbuckle? Nisha doesn't get the job done. XM still alive. Now he dies. Boxy got the finishing blow there. Techies and the Venge for the sniper.
Oof, that could have been a disaster if he managed to survive. I'm not sure if he had Magic Wand off cooldown on Sniper, but his treads were on Agi. Maybe that would be a changer there, having that extra HP. Magic Wand has been nerfed. Cooldown has been increased from 13 seconds to 15 in the previous patch. So, some of these small changes are not so small when it really matters.
Oh, they all add up. And really important there, though, that Nisha is the one that's being helped out. He doesn't get the kill, unfortunately, onto XM. It was Boxy that got the last hit. So Techie's sitting with like 700 bonus gold. But it gives a good 20 seconds or so here for Nisha to get a couple of waves. And it gets past level 7, has Arcanes and Bottle. And we're always expecting Pango just to go into Diffuser Blade as his first item, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's his standard item. I would love to see some variety, some fixes. Not necessarily Pango can't use the Fusel Blade type of a thing, but you know, because that was the fix for Spirit Breaker and Kanda.
Slardar. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to talk about Spirit Breaker and Slardar back in the day with Basher.
That Pudge couldn't use Blink Dagger, needed to Vengeful Spirit.
True.
At one point. But,
We even had
yeah,
to add the
see...
dash unstuck command.
I would love to see something different coming out from Pango, because his item, I think if you remove that Diffusal Blade mana burn from him, if you change the item or something how it works. Oh, Chrono from Ame.
Yeah. DY gets blown up, but with the Firefly and the Chrono, 33, the Stampede to help out Ame, the final touch. Ooh, gets it. Just barely. And he's got a bit of regen to continue playing in that bottom lane.
Did he bash a single time? I don't think he did. I mean, it is, what, 12% chance? But still, that was like good 7-8 hits.
What is 12% 1 in 8? Just a bit more, I guess.
Yeah,
So, yeah, a little unlucky.
What can you do?
Not too much. Buy more attack speed, I guess. Yeah, finish
Put
off
more points
Mask
in
of
it.
Madness.
But it's
Yeah,
more
couple
about
points.
survivability for him in this lane. XM
Oh,
dodges that blast. Nice. Root from Jinkyu. I think Nisha would probably decide to dive underneath the tower even.
yeah, has that Rolling Thunder. Could have gone for it. Blightstone as well for Nisha here, just to add that extra bit of damage. And Wave of Terror plus Blightstone, quite a bit of minus armor. Smoking as well now, Liquid, out of this middle lane. So failed rotation on the sniper. Looks like they're moving up top. XM has planted himself into this triangle spot where Boxy walks up the staircase with Insania. I see the sniper. A little pig pole action to try and get the distance. The blast off and Rolling Thunder, though, crashed right on top of his head.
He's thinking about going on Jinkyu with Rolling Thunder. Gets connection, gets it twice. Okay, Jinkyu didn't think this was going to happen.
No, and now Boxy's come in with that additional little bit of damage to get Nisha a double kill. I thought this was going to be a hard game for Nisha, but he's now 2-0-1, top of the net worth, and having a great time.
Ooh, that Rolling Thunder connecting onto him not just once, but twice. And also, I believe they stole some of the stacks here. We'll get a D ward, plant a Deep Observer ward behind enemy tier 2 towers, so might catch a glimpse of Centaur. There is Stampede available. Damage output right now isn't really there. Ame might need to help him out with the Chrono in 30 seconds because Liquid is running at them.
Yeah, this train has no brakes on it, apparently. Liquid just bouncing. Not even from lane to lane, it's just Liquid bouncing around in the mid lane. Helping Nisha, moving in, smoking and ganking. Nisha is now being run at by XXS and killed off by Jinkyu, though.
I swear to God,
Xtreme Gaming.
Jinkyu gets last hits when... A lot of the times he wants to get a last hit, but this time he didn't and still gets it.
Is he the new Yabzor?
He is. He definitely is. A lot of the times you'll see him just not caring about anybody else. He's like, you know what? I'm Jinkyu. I'll take that kill.
Dead is dead.
Here we go again.
That's my catchphrase. As a position 5, that's my catchphrase when I accidentally take a kill from my carry.
Oh, I thought when you meant accidentally when you die. Dead is dead.
Dead is dead. Dead is dead. I'm not coming back, guys. Oh, but top.
Nice.
A lot of damage out of the Bedlam. Yeah, Jinkyu and XXS.
To put it on XXS, then XXS gets stunned, immediately uses it on himself without even using a Stampede. I think that's massive improvement in quality for all Dark Willow players out there. Ability that you can use Bedlam on your allies. How come we didn't think of that before? Because Dark Willow was not a hero prior to her becoming a turret where you're going for this Aghanim Scepter, Hurricane Pike, going for the Crowbow as your neutral item and just peeping people, then Octarine Core, Wind Waker thing. But before, it was really lackluster as a hero.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, we need all these ideas to come from Reddit, right? We had Pocket Ricky come out and give those little spells you can put on your allies, make things a bit more fun and interactive. That's super cool.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Liquid getting some of their first core items up. Diffuser Blade on Nisha's Pango, and 33's going what you wanted him to.
Dire's top
Yeah, getting that
tower is
Orchid.
under attack.
That's why I love 33, not because this makes me look smart, but because he always understands the itemization. I think he's one of the best players in the world to itemize correctly. Ever since he came into a scene, investing in all of these small items, pushing the limits, he really caught my eye.
Well, he's catching the eye of the Batrider down bottom. Arme coming in to help DY with a lasso and Bedlam. A lot of damage towards 3-3. He's tanky with Coco's Rum, and the
still
swap
alive.
can help as well. 3-3 still up and running, but Xinkyu and Arme able to finish them off. Liquid a little too far this time around. The 4v4 not working their way because Nisha was a little delayed joining the party.
Definitely need that Pango in a fight. A couple of those swashbuckles, burn their mana, and also Rolling Thunder. Ame didn't even use Chronosphere for this fight, so I could definitely see him going for something with... I think with Dark Willow, they could score a kill onto Morphling. Ame has been recently using Twin Gates quite a lot, so maybe catch Mickey off guard.
Yeah, definitely could. Mickey sat just under 900 HP. Kind of bouncing between that medium camp and the top lane. XXS doing a very similar thing with the large camp.
Dire are scanned.
Liquid scan down bottom, knowing that Xtreme do still have a couple of heroes down here. Arme, Xinkyu, and DY just behind them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looks like they're going to back away. Very defensive warding here as well from Xtreme. High ground vision in that bottom jungle and in that bottom lane, making sure they can read Liquid's movements coming down south that would potentially push Arme out of the lane.
Ooh, Kobold scouting out Xinkyu. Not sure whose Kobold that was. It was Mickey's. Usually there was a fun interaction
Radiant's
back in the
bottom
days
tower
between
is
Morphling
under
and
attack.
Kobold. So
Fun.
many Morphling players died to it. Yeah, it's one of the funniest things that happen in Dota, I swear.
Just that one hit, the one hit from the tiny kobold who does like 7 damage or something. That's nasty stuff. A nice shovel there from Insania. Gets a bounty in Venetia to refill his bottle. Looking at the Aghanim Scepter on this Pango next. Had Blink Dagger as his next item queued up, but it looks like he's going to be aiming to scale a little bit more
Tower is under
earlier on.
I think 33 stacked with his Torrent. There's a trick where you can stack with the Torrent because you bounce them into the air and then they're not on the ground. It's that simple. You can explain it better with the Y and Z
The
axis.
Z-axis.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I've not looked into it recently because they did some changes, right? There's like every camp used to have a different box, like an actual, 3-dimensional cubic box with different values for height, width, and length. Some of the camps you could stack vertically, but some you couldn't. I don't know how that works nowadays. Not kept up with it. Xtreme Gaming,
Ooh,
they
nice
catch up
bait,
to an
mate.
Illusione. That's not
I
real.
rate 8 out of 8. That was pretty
Good
good.
bait. DY gonna get crashed on by the Rolling Thunder and the help from Insania and Liquid. And coming down here again as 4 to blow up DY's Batrider. Arme and XXS, they've got Blink, Stun, they've got Chrono, but it looks like they've not got the vision to find the targets they need. Torrent
Orchid
and then
is
X-Mark.
ready, but they don't
you're
want
right.
to commit. Ame is very tanky. Strength Treads, Magic
Dire's
Wand.
top tower is under attack.
Having that safety bubble, Ame will TP away from a fight. Seems like they want to let this one go.
Yeah, no way really for Mickey from Liquid to get down there. He's still farming towards his Manta style. And XM was starting to wander down towards the bottom lane. So Arme leaves, DY comes and rejoins. Arme with no TP, so cannot be down here. I mean, slight advantage going to Xtreme Gaming with this kind of move, because they've got 2 cores farming, while Liquid only have 1.
Ame TP'd out, but they probably think Ame is still sticking around. Chrono is off cooldown, and Ame is just chilling, and they're using XXS as a bait. This is some 200 IQ play from Ame.
Yeah, it's a lot of time wasted from Liquid as well. They were feeling like they're itching for a team fight. They've got this Orchid. They want to use it on the Kunkka. But now Xtreme Gaming are kind of going to flip the script and go back onto them. Bedlam Blink Stomp onto the Kunkka now. 3-3, half HP. Try and save him with a boat and Coco's rum. They turn back onto XXS now. They've kept the Kunkka alive and blow up the Centaur. Mickey's first real showing in these team fights, and he gets a kill.
They're so tanky. Boat, and then he gets the swap off. Not enough damage. Double Edge has not been maxed out. He's maxing out Retaliate, so focusing more on the farm. The thing about this play from Ame, it only works if you're not under any vision, if you're not showing in the lanes, but he showed himself. Now running towards the triangle, maybe going for the camp. Maybe they want to go for one more, but okay. This Orchid, valuable pickup so far from 33.
DY kills one of the mines. And it's always funny to see techies do a zero range blast off. He just like goes up in the air and flops onto his belly. Very short range blast off there to kill off the bat.
Thought you were going to use the Z and Y axis for that one.
No, enough mathematics for this cast already, I think. Xtreme Gaming wants some revenge. Right on top of the techies with XXS. Nisha turning it back though. The swap and Rolling Thunder connecting onto the sniper. XM's in trouble. They see the perfect target and Liquid strike right into the heart of Xtreme Gaming's jungle.
They're pinging out observer board on the high ground, but there isn't one. There's one much deeper, closer to almost behind the tier 2 tower. So let's see. DY, he has sentry ward. Okay, this one is out of reach. Let's see if he uses another sentry.
Oh, he's missed it. He's got it.
He knows.
I knew there was vision there. And a couple of kills there, got Liquid the tier 1 tower bottom lane, and now gives the Morphling a nice long run on that bottom line of jungle camps. They've also managed to keep top tier 1 alive. It's been kind of surprising that Xtreme Gaming haven't made a concerted effort to push into that top jungle. All of the action has been bottom right corner of the map so far, after, you know, a lot of forays into mid. 10 to 10, no net worth lead to speak of. Pango still up at the top of the net worth with Aghanim Scepter completed and a DD rune bottled. So this could be another time for Liquid to get a smoke gank going and show what they're made of.
I like what Shin-Q is doing. He's building Ethereal Blade, just picked up Whisper of the Dread, so extra 10% spell damage to come out. He's gonna hurt. Like, these Bedlams are gonna deal insane amount of damage. You can mess up with Sniper and Faceless Void because they can't attack through it, but you can also use it on Morphling because this is how it works the last few years. XXS got the stun off.
Yeah, Boxy thought he was catching him, but it gets turned around quickly. So Techie's down, the rest of Liquid still under a bit of Radiant Vision here. But Xtreme Gaming, very, very passive. Not just patient, just kind of sitting back, letting Ame farm, get to late game, get to BKB. And Faceless Void is still the ultimate late game carry, right? With Chrono?
With Sniper on his team. This is I believe the first time they played a Dream League, when they showed Sniper, they played with Faceless Void and Sniper, and I believe I said it was too greedy, but it actually wasn't, because Sniper was not going for the carry build. This time around, he is going for Maelstrom. He is going for the Grenade BKB. More damage. Maelstrom works amazing against Morphling, of course, because he has high armor. Let's see if they can initiate one more time. Ame, full Mjolnir done on him.
Nice flame break. DY pushes the techies back, still being run out on Nisha. The crystals bouncing between the geodes that are stuck in the ground, and now XXS will jump onto Boxy. 1-for-1 trade for your two supports, but Xtreme Gaming, they want a little more. Arme's joined, and that means he's itching to pull the trigger on that Chrono. Where's the core hero for him to jump? A bit of stun onto Nisha, trapping him in the root. A blink stomp as well. Shield crash into swap though. Very nicely done by Insania. Buys the space for the Pango to run it back all the way across the bridge, and just leaving the Vengeful Spirit as the collateral damage there for XG to pick up.
I like how Shin-Q's keeping the distance. Level 2 Bedlam on a Centaur who uses double edge veils, so insane amount of damage. Like, people are gonna melt. They are probably thinking about going for the Tormi on their own side of the map, so Batrider can get it and be useless with the shard as a position 5.
It always happens, doesn't it? There's always a
It
bat
does.
or a
It's
tiny, and they are
tiny.
always.
I don't mind Tiny as much
Yeah.
when you're playing position 4 because it has been buffed recently. You at least get extra 100 damage when you use the 3 throw. So that's something, but Batrider's still... It has to be one of the worst ones, maybe even the worst shard on position 4/5.
That feels awful. Mickey was looking down the staircase there at the bat. Not going to be able to go and kill him alone. And DY has a mech, a fluffy hat, kind of tanky on the Batrider right now. And Liquid can
I'm a
go with
little
his
worried.
four-man smoke.
For Team Liquid, if they let Xtreme Gaming farm, if they get their 3 BKBs online, right now there's one on Sniper, and again, DY.
Tank the
He
game.
gotta even die. Doesn't seem
I don't
like
know.
it. With the
And
mech.
that was a chrono. Arme just comes in with massive damage, clears through Nisha. Nice fear, the terrorize into the blink storm.
What a
Back
stomp.
success, the chain disabled, beautifully done. Xtreme Gaming, oh, they turn back with a lot of damage though. Arme has the time walk away. Aiming for Boxy, takes him out. Liquid on the run though, tail between legs and bailing away from this Radiant Triangle. Mickey might still be a target here. Never mind, he's in Faceless Void mode, so he's got time walk. Insania gets the distance. And 3-3 just far enough away, but the Assassinate flies halfway across the freaking map to kill off the Venge.
Ooh, that Observer Ward giving him vision, so he gets the kill. Perfect chrono from Ame. Catches all 3 of them, catches Insania on the very edge of that chrono, so he's unable to get the swap. And they just focus it down. DY with his item build. Going for mech. Bracer. We're going to see that again. Manages to live. Doesn't have magic one in his inventory. And then Ame. Oh, Insania actually walked into it. That's why he was on the edge.
Oh, back to
He
live.
tried, but back to live.
Rolling Thunder. Onto this Centaur who was hunting 3-3. They blow up XXS. Kunkka surviving with a couple of hundred health. These fights, they can get pretty close, but it's still, yeah, feels like it's scary times for Liquid if they're not overwhelming Xtreme Gaming here. And Chrono's going to be back up in a minute, so it's a window for Liquid to exploit right now.
I'm going straight for Kanda. If you've seen these items on somebody like a year ago, you would not be able to guess what Morphling's going for. This is like Null Tally, Mantis Style, Morbid Mask, Vampire Fangs, and Phylactery. He's trying to TP out, but will not be able to do so. Liquid thinking about going Roach immediately. Chrono down for 30 seconds. They're low on HP. Boxy will set up some vision.
3-3 is going to come through the twin gate. And Nisha looks like, yeah, he's going to start blinking and running down to that bottom right-hand corner. Xtreme Gaming, they'll have Chrono in 5 seconds. Arme, he's down in that bottom jungle. But the rest of his team doesn't look too interested in running all the way across the map to try and contest this. They'll let Liquid have it, it looks like. XM still under dire vision. Arme was spotted in his bottom jungle again by Liquid's Observer Wards, which are very aggressively placed. They've seen everything that XG are doing right now.
Full Greaves on DY. He's getting a lot of gold. Even though he's playing that position 5, holding on to Philosopher's Stone. Guardian Greaves will keep them alive.
Yeah, the past couple of minutes, he's just been playing enemy jungle, farming camps, stacking for himself, grabbing bounty runes. And pesky Batrider gathering up a lot of farm. And Tormentor down. Shard for Insania, that's a nice one. Xtreme Gaming are smoked up and hunting, though. I didn't quite catch it if they smoked under dire vision.
I don't
Either
think
way,
they
it looks
did.
like... Yeah, it looks like Liquid don't know it's coming. Who's the first contact? Oh, it might be Nisha. Oh, XXS, the blink stomp. Oh, Nisha
Nice
jumps
blink out
away.
from Nisha.
Well done by the Pango. That could have been nasty, nasty stuff. So Nisha TP's out. Boxy also has that same opportunity to get away. Dodges the scan, thankfully for him. Disaster averted by Team Liquid.
Ooh, Boxy. He has no mana whatsoever. Jinkyu, that didn't connect, but He's gonna let him go.
You're scared of the mines up here, hey, Jinkyu? There aren't any.
Imagine if they pop this E-Blade plus Bedlam onto someone, some like Mjolnir procs. It's gonna hurt a lot. Shiva's Guard later will come from XXS. For now, it's just Veil of Discord.
Yeah, man, Mickey thankful to have Aegis right now, but once that's gone, he's probably going to have to sit at like 1600 HP or something. Maybe even more, like 1800. Because if Morphling gets chronoed, like you say, he just dies to all this damage output that XG have.
There it is. He's dead once. They just bursted him without even using Veil. Bedlam, and that's it.
He's gone. So he was sat at like 1200. So he got to 1500 during that. I don't want to call it a fight during the pickoff. Yeah, I don't know. Sit at Aegis
full?
has gone to sit at 2000. I don't know, man. Just keep making the number bigger and bigger.
Or he needs to have Insania behind him.
Yeah, that's the way. Do not get chronoed, Insania. That's your job. Use the swap to save them. They're looking at DY mid again. Nisha with the Rolling Thunder. Slow him with the Diffusal Blade. Bounce off the staircase, but Arme, he's in. Onto the tech, he's looking for the kill onto Boxy quickly. Trying to finish him off. While XM on the far right-hand side is fighting into Insania and 3-3. Nisha gonna jump away. Mickey down. Insania in trouble. And 3-3 getting whacked around by the sniper in the void. No escape whatsoever. A double kill for the sniper as two fights broke out at the same time. Nisha's still on the run here. Can they catch up to him? He's hiding.
Basically 3v5, because I see no damage whatsoever dealt by Centaur, 0 damage dealt by Batrider, and Sniper just peeping from a distance. Not sure how Mickey died. What did he die to? Probably Sniper +1, maybe Sniper plus Terrorize combo?
Yeah, I mean, it must have been Sniper and Dark Willow because the other two, Faceless Void and Centaur, were kind of looking at Nisha and Insania, I think. Now, you can watch it back here. Yeah, you're right. Jinkyu plus XM.
He just got peeped.
No way to gap close onto that sniper. No way to help. Insania,
look
too many
at
people that he has to
Jinkyu go.
save. Oh, onto Nisha,
And
forcing
he's
the Rolling Thunder.
Playing out of his mind right now. All over the
XM.
place. XM holding on to AD for now. And after finishing that big kill, now thinking about getting the Aghanim Scepter. So another instant stun, another burst damage. Mickey's not going to enjoy this game. They have double Mjolnir, so that's a lot of procs. That's magic damage that your 40 armor is not going to do anything about that one, about those procs. And then you have insane amount of damage coming out from Dark Willow and coming out from Centaur himself. Nice blink out from XXS.
Very well done.
This team is so good. Both of these teams are. It's just Liquid is getting outplayed right now.
I do have a silence on Arme, but he's fogged 3-3 twice there. Couldn't get the X mark, and now Arme runs back in with XXS. Aiming for Kunkka. Mickey going to stand his ground, but the BKB's up for the Centaur now, and Kunkka has to be swapped back. Insania buys a bit of time, but look at the backstab. DY and Jinkyu, two supports, into the back lines. They've sniped Insania out, and Morplin's in trouble now. The stuns and control are too much. Overwhelming Liquid with raw firepower. Out of the XM sniper. Arme faces Void, picks up Boxy. Nisha going for the TP. He's going to get stopped in his tracks. Another play by Jinkyu, and another kill for Arme.
That was without Chrono. Liquid's done with this game. I feel like I don't see how they're gonna be able to win it. Kunkka has Aghanim Scepter, but it's not enough. Even with like the next set of items for them, if Morphlin gets the Scotty, it's not really a game changer. Faceless Void has Manta Style now, so doesn't care about Orchid. He's super tanky. And I like that Jinkyu's holding on to Terrorize for a really long time. He's not forcing anything, and we said it. These 3 BKB timings are going to cause a lot of issues for Liquid.
Yeah, now they're being pushed back into their base. And we could see Xtreme Gaming in a couple of minutes here. Think about that next Roshan. Once you have that Aegis on Sniper or Void, both great heroes to hold on to it. I don't know. I just don't see Liquid fighting into Aegis like that. They could just get held back in their own fountain and maybe farmed a little bit.
Middle tower is under attack.
Top tier 2.
Almost getting closer
Jinkyu.
to Scotty. Jinkyu going in again.
Straight onto Insania. He said he's playing out his mind. This Blink Dagger Bedlam just solo killing, basically. Don't even know if he needed XM there.
And he's not picking up the Bedlam damage, instead going for the Cursed Crown. Picking up Octarine Core, potentially, as his next item, lowering the cooldown on Bramble Maze. Did get that Cursed Crown Shard. Remember when you had CDR neutral items, plus level 20 talent, plus Octarine Core being made from Etherlands? This was the hype time for Dark Willow as well. Where you can spam Bramble constantly.
Oh yeah, Bramble. The big spell. Just add in a Wind Waker.
Cube caught him again.
Down goes Boxy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Quick and easy. Now, what's the vision like here for Xtreme Gaming? One ward bottom lane, one ward Dire triangle. So they don't see Mickey, they don't know where he's been or where he's going. But DY is cutting across the map pretty quickly here. They won't have Armate if they get caught up in a fight down here. So it could be a good chance for Liquid to make their mark. Mickey going to get a D-ward thanks to a rogue sentry placed in lane previously.
Is about to finish off Scotty. Needs another, what is that, 4,600 gold. That's going to cripple Morphling even more. The extra slow on top of time dilation. You did mention the next Roche, but it's going to be almost full 3 minutes for it. Will respawn on Dire's side.
Through the twin gate we head. Yeah, Ultimate Orb is still one of those items where in my head it's, 2,150 gold.
You're close,
DY,
but you're not.
Straight in. Nisha gonna roll up and try and thunder his way out of this fight. Crashing back in towards DY. The Water Park's in play here. DY buys back. And a bit of focus onto the Kunkka now as Arme, XM, and XXS rallying around the Faceless Void to pick off 33's Kunkka. They safeguard the Roche pit, but like you said, it's a long spawn. So Xtreme Gaming going to have to find other objectives on the map right now.
Oof. DY, he's using himself as a bait so many times, being super tanky, having that Guardian Greaves, having Solar Crest. Was forced to use a buyback, but nothing too valuable. Let's see if Liquid prepares some mines in the top lane so they see the movement that's going to come out from Xtreme Gaming. And Xtreme Gaming, they've been very patient with holding onto that Chronosphere. Ame doesn't need to just land it immediately because he's so tanky right now. They have Stampede to get out of trouble, so he can blink in, kind of fake the Chrono if it's not a good time for it, and come back. You can see that Ame just TPs top, rest of the team not even close to him.
Yeah, super fearless. And tons of farm for him to pick up. And of course, the line's being drawn by Shinkyu
They
there
scouted
saying,
him
hey,
with this Obs. Boxy placed a really good observer ward.
can Arme play
They want to go.
this?
Rolling Thunder.
Oh, baby. Rolling Thunder into Blast Off. Morphling over the top, and in comes XXS with a massive stop. Oh, Arme buying a bit of time for him to time walk off, and now the Chrono comes in. Swapping Morphling, but he's walked back in. Oh, no, Mickey. Now he's going to get controlled up and whacked around. A sniper in the Faceless Void are going to take him down. Xtreme Gaming, XXS. My goodness.
I think, I'm not sure that we should say that, but XXS, he's one of my favorite players right now. He's been like really up there, but recently this guy, I don't remember seeing him have a bad game. This guy is playing out of his freaking mind. Every single game he delivers, even in the game where they're losing, he just does his job. And this time around, that was a 2 or 3 man stomp, Stampede, just gives enough Ame space so he can use that time walk. BKB lands a Chrono onto 3 of them, and yeah, very difficult fights. Xtreme Gaming, I think their map read in the mid-late game is one of the best ones. I think their laning stage can be tricky. Sometimes, not sometimes, a lot of the times you'll see them lose the laning stage very hard, and then they just like, okay, stop, 7k gold lead, 10 minutes into the game, 7k gold lead for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, and how many times have we talked about them just not caring laning stage, not caring tier 1 towers? They just want those moments. Those parts of the game where they go for that one big team fight, next big team fight, one big objective. And that's where they build up. 23k lead here, 31 to 16. Team Liquid with very little in the way of response against Xtreme. Sniper and Faceless Void. I mean, Faceless Void hasn't died this game. XM feels like it hasn't died for the past 30 minutes, you know? I've had spectacular times on these core heroes. And yeah, Lacoste, Mr. Biased Caster over here, just gushing over XXS and his Centaur with good reason. I'll give it to you.
I gotta give him the praise. Because he's been, like, so stable. Him and Baboka, ever since they, like, started playing together. Because XXS, you know, he's still a very young player. I gotta double check that, but I believe he's like 23 or something.
Okay.
24 right now, but yeah, he's been playing since 2015.
Oh wow, yeah, he's grown a lot.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, down at bottom, Liquid looking for kind of a last-ditch effort here to get into this game again. XXS, a difficult target to go on. 4,000 health, Eternal Shroud, Cheese. They've got a ton of stuns. XXS, though, is probably going to munch on the dairy to bring himself back to half HP. Turn around with the help of his team. And Arme's in with another chrono. They save Mickey with a swap now, but Anisha's up in the air. Going to come down, land with a third, try and roll out of here. They've lassoed up the Morphling, and Liquid are being stomped upon. Arme is beyond godlike. Faceless Void, last pick, 1307. He is just a beast.
I thought Liquid's gonna call it there. I think they have a pretty good read that this game is over. It's just that they try to bring down the Centaur. He pops the cheese, pops the BKB Stampede. Didn't get the full value out of the cheese because of that Scotty from Morphling, but still, nobody dies. Like, I don't remember last time they killed a core on Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, it's been quite some time. I mean, we can open up the graph and look at the little red dots. DY with the last kill at like 34 minutes. So that was 4 minutes ago. DY again, the next one. Dark Willow. Centaur. So 25 minutes in, they killed Centaur. So that was 13 minutes ago. 15. That's wild. And now you're looking at Mega Creeps as well. Something that Liquid are going to struggle to contend with.
I think
every single building is taken out.
Because you have absolutely nothing.
Maybe go for one more fight. But Arme is on your tier 4s. The throne's about to be exposed. And XM just peeping from long range. Good damage onto Kunkka already. And 15% of his HP. Time walk in and then back again. Just a bit of reversal there. As XXS, he makes the jump, committing onto the Kunkka. Lasso on the Morphling down south as well.
They got him, no shift.
They've dragged them around, 2 cores down. Arme and XM with their BKBs up, gonna focus in on Tanisha and Insania as the final kills here. GG called in game 1 as Xtreme Gaming. Pure handling of game 1. Draft, execution, gorgeous.
We said that we liked their draft. It was 24th Faceless Void pick for Ame, Grandmaster tier Faceless Void. Immediately picked it. I think it took them a second after seeing Morphling pick.
Yeah.
Team Liquid, they decided to go with, more of a team-oriented type of a draft, having Waterboy. They are Liquid after all. Then with Kunkka, Water Park, but didn't work out too amazingly for them.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job helping Nisha out because that Pango against Sniper Lane can be kind of tough. They got Nisha into the game. He was top of the net worth and looking very good. Made rotations nicely with that Kunkka Orchid to get some pickoffs. But Xtreme Gaming are the kings of playing keep away. DY was the only one that was kind of showing, baiting, tanking ganks, breaking smokes. They killed the bat 3 or 4 times in a row while Arme is farming, XM is farming, and then Xtreme Gaming just get to this point. But they're at critical mass. They have Chrono, they have Sniper, and Shinkyu on that Dark Willow. A hero that we don't see enough of. Was pretty damn nifty to pair up with that Centaur in lane and in game.
Absolutely flawless performance by him. But I think the big part was this 3 BKB timing from Xtreme Gaming. Dota has been played like that for a long time. Not so much recently, ever since the changes to BKB. But, multiple cores having BKBs at the same time has always been strong, and I still think it always will be unless we completely rework that item or make it shitty. But overall, Xtreme Gaming, they made it look relatively easy in this first game.
Very, very well executed. And every time we saw Morphling join the fight, he was in, then he was being lassoed. DY always holding his ulti for the big key heroes that they needed. And the rest of Liquid just falling apart. Once that Morphling's down, they know they don't have the firepower to continue. Anisha there, in the end, trying to escape, trying to cut their losses. But Xtreme Gaming, once they sense blood in the water, they are sharks. Look at this, the attempt on XM, right? XXS, sorry. 4,000 HP or 3,800.
Where is Nisha? Like,
edge.
what is that? Where is he? Top of the chronosphere? Is he in? Is he out? Doesn't really matter because they're
He's trying to meet God.
Team wipe.
He's just like, get me out of here. Where are the pearly gates? This game's over. Just let me die. And yeah, at the end of the game there, just simple stuff from Xtreme Gaming to finish off the game. One last fight, a last-ditch effort from Liquid, attempted to defend their throne, defend the Ancient. But GG was called in the end, and game one goes the way of Xtreme Gaming. And it is best of two, of course, here, the group stage from the Elite League. We've got another game coming up. We'll find out if Liquid can tie things up. We've had a lot of 1-1s, or if Xtreme Gaming are going to get one of their rare 2-0s. We'll take a quick break and come back with it.